Having traversed into this fantastical world, are you still clutching a Buktoriad? Doest that me and Midra her has been in vain? I aspire to cultivate martial arts and experience a life trajectory unlike in Yother. In Erumater Ned Withinsian charm, Ningha found himself submerged in Amadis and Albath. Gritting istithan din during the excruciating pain inflicted with herbal soak, Alan Thepper pseudo refining his physical form. Upon his arrival in this world, he summed Theden tintific Confucian scholar in the dynasty. It is said that Confucian scholars, through hesta diof sacred texts, can cultivate their talents and wield various supernatural ability such as slaying demons with their intellect, articulating sharp critiques, and commanding philosoph nature with their words. However, the path to becoming a Confucian scholar is fraught with challenges, requiring an innate literary heart capable of communicating with the immortal soft literary way. Regrettably, Ningha lacked such qualifications. Compounding his difficulties, Hehadrescent Light traversed into his real man was still grappling with many unfamiliar characters of its written language. Thus, he complete lie relinquished the hope of cultivation through reading. Until on a fateful day, while wandering through T marketplace, he encountered a mysterious bugger who exuded denoreo fairclusivesage. Thebigar proclaimed Ning Howdo bear martial guinea using bestowed upon him a me of martial arts secrets. Initially, as same comer to this world, Ning was understandably skeptical. Yet, to his astonishment, after practicing with the tome, it truly yielded remarkable results, far surpassing his expectations. Consequently, he became unwavering in his belief and resolved to abandon literary path in favor of martial pursuits. Though Zuho can traverse realms Cerezier Lidstein be fate, it seems that Begar possesses a author keen insight. Submerged in the medicina liquid, Ningha brimmed with confidence and anticipation for the future. At that moment, the Dordo theorem was suddenly flung open, and amidly a Jedman Clayton Confucian Robester Medin, brandishing a rolling pine with fury, Heises wide. Ninghao, you little rascal, is spin manita supporti our education, and dietutido be medicinal herbs for martial training. Our Ning family say lineages steep head in literature, passed down through generations, striving to achieve scholarly distinction and illuminity our family name through knowledge. And Watafia? You choose a toppers martial arts, howderly base. Ninghao is taken aback. Thizerate Confucian Cladman was known other than his father, Ning Shuyi. The Ning family, Tohich Ning Heo belonged, Waysall respected Shalar Lai lineage in Yang County. Their ancestors not only produced at successful candidates in the imperial examinations but also served as high-ranking officials in the court. Thus, Ning Xiaoyi Hadal Weisher board hope is that Ning Hao all diligent, lie study to restore a theirfamilis former glory, a favor least achieving festita sophihuron. However, Ning Hawas now a hall engrossed in martial arts. He was brimming with vitality, on the verge of breaking through to become an nth grade martial artist, needing gonli a fume dicinal herb stow adin his ascension. Consequently, he had deceived his father in tajiving Jaime substantial sum of silver, claiming it was for purchasing books, when in reality, he had spent it along herbs for his martial brain eye through. The martial arts real misdivide in toning grades, with the 9th grade focusing in budai refinement, the 5th in refinement, the 7th in sincerifiment, and the 6th han spiriturefinement. My lord, please don't strike him. At that moment, a woman rushed into the room, embracing Ning Shuya with tersen hieries, pleading, how are still just a killed? A killed? How can you utter such words? Ning Shuya retorted, hishid spinning with her. The sizely our fault for indulging him. With his current disposition, if Hebek's a martial artist, Helbeth along Hingstock. Off the academic scholars. How can I face his grandfather, Hodavotus Lefeto wishing for a success? How can a family of liquors, steephead in literature, produce a base martial artist? I cannot bear to fist he ancestor soft Ning family. Ninghao, enduring the pain of the medicine albath, interjected, Father, studying gond martial arts are both valid pursuits the path of martial arts Sissel Sarototh pinnacle. That statement that is certain poetic resonance. To hell with you, Ning Shuya spat vehemently, you need tajitao toff this nonsense, a martial artist that's no future. Thean Lipath Foriwis through studying for the imperial examinations. Ning Hashukish resolutely, declaring, I am month the Virgio Fabrine I through. What? Ning Shuya paused, his expression shifting to nuff terror she instinctively lunged forward twannerveen. Boom. Thebeth tub sudden lyshaderd, splashing medicinal everywhere. Ning Xiao Yiki Kli shielded his wifebe hindhum, onlatoba drenched in the cooling liquid. Header Ned to look at Ning Hao, his expression frozen in shock. At that moment, Ning Hao, dressed in white short sandbarra-kested, revealed sinewy muscly sandamanate de mistof white of vapor, appearing robust and extraordinarily formidable. This themed, Ning Shuya muttered to himself, as if he had significantly in an instant. Father, have become martial artist, ninth grade bada refinement. From no one, I can take in 10 opponents at taunts. Ning Hea clenches fists, the sound of cracking bones rinjinj out, high excitement palpable. Heffelton overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, his sense Shington to the point where could clear lithians in the ground. Indeed, pursuing martial arts is the better path. It allows for keen perception, unlike frail scholars. Ning Hoas filled with confidence for the future. Even in a dynasty that favored literature over martial prowess, Hebeliev de could carve out thy son destiny. Alas, letus begone, Ning Shui sized heavily, his spirit waning gasha beckoned to his wife and turned to leave a theorem. Upon reaching the doorway, he halted, not looking back a shesed, if I become a martial artist, yo will tarnish the literacy of Ning family. I seek no thin else, but thought he would not blame mind the future. Donnet mentioned that to encourage dio your martial training, I, Ning Shuyi, cano tafford to Lo's face. With that, Ning Xiaoya swept Thislevi and stepped over the threshold, departing. His wife, Lucier, sighed softly but Ning Hoa comfortingly before following her Bandu tof tirum. Ning Hao stood there, momentarily stunned. What is the Rito be shamed of fin pursuing martial arts? Does being from a scholarly family make any superior? How can they look down in martial arts? According to the mysterious Bagar's assessment of his martial talent, he was destined to make a name for himself into you, becoming a renowned martial deity. By then, the ancestral grave Ning family would like Libiglo with pride. It shall become a martial saint. It must not be hindered by external circumstances. Ning Hao vowed, clenching his fist tightly. Many protagonists in transmigration novels become powerful figures, often a sore fans without kin. Yet the had family, which Madai tal them irrevital for him to cultivate a steadfast the art for martial arts, unencumbered be familialities wrote her distractions. Suddenly, a chimera sonated in his mind, and his vision flickered. Transparent pain abruptly materialized before him, displaying linesso fancient text. At 18, you entered ethereal of martial arts, becoming a 9th grade badar finment martial artist. From this point in, you become arrogant, believing were a destined to become a martial saint. However, the martial path seems storgic to you. You trained relentlessly for a decade in la, to remain a 9th grade martial artist. At 28, you believe adore martial prowess way. It's exceptional, capable of contending with 6th grade opponents. It was life ter being bested be an 8th grade martial artist, thought he, our realized dio your deficiency sweruduato alaka felix or sand techniques. Consequently, you scretli sold familiasit sand borrowed heavily, purchasing vast amounts of high-quality elixir sand technique has from unscrupulous dealers, only to fall victim to them. Thus, your family fell into decline. At 38, having repaid dio your debts with earnings from selling novels over the years, you found yourself with some surplus. Your heart for martial arts remained unquenched, and duesdily a remaining wealth to purchase herbs, determined to embark on the martial pathonsamore. Your parents, utterly despondent, Tuki or Sistren left, severing teas with you. Your mundane single mind, believing Thackeray niskameslate. At 48, you arrest an 9th grade martial artist. An 9th grade out from the southern village a trampled under foot, derided Jewish an old man and for sinjao talik chishas. Your returned toy ordhatcha thu tandunganus from thereafters. Host Ning Hao. System forever salto sainthus bean loaded. Do you possess the courage to relinquish the rope in your hand and custo abandon martial arts for literature, thus reversing your fate in attaining sainthood? Ah? Ning Ho stared blank Clyathiansian characters that floated before him. 48 years old, still a 9th grade martial artist, being trampled by a 9th grade youth from the southern village. Ultimately opting for suicide to be hanging? Wait. I am only 18. Haven Tevin contemplated hanging Mijolf. Ning Hea's lips twitched slightly. Is the system malfunctioning? Chapter 2. The system is exceedingly abstract. I feign a departure from martial pursuits to embrace the literary arts. How absurd! Cough. Spit. Ning Hao remained composed, his countenance reflecting disdain. T48, still a martial man. This dogged system seeks to deceive him into studying, employing every means imaginable. Abandon martial arts for literature? A mere dream. Furthermore, based on Ning Hao's understanding of systems and novels, it was highly unlikely to be erroneous. It was evidently a fabrication. The text indicated that an ordinary person could attain the rank of a ninth-tier martial artist, which might induce certain delusions. Perhaps this was the illusion following a breakthrough, a manifestation of inner demons. Ning Hao dismissed it all calmly. He rubbed his eyes to steady his mind, only to discover that the transparent panel before him had not vanished. Truly, it was a system. Ning Hao was quite astonished. If it truly was a system, why would it err? Naturally, the notion of abandoning martial arts for literature was utterly impossible, if mere words held any value. What need would there be for fists? Ning Hao had long since resolved to pursue the path of martial cultivation, participating in the martial examinations to become a martial scholar. Even if the system sought to intimidate him, he would continue to practice martial arts, even if he remained a ninth-tier martial artist at the age of 80. There was no other option. It was simple. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Host Ning Hao. Counterattack to Ascend system loading complete. May I inquire if you possess the courage to relinquish the rope in your hand, at this age where one is destined to know their fate? Abandoning martial pursuits for literature. TO counterattack and ascend? The system reiterated, its panel flashing with red light. Ning Hao frowned and queried, System, are you certain I am 48 this year? Please refer to the results detected by the system. Then check again. Do I possess a rope in my hand? Congratulations, host, for releasing the rope, successfully activating the counterattack to Ascend system. Character template loading. Ning Hao. Character. Ning Hao. Age. 48. Blood chi value. 100. Insufficient conditions for upgrade. Martial realm. 9th tier body refinement. Talent restricted. Realm sealed. Talent value. 0-100. Cultural realm. Unranked. Talent value acquisition methods. Reading, writing, composing poetry, playing musical instruments, calligraphy, painting, slaying demons, system rewards. Ning Hao felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. This system had forcibly bound him to a thief ship. Huh? Blood chi value? Talent value. The martial practitioners of Dayu cultivate their blood chi. The stronger the blood chi, the more formidable the power, and it is also the key to breaking through realms. The talent value is similarly tied to scholarly pursuits, only attainable by Confucian scholars. Could it be that one could attain literary prowess without studying, merely by allocating points? Ning Hao inhaled deeply, gaining insight, and calmly stated, Please dispense the novice gift package. Unrecognized command. Ning Hao articulated with clarity, Please, system, release the novice gift package. System unrecognized. This broken system. Surely it has no other functions beyond a mere character attribute template. Ning Hao was instantly incensed. Having just become a martial artist, brimming with vigorous blood chi, he found himself wanting to throw a few punches at everything he saw. Father and son once vied for ambition. 30 years later, the memories linger. Task 1. 30 years ago, you embarked on the martial path, greatly disappointing Ning Shuyi. Since then, you have become estranged. 10 years passed. Ning Shuyi departed with his family, while you were engrossed in martial arts, indifferent to their lives or deaths. Now, having come to your senses, you intend to abandon martial pursuits for literature. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. A son wishes to care for his parents, but they have long since passed. Please, host, journey afar to find the remains of Ning Shuyi. Return them to the ancestral land of Inyang, and at his resting place repent. You shall revive the Ning family's literary path and comfort his spirit in the afterlife. Completion deadline, 1 year. Rewards. Depending on the duration taken to complete, a varying amount of righteous chi value, 1 to 100 points, will be awarded. Ning Hao stared at the task prompt on the panel, his scalp tingling. What kind of broken system is this? Ning Shuyi was very much alive, yet it claimed he had been deceased for years. The system seems to dwell 30 years in the future. That makes sense. Who would have thought that my continued obsession with martial arts would lead to such a dire fate for the original family? Ning Hao sighed, his gaze gradually firming. Now that the system has appeared, could such a fate truly come to pass? Clearly not. I shall persist in my martial pursuits without regret. Without literary talent, abandoning martial arts for literature is but a dead end. Yet how shall I fulfill this task? That righteous chi value.it must be the points for upgrading talent, but what if I allocate them to blood chi instead? Ning Hao's heart surged with excitement. The system claims my talent is restricted, preventing me from breaking through realms, yet blood chi can be enhanced. I could refine my body to an unfathomable extent that I, as a 9th-tier martial artist, could defeat even a 1st-tier practitioner. However, Ning Shuyi is currently at home in Ningyang. There is no need for me to journey afar, nor are there remains to be returned. Additionally, there is no resting place for repentance. Being in the past 30 years, how can I fulfill a task set for 30 years hence? Ning Hao pondered, perplexed. With a year to complete the deadline, I shall not worry for now. Tomorrow, the Academy's robe-granting holiday will conclude, and I must first handle my withdrawal from the Academy. Within the Academy, Ning Hao found it impossible to concentrate on his studies. The teacher's discourse on classical texts was akin to a lullaby, inducing slumber at first sound. Rather than endure this torment, he would be better off withdrawing. After all, the Academy had rules against the presence of uncouth martial practitioners. Yet, Ning Hao harbored some concern, fearing that Ning Shuyi might expend a fortune to persuade the teacher and the principal to retain him. He knew Ning Shuyi's character well. As long as he could study, Ning Shuyi would be willing to part with his entire fortune. Rather than squander money on the teacher, it would be better spent on martial techniques. Ning Hao devised a plan. Having just attained the rank of a 9th-tier body refinement martial artist, he was in dire need of martial techniques. However, they were exorbitantly priced, thus requiring Ning Shuyi to finance the purchase. Disguising himself, Ning Hao changed into fresh attire and, under the cover of night, made his way to Ning Shuyi and his wife's quarters, intending to request funds for purchasing study materials. This moment. Ning Hao arrived outside Ning Shuyi's room. He noted that the lights within had dimmed, suggesting that Ning Shuyi and his wife had already retired for the night. Had they gone to bed so early? Perhaps he would return in the morning. Not wishing to disturb their slumber, Ning Hao turned to leave, but just then, the dissipating panel reappeared before his eyes. Task 1. After your long journey and numerous trials, you have successfully located Ning Shuyi's remains and returned them to the ancestral resting place. Please proceed with the final stage of the task, the repentance of abandoning martial pursuits for literature. Staring at the panel, Ning Hao was dumbfounded. Was this truly the completion of the task's prerequisites? Walking a few steps constituted a long journey, and taking a couple of turns amounted to numerous trials? Ning Shuyi, resting on his bed, was deemed by the system to be at peace in the ancestral land? Good heavens! Completing a task set 30 years hence was this simple. What a life of a gratifying counterattack narrative it would be. After the initial shock, Ning Hao was about to depart when a voice emerged from within the room. How dare you show your face again? What? Are you here to ask for money to buy martial secrets and medicinal herbs? Ning Hao was not surprised by Ning Shuyi's words. Ever since encountering that mysterious beggar, he had indeed spent all his money on martial pursuits. He was uncertain, however, if his forthcoming reasoning would persuade Ning Shuyi. Additionally, he wondered if the task could be completed. Ning Hao replied, "Father, I have come to admit my wrongs." Admit wrongs? What wrongs have you committed? Are you attempting to deceive me again? Leave, cough cough. Ning Shuyi wheezed in frustration. "Father, please take care of your health. Allow me to explain," came the gentle voice of Lu Shi from within the room. Ning Shuyi then added, "Why have you fallen silent? Did you not claim to admit your wrongs? Have I seen through your ruse?" Ning Hao understood that Ning Shuyi had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he spoke earnestly. "In my youth, I was misled, abandoning literature for martial pursuits, believing I could attain the ranks of a martial artist and reach the heavens. Yet, upon reflection, I realize I have forsaken the very foundations of the Ning family. Bringing shame upon my loved ones, I am filled with remorse. Unable to express it adequately, I have now awakened. Vowing to forget the past, to reclaim my books, and to diligently study, aspiring to succeed in the imperial examinations and bring honor to our family. I beseech you, Father, to forgive your son's ignorance and arrogance of your I shall take tangible actions to amend my past mistakes and will not fail to meet your expectations, ensuring the continuation of our family's glory." As his words fell, a resounding clang echoed within the room. Clearly, someone had startled awake, colliding with the bed frame, producing a crisp sound. Chapter 3: The Confucian Path. 9th Tier Enlightenment. Hiss. The room echoed with Ning Shuyi's sharp intake of breath. Evidently taken aback by Ning Hao's eloquence, he then inquired, "Are these your true sentiments? Do you genuinely wish to abandon martial pursuits for literature? You are not deceiving me, are you?" "Indeed, Surely, you jest, Ning Shui retorted. His tone filled with incredulity. No. Ning Hao's lips twitched, hastily asserting, what I mean is, all I have said is sincere. I truly wish to abandon martial pursuits for literature. Silence enveloped the room. Faintly, the sounds of Lu Shi and Ning Shui tugging at each other could be heard. Very well, I understand. However, whether you truly intend to abandon martial pursuits for literature remains to be seen. Actions speak louder than words. The hour grows late. You should return to rest. After a brief pause, Ning Shui continued, tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to the academy. Yes, I shall take my leave. By the way, father, do bring plenty of money. Get out. Ning Hao bowed respectfully toward the door, akin to addressing ancestral spirits in a graveyard. Immediately afterward, he noticed the panel before him had yet again displayed new prompts. Father and son once vied for ambition. 30 years later, the memories linger. Task 1. Congratulations, completion achieved. Time taken, 1 day. Exceeding task completion. Gained 100 points of Haoren Jingqi, fully granted. Did I really complete the task? This system flawed is rather significant. Ning Hao is utterly perplexed by the method of task completion, never anticipating that he would succeed by sheer happenstance. Haoer, are you still here? Upon hearing Lu's voice from within the room, Ning Hao quickly tiptoed away, hastening his departure. Character: Ning Hao. Age: 48. Blood Qi: 100. Can be enhanced. Martial Arts Realm: 9th grade. Refining Body. Talent limited. Realm sealed. Talent value: 0-100. Cultural Realm: unranked. Haoren Jingqi: 100 points. System prompt: at 48, one knows their destiny. Now take a step to start anew. Choose to allocate talent value to enter the cultural realm. Becoming a true Confucian scholar. Ning Hao paid no heed to the system prompt. Allocate talent value. Does it think he is blind? The conditions for enhancing blood qi were evidently met, and it was clear that the Haoren Jingqi rewarded by the system could also enhance his blood qi. With 100 points of blood qi, it was all maxed out. Congratulations, Haoren Jingqi successfully converted into talent value 1000. Talent value: 1100. Cultural realm has been elevated. Cultural heart activated successfully. Talent value: 900-1000. Cultural realm: 9th grade enlightenment. Next realm: 8th grade establishing destiny. Damn! Ning Hao's face turned crimson with anger. Damn system, who told you to enhance talent value? I specifically said blood qi. Ning Hao felt the urge to lash out. If all 100 points of Haoren Jingqi were converted into blood qi, that would amount to 1,000 points, sufficient to elevate his blood qi to 1,100 points, making his 9th grade refining body comparable to an 8th grade qi refining warrior. Ning Hao then summoned his blood qi value panel. Blood qi: 100, insufficient upgrade conditions, damn you. Celestial board. Ning Hao collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, a sleepless night. The following morning, Ning Hao, sporting bloodshot eyes, encountered Ning Shui, who had already packed his belongings. What happened to your eyes? Ning Shui frowned. Didn't sleep well? Ning Hao was not in the mood for conversation. 8th grade. Tio have martial arts cultivation comparable to 8th grade, and it had transformed into Confucian cultivation. Serves him right, who told him to practice martial arts? When a warrior breaks through, their blood qi surges, inevitably causing restless nights and the need for release. But a warrior who has not reached 7th grade refining essence cannot break through. That's quite the predicament. Ning Shui teased lightly. Ning Hao glanced at Ning Shui, shaking his head. It's not because of that. Then what is it? I've entered the 9th grade enlightenment in Confucianism. I was too excited to sleep. Ning Hao replied calmly. He was indeed exhilarated, nearly wishing to unearth the wretched system and spit on it twice. Ning Shui felt a buzzing in his head, staring at Ning Hao in disbelief. Trembling, What? Really? Really? See? Ning Hao extended his right hand, and the talent flowed through his meridians into his palm, the tips of his fingers glowing with a unique white light of talent. Yes, indeed. Ha ha ha. I, Ning Shui, do not disappoint. The Ning family is on the rise. Ha ha ha. Ning Shui trembled with excitement, but then a look of confusion crossed his face. Wait, you just became a warrior yesterday. Your path in Confucianism should have been cut off. And you have no cultural heart. Ning Hao had already prepared his words, stating, I told you, whether in martial or Confucian arts, with a little effort, I can achieve success. You simply didn't believe me. Right? Ning Shui, now wary of expressing any displeasure towards Ning Hao, nodded eagerly. What you say is true. It was my lack of insight. I never expected that I would cultivate a Confucian scholar. Splendid, splendid. Hao, I've packed your things. Let's head to the academy. Let's see if the teacher dares to say my son is a blockhead. Ning Shuyi's attitude was exceedingly favorable, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. Ning Hao had been the bottom of his class at the Should Academy in Yingyang County. Had it not been for Ning Shuyi's financial influence, he would have been expelled long ago. But now it was different. Ning Hao had become a Confucian scholar, eligible to enter the academy's Confucian Hall to study and cultivate alongside other scholars. Father, the academy isn't far. There's no need for you to accompany me. I am now a Confucian scholar, imbued with the fragrance of knowledge. The teacher and the dean will no longer make things difficult for me. Ning Hao had arranged to purchase martial arts techniques with manager Lei of the WNWSHI yesterday. He feared that if Ning Shuyi accompanied him, he might have a heart attack upon seeing the price. That's true. Ning Shuyi initially intended to go with him, but now that Ning Hao had become a Confucian scholar, he was elated and more eager to boast to friends from other families. Fine. I need to handle some matters at the bookstore. I'll take care of it. Ning Shuyi expressed urgency, handing Ning Hao a bag filled with silver, reminding him, Hao, now that you are a true Confucian scholar, destined for great officialdom, don't dabble in martial arts anymore. Take this 20 taels of silver. You must use it for your studies. Although Ning Hao had reformed his ways and become a Confucian scholar, Ning Shuyi still felt the need to remind him repeatedly to avoid any major mishaps. Rest assured, father, Ning Hao quickly assured him 20 taels of silver was indeed a considerable sum, equivalent to 7,000 or 8,000 in his past life. Enough to purchase a martial technique. Hao, you've finally made something of yourself. I am truly happy for you. When you arrive at the academy, you must. Father, didn't you say you had matters to attend to at the bookstore? Ning Hao interrupted Ning Shuyi. Ning Shuyi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, then you should hurry along. Xiao Shuai and the carriage are waiting outside. Make sure to get to the academy and read the works of the sages. Ning Hao nodded, shouldering his bag and bidding farewell to Ning Shuyi before boarding the carriage, disappearing at the end of the street outside the Ning family. Ning Shuyi watched the carriage depart, rubbing his hands in excitement, grinning. A 9th grade Enlightenment Confucian scholar, splendid, splendid. If I don't go out and show off, wouldn't that mean Hao wasted his enlightenment? Chapter 4. The Future Female Prime Minister. Fangqingxue, Yingyang County, being the largest city within Yong'an Prefecture, naturally hosts an academy established by the Holy Institute. The academy in Yingyang County is called Should Academy. Its core mission is to ensure that every Confucian scholar establishes noble virtues. Ning Hao, as the underachieving student at Should Academy, has yet to embody such virtues. Since the day he crossed over, he has been steadfastly determined to pursue martial arts. Xiao Shuai, Ning Hao, in the carriage, lifted the curtain to address his attendant. Xiao Shuai, stop at the WNWSHI ahead. I wish to purchase some sage texts. Huh? The attendant, Xiao Shuai, replied with confusion. Young master, aren't there plenty at the academy? I am buying what the academy doesn't have. That makes sense. Xiao Shuai pondered, realizing that if he was buying, it must be something the academy lacked. Xiao Shuai halted the carriage, addressing Ning Hao. Young master, please rest in the carriage. I'll go buy it for you. Ning Hao jumped down from the carriage, adjusting his ill-fitting Confucian robe, and asked, Do you know which text the academy lacks? Xiao Shuai was stumped. He truly did not know Ning Hao's attendant. He was only responsible for the young master's daily needs, not for any scholarly pursuits. The notion of sneaking in books from the academy was non-existent. Furthermore, he had no idea what books the academy might not have. Ning Hao instructed Xiao Shuai to keep an eye on the carriage, then entered the WNWSHI with silver in hand. Xiao Shuai watched as Ning Hao, whose muscular frame nearly burst through the Confucian robe, gulped nervously. Upon entering the WNWSHI, Ning Hao was surprised to see a slender girl in a blue and white skirt. Diligently organizing the books on the shelves, she was tall, with cascading black hair, and her exposed calves were flawless and fair. Fangqingxue? Ning Hao was astonished. He never expected to encounter the prodigy of Should Academy here. Fangqingxue was no ordinary individual. Rumor had it that she entered the 9th grade Enlightenment at the age of 8, and now at 17, She had already reached the 7th grade benevolence realm as a Confucian scholar. She had long passed the Academy's entrance examination and was set to participate in the provincial examination next year as a top-tier prodigy. According to the teacher, Fang Qingxue was destined to be the top scorer in next year's provincial examination in Nanxiang Prefecture. Essentially the first name among Confucian scholars. Moreover, Fang Qingxue was exceptionally beautiful, not only the Academy's top talent, but also its most stunning beauty, indeed the most beautiful woman in Yong'an Prefecture. She possessed an aura that could rival that of Daenerys. Ning Hao and Fang Qingxue belonged to entirely different worlds. He had no interest in striking up a conversation. He worried that prolonged interaction with a woman might hinder his martial arts training. Just then, a new prompt appeared on his system panel. In the past, when achieving glory, a missed opportunity with a beauty was not cherished. Romantic quest. Over 30 years ago, the talented Fang Qingxue of Should Academy secretly harbored feelings for you. However, upon witnessing your abandonment of literature for martial arts and your obsession with martial paths, her admiration faded, leading to estrangement. 20 years ago, she achieved success in her studies, yet her old feelings lingered. And she secretly gazed upon you, only to find you still devoted to martial arts, remaining at 9th grade, causing her disappointment and sealing her heart, ultimately becoming the female prime minister of Dayu. Please, host, utilize this old affection to approach Fang Qingxue, reignite your past connection, and acquire abundant cultural resources from her. Completion deadline, none. Rewards. Based on the amount of resources obtained from Fang Qingxue, rewards of various Haoranjing Qi values will be granted. 1 dash. Ning Hao stared blankly at the task prompt before him, a shiver coursing through his scalp. The first female prodigy of Should Academy had secretly harbored affection for him. When did this happen? They were practically strangers, having never even met in person. He had only caught a distant glimpse of her breathtaking beauty. The system is fundamentally flawed. Ning Hao berated the malfunctioning system in his mind. Who, after all, would seek romance after having traversed into another world? The task rewards did nothing to enhance his vitality, and what use was it to merely increase his talent? Even if he were to become a great Confucian scholar in the future, his physical body would remain that of an ordinary man, leaving him feeling insecure. Regardless, the system was supposed to assist him in becoming a sage, so he ought to concentrate on martial arts. A sage of Confucianism, a divine martial artist. Wasn't that far more appealing? Ning Hao strode directly to the counter in the study, calling out to the inner room, "Master Lei, Ning Hao?" A cool yet melodious voice rang out. "My uncle has stepped out for a matter and will return later. Are you here for something? Master Lei." So Master Lei is your uncle? Ning Hao was quite taken aback. At that moment, he caught a clearer view of Fang Qingxue's features, which appeared as if meticulously sculpted by nature itself. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her nose was elegantly refined, her lips a delicate pink, and her skin as smooth as mutton fat. Even having encountered numerous starlets, Ning Hao found himself secretly astonished at her beauty. Is there a problem? Fang Qingxue felt somewhat uncomfortable under Ning Hao's gaze, her delicate brows knitting slightly. Ning Hao's expression remained unchanged. "I made an appointment with Master Lei to purchase some books." "You wish to buy books?" Fang Qingxue appeared particularly astonished, as if silently questioning the necessity of such a purchase given his apparent lack of aptitude. The prospect of improvement seemed almost non-existent. Ning Hao felt a surge of embarrassment. It seemed his reputation at Should Academy was quite substantial, as everyone was aware of his position as the underachiever. Fang Qingxue, sensing her reaction might have wounded his pride, casually pulled out a primer for young scholars and sincerely said, "I recommend this book to you. Mastering it will greatly aid your studies." The children's primer. Ning Hao felt a profound sense of humiliation. Though he might not recognize every character, he was indeed a 9th grade scholar of Confucianism. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a new prompt appeared before him. After your arduous journey, your persistent inquiries and unwavering determination, you have finally met the female sage Fang Qingxue and engaged in a brief exchange. In response to your needs, she generously bestowed upon you a literary resource, Children's Primer, obtained Haoran Righteousness. 6, resource grade extremely low. Ning Hao had no intention of accepting this book, but upon noticing that the Haoran Righteousness points on his panel remained at 0, he realized he had no choice but to accept the primer. "Thank you, Scholar Fang. Why refuse something for free?" As Ning Hao took the primer, The panel's points immediately changed. Vitality, 100, upgradable, martial arts realm, 9th grade body refinement, talent restricted, realm locked, talent points, 900, 1000, cultural realm, 9th grade enlightenment next realm, 8th grade life establishment, power and righteousness points, 6, system guidance, at 48. 1 understands destiny. Now take the first step anew. Choose to allocate talent points. After accumulating sufficient talent points, you may advance to the next cultural realm. Guidance, you can keep it. Ninghao chose not to convert. Withdraw, he instinctively uttered. What did you say? Fang Qingshue's elegant brows furrowed slightly. I just said thank you. Ninghao maintained his composure, turning his gaze curiously towards Fang Qingxue. Scholar Fang, did I say something wrong? No. Fang Qingxue appeared somewhat irked, turning away to continue organizing the books. Ninghao shrugged, indifferent to her moods. What does it matter? She cultivates literature while I pursue martial arts. Our paths hardly intersect, so there's no need to concern myself with it. Yet, I must admit, she does have quite an alluring figure. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man entered the room with a smile. Qingxue, you've worked hard. Young Master Ning, you're here? Have you made a breakthrough? The rotund man was none other than Lei Jun, the proprietor of the Wunsher bookstore, cradling several red-covered books in his arms, martial arts technique manuals. Master Lei, if you had delayed any longer, you would have lost a fair bit of silver today. Ninghao greeted, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the books. Are those for me? Yes, indeed. Master Lei first glanced at his niece, Fang Qingxue, then nodded emphatically. Didn't we agree? If you broke through, I would procure these for you. It seems young Master Ning has succeeded. Mentioning martial arts invigorated Ninghao, who nodded with a smile. I've not wasted my efforts during this time. I have entered the 9th grade. Wow, Master Lei exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. Young Master Ning, you are remarkable. Let's not dwell on that. The bookkeeper is still waiting outside. I'll peruse the books now. Ninghao, disinterested in flattery, focused his gaze on the red-covered tomes in Master Lei's hands. Allow me to introduce them to you. Master Lei's expression turned serious as he placed the books on the table, preparing to explain them to Ninghao. Just then, Fang Qingxue, who was organizing the books, seemed to overhear something and exclaimed, Ninghao, you've achieved 9th grade enlightenment? I was presumptuous earlier and mistakenly recommended the wrong book. My apologies. Fang Qingxue genuinely wished to assist Ning Hao.as, the senior sister of Should Academy. She no longer needed to learn much. Her primary goal was to help a few struggling junior students before the provincial examination. No worries. Ninghao waved his hand, blocking the martial arts book. Master Lei inquired with curiosity, Qingxue, what martial arts book did you recommend to young Master Ning? It seems there's none in the study, only these few that I just brought back. Martial arts? Fang Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she looked from her uncle, Master Lei, to the robust Ninghao, suddenly realizing. You practice martial arts? Ninghao inwardly cursed, feeling the situation had turned dire. If news of his martial training reached the teacher and the dean, the consequences would be dire. However, upon reflection, he thought, he was on the verge of expulsion anyway. What did it matter? Yet, before Ninghao could speak, Master Lei nodded and said, Yes, Qingxue, you don't know, but young Master Ning is truly a martial arts prodigy. Didn't you hear him just now? He has broken through to become a 9th grade martial artist. Remarkable. Traditionally, one must start training in martial arts from a young age, yet young Master Ning has achieved this level despite starting later. I am truly impressed. Master Lei offered heartfelt praise. Young Master Ning was a valuable client, and martial arts training was notoriously expensive. Such a client was not to be dissuaded from his martial pursuits. Scholar Fang, I kindly ask you to keep my martial training a secret for the time being. Ninghao needed to consider Ning Shuyi's feelings. If the teacher and dean informed Ning Shuyi that he was still practicing martial arts, he feared Ning Shuyi's heart could not bear it. Even as a 9th grade Confucian scholar, you are still pursuing martial arts. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Fang Qingxue looked at Ninghao with disappointment, sighing, Your family, the Ning family, is also a scholarly lineage in Yingyang County. I never expected you to abandon your studies for martial pursuits, but rest assured, I will not disclose your martial training to the teacher or the dean, but please do not delay the studies of other junior students in the academy. Ninghao nodded, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you. I will withdraw from the academy as soon as possible. Her meaning was clear. Should academy did not permit martial artists to exist, and she hoped he would withdraw soon. Fang Qingxue turned and walked away, disheartened. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the study. I just returned from the restroom. Guess what I heard? Ning Hao, the Confucian scholar of Should Academy, has abandoned literature for martial arts and decided to become a martial artist. Hilarious. If Sister Qingxue doesn't tea spill, I can't guarantee I won tea, informed the teacher and the dean, leading to your expulsion from the academy. A youth, also clad in the Confucian robes of Should Academy, sauntered in, his face alight with a radiant smile reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Ning Hao furrowed his brow upon seeing him. Fate had conspired against him. This boy, whose smile resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, was none other than Pu Guochang, the son of the county clerk. Pu Guochang, like Ning Hao, was a student at Should Academy, yet he was merely a ninth-grade Confucian scholar. Moreover, Ning Hao was aware that Pu Guochang was one of Fang Qingxue's admirers. Ning Hao held no particular grudge against Pu Guochang, but the previous host had a significant enmity with him. Simply because Ning Hao was handsome, despite his mediocre knowledge, he had become a heartthrob in the academy. Given there were only a little over 100 female scholars, this popularity had incited Pu Guochang's jealousy and hatred, as he could not attract a single female scholar's attention. Taking advantage of his father's position, Pu Guochang had bullied many scholars in the academy, including the former host, Ning Hao, who had not only been humiliated but had also been extorted for a considerable sum. Unfortunately, Pu Guochang's servant, Pu Shisan, was a ninth-grade martial artist, ensuring that Ning Hao was always on the receiving end of the bullying whenever he tried to resist. Thus, having traversed time, Ning Hao chose to abandon the literary path in favor of martial pursuits. A decision influenced to some extent by Park Guochang. Being bullied for merely reading a book was unacceptable. Therefore, he resolved to cultivate martial arts and retaliate. Whether or not he became a martial artist was of no concern to anyone else. With a detached expression, Ning Hao cast a sidelong glance at Park Guochang and ignored him, turning instead to Manager Lei and requesting, "Manager Lei, please introduce me to these martial techniques." Yes, certainly. Manager Lei gestured for Fang Qingxue to attend to Park Guochang, while he earnestly began to explain to Ning Hao, "Young Master Ning, this martial technique is one I acquired from the Qin family of the martial arts clan in the southern part of the city. It is called the Qin family. Flying crane palm. Yes, that's it, flying crane palm. It is said that when one masters this technique, the sound of a crane's cry resonates upon striking, and upon achieving mastery, one can transform into a flying crane, soaring through the void. What do you think? This martial technique is priced at 30 taels of silver for you. Young Master Ning, is that unreasonable?" Just as Manager Lei finished introducing the first martial technique, Park Guochang seemed to be provoked by something. His face flushed crimson, and as usual, he charged directly toward Ning Hao, seizing the collar of Ning Hao's scholar's robe and growling, "What is your attitude? Do you believe I won't kill you?" Boom! Ning Hao raised his hand and delivered a punch directly to Park Guochang's face. The strength of a ninth-rank martial artist is not to be underestimated. This punch bore the weight of nearly half a year's worth of Ning Hao's training, sending Park Guochang crashing to the ground. Unable to rise, frothing at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably, Ning Hao then noticed a fleeting red object in his line of sight. Glancing at the status panel, he was astonished to find blood chi value 101 can be enhanced. The blood chi value, which had remained stagnant for eons, had surprisingly increased by 1 point to 101. Could it be that beating someone could also enhance one's blood chi value? Ning Hao, you? Fang Qingxue trembled slightly, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Ning Hao, clearly taken aback by his reckless action of striking without hesitation. Yet, one could not deny how gratifying it was. Meanwhile, Manager Lei was visibly shaken, hastily crouching down to shake Park Guochang's convulsing body. Inquiring, young Master Park, are you all right?" Seeing Park Guochang still twitching, Manager Lei grew frantic. "Young Master Ning, what should we do now?" Chapter 6. The demonic threat outside the city. I never expected to be this strong. Truly, I am worthy of being a ninth-rank martial artist. Ning Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, utterly unconcerned about Park Guochang's condition, his thoughts solely on martial techniques. He reassured, "Manager Lei, there is no need to worry. Young Master Park won't convulse for much longer. Now, please introduce me to the other martial techniques." The description of the Chen family's flying crane palm had been overly exaggerated, even if it were indeed formidable. Ning Hao did not favor it. He preferred techniques that were more assertive. Huh? Manager Lei gaped, glancing between the convulsing Park Guochang and Ning Hao. Wait a moment. Young Master Ning has just beaten the county magistrate's son to this state, and yet he remains completely unfazed. Instead, he is inquiring about martial techniques. Does this young master only have martial arts in his eyes? At that moment, Fang Qingxue stood at the entrance of the study, calling out, "Park Shi-san, your young master has suffered a sudden ailment. Hurry and take him to the doctor." "What? Young master?" A burly man rushed in, seeing Park Guochang lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. He quickly dashed over, panic-stricken. "Young master, are you all right? I will take you to find a doctor at once. You must hold on. This is strange. Why does my young master's face appear so bruised and swollen?" The martial artist attendant, Park Shi-san, turned to Ning Hao, Manager Lei, and Fang Qingxue, seeking answers. Manager Lei and Fang Qingxue instinctively looked to Ning Hao. "Well, you see," Ning Hao began, noticing the attendant's lack of intellect. "Your young master was drawn to the books on the shelf. And when he jumped up, he was struck in the face by a brick from the shelf, which may have caused this sudden ailment." Park Shi-san examined the scene and frowned. "But where is the brick?" Ning Hao replied. Manager Lei was concerned that the brick might cause further harm, so he removed it. Park Shi-san appeared skeptical and turned to Manager Lei. "Is that so?" Manager Lei hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes." Park Shi-san then looked to Fang Qingxue, asking, "Scholar Fang, you are of the 7th rank. I trust your words. Did my young master truly suffer this injury from a brick?" "Indeed." Fang Qingxue glanced at Ning Hao before eventually nodding. "Though it was actually from Ning Hao's fist. Park Shi-san, you should hurry and take your young master to the doctor." Only then did Park Shi-san react, swiftly lifting the convulsing Park Guochang and departing from the literary and martial study. "Go!" The sound of a carriage speeding away echoed outside the study. Inside the study, Fang Qingxue looked at Ning Hao and asked, "Aren't you afraid of Park Guochang's retaliation?" Ning Hao shrugged, responding, "There is nothing to fear. I would strike him again if he comes back. Who would dare oppose an increase in blood chi value? This is merely experience in becoming a stronger individual." Fang Qingxue fell silent, leaving behind the remark, "Perhaps you are indeed more suited to martial arts," before turning to enter the inner hall of the study. Ning Hao couldn't help but regard Fang Qingxue with newfound admiration. She had quite the insight. Before long, Fang Qingxue emerged carrying a package, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Hao as she addressed Manager Lei. "Uncle, I have categorized the books as per their genres. I shall head to the academy to report." "All right, thank you. Qingxue, do come visit your uncle during your holiday." Manager Lei escorted Fang Qingxue out of the study and then eagerly turned to Ning Hao to continue introducing martial techniques. "Young Master Ning, let us proceed with the introductions. This one," Ning Hao interjected, handing Manager Lei a red-covered martial technique book. "Huh?" Manager Lei was taken aback, examining the book in astonishment. "Tiger form fist? Young Master Ning, you possess remarkable discernment. This is a rare and prestigious martial art I managed to procure. It is rumored that a practitioner of this fist technique breathes like a roaring tiger and strikes with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. An incredibly formidable skill. It is said that if mastered to perfection, one can transform into a mighty tiger, roaming the mountains. This martial technique is exceedingly powerful. I usually wouldn't sell it to just anyone. But because I greatly admire your martial talent, I am willing to part with it for 100 taels of silver, a truly friendly price." Manager Lei held the tiger form fist book, looking as if he was torn between wanting to offer it and not wanting to part with it. His expression one of reluctance. Ning Hao wasted no time, placing 20 taels of silver on the table, declaring, "No more than this." Manager Lei's expression turned sour. "Young Master Ning, please do not jest. This fist technique cannot be sold for less than 100 taels." He clutched the martial technique book tightly. Ning Hao sighed, stating, "Manager Lei, this is not very honest of you. Is that so?" Manager Lei quickly flipped to the last page of the martial technique book, and the sour expression on his face transformed into a smile. "Haha, I was just joking with young Master Ning. 20 taels it is." Ning Hao retrieved the 2 taels of silver, 18 taels. "The remaining 2 are for a snack on the way with the attendant." "This?" Manager Lei was exceedingly reluctant, but upon hearing Ning Hao's promise to return, he immediately brightened up. "It is also because I admire your martial talent, young Master Ning, that I am willing to offer it at this price. For others, I would not budge a single coin." Ning Hao took the tiger form fist martial technique book and also grabbed the elementary learning book given by Fang Qingxue, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you," before turning to leave the literary and martial study. Young master. The attendant, 2 years younger than Ning Hao, asked curiously, I saw Park Guochong coming out of an alley just now. He went to the study but was carried out afterward. What happened? Nothing much. His face just happened to collide with my fist. Huh? Ning Hao lightly tapped the attendant's head. What do you mean, huh? Hurry up and leave the city. We must reach the academy for a meal. Aren't we eating on the way? The books of sages are too expensive. I have no money left. All right then. Thankfully, I bought 2 buns. Give me one. Ning Hao snatched a bun from the attendant's hand and began to eat. The attendant pouted, secretly hiding the other bun as he drove the carriage out of the city. At that moment, the city gate was somewhat congested, with numerous carriages and residents gathered, all halted at the city gate. The entire area was filled with clamoring sounds, as it appeared the gate guards had closed the city gate. What is happening? Ning Hao furrowed his brow, lifting the curtain of the carriage just in time to see a guard maintaining order at the city gate. Sir, what is the situation? Why has the city gate been closed? Ning Hao inquired curiously. The guard, initially lacking patience, felt quite pleased at being addressed as Sir by Ning Hao. Young master, it is as follows. There have been sightings of demons outside the city at Chili Slope. The county magistrate has ordered the city gate closed for the safety of the populace, allowing entry but not exit. However, there is no need for you to worry, as the county magistrate has already sent word to the teachers at Should Academy, who are likely engaged in slaying the demons as we speak. I believe the city gate will be reopened shortly. Ning Hao was taken aback. Demons? He was aware that this world contained demons, yet he had not anticipated their presence in Yingyang County. This was the first he had heard of it. Nevertheless, the academy indeed bore the responsibility of safeguarding the peace of the region. With the academy's intervention, exterminating the demons should not pose a problem. Open the city gate. At that moment, a guard atop the city wall waved a flag, calling out loudly. Ning Hao let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was no less than a Confucian sage from Should Academy, decisive and efficient. He no longer had to worry about being late and missing a meal. Yet, the young guard immediately followed up with an urgent proclamation. The sage of Should Academy has suffered grave injuries. Quickly, open the city gates to let him in. Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback. Was this merely a futile endeavor? Chapter 7. Blood replenishing pill. What? The sage of Should Academy, a master of Confucian texts, had sustained serious injuries. What manner of demon could inflict such harm? What should be done? If even the sage could not slay this demon, how could the county town withstand the threat? This was not a place to linger. The merchants and townsfolk gathered at the city gates turned pale, their faces ashen with fear, not daring to remain, and they hastily retreated. The young guard, in a flurry, opened the gates just enough to allow the injured sage to enter. As soon as the sage, clad in a white Confucian robe, stepped into the city, he trembled violently and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhang Dong, the sage? Ning Hao recognized him as his main instructor at Should Academy. His class teacher. Regardless of Zhang Dong's cultivation level, his egalitarian teaching style earned Ning Hao's deep respect. He treated every student with care, never showing any signs of favoritism, even towards a struggling student like Ning Hao. Xiao Shuai, wait for me here. Ning Hao had no intention of standing idly by. He leapt off the carriage and hurried forward. Zhang Sage. Accompanying Zhang Dong were Fang Qingxue, the future female prime minister of Daiyu. The two nearly collided as they brushed past each other, a strand of her black hair mingling with the refreshing fragrance of her presence, stirring a wave of emotions within Ning Hao. Zhang Sage, Fang Qingxue, and Ning Hao supported Zhang Dong on either side. The young guard led the trio to a nearby tent. Ning Hao, Fang Qingxue. I apologize for the trouble. The sage was unable to slay the great demon and ended up gravely injured. Zhang Dong said with a bitter smile, his eyes dimmed. How humiliating! As someone who ardently promoted Confucianism and ranked among the top 10 Confucian masters of the academy, he had failed to vanquish a mere tiger demon. This tiger demon was comparable to a 7th-rank Confucian scholar. Typically, Zhang Dong could easily suppress an ordinary 7th-rank demon using his Confucian skills. However, this tiger demon was adept at commanding wraiths, clearly a formidable foe. Zhang Dong had fallen victim to a ruse crafted by a hunter transformed by a wraith, which prevented him from fully unleashing his power during the battle, resulting in his severe injuries. Fortunately, he had invoked the writings of the ancient sages at the last moment to escape narrowly. Zhang Sage, please take the blood-replenishing pill to restore your vitality. Fang Qingxue rummaged through her pack and produced a brown pill, feeding it to Zhang Dong. His face turned slightly red, yet he swallowed it without protest. This blood-replenishing pill was specifically designed for female scholars, used during their monthly cycles when their vitality waned. It was essential for restoring their usual state of health during their studies and practice. Ninghao was aware of the pill's efficacy and contemplated whether it could enhance the vitality of martial artists as well when a translucent panel materialized before his eyes. 30 years ago, the demon was not eradicated. Now, it wreaks havoc, and regrets are hard to soothe. Task 2. 30 years ago, Zhang Dong, the sage of Should Academy, was defeated and gravely injured in battle against the tiger demon and wraiths. The nearly lifeless tiger demon has since hidden in the 10,000 mountains, ambushing and devouring the populace, its whereabouts elusive. Now, the tiger demon has grown powerful and is causing untold suffering. The aging Zhang Dong is filled with regret, but his strength is insufficient. Please, host, take pity on the elderly Zhang Dong, and in consideration of your age, assist him in fulfilling his wish by investigating the whereabouts of the tiger demon and aiding the academy in slaying it, so that the light of Confucianism may shine upon the land. Completion deadline, 1 month. Reward. Based on the time taken to complete the task, a generous reward of Howren righteousness value, 1 to 100 points, will be granted. Ninghao's heart stirred. The tiger demon had fled after the battle, and during this time, it had ambushed innocent lives. Now, 30 years later, it continued to bring calamity, resulting in untold suffering. Was Should Academy incapable of dealing with this? The county town's academy was indeed lacking. Thank you, Fang Scholar, and you too, Ninghao. Zhang Dong's complexion improved slightly, but he expressed his concern. As long as the tiger demon lives, the townsfolk will remain in peril. Fang Qingxue inquired suddenly, Zhang Sage, what is the tiger demon's cultivation level? Approaching 7th rank. Zhang Dong hastily clarified, it was also ensnared by the wraith's trap, which is why it could not unleash its full power. After careful consideration, Fang Qingxue looked at Zhang Dong and declared, Sage, I shall confront it. Ninghao interjected, Fang Qingxue, I will accompany you. The task issued by the system awaited his completion. The tiger demon, having grown powerful over 30 years, was indeed formidable, and he felt hesitant to investigate. However, the current state of the tiger demon was one of weakness, and with the 7th rank Confucian scholar Fang Qingxue leading the charge, its demise was all but certain. Completing the task would be straightforward, yet, Zhang Dong grasped Ninghao's hand firmly, admonishing, do not go. You would only hinder your senior sister. Return to the academy and seek assistance to coughed. Do not worry, Sage, Ninghao reassured. I am concerned that Fang's senior sister may struggle alone. If she cannot manage, will you fare any better? Your presence would only distract Fang Qingxue. Should you become the tiger demon's meal, it would only empower it further, complicating matters for her. Who do you look down upon? Ninghao almost retorted about his recent elevation to 9th rank martial artist when Fang Qingxue interjected, Ninghao, protect Zhang Sage as he returns to the academy. If I cannot withstand it, I have means of escape. But you? She shook her head, unimpressed with Ninghao's abilities. Although he could hold his own against others, he was still lacking when it came to facing the tiger demon. Subsequently, she tossed her pack to Ninghao, inquired about the tiger demon's location from Zhang Dong, and left behind 2 blood-replenishing pills before departing the tent without giving Ninghao a chance to respond. How unreasonable! Ninghao clenched his teeth in frustration. Yet, glancing at the nearly lifeless Zhang Dong and the task prompt, he assessed that even if he completed the task, it would only yield a modest increase in righteousness value. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to escort Zhang Dong back to the academy. However, he had a plan. The tiger demon, in its weakened state, surely could not have fled far, and now would be in dire need of sustenance. If he were to infiltrate its lair, might he not stand a chance at slaying the beast? Sage, I will escort you back to the academy. Zhang Dong, relieved, finally released Ninghao's hand and weakly replied, Thank you for your efforts, Ninghao scholar. Ninghao exited the tent, instructing Xiao Shuai to bring the carriage forward. Together with the young guard, they lifted Zhang Dong onto the carriage and set off. Heading towards the academy. The county town's medical facilities were ill-equipped to treat Zhang Dong's injuries, but the academy could. As the carriage traversed the wooded path leading to Should Academy, the dappled sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting an eerie silence in the forest. Odd. Why was it so quiet? Zhang Dong felt a twinge of unease. Though he rarely traversed this route to the academy, he was certain that such a complete absence of birds and beasts was not normal. Could it be that they had taken a wrong turn? Chapter 8. Tiger Demon and Wraith. At that moment, the young attendant Xiao Shuai, driving the carriage, spoke up, "Young master, why are we taking this forest path instead of the official road?" Ning Hao replied, "The sage is injured. This shortcut will expedite our journey. But the carriage is ill-suited for this narrow path," Xiao Shuai protested. "It will only slow us down. Enough with the objections. Just do as instructed." Ning Hao replied, his tone calm, as if he had a plan in mind. "Ning Hao, you are choosing the forest path." Zhang Dong's head buzzed with alarm. As a 7th-rank Confucian sage, he possessed an innate wariness of danger. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall, with the scent of blood still lingering on him, should the tiger demon catch a whiff, it would undoubtedly pounce. "Yes, the shortcut will take us there faster," Ning Hao insisted. "But it is slow." Zhang Dong's senses heightened. They had come this far. Turning back was not an option. Ning Hao then instructed Xiao Shuai to slow down. "Xiao Shuai, don't go too fast. Be gentle with Zhang's sage." The carriage slowed, yet the hairs on Zhang Dong's body stood on end. Suddenly, a fearsome tiger roar echoed through the woods, causing Zhang Dong's face to blanch in despair. "Ning Hao, look what you've done. We have drawn the attention of the tiger demon. It really hasn't run far." Ning Hao felt a surge of relief. "What do we do, young master? There is a tiger demon." Xiao Shuai's legs turned to jelly. He dropped the reins and dove into the carriage, hiding behind Zhang Dong, trembling in fear. Zhang Dong winced in pain. How could this attendant possess such a lack of awareness? Even in his current state, he was being used as a shield. "Fear not, I am here," Ning Hao thought to himself, though he felt a pang of anxiety. As a martial artist, one must maintain an unwavering heart, unperturbed by any situation. Based on the system's task prompt, Ning Hao understood that this tiger demon was also on the brink of death, thus its strength could not be formidable. With his own 9th-rank cultivation, he would surely be able to slay the tiger demon. Cough, cough, Ning Hao. Master Zhang Dong coughed twice, his voice tinged with urgency. "Do not be reckless. Turn back at once. There may still be a chance for survival." Facing away from Master Zhang Dong, Ning Hao turned to him, speaking earnestly. "Master, do you truly wish for the tiger demon to escape into the mountains, potentially growing in power and wreaking havoc upon the world, leaving us to regret not having slain it today? One must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub." In that moment, the interplay of light and shadow in the forest illuminated Ning Hao's face, causing Zhang Dong to feel as though Ning Hao was enveloped in a radiant aura, reminiscent of a sage. He became momentarily entranced. In my battle with the tiger demon, it too sustained grievous injuries. If Fang Qingxue were here, she would undoubtedly be able to vanquish it. Yet you, simply an ordinary scholar. Master Zhang Dong truly wished to avoid regret, but he recognized that Ning Hao lacked the capacity to confront the tiger demon. Should they meet head-on, he would surely become prey. A scholar? No. Ning Hao shook his head, pride emanating from him. "I am a warrior." With that declaration, Ning Hao leapt from the carriage and sprinted towards the source of the tiger's roar. What? Master Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, lifting the carriage curtain to witness Ning Hao darting through the woods like a leopard, his mouth agape in disbelief. The young attendant, Xiao Shuai, cowered behind Master Zhang Dong, his voice trembling. "Master, will my young master perish? Surely not. Right?" Zhang Dong was uncertain. However, he observed that Ning Hao appeared to embody the spirit of a seasoned warrior. How had he, a mere tutor, failed to nurture a refined scholar, yet instead produced a brash warrior? Indeed, what was there for a warrior to take pride in? Zhang Dong began to comprehend Ning Hao's motivations. Warriors often acted impulsively, undertaking actions without consideration for consequences. They charged forward, heedless of danger, much like Ning Hao confronting the tiger demon. Conversely, scholars would deliberate from numerous angles, analyze, assess, and only then act, with confidence in their success. The young attendant, Xiao Shuai, puffed up indignantly. "What do you mean surely not? As a tutor, why do you not ensure my young master's safety? And you, a mere attendant, why do you not protect him?" Master Zhang Dong seethed with frustration. What more could he do in such a situation? Even he, a tutor, felt powerless. Had anyone ever seen an attendant outshine their master? Master, do you have anything to eat? I always crave food when I am frightened. No? Then I shall hide behind you. That way, I won't feel so hungry at tea that moment. Master Zhang Dong was struck with regret for allowing Ning Hao and his attendant to escort him back to the academy. It was a torment, both mental and physical. Moreover, he had forgotten to warn Ning Hao to be wary of the tiger demon specters, which most people could not discern. Meanwhile, Ning Hao had not ventured far when he suddenly encountered a middle-aged man, pale as a ghost and clad as a hunter, rushing towards him in a panic. Help! There is a tiger demon! A tiger demon! Young sir, please save me, that I am nearly scared to death. The hunter stumbled to Ning Hao's side. Trembling uncontrollably, his clothes soaked in cold sweat, fear etched on his face. Sir, bang! Without uttering a word, Ning Hao raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch to the hunter's jaw. The hunter's body flew backward, flipping twice before crashing to the ground, motionless like a rag doll. A roar erupted not far off, the sound of the tiger's anguish. Blood chi. 102. Can be enhanced. Striking someone increases my blood chi? This is promising. Ning Hao's eyes sparkled. Previously, when he had struck Pu Guochang in the Wenwu study, his blood chi had also risen by 1 point. Now, having struck the specter, he had gained another point. Clearly, the conditions for enhancing blood chi were either through physical strikes or by beating someone. Subsequently, the hunter, whom Ning Hao had knocked down, transformed into a human skin. Indeed, a specter. He had not erred. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of birds or beasts, yet the specter cried out, attempting to deceive Master Zhang, a man of virtue, but it could not deceive me. After all, having read a little, Ning Hao was aware of the saying to act as a specter for the tiger. The texts proclaimed that tiger demons possessed sentience. When they encountered formidable foes or were unable to feast, they would deliberately emit a fearsome roar to terrify humans, subsequently using specters to mislead and incapacitate them, ultimately leading them to the tiger demon for a meal. Thus, Ning Hao chose to strike first rather than miss the opportunity. This tiger demon, now requiring the aid of specters to consume humans, appeared to be nearing its end. Ning Hao felt a sense of calm. Had an ordinary person encountered the specter, they would likely have been led to the tiger demon for consumption. If the tiger demon feasted, it would not only recover from its injuries but also gradually regain strength. Alas, the tiger demon was fated to meet its doom. How doom? Chapter 9. Can I see the tiger demon's health bar? Ning Hao rolled up the human skin of the specter, binding it with vines, intending to sell it for a good price after slaying the tiger demon. The costs of martial training were exorbitant. Thus, generating income was paramount. Once he secured the specter's skin, Ning Hao set off in the direction of the tiger demon's anguished cries. He was a cautious individual. What if the tiger demon's wail had been feigned? To err on the side of caution, it was best not to act rashly. Meanwhile, in a rocky cavern deep within the forest, a great tiger lay sprawled on the ground, its fur soaked in blood, its body convulsing. The tiger demon's gaze was fierce, a scar running across its right brow, lending it a more menacing appearance. Yet it seemed on the verge of collapse, its breaths shallow and labored. Suddenly, in the depths of its ferocious gaze, a flicker of light ignited. Gritting its teeth, it summoned its strength, emitting a low growl as it spat forth a piece of human skin. The tiger's paw pressed upon the skin, which suddenly radiated a dark, sinister glow. In an instant, the skin transformed into a beautiful maiden, her figure exquisite, possessing all the attributes one would expect. This is my final chance. If I consume this 9th-grade Confucian scholar, I may yet recover. The alluring specter maiden seemed to serve as the tiger demon's mouthpiece, swaying her hips as she emerged from the cave. Initially, her movements lacked grace, but upon exiting, she bore the poise of a noble lady. The specter maiden slightly parted her garments, revealing an enticing collarbone and a glimpse of her fair skin. Leaning against a rock, she feigned distress, calling out, "Is there a kind soul who could save me? Is there anyone with a kind heart?" As Ning Hao cautiously approached, he heard the maiden's plea that he frowned. What was a maiden doing in the depths of the mountains, if she were not a ghost? Then she was certainly a demon. Upon getting closer, Ning Hao beheld the maiden's beauty. She was indeed striking. However, having encountered the likes of Feng Qingxue, he remained unfazed. The tiger demon must have detected my presence and, being particularly cunning, knows that scholars are susceptible to feminine charms. Ning Hao thought to himself. The tiger demon was indeed clever but had committed a fatal error. How could a normal maiden be calling for help in the mountains? The unusual must surely harbor something sinister. The tiger demon had noticed me but dared not confront me directly, instead sending forth a female specter to tempt me. For an ordinary man, such beauty might indeed be beguiling. But not for me. Ning Hao grew increasingly certain that the tiger demon's days were numbered. He approached the female specter, expressing concern. "My lady, what ails you?" Upon Ning Hao's approach, the specter seemed momentarily stunned. Perhaps taken aback by his striking appearance, I feel unwell all over, lacking any strength. I am but a farmer's daughter, accompanying my father to hunt in the mountains when I encountered the tiger demon. My father fought valiantly to protect me, and in the chaos, I managed to escape. Tears welled in the specter's eyes, her delicate form leaning toward Ning Hao. He stepped back. Thud. The specter collapsed to the ground. Staring blankly at Ning Hao, "Young sir, you are the tiger demon, aren't you?" Ning Hao regarded the specter with disdain. The female specter hesitated briefly, her eyes betraying fear, saying, "You jest, young sir. How could I possibly be the tiger demon? To transform, a tiger demon must be at least a 4th-grade celestial demon, and such a being would never be found in this desolate place." Ning Hao scoffed. "You, a farmer's daughter, seem to know quite a bit." The specter immediately covered her mouth, then decisively turned to flee back to the cave. Slap, however, Ning Hao swiftly placed his foot on the specter's back. "You, a specter serving the tiger, shall today learn what true martial prowess is." Bang, bang. With each punch, small red numbers flashed in his vision. 1. After delivering approximately 40 to 50 punches, the specter transformed into a man's skin before Ning Hao finally ceased his assault. At that moment. Blood Chi, 112, can be enhanced. Righteous Chi, 6 points. Only 10 punches could be sustained. I was being quite cautious. Ning Hao sighed. It appeared that each individual punch increased his blood chi, rather than simply swinging his fists. After delivering around 40 to 50 punches, the specter had dissipated, leaving only a remnant of human skin. He hoped to encounter a more resilient opponent in the future, one from whom he could extract more blood qis. These thoughts crossed his mind. He rolled up the human skin and secured it with vines. He then turned his gaze toward the nearby cave. Since becoming a 9th-grade warrior, his senses had sharpened. He could distinctly hear the heavy breathing emanating from within the cave. It was evident that the tiger demon lay within. The academy had a hall of virtue, where slaying demons could earn 1 rewards. Ning Hao felt a surge of temptation. Initially, he had contemplated fulfilling the system's tasks and preventing the tiger demon from continuing its reign of terror. Coupled with the fact that this was the prime opportunity to eradicate the tiger demon, he resolved to take the risk. The ferocious tiger demon loomed before him, stirring memories of the Academy's regulations that dictate the righteous act of slaying demons warrants rewards from the institution. Why not seize the opportunity? I am currently a dual practitioner of both literature and martial arts, holding a 9th-grade rank, and this dying tiger demon does not intimidate me in the slightest. Ning Hao, undaunted, plunged into the cave. Inside the cavern, a skylight allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating the space with a radiant glow, dust swirling in the air. Upon entering, Ning Hao was met with a deep, rumbling howl. The cave's natural acoustics amplified the sound, rendering it akin to a muffled thunder, a noise that would surely terrify any learned individual. Yet, Ning Hao remained unmoved. Initially, the passage was narrow, but it soon opened into a vast chamber. There, a blood-soaked tiger demon lay coiled on the ground, glaring at Ning Hao with eyes brimming with intense hatred. Ning Hao could not help but exclaim softly upon spotting the tiger demon. To his astonishment, a faint blood bar materialized above the creature's head, displaying a value of 10,000. Ning Hao was both startled and intrigued. If this numerical value corresponded to martial and scholarly prowess, then 100 represented the 9th grade and 1,000 the 8th. Thus, 10,000 must signify the 7th grade. This confirmed that the tiger demon was indeed of the 7th grade, as acquired by Master Zhangdong. However, it was left with merely 12 points of vitality. Suddenly, Ning Hao burst into laughter. "Oh, Master, it is no wonder you have regretted your decisions for decades to come. Had you not fled back then, even a mere spit would have sufficed to vanquish this tiger demon. The tiger demon furrowed its brow, its fierce gaze tinged with suspicion, evidently puzzled as to why this seemingly frail scholar was laughing. What does this mean? Is it belittling me, the Tiger Lord? Scholar laughing, at death's doorstep? The tiger demon, unable to articulate human speech, could only manage to produce garbled utterances through its throat and vocal cords. Apologies, King Tiger, I could not contain myself. I see you are gravely injured. Do you require assistance? Ning Hao regarded the tiger demon with a semblance of compassion in his eyes. The tiger demon appeared momentarily stunned. Ning Hao continued with feigned concern, do not let my appearance as a scholar deceive you. I am also a physician. You need not pretend to be strong. I can see that you, King Tiger, are on the brink of collapse. Seeing that this scholar seemed earnest, the tiger demon was greatly astonished and asked with difficulty, how? Cannot you help? Relax, I possess a healing elixir that can staunch bleeding and dissolve clots. Although Ning Hao had not originally possessed any elixirs meant for female scholars, Fang Qingxue had given two to Master Zhang Dong before her departure. Perhaps Zhang Dong, feeling embarrassed, had handed one over to Ning Hao. Now it would serve as bait for the tiger. Chapter 10. Blood vitality increased. Healing elixir. The tiger demon's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly intrigued. It did not know what this elixir was. But it sounded formidable, capable of halting bleeding and alleviating its condition, precisely what it needed. Yet, it remained skeptical of this scholar's seemingly benevolent intentions. Although it was on the verge of death, it still harbored a final, lethal strike. Indeed. Ning Hao held the healing elixir in his hand, a faint scent of medicine wafting through the cave. The tiger demon greedily inhaled the aroma, feeling an indescribable comfort merely from the fragrance. Imagining that swallowing it would provide far greater nourishment than consuming a human. Why not help me? The tiger demon fixed its gaze on Ning Hao. As I mentioned, I am a physician, in the eyes of a physician. There is no distinction between genders or between humans and demons. This is the very essence of my medical pursuits. Ning Hao spoke with sincerity and candor, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the tiger demon felt a surge of respect. In truth, it had gained sentience as a tiger demon thanks to the discreet assistance of another. Thus, Ning Hao's words rang entirely true to it. Perhaps Ning Hao was indeed sent by that esteemed individual to rescue it. Is it Lord Pu, who sent you to save me? The tiger demon continued. Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback. Lord Pu? In the entirety of Yingyang County, the only person referred to as Lord among the Pus seemed to be the county magistrate's secretary, Pu Zhengshuang. Goodness, colluding with a great demon. Indeed. Ning Hao nodded with a smile, stating, it is Lord Pu who sent me. With a sigh of relief, the tiger demon let its guard down entirely, lazily reclining on the ground, its brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. It was agreed that an 8th grade practitioner would come, yet a 7th grade one nearly cost me my life. Ning Hao quickly grasped the situation. A certain Lord Pu had assured the tiger demon that only an 8th grade practitioner would be summoned, but unexpectedly, a 7th grade Zhangdong had arrived. Hence the dissatisfaction. An unforeseen circumstance, I understand. Ning Hao explained in response to the tiger demon's words. Now, take this elixir and retreat to the mountains for a period of recovery. Roar. The tiger demon nodded, fully trusting Ning Hao. As Ning Hao approached with the healing elixir, the tiger demon opened its mouth wide. Ah bang. Seizing the moment when the tiger demon relaxed, Ning Hao summoned all his strength and delivered a massive punch to the demon's jaw. How naive. Oh woo. The tiger demon's upper body was propelled off the ground, several of its sharp teeth flying as it let out a pained cry, its body collapsing sideways. Is that all? The tiger demon felt stars exploding in its vision. Its tongue severed, at least 3 of its fangs broken. 10,000 Ning Hao saw that the tiger demon's blood bar had decreased by another point and felt elated. 1 punch down. 11 punches more. And your life will be forfeit? Fear not, King Tiger. I am here to assist you. Bang. To send you to the afterlife. Bang bang. Roar. The tiger demon attempted to struggle but could not even lift its head. This scholar was far too ferocious, pummeling its head while perched atop its body. Is this truly a scholar? Just hold on a little longer. Soon it will cease to hurt. Ning Hao felt an exhilarating rush of vitality coursing through him. As if his blood vitality was soaring, As the tiger demon's blood bar dwindled to merely 1 point, he charged up a final punch and struck directly at the demon's brow. Crack! The sound of its brow shattering echoed. The tiger demon stared wide-eyed in defiance, ultimately succumbing to silence, its death remarkably serene. 30 years of unchecked demons, today they wreak havoc, regret is inescapable. Task 2. Completed. Time spent. 1 day, with martial prowess. Demon eradicated, reward granted. 1 point of righteous chi, note. Forceful resolution, points will vary. Geneva, playing tricks? Ning Hao cursed vehemently, then took a deep breath and calmly stated, "It matters not. The sensation of flesh striking flesh is so exhilarating. How could a scholar ever comprehend it? The accompanying rewards are inconsequential. Blood vitality, 112, 12, 60, 184, insufficient conditions for enhancement, point of righteous chi, 1 point, the 6 points of righteous chi, transformed into 60 points of blood vitality? What is happening?" Ning Hao was astounded by the numbers displayed on the interface. This time, the righteous chi had seemingly converted into martial blood vitality as he struck the tiger. And no wonder, I felt my blood vitality boiling the more I fought. It was the transformation of the righteous chi. After all, the tiger demon only had 12 points of vitality, rendering any increase negligible. However, these 6 points of righteous chi converted into a staggering 60 points of blood vitality, a sensation that was particularly vivid. So, righteous chi must be transformed into blood vitality in this manner. It aligns perfectly with my impression of martial practitioners. There is nothing a single punch cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 or 3 punches shall suffice. Ning Hao nodded silently, filled with confidence for the future. It matters, not if I cannot elevate my martial realm. Once I reach the 9999999 level in physical cultivation, shall I not be able to crush the martial god? Just the thought exhilarated him. Alas, the system's counterattack to sanctity may slightly hinder my martial progress. Yet, it is of little concern. Ning Hao wasted no time and began to tally his gains. 2 pieces of ghostly human skin, which should fetch a handsome sum, and the carcass of a 7th-grade tiger demon. That would undoubtedly be worth even more. In high spirits, Ning Hao pondered seriously. Had I not forsaken literature for martial pursuits, I could never have achieved today's bounty. It is evident that the martial path is also a celestial journey. Mastering both literature and martial arts is not an impossibility. Completing the system's scholarly tasks allows the system to assist me in enhancing my martial blood vitality, truly a win-win situation. Now a 9th-grade martial practitioner, with blood vitality soaring to 184, Ning Hao hoisted the tiger demon's carcass with one hand and exited the cave, also taking along the bundled ghostly human skin, heading down the mountain along the path he had traversed. There, he had hidden another piece of ghostly human skin. He must retrieve it to exchange for a good price at the academy. Meanwhile, on the small road through the forest, a carriage carried the scholar Xiao Shuai, who cowered behind the injured Master Zhang Dong. "Master, my young master has yet to return. It has been a quarter of an hour. How about you go check on him?" The scholar Xiao Shuai choked back tears, lamenting. "If something were to happen to my young master, I would not wish to live either." Sob sob. Master Zhang Dong, with a heavy heart, replied, "Little scholar, I am gravely injured. Do you wish for me to march to my death? Is your conscience untroubled? If you are so eager to perish, go and see for yourself." Xiao Shuai, feeling sorrowful, retorted, "If I go, who will retrieve my young master's body? At that point, both my young master and I would become fodder for the tiger demon. And you, master, would be next. In such a case, there would be no one left to collect the bodies. Surely, you wouldn't want to see corpses left to rot in the wilderness, would you?" Puff. Master Zhang Dong's face flushed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pointing at Xiao Shuai, You a rotten wood that cannot be carved." Zhang Dong was so enraged he nearly cursed. "What the hell, Ning Hao, Master Zhang Dong?" Suddenly, a voice from outside the carriage called out, "Fang Qingxue." In the next moment, the curtains of the carriage were lifted, revealing an extraordinary beauty before the young scholar Xiao Shuai and Master Zhang Dong. It was indeed Fang Qingxue. "Master Zhang, where is Ning Hao? How is it that you are here?" Fang Qingxue exclaimed, her expression one of surprise, as she did not see Ning Hao, and an ominous premonition began to settle in her heart. That reckless fool. He hasn't gone to track down the tiger demon, has he? Master Zhang's countenance darkened. "Scholar Ning, Upon hearing the stir caused by the tiger demon, he grew concerned that the creature might regain its strength and wreak havoc upon the world. So he set out alone to slay it. Despite my earnest attempts to dissuade him, I was unsuccessful, Master. I am truly sorry for Scholar Ning. Master Zhang placed a hand over his chest, overwhelmed with regret. He lamented having boarded Ning Hao's carriage, fearing that if Ning Hao fell prey to the tiger demon, he too would bear an unshakable responsibility. Chapter 11. Outwitting the ghosts and battling the tiger demon. What? Fang Qingshua's expression shifted dramatically, her delicate frame swaying as she bit her rosy lip in agitation. Fool! How self-righteous! Ning Hao's solitary endeavor to slay the demon is no different from willingly offering himself as prey to it. I must go save him! She lowered the carriage curtain and leaped down, then lifted it once more, demanding, from which direction did Ning Hao depart? Master Zhang hesitated for a moment, then raised his finger to indicate the path Ning Hao had taken, his lips and body beginning to tremble as if he had seen a ghost. Master Zhang, what is wrong with you? Are you unwell? Seeing his distress, Fang Qingshua's face paled, sensing something was amiss. Master Zhang's pupils widened, his lips quivering as he gasped for breath, an ominous sign that he was on the brink of death, as though a dying man had caught sight of an old friend come to escort him to the afterlife. Ning Hao? Master Zhang stammered. He envisioned Ning Hao approaching, shouldering the corpse of the tiger demon, each hand bearing a roll of human skin, as if he were carrying 2 pieces of pork, approaching with a smile. How could this be? What the hell? Am I seeing things in broad daylight? Am I losing my mind? Master Zhang could hardly believe his eyes. How could Ning Hao have slain the tiger demon? A mere martial artist could not possibly match it, and no matter how formidable his bloodline, could he truly contend with the tiger demon? Only a scholar adept in the sacred words of sages could hope to subdue such a creature. Fang Qingxue, believing Master Zhang was nearing death, felt her eyes moisten. Master Zhang, you may rest in peace. Even if Ning Hao becomes the tiger demon's prey, I shall slice open the demon's belly and deliver its corpse down the mountain. Your valiant deeds in slaying the demon will echo throughout Yong'an Prefecture. Good, Master Zhang. Seeing Fang Qingshue's reassuring demeanor, instinctively nodded, but soon realized something was amiss. A shiver ran through him as he quickly interjected. Wait a moment, Scholar Fang. I am not dead yet, Scholar Fang. How did you arrive here? Ning Hao approached, shouldering the tiger demon's remains. Fang Qingxue trembled, turning abruptly to witness the same astonishing sight as Master Zhang. Her mouth fell agape in shock, her face a mask of disbelief. He carries the corpse of the tiger demon on his shoulder. In his hands, he bears the skin of the ghosts. How could this be possible? How did Ning Hao achieve this? Young master, you are alive. I knew it. You are blessed with immense fortune. Good deeds will be rewarded. How could you possibly die? The young scholar Xiao Shui exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he leaped from the carriage. He seemed slightly nearsighted, and upon clearly seeing the tiger demon draped over Ning Hao's shoulder, he shivered in fright, turning back to scramble onto the carriage, curling up behind Master Zhang, gripping his arm and peering out to sneak a glance. Once he confirmed that the tiger demon was indeed dead, Xiao Shui quickly released Master Zhang and leaped down to greet Ning Haom. Why, young master has slain the demon tiger. Splendid. He stood with hands on his hips, puffed up with pride, akin to a peacock flaunting its feathers, as if he had contributed to the victory himself. Master Zhang's head collided against the wooden panels of the carriage, tilting to one side as his chest heaved violently. His teeth gritted in fury. He resolved to expel Ning Hao and the young scholar from the academy. Absolutely. Without question. I followed the trail of the tiger demon, and you have slain it? Fang Qingxue, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly regained her composure. However, seeing Ning Hao brimming with vitality, unscathed, having dispatched 2 ghosts and the tiger demon, she could not help but be greatly astonished. Was this truly something a mere 9th-grade martial artist could accomplish? The more she observed, the more she felt Ning Hao was inscrutable. Ning Hao did not relinquish the tiger demon's remains or the ghostly skin, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, not only the tiger demon but also these 2 ghosts were slain by my hand. How did you achieve this? Outwitting the ghosts, battling the tiger demon, risking my life. I cannot detail the intricacies in a brief moment. Ning Hao replied with a calm smile. You see how formidable martial artists can be? Xiao Shuai's eyes shone with admiration. Why, young master is so impressive. Ning Hao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Shuai, urging him to maintain composure. Fang Qingxue nodded slightly, refraining from probing further. Regardless, Ning Hao had indeed vanquished the tiger demon and ghosts, thus resolving the crisis of demonic threats in Yingyang County. This was a significant boon for the Should Academy and Master Zhang Dong, preserving their reputation and honor. A great deed indeed. Ning Hao had also established his worth in the process. Master Zhang, struggling to prop himself up, gazed at Ning Hao with a softened expression. Well done. You have proven yourself worthy of being a scholar of Should Academy. Your efforts validate my teachings. Now, please set down the tiger demon's remains. It is too burdensome to carry. It would be better placed within my 1 yuan box. Ning Hao was taken aback. The 1 yuan box was a storage artifact, palm-sized, containing its own space capable of holding numerous items. Did Master Zhang intend to assist him in storing the tiger demon's corpse? The demon was foul. It would be better not to dirty Master Zhang's 1 yuan box. He could carry it himself. Ning Hao hesitated to trouble Zhang Dong, and certainly, after slaying a tiger demon, one ought to display it proudly rather than conceal it. Master Zhang paused for a moment, then his face flushed. Oh, you think I wish to claim your glory? How could Master think such a thing? I have never entertained such thoughts. Ning Hao explained. I simply do not wish for the demon's remains to sully your 1 yuan treasure. Master Zhang's expression softened somewhat. I am merely concerned you might find it too burdensome to carry. I have a solution. Master Zhang was momentarily taken aback. What solution? An hour later, at the foot of Should Academy, Ning Hao, along with Fang Qingxue and the young scholar Xiao Shuai, safely arrived at the academy's gate. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Shuai. Ning Hao turned to the young scholar carrying Master Zhang on his back, a smile gracing his face. An hour prior, he had devised a simple plan. To place the tiger demon's remains and the ghostly skin in the carriage while Xiao Shuai carried the incapacitated Master Zhang on his back. He and Fang Qingxue would walk. Perfect, Xiao Shuai beamed. Not tiring at all, young master. Xiao Shuai may lack other skills, but I possess great strength. Carrying an old skeleton, old master, is no burden at all. Master Zhang's mouth twitched. He was left bloodied and breathless from the rough ride. That moment, he deeply regretted suggesting Ning Hao's plan, realizing he should have had Ning Hao carry the tiger demon's remains instead. Let us place Master on the carriage. Master, it seems your wound has reopened slightly. Ning Hao noticed signs of reopening at Master Zhang's wound and promptly offered him the blood-replenishing pill he had previously received. Master Zhang had initially resisted, refusing to yield, but considering the need to expel the pair of master and servant, he reluctantly swallowed it. He must survive to ensure this pair was ejected from the academy. Otherwise, peace would elude the institution. Ning Hao then hoisted the tiger demon's remains, while Xiao Shuai placed Master Zhang back onto the carriage. Meanwhile, the Confucian scholars returning from their break were lining up beneath the academy's archway. Each one fidgeted nervously, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, preparing to undergo Master Zhang's scholarly assessment. In simpler terms, Master Zhang would check their homework, aiming to urge the scholars that even while on break, they must not neglect their studies. This assessment would focus on poetry. Every returning Confucian scholar was required to present a poem on the spot for Master Zhang's evaluation. The quality of the poetry would directly reflect the scholar's level of knowledge and dedication to their studies. Should one fall short, the consequences could range from a light reprimand to expulsion from the academy and a return home to raise pigs. Chapter 12. The Poetry Assessment for Returning Scholars. Master Zhang, despite his grievous injuries, could not help but chuckle upon witnessing this scene. The Poetry Assessment for Returning Scholars. This was an annual event, and scholars who failed to meet the standards were typically expelled from the academy. Given Ning Hao's level of knowledge, he would surely not pass this test. Returning home to raise pigs was a certainty. However, Ning Hao was a decent fellow. He had slain the tiger demon and helped preserve his honor. Were it not for the greater good of the academy and the aim of upholding its noble virtues, he would have certainly kept Ning Hao around. Yet, having a martial artist as a master and an irrelevant young scholar remaining in the academy would undoubtedly spell disaster. They could not be allowed to stay. The repercussions would be endless. As Ning Hao walked alongside the carriage, carrying the tiger demon, he noticed Master Zhang smiling contentedly and expressed his concern. Master, your injuries seem severe. Do not become agitated, lest your wound reopen. Master Zhang turned to Ning Hao, smiling gently. Scholar Ning, I am fine. You should hurry and attend the assessment. Ning Hao replied earnestly, the assessment is trivial, but your injuries are serious. I will speak with Master Li regarding this. Absolutely not, Master Zhang interjected, his expression stern. This is the Academy's rule. Without rules, there can be no order. You must adhere to the Academy's regulations. A torrent of rules left Ning Hao feeling overwhelmed. Just then, the sight of Ning Hao carrying the tiger demon's remains caught the attention of the scholars gathered at the Academy's gate. Wow! Beneath the grand arch, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted. Leaving the scholars in a state of uproar, I asked that a tiger? With the legendary tale of Wu Dalong slaying a tiger in the past, and now a scholar confronting one in the present. What a sight! What kind of tiger is this? Look at its teeth. Wait, where are its teeth? Observing the patterns on its brow, oh, it seems the brow ridge has also been shattered. Let us examine its fur. Clearly, this is a tiger demon. Hiss, a tiger demon in the territory of Inyang County? Who was the one carrying the tiger? A book boy with an admirable 8-pack, truly valiant. Did he slay the tiger demon? His master will surely reap great accolades. Wait, isn't that Fong Qingxue, Sister Fong? Could it be? He is her book boy? The scholars could not discern Ning Hao's features, as the massive tiger obscured half of his face. Nonetheless, they recognized Fong Qingxue on the other side of the carriage. Many scholars clenched their fists, filled with indignation, realizing too late that Fong Qingxue required a male book boy. They had gone to apply for the position themselves. Who knows whose ancestral grave is emitting green smoke, allowing them to become Fong Qingxue's book boy? How enviable! Silence. The overseer, Master Li, spoke, and the crowd fell instantly quiet. The scholars began to perspire nervously, racking their brains in deep contemplation. Those who submitted their compositions first would enjoy the finest feasts at the Academy, while the rest might end up with mere leftovers. Master Li, somewhat gaunt with a goatee, held a ruler in hand. Embodying the image of a traditional teacher, Master, why was my poem deemed unworthy? I thought it splendid. A scholar inquired, I do not care for your opinion. I seek my own. Your poem is a piece written by the esteemed guest scholar during the reign of Daiyu in the 78th year. How could it possibly be your creation? Master Li replied, his expression unyielding. What? How did you know? The scholar was rendered speechless, momentarily stunned. Oh, I am indeed the esteemed guest scholar. Master Li responded calmly. The scholar's mouth fell agape. Astonished, the poem he had purchased at great expense turned out to be the work of Master Li himself. Those scholars blocked at the Academy's gate were evidently the least accomplished among them. The qualified had already entered to feast on lavish delicacies. When Fong Qingxue approached with Ning Hao and others, Master Li smiled and said, Scholar Fong, you need not undergo assessment. Do enter the Academy swiftly, lest your meal grows cold. Thank you, Master Li. With Fong Qingxue's knowledge and her 7th-rank Confucian accomplishments, there was no need for such an evaluation, which was intended for the less capable. Ning Hao, I shall escort Master Zhang into the Academy first. You do your best. Fong Qingxue initially intended to bring Ning Hao along, but in public, it was not appropriate to use the back door. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Scholar Fong. Ning Hao instructed the book boy Xiao Shui driving the carriage. Bring up the ghostly human skins. The carriage is for Scholar Fong. Understood, young master. Shall we discard Master Zhang? No, the carriage must accompany Master Zhang to Scholar Fong. As you wish, young master. The book boy Xiao Shui climbed into the carriage, only to hear Master Zhang's pained groans. Moments later, he leaped down, carrying 2 bundles of ghostly human skins, and did not forget to report, young master, that old bonehead used the ghostly skins as pillows, and even had one under his backside, trying to hoard them. Thankfully, I am strong enough to move him aside and retrieve them. Ning Hao is at a loss for words, merely admonishing, that is a master. Not an old bonehead. Do refrain from such rudeness next time. You are half a scholar. Yes, young master. The book boy Xiao Shui nodded earnestly. Ning Hao subsequently handed the carriage to Fong Qingxue, urging her to hasten in delivering Master Zhang for treatment. However, within the carriage, Master Zhang's voice seethed with indignation. I will not leave. I must witness this lad's assessment. I wish to see him return home to tend to pigs. Upon hearing Master Zhang's voice, Master Li's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly lifted the curtain, and his demeanor changed upon realizing the situation. Master Zhang's expedition to slay the demon was known to him, thus he understood. the tiger demon's carcass and the ghostly human skins Ning Hao bore were indeed slain by Master Zhang. However, due to the tiger demon's formidable nature, Master Zhang had sustained severe injuries and required protection back to the academy from Ning Hao and Fang Qingxue. Out of gratitude to scholar Ning Hao, Master Zhang, despite his injuries, wished to witness Ning Hao's assessment with his own eyes. Master Zhang's intent is to allow leniency. Master Li suddenly grasped the situation, admiring his own cleverness and social acumen. With a softened expression, he addressed Ning Hao, "Scholar Ning Hao, Master Zhang is injured and urgently needs to return to the academy. Please compose your poem swiftly." He winked at Ning Hao, implying to casually string together a few lines. All right, this time, Ning Hao was on a leave of absence and had not studied at all. He had no concept of original poetry and could not even recognize all the characters. Yet, it mattered not. As he stood backed by the 5,000-year heritage of Chinese civilization, borrowing some literary flair would not be amiss. But just then, wait a moment, I, Pu Guochang, wish to formally report scholar Ning Hao to the academy and recommend his immediate expulsion. Wrapped in bandages and supported by a muscular book boy, Pu Guochang arrived at the academy gate, his expression twisted with rage, his eyes full of hatred for Ning Hao. The burly book boy beside him clenched his fists, glaring coldly at Ning Hao, his knuckles cracking ominously, clearly indicating his intent to render Ning Hao crippled the moment he was expelled. Master Zhang in the carriage paused, lifting the curtain to see the bandaged and disfigured Pu Guochang. How had this little tyrant of the academy come to such a state? Could it be that Ning Hao was responsible? Well done. This usually reticent young man had developed quite the violent inclination after becoming a martial artist. He could no longer remain in the academy. Chapter 13. Talent Surging, 9th Rank Awakening. Oh, what do you wish to report about Scholar Ning Hao? Master Li's countenance turned solemn. The academy encouraged scholars to report unlawful conduct, with severe punishments for any violations of the academy's rules. Fang Qingxue furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Pu Guochang glared menacingly at Ning Hao and reported to Master Li, "Master Li, I accuse Ning Hao of abandoning the literary path to pursue martial prowess, having become a 9th-rank martial artist, thus straying from the original intent of a scholar and violating the academy's regulations. According to the rules, Ning Hao should be expelled from the academy and prohibited from setting foot within its confines for life." A cold smile appeared on Pu Guochang's face. Just the thought of Ning Hao having beaten him in front of Fang Qingxue in the literary and martial study made him want to go mad. The little tyrant of Shud Academy had never endured such humiliation. He was determined to ruin Ning Hao. What? Master Li's expression shifted dramatically. The wave of shock rippled through the gathered scholars. Their limited education could only convey their astonishment in such a manner. In this society, where all else is considered inferior, the pursuit of knowledge is paramount. Scholars are esteemed above all. Martial artists are synonymous with brutishness and folly. Nearly every literate individual would never contemplate becoming a martial artist. Selling their strength. The true path of humanity lies in governing the state through knowledge, slaying demons, and achieving wealth and rank, thus making Ning Hao's choice to train in martial arts as a scholar utterly unfathomable. It was akin to a prince renouncing his title to live as a commoner. Alas! Master Zhang in the carriage sighed deeply. He did not wish for martial artists to exist within the academy, as it could disrupt others' cultivation of Confucianism. However, Ning Hao's actions did not resemble those of a scholar, prompting thoughts of expelling him from the academy. Yet, having reached this point, he found it hard to proceed, especially since Ning Hao had helped him preserve his reputation. Master Li fixed a stern gaze upon Ning Hao, his expression darkening. "Scholar Ning Hao, is what Pu Guochang claims true? Are you a martial artist? I hope you answer truthfully, for otherwise, I do not hesitate to employ Confucian methods to interrogate your true heart." Ning Hao set down the tiger demon's carcass, shaking his head, and sincerely replied, "I am a scholar." Nonsense. If he admitted it, the tiger demon's carcass and the ghostly human skins would merely serve to elevate Master Zhang's status. This was a resource that could be exchanged for martial skills. Moreover, he was an earnest individual, looking at the panel displaying his literary and martial realm. 9th Rank Awakening. He was a mere 100 talent points away from entering the 8th rank of establishing life. If others labeled him a martial artist, he would not acquiesce. Only his own words mattered. Humph. Pu Guochang's sinister expression faltered momentarily before he sneered, "You dare to lie, master. I heard with my own ears." He is indeed a ninth-rank martial artist. If you do not believe me, interrogate his true heart. Alas, Fang Qingxue sighed inwardly. She had promised Ning Hao to keep his secret, yet she had not anticipated Pu Guochang's retaliation would come so swiftly. Ning Hao glanced sideways at Pu Guochang, calmly stating, "What if I am a scholar?" "Haha," Pu Guochang mocked. "Look at your 8-pack abs and the tiger demon carcass you bear for the master. How could you possibly resemble a scholar? If you are a scholar, I doubt I shall eat your leftovers on the spot." Pu Guochang was indeed furious, filled with thoughts of eliminating Ning Hao, and his words were harsh. Ning Hao commended, "You have spirit. Remember, this is your claim, and everyone here shall bear witness." Ha ha. The onlooking scholars chuckled, finding Ning Hao's humor amusing. "Ning Hao," Master Li bellowed suddenly, his voice amplified by Confucian authority, "are you a martial artist or a scholar? Answer me." Ning Hao was suddenly beset by dizziness and a rapid heartbeat, a powerful urge to become an honest person surging within him, as if failing to confess would lead to his utter disgrace. "I am a scholar." Upon uttering these words, he felt an immediate lightness wash over him, the guilt dissipating in an instant. This is the essence of Confucianism, an inquiry into one's true self. The crowd of underperforming students erupted in astonishment, for Ning Hao had indeed passed the master's probing of his heart. They instinctively glanced at Park Guochang, questioning whether he would swallow his pride or not. Ning Hao, having succeeded in the Master Li's examination, seemed to stand alongside them as a scholar, contrary to Park Guochang's claims of him being merely a brute. Indeed, under the scrutiny of Confucianism, no one could conceal their secrets and lies. Unless Ning Hao was more formidable than Master Li himself to deceive him, this was the crux of the matter, yet, Scholar Ning Hao exhibited remarkable strength. Many students began to critique and express their opinions, hoping to catch the attention of the goddess Fang Qingxue. "What is happening?" Park Guochang was momentarily taken aback before continuing, "Master Li, Ning Hao is indeed a brute. I heard it with my own ears. And just look at my face. He is the one who assaulted me. It was impossible for a non-brute to inflict such damage. After all, he was a 9th-grade Confucian scholar, a disciple of the sage." He worried that Master Li would doubt his words, thus he invoked his status as a 9th-grade scholar. Master Li, with an indifferent expression, replied, "Scholar Park Guochang, it is true that Ning Hao is a scholar. Do you doubt the principles of my Confucianism? Furthermore, what you have heard may not necessarily be the truth. As a scholar, you should understand this principle." Park Guochang's eyes reddened. If Ning Hao were not expelled from the academy, he would never be able to avenge that punch. He might even have to. If Master Li remained unconvinced, he could certainly inquire of Fang Qingxue, who was present at the time, and it would be best to employ Confucian inquiry to avoid any cover-up by Fang. Park Guochang was not about to concede easily and shifted his focus to Fang Qingxue. Her charming face was as cold as ice as she glared at Park Guochang, causing him to involuntarily shudder and swallow hard. Master Li stroked his goat beard thoughtfully. If the scholars of the academy abandoned their literary pursuits for martial ones, it would be a grave matter. The bloodlust of a brute would disrupt the gathering of a scholar's talent, akin to the irreconcilable clash of water and fire, necessitating a thorough investigation. Master Li then nodded and turned to Fang Qingxue, asking, "Scholar Fang, is Ning Hao a brute?" He did not pose a question but rather expected Fang, as a 7th-grade benevolent scholar, to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Ning Hao glanced at Fang Qingxue and noticed a flicker of struggle in her eyes. He did not wish to put her in a difficult position. So he spoke up, "Master Li, Scholar Fang and I are childhood friends. Park Guochang, having failed in his pursuit of her affections, has resorted to slandering me, seeking to drag me into the mire from which I cannot escape. Yet what I say is the truth. I am indeed a scholar. If you do not believe me, Master, please observe." Ning Hao bowed respectfully to the master and then extended his right hand. Instantly, a white luminescence emanated from his fingertips, akin to white flames dancing, remarkably substantial. This was the scholarly aura exclusive to Confucian scholars, the undeniable manifestation of a true scholar, an authenticity that could not be fabricated. At the entrance of the academy, a profound silence enveloped the scene, with only the gentle breeze refreshing the air. All the scholars, including Zhang Dong and Fang Qingxue, as well as Master Li, were captivated by the pulsating brilliance at Ning Hao's fingertips. Talent in Motion. 9th Grade Awakening, Chapter 14. Young Master, I have a plan. Talent. My heavens, Ning Hao, previously viewed as a mere blockhead, had unexpectedly achieved the status of a Confucian scholar. How could this be? The other blockhead scholars stared in disbelief. Their breaths quickening. It was as if they had collectively agreed to regard him as a failure. Yet Ning Hao had secretly transformed into a genius. How is this possible? Fang Qingshue's heart raced. Her face a mask of incredulity as she beheld Ning Hao. Within the confines of the literary and martial study, she had distinctly sensed that his blood energy was extraordinary, indeed a brute. Yet now, Ning Hao was revealing his scholarly talent, indicating he was a ninth-grade scholar of true Confucian caliber, capable of mastering the arts of literature and slaying demons. Zhang Dong, seated in the carriage, was equally astonished, his shock rivaling Fang Qingshue. He had witnessed Ning Hao as a brute, yet the Ning Hao before him now showcased the talent of a ninth-grade Confucian scholar, an impossibility for a brute. The essence of Confucian talent is akin to the tranquil waters, while the essence of a brute is fiery and tumultuous. Water and fire do not coexist. How could one cultivate both? Zhang Dong clutched his head, perplexed, as if he were on the verge of enlightenment. Initially eager to see Ning Hao expelled from the academy and subsequently beaten by him and his brutish servant, Park Guochang now stood frozen, dumbfounded. How is this possible? He is not a brute? I heard it with my own ears. Park Guochang trembled inexplicably, swallowing hard. The notion that Confucians and brutes could not coexist was an established truth, universally acknowledged, and no one could defy this law. Yet now, from beginning to end, Ning Hao had not exhibited the traits of a brute. Rather, he had demonstrated a vibrant scholarly talent, signifying he was indeed a scholar, one of the ninth-grade Confucian scholars, destined to become a top student of the academy. Park Guochang masterly snapped back to reality, directing an irate reprimand towards Park Guochang. Your character is despicable. You have slandered Scholar Ning, discrediting the integrity of our academy. You have violated the academy's regulations and shall await punishment. After chastising Park Guochang, masterly turned to Ning Hao, his gaze filled with admiration and approval. Scholar Ning, you have displayed great composure in the face of Park Guochang's slander and my inquiries, remaining unfazed, even exposing the true nature of your accuser. Truly, you are a remarkable talent. Scholar Ning, your wisdom and talent are profound. Having a scholar like you at Should Academy is a blessing for the institution and for me as your master. Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not exactly exposed himself. What Park Guochang said was true. He was indeed a brute, yet also a scholar. Ultimately, he could switch between identities at will. Therefore, Park Guochang's denunciations were nothing more than a farce. The master's praise was misplaced. Ning Hao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, bowing in gratitude. Humble and courteous, neither arrogant nor impatient, indeed, commendable. Masterly could not help but nod, growing increasingly fond of Ning Hao. Masterly, even if Ning Hao is a scholar, the fact remains that he assaulted me. Park Guochang was reluctant, yet his tone lacked the earlier firmness. Masterly scoffed, "Humph. Why did Scholar Ning choose to strike you and not others? Think carefully about it." Park Guochang was rendered speechless. Ning Hao, let the performance begin. What performance? Ning Hao inquired. Didn't you say that if I am a scholar, you would consume remnants of food? Ning Hao? Are you serious? Park Guochang glared at him, realizing he had spoken in a moment of anger, never expecting Ning Hao to take it seriously. How could a ninth-grade scholar like him eat remnants of food? He was asking for trouble. The brutish servant beside Park Guochang's eyes flared with rage, breathing heavily, poised to lash out. Masterly, along with Zhang Dong and Fang Qingshuo, simultaneously unleashed their seventh-grade benevolent aura. A wave of righteousness surged forth, causing Park Guochang's brutish servant to collapse to the ground, his trousers dampened. Ha! Crude brute! Masterly and Zhang Dong both scoffed in disdain. Masterly then fixed his gaze on Park Guochang, calmly stating, "The scholars of Should Academy uphold the importance of establishing virtuous conduct and keeping one's word. Since you made a wager earlier, you must honor it. Otherwise, how could you earn the respect of others? Park Guochang, let it begin." Ning Hao understood that Masterly was quite displeased with Park Guochang, especially after being deceived by him earlier. "I was merely boasting." Park Guochang stammered, recognizing that Masterly was insisting he eat the remnants, and realizing there was no escaping this. Cold sweat dripped from him. Yet how could a dignified Confucian scholar perform such an act? Park Guochang's brutish servant leaned in and whispered a plan into his ear. Park Guochang's eyes gradually lit up, and he gazed approvingly at his servant. Park Shi-san, well done? Hee hee. Park Shi-san grinned widely, casting a proud glance at Ning Hao, as if ready to witness a spectacle. Park Guochang turned to Ning Hao, declaring earnestly, I, Park Guochang, am willing to accept defeat, so I shall consume your remnants of food. The crowd of blockhead scholars erupted again in astonishment, now looking at Park Guochang with newfound respect. What a fierce individual! Scholar Park truly lives up to the reputation of a scholar, keeping his word. Impressive. Indeed, this reflects the scholarly atmosphere of the academy. Upholding virtue and integrity, I genuinely admire Scholar Park. The blockhead scholars could not help but give a thumbs up to Park Guochang. Initially embarrassed, he found himself at ease upon hearing their praises. What a delightful feeling it was to be acknowledged. Ning Hao, after a moment of surprise, had not anticipated that Park Guochang would actually go through with it. He had never encountered someone so ruthless towards themselves before. Stop admiring me. Hurry and drop your trousers. Park Guochang sneered. The plan his brutish servant had suggested was simple. As long as Ning Hao dared to relieve himself publicly, he would have the audacity to consume it. Under normal circumstances, Ning Hao would undoubtedly refrain from such an act. Thus, he ultimately found himself exempt from consuming the remnants of food, while simultaneously garnering accolades for his unwavering adherence to his word. Fang Qingshue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she slipped into the carriage. It was perhaps best not to witness such an unrefined spectacle, yet she comprehended that Ning Hao was a man of martial prowess. Could he truly be deemed a vulgar brute if he were to exhibit some degree of recklessness? At that moment, Ning Hao turned to the attendant. Xiao Shuai, what are your master's instructions? Please bring our horse, Ning Da, over. It must be time for it to relieve itself after its morning feed. This will also provide an additional meal for Scholar Park. Ning Hao instructed the attendant, Xiao Shuai, to fetch the horse. Understood, young master. The attendant scampered to the carriage, untying the reins and leading the horse over. However, Park Guochang's expression transformed dramatically, and the nearby martial man gaped in astonishment, rendered utterly speechless. No. Wasn't it said that he would consume Ning Hao's leftovers? How has it turned into a horse beside them? Confucian scholar Li and Zhang Dong, along with Fang Qingxue and several other scholars, were equally dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Ning Hao, how ruthless, truly befitting of an educated man, with a mind sharp enough to navigate such a situation. While everyone had suspected that Ning Hao could not allow himself to appear diminished, and that Park Guochang would gain a favorable reputation due to Ning Hao's reluctance, none anticipated that Ning Hao would orchestrate such a turn of events. Marvelous! The next act was to observe how Park Guochang would respond. Chapter 15. I dare to eat. Do you dare to relieve yourself? Young master, the horse has been brought over. The attendant Xiao Shuai led the horse to Ning Hao's side. Ning Hao, you are playing a dangerous game, aren't you? Park Guochang's face reddened as he spoke sternly. Do not engage in such frivolities. I was quite clear earlier. I can consume your leftovers, but not those of the horse. Furthermore, you must publicly relieve yourself. If you doubt it, ask Confucian scholar Li and the other scholars. He was visibly incensed, suspecting Ning Hao of treating him like a fool. Ning Hao replied with confusion. Who was playing a game? It was you, Scholar Park, who proposed the wager that if I am indeed a scholar, you would eat my leftovers. Initially, I thought to let it go, considering our camaraderie. After all, I am magnanimous. However, Scholar Li emphasized that as a scholar of the academy, you should uphold your commitments and exemplify virtuous conduct. And you indeed expressed a willingness to eat the leftovers, which is why I expressed my admiration for you. Surely, both the teacher and my fellow scholars heard this. Thus, I now present my horse to provide Scholar Park with warm leftovers. What is inappropriate about that? I fail to understand. Ning Hao wore a perplexed expression. He truly did not comprehend. Upon hearing Park Guochang's declaration to consume Ning Da's remnants, he was momentarily astonished. Yet, given such a request, he could hardly refuse the sentiment. Park Guochang was nearly on the verge of a meltdown. Gritting his teeth and insisting, I was referring to yours. Park 13 even pointed at Ning Hao, declaring, my master is referring to yours. Hurry and disrobe. If you are afraid, simply apologize to my master. It is you who cannot follow through. Not my master. Many scholars nodded slightly, agreeing that Park Guochang and Park 13 were not in the wrong. Indeed, It was commendable that Park Guochang was willing to uphold his word, even to the extent of consuming leftovers. Why, then, was Ning Hao reluctant to provide his? It would deprive them of a delightful spectacle. Indeed, it was the remnants of Ning Da. Ning Hao affirmed, "This horse of the Ning family is named Ning Di. Here is its nameplate. Please verify it, esteemed teacher." Ning Hao presented the nameplate attached to the horse's neck for Park Guochang, Park 13, and Confucian Scholarly to see. Scholarly glanced at it and stated seriously, "The horse belonging to Scholar Ning is indeed named Ning Da." Without a doubt. The stables of the academy housed numerous horses brought by scholars, and the nameplate served to identify them for the grooms employed by the academy. What? Park Guochang's complexion shifted rapidly, alternating between crimson, pale, and ashen. "I was referring to yours. It is indeed named Ning Da." Ning Hao was not engaging in sophistry. He was, after all, a time traveler. When he had the nameplate made for the horse, he had appended the character for virtue from should academy to signify it as a horse of the Ning family. What was the issue with that? Just then, the horse aptly relieved itself twice. Many scholars immediately felt queasy, while Fong Qingxue and teacher Zhang Dong in the carriage trembled uncontrollably. "Scholar Fong, do you still consider him a scholar?" Teacher Zhang Dong quivered, grappling with existential doubts. What has become of this world? How can a scholar behave so crudely? Fong Qingxue bit her lip before finally responding, "Perhaps half a scholar." Under the archway, Ning Hao contentedly patted the mane of his horse, Ning Da, then turned to the ashen-faced Park Guochang. "Scholar Park? Come now, warm and fresh Ning Da leftovers, best enjoyed while hot." Park Guochang merely glanced at it before succumbing to nausea. He trembled uncontrollably, wishing to slay Ning Hao, this wretched boy, for putting him in such a predicament. To eat would mean losing face, while to abstain would mean sacrificing his virtuous reputation, simultaneously diminishing Ning Hao's standing. What does virtue even matter? Am I Park Guochang a virtuous man? Initially conflicted, Park Guochang felt a wave of relief wash over him at that thought. He sneered, "I refuse to eat. What can you do about it? I have no virtue, and I admit it." Park Guochang chose to abandon all pretenses. "Not eating." Ning Hao's expression darkened, and his displeasure became evident. This was a serious matter. Indeed, Park Guochang shrugged, presenting an air of defiance. Ning Hao gave a gentle pat to the mare's rear, and the horse returned comfortably to Xiao Shui. He then strode towards Park Guochang. Martial Man Park 13 immediately positioned himself in front of Park Guochang. In his fury, his garment tore, revealing his sinewy physique as he sneered, "With me here, you shall not harm my master in the slightest." Ning Hao regarded the martial man, Park 13, whose aura radiated with a vitality score of 99. A mere false 9th rank? Not backing down? How amusing. With no further ado, Ning Hao launched a punch, sending martial man Park 13 flying. The latter hit the ground and twitched momentarily. The scholars were once again astounded, rendered speechless. Isn't Ning Hao a scholar? How does he possess such strength, capable of sending Park Guochang's martial attendant flying with a single blow? Park Guochang's expression darkened. This scene felt eerily familiar. As Ning Hao pressed forward, he hastily summoned his energy to shield his face. However, his energy was weak, sufficient only to protect his visage. Yet, Ning Hao refrained from striking, instead lifting him effortlessly, as if he were a mere chick, and precisely tossing him onto the horse's remnants. Park Guochang was instantly soiled and could not help but retch. Scholarly gazed at the scene, unable to restrain a grimace while squinting his eyes. This was truly a sight unfit for the eyes. Ning Hao clapped his hands and turned to Scholarly, saying, "Teacher, I have helped Scholar Park establish a commendable reputation." Scholarly was momentarily stunned, then numbly responded, "Well, yes, it is commendable. This scholar possesses quite the ruthlessness." What is transpiring? What chaos unfolds before the academy's gates, utterly lacking decorum? Just then, a stern voice echoed from the direction of the academy, followed by a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe, his expression grim, approaching. "Greetings, Teacher Zheng." Scholarly promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, great teacher." The assembled scholars, including Fong Qingxue, dismounted their carriages and bowed to the great teacher. Ning Hao, too, did not falter, dutifully bowing as a scholar should. This esteemed great teacher, Zhang Lu, was aptly named, overseeing the Academy of Shud's Hall of Regulations, where he enforced strict adherence to rules with unwavering precision. He was notoriously difficult to engage with. Consequently, Teacher Zhang commanded a presence even more formidable than that of the academy's headmaster. Furthermore, his fierce countenance instilled fear in the scholars, if the scholars were to be divided into good and bad factions. The headmaster would be the benevolent figure, while this Teacher Zhang would undoubtedly represent the malevolent side. Chapter 16. A poem on the importance of learning. Teacher Zhang. A minor incident has occurred, but it has concluded splendidly. Scholarly recounted the events involving Ning Hao and Park Guichong to great teacher Zheng Lu. Who is scholar Ning Hao? The great teacher inquired. I am Ning Hao. Ning Hao stepped forward, his scholar's robe stained with blood, his open garment revealing a chiseled physique. Zheng Lu narrowed his eyes. A martial man? A scholar? Ning Hao was aware of the great teacher's disposition. Brevity was essential and evidence was paramount. Thus, he extended his hand, channeling his scholarly energy to the tips of his fingers, a radiant white light dancing forth. An authentic Confucian scholar. Yet, it appears you are not among the scholars of the Hall of Confucianism. Zheng Lu remarked, puzzled. That I experienced a breakthrough during my time in exile. Ning Hao replied, I borrowed resources from my family, thus my rank is lower. Zheng Lu promptly dismissed Ning Hao's scholarly qualifications. Of course, his assertion held some truth. Certain well-connected scholars, despite lacking innate talent, leverage their prestigious backgrounds to access the wisdom of eminent scholars, thereby enhancing their own enlightenment. As such, those who did not achieve breakthroughs within the academy were deemed of lower rank. Ning Hao chose to remain silent. He had just become a martial artist and was still unable to recognize many obscure characters from the writings of Du. His literary breakthroughs relied entirely on the system's enhancements. There was nothing wrong with that. Zheng Lu immediately turned his gaze towards Park Guichong, feeling a surge of energy within him. With the tip of his right finger, he pointed into the void. The heart of Confucianism connects heaven and earth. The rain and dew nourish all living beings. Suddenly, a deluge of talent rained down upon Park Guichong, drenching him thoroughly and washing away the remnants of horse feed that clung to him. Concurrently, as the rain poured down, Park Shursan regained his senses. Young master, Roll understood. Park Shursan, aware of his failure to protect his master, began to roll on the ground. Just then, Zheng Lu noticed the corpse of the tiger demon beside Ning Hao's carriage, and his expression shifted slightly. Who slew this tiger demon? Ning Hao looked at the esteemed Master Zheng Lu, sensing a tremor in his voice. Master Zheng, it was I.M.Y. student Ning Hao who did it. On the carriage, Master Zhang Dong lifted the curtain and briefly recounted the incident regarding the tiger demon in Yingyang County and his own injuries from the failed demon slaying. In summary, it wasn't that he was incapable, but rather that the tiger demon was too cunning. Ning Hao, Zheng Lu murmured, his gaze fixating on Ning Hao as he calmly stated. There is a task in the Good Deeds Hall to slay tiger demons. Regardless of the rank of the demon, there are rewards from the academy. Ning Hao's eyes brightened, and he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master. The people are quite commendable. Fang Qingxue, take Master Zhang back to the academy's infirmary for treatment. Quickly, Zheng Lu commanded. Yes, Fang Qingxue dared not delay. Instinctively glancing at Ning Hao, Xiao Shuai, secure the carriage and hand it over to Scholar Fang. Ning Hao instructed. Understood, young master. The attendant Xiao Shuai led the mare over, secured it to the carriage, and handed the reins to Fang Qingxue. I will be waiting for you at the academy. After Fang Qingxue uttered this, she drove the carriage straight towards the academy. Oh! The other scholars, hearing this, began to stir with excitement, behaving like eager onlookers. Park Guichong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred, his expression darkened. Silence, examination. With this proclamation from Zheng Lu, the matter between Park Guichong and Ning Hao was put to rest, and the examination resumed. The other scholars began to sweat profusely, scratching their heads, none daring to step forward. Master Li pointed at a familiar face. Zhang San, you come? Ah! The scholar's face turned pale, as if he had swallowed a fly. And he stepped forward, racking his brain. Then his eyes brightened, as if he had an epiphany. I cannot. Ning Hao could hardly contain himself. If one cannot, then why this sudden enlightenment, as if he had gained wisdom? Li, I haven't thought of it yet. Please allow me a moment to ponder. Master Li called upon several scholars in succession, nearly all of whom could not even muster a half-verse of poetry. Master Zheng Lu was greatly disappointed. Witnessing this scene, Park Guichong could not help but laugh. Those who could not pass the examination would have to return home. If Ning Hao failed the examination, what awaited him would be Park Guochang's thunderous wrath. Ning Hao, you come forward, Master Li. Seeing that Master Zheng Lu was unwilling to leave, could only attempt to shield Ning Hao but found himself powerless. He did his best to stall. Ning Hao, of course, was aware of Master Li's intentions. Otherwise, after his earlier display, he would have been the first one called, and Master Zheng Lu's reluctance to leave clearly indicated his desire to assess his own home assignment. The student remembered the topic of the assignment regarding encouragement of learning. Ning Hao began to recall which poems related to the encouragement of learning he had memorized throughout the rich cultural heritage of 5,000 years of Huaxia. There was Yan Zhenxing's 3 Lanterns at Midnight, 5 Rooster Calls encouragement of learning. There was Zhu Shi's An Inch of Time Cannot Be Taken Lightly casual composition. There was Zhao Heng's In Books. There is Beauty like Jade poem of encouragement of learning. So difficult to choose. Ning Hao pondered which of the ancient sages of Huaxia he should promote through his poetic work. Park Guochang. Indifferent, said Ning Hao, don't waste everyone's time. If you cannot produce your poetry assignment, just obediently step back and think it over at home. Master Zheng Lu, greatly disappointed, shook his head. Those capable of achieving the 9th rank must possess poetic talent. And you.it seems you truly are lacking. In the next moment, Ning Hao's voice rang out. 3 Lanterns at Midnight, 5 Rooster Calls. Park Guochang was momentarily taken aback. Had he spoken? But it was nothing remarkable. He could have done the same. Ning Hao continued. It is precisely the time for a young man to study. Master Zheng Lu's expression shifted slightly. Master Li, shaking his head, pondered deeply, astonished. There is something here. The first half of this poem depicted the diligent scholar, toiling late into the night, rising again at the crow of the rooster to study, showcasing great diligence and ambition. But what was the second half? Master Li felt a sense of urgency. The first half merely described the scholar's hard work, but it fell short of capturing the essence of encouraging learning. Park Guochang's expression grew grim once more. The other scholars could not help but doubt. Is there truly a scholar who is so relentless? They found it hard to believe. Ning Hao did not pause and continued. Black hair does not know the importance of studying early. White hair regrets reading too late. However, before he could finish the poem, an influx of talent surged from heaven and earth, suddenly gathering at the entrance of the academy, swirling above Ning Hao's head. Like a gentle breeze brushing against everyone's faces, it was refreshing. Master Zheng Lu and Master Li's expressions changed dramatically upon witnessing this phenomenon. To be able to summon the talent of heaven and earth, this poem was indeed of high caliber. Master Li was ecstatic. If the Academy's literary bell were to toll, it would be even better. The tolling of the literary bell signified that the poem was at least talent spanning a state, and moreover, it was not a work of a sage but rather a debut. Esteemed master, shall we continue? Ning Hao was somewhat bewildered. He was merely reciting poetry. How had such a situation arisen? No one had informed him of this. Continue, of course, continue. Do not let your thoughts falter. Ning scholar, please consider your words carefully. Master Li urged in a hushed tone, anxiety evident in his voice, as if his heart were lodged in his throat. All right, I will recite it again. Ning Hao, interrupted by the extraordinary phenomenon, could only begin anew, his Confucian robes fluttering as he recited. 3 Lanterns at Midnight, 5 Rooster Calls. It is precisely the time for a young man to study. Black hair does not know the importance of studying early. White hair regrets reading too late. Almost at the moment Ning Hao finished reciting his poem on the encouragement of learning, the Tree Da Academy rang out with 2 melodious and resonant bell chimes, akin to the harmonious sound of the Tao. Upon the sound, both Master Zheng Lu and Master Li trembled, while the other scholars gaped in astonishment, staring at the swirling talent surrounding Ning Hao. Park Guochang, frightened, stumbled back 2 steps, only to trip over a stone and fall to the ground, his face ashen and cold sweat pouring down. Chapter 17. The second toll of the literary bell. Talent spanning the prefecture. How could this happen? Although Park Guochang's literary skills were mediocre, he understood what the ringing of the Academy's literary bell represented. The bell tolling meant that a notable work had emerged. The sound of the bell signified the birth of a renowned poem, causing heaven and earth to resonate in unison. Park Guochang was nearly terrified to the point of losing his wits. To produce a poem that could make the literary bell toll meant that the Tree Da Academy would elevate Ning Hao to a position of great esteem. Any academy under Dayu's governance would take pride in nurturing such a prodigy. Not only would they receive rewards from the county and state, but also accolades from the Holy Academy, ensuring that the Trida Academy would gain fame throughout Yong'an Prefecture. The second toll of the literary bell. A sound of heavenly resonance. Master Li could hardly contain his excitement, his body trembling uncontrollably, tears welling up in his eyes. The literary bell of the Trida Academy had not tolled for 30 years. The last time it rang was during the previous headmaster's dying moments when he poured his heart and soul into crafting a poem that spanned the state, leaving an indelible mark among the countless renowned teachers of the Holy Academy in the capital. 30 years had passed, and the academy sounded the heavenly chime once more, surpassing the previous headmaster's efforts, achieving a new level of excellence that reached the prefectural tier. The first toll of the bell marked the state level, indicating that the poem could transform into a radiant stream of talent, spanning an entire state. The second toll of the bell denoted the prefectural level, where the radiant stream of talent could envelop an entire prefecture. There would be further tolls, but Master Li, having dedicated much of his life to Confucian studies, had never heard a second toll, let alone a third or fourth toll, which would signify poems that resound through the prefecture and the nation. Such poems were said to be, "This poem should only exist in heaven, rarely heard in the mortal realm." Master Zheng Lu was also left dumbfounded for a long while, staring blankly at the young Ning Hao, who was revealing his 8-pack abs. Was it this very youth who caused the second toll of the literary bell? Everything felt like a dream. Meanwhile, within the Trida Academy, the headmaster Chandetsi, who was busy dining in the study, was gnawing on a piece of braised pork knuckle, his remaining few teeth working hard. Suddenly, he heard two melodious and harmonious bell chimes. At first, he did not react, mumbling incoherently, "Which little rascal is bored and ringing the bell?" The headmaster continued chewing, but soon the meat seemed to lodge in his throat, turning his already aged face crimson as he spat out, "That son of a..." The literary bell tolls, and it's the second toll, for heaven's sake. Spitting out his beloved braised knuckle, the headmaster sprang to his feet, his excitement causing him to stumble over his own feet, collapsing to the ground. "Ouch!" He cried out in pain, but at that moment, he could not care less about the blood gushing from his nose, scrambling to rush towards the literary bell pavilion, tears streaming down his face. The literary bell could not be rung by mere human effort. It only tolled when a notable work was born, where literary and talent intertwined, causing heaven and earth to resonate, thus birthing the sound of the bell. 30 years, do you know how I have endured these 30 years? I shall not disappoint the old headmaster's wishes. Let the literary bell ring once more after 30 years, and the second toll. A prefectural masterpiece soon, the headmaster arrived at the literary bell pavilion. This moment, the Wenzhong pavilion was already teeming with people, filled with scholars from the academy and a few learned masters in the eyes of every scholar and master. There was an expression of astonishment as they stared blankly at the ancient bell hanging within the pavilion. The bell, cast from bronze, had originally been covered in verdigris, but now, under the sound of the two chimes, all the corrosion had vanished, revealing a surface as smooth as a mirror, glimmering with a faint sheen. The sheen appeared as intertwining lines, horizontal and vertical strokes, dots and hooks, seemingly coalescing into some form of characters. "The dean has arrived. The dean, have you finally composed the second half of the poem that has troubled you for half a lifetime? How splendid!" "The two chimes of the bell represent the essence of the Guanfu," exclaimed several scholars and masters in unison, expressing their inner shock while simultaneously praising the old dean. "Silence, breathe softly. Do not disturb the manifestation of the Guanfu masterpiece upon the bell," admonished Dean Chendaji. Immediately, all scholars and masters held their breath, not daring to offend the literary brilliance emanating from the bell. Soon, as the literary energy flowed smoothly from the bell, large characters emerged. In the still of the night, with lamps alight and roosters crowing, it is the time for a young man to study. With black hair, unaware of the need for diligent study, one only regrets too late with white hair. With a gentle hum, the bell swayed, sending forth waves of profound literary energy that spread outward like ripples on water. It is indeed a poem encouraging learning. A poem from the Guanfu. Ha ha ha. Should Academy finally possesses a poem that surpasses all others in promoting scholarship. Dean Chundiji wept tears of joy, resembling a playful old child who had received a cherished toy. "What are you all still doing? This is the literary energy summoned by the Guanfu poem. pure and easily absorbed. This energy could replace a year of your diligent studies. Sit down and absorb it. Dean Shendaji hurriedly urged the scholars and masters to take their seats and contemplate the profound meanings contained within this poem, so as to absorb the literary energy emanating from the bell. The scholars and masters quickly crossed their legs to sit down. Some chose to transcribe, while others opted to recite in an instant. The sound of reading filled the Wenzhong pavilion. Dean Shendaji observed the two streams of literary energy swirling above the bell's surface, resembling two divine dragons. The essence of literature is manifesting. This is a literary rainbow that traverses the state. Our Should Academy, under the protection of the sages, has been fortunate enough to receive the Guanfu poem from the heavenly sound. We are grateful to the heavens. Let the people of the state witness this. Dean Shendaji shot forth a stream of literary energy towards the bell, and the two streams of literary energy above the bell intertwined and soared into the sky, bursting forth in the heavens like shooting stars, spanning from Yong'an Prefecture to Nanxiang Prefecture. On this day, within the borders of Yong'an Prefecture, a farmer, facing the earth with his back to the sky, felt something stir within him. He looked up at the sky, where the literary rainbow arched across, nourishing the land, and couldn't he help but choke back tears. Literary energy heralds a bountiful year. The traveling merchant wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking of his final cargo run before reuniting with his family. Occasionally glancing up, he caught sight of the literary rainbow in the sky and suddenly shed tears. 20 years in the academy, yet unable to grasp the teachings of the sages. I have let down your guidance, abandoning literature for commerce for a decade. Old Dean Should Academy has once again manifested a literary rainbow. You have successors. An official lounging in a recliner under the sun, upon seeing the shooting star-like literary rainbow, was so startled that he fell from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. A masterpiece has emerged from the academy. Literary fortunes are flourishing, nourishing the land and ushering in wealth. Which academy has produced such a remarkable work? A laborer, carrying bricks and honing his strength, suddenly felt a surge of vitality. Instinctively looking up, he was taken aback by the literary rainbow, collapsing to the ground in shock. The way of literature, has the way of martial arts truly reached its end? Meanwhile, on the sports field of Should Academy, Fang Qingxue and the injured master Zhang Dong, who had only just arrived at the academy, heard the two resounding chimes of the bell. Soon after, two streams of literary energy shot into the sky like meteors traversing the state. Fang Qingxue and Master Zhang Dong were both shaken to their cores. Has the dean finally composed the Guanfu poem? After 30 years, the dean has finally left a mark in the literary realm. This is cause for celebration. Under the influence of the literary energy, Master Zhang Dong felt his injuries alleviated significantly, his spirit rejuvenated. A smile appeared on Fang Qingxue's face. With the dean's immense talent, I may very well succeed in the provincial examination next year and achieve the highest honors. Isn't this a certainty, Scholar Fang? Master Zhang Dong smiled faintly. The dean's masterpiece is a boon for all scholars at Should Academy, and the literary fortunes of Nanxiang Prefecture will surely ascend to new heights. As the scene unfolded, the old master, Pu Guochang, was already terrified beyond measure, secretly instructing his attendant, Pu Shisan, to carry him down the mountain in stealth. Quietly escaping on their descent, both Pu Guochang and Pu Shisan beheld the literary rainbow spanning the sky. Overcome with shame and jealousy, Pu Guochang felt his heart burn with envy, while the martial artist Pu Shisan, filled with youthful vigor, stumbled, sending both tumbling down the cliff. Pu Shisan, I curse you. At this moment, the esteemed Master Zheng El and Master Li witnessed a series of extraordinary phenomena, slowly regaining their composure. Yet their hearts remained unsettled. The other scholars looked utterly bewildered, scratching their heads and murmuring, "Why has the air suddenly grown so quiet?" Unbeknownst to Ning Hao, the one responsible for all this, he too was in a state of confusion. What is this? The sound of the bell again, and a literary rainbow. What on earth has transpired? Ning Hao sifted through the memories of the original owner, finding nothing related, having never encountered anything like this before. With a puzzled expression, Ning Hao asked, "Esteemed Master, Master Li, what has happened?" Master Zheng, equally perplexed, queried, "You do not know?" Ning Hao shook his head, "I truly do not know." Coughing lightly, Master Li interjected, "Master Zheng, my student Ning Hao has been solely focused on his studies, having yet to engage with many matters of the literary realm. However, he has now become a Confucian scholar, and I shall nurture him diligently." Furrowing his brow, Master Jing El retorted, "When did Ning Hao become your student? He is clearly a pupil of my Li Gui Tang." What?" Both Master Li and Ning Hao exclaimed simultaneously. Master Li's face flushed crimson as he insisted, "Ning Hao is truly my student. Just ask him." He winked at Ning Hao, jokingly implying, with the talent to compose a Guanfu poem after just entering the 9th rank, he possesses the potential of a great scholar. If I could be his master, I would gladly accept any fate. Yes, Master Li is naturally the master of the student. Ning Hao opened his mouth, only to feel the stern gaze of Master Jing El upon him, making him break into a cold sweat. He quickly added, "Of course, the master is also the student's master." "Indeed." Master Jing El's expression remained stoic, yet a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes as he regarded Ning Hao, his gaze inexplicably softening. What's happening with Jing El and Master Li? Could it be that the poem encouraging learning by Yin Zhenqing has led both masters to recognize me as a literary genius? Ning Hao speculated within himself. At that moment, Ning Hao noticed a new prompt appearing in his line of sight. At the age of knowing one's fate, you abandoned martial pursuits for literature, entering the 9th rank, and composed the Guanfu poem with 2 chimes, triggering a random reward of 26 points of righteous energy. Simultaneously, Ning Hao observed his attributes panel. Blood energy, 184, can be enhanced. Martial realm, 9th rank refining body, talent limited, realm locked. Literary energy, 900, 1000, literary realm, 9th rank opening intelligence next realm, 8th rank establishing destiny. Righteous energy, 27 points, system guidance. At 48. Knowing one's fate, now stepping forward anew, choose to allocate literary energy points. After accumulating enough points, you can advance to the next literary realm. Nonsense. Ning Hao dismissed the guidance with a wave of his hand. This time, he didn't even feel like mentioning maxing out blood energy. The system was rather abstract. If it spoke up, it would probably allocate everything to literary energy, leading him to the 8th rank in no time. Achieving the 8th rank so quickly would surely embarrass all those scholarly elites in the academy. "Ning Hao, are you all right?" Master Li, noticing Ning Hao lost in thought for a moment, called out softly. Concern etched on his face. "Oh, I'm fine." Gurgling sounds emerged as Ning Hao came back to his senses, realizing he was somewhat hungry. He then remarked, "Master, I should have passed the assessment by now. May I enter the academy for a meal?" "Certainly, certainly." Master Li nodded vigorously. "Come, I will take you up the mountain." "Master Li, you continue with the assessment. I will take Ning Hao up," Master Jing El interjected, seemingly unwilling to grant Master Li any opportunity. Turning to Ning Hao, "Ning Hao, come with me up the mountain." Ning Hao glanced at the exasperated yet helpless expression of Master Li, then nodded. "All right, Master." He hefted the tiger demon's remains onto his shoulder, called for his attendant, Xiao Shuai, bid farewell to Master Li, and followed Master Jing El up the mountain. Master Li seethed with frustration. Isn't Jing El a stickler for rules, only seeing things in black and white? Isn't he just as much a worldly person as I am, even robbing my student? How shameless! Unable to contain himself, Master Li glared at the bewildered scholars, brandishing his ruler. "It's all your fault for hindering me from ascending the mountain. Li Si, have you thought of a solution yet? No, then take off your pants." Smack, smack. Ning Hao and the attendant Xiao Shuai followed Master Jing El up the mountain, where the latter remained silent throughout their journey. Ning Hao harbored no intention of ingratiating himself. The scholar's temperament was inherently aloof, radiating an aura that discouraged approach. Soon, the group arrived at the academy, perched on the hillside, characterized by a layout of 4 halls, 2 gardens, and a pavilion. The so-called 4 halls comprise the Hall of Learning for literary pursuits and examinations, the Hall of Confucianism for the cultivation of scholarly virtues and the vanquishing of malevolent spirits, the Hall of Regulations for overseeing the conduct of scholars and upholding the academy's rules, and the Hall of Benevolence, where scholars could undertake tasks in exchange for rewards and resources. The 2 gardens included the dining garden for meals and the sleeping garden for rest, while the pavilion was known as the Wanzhong Pavilion. With the directions of the 4 halls diverging, Ning Hao resolved to first visit the Hall of Benevolence to exchange the ghostly skin and the tiger demon's remains for silver coins, Before heading to the dining garden for a meal, as Ning Hao prepared to bid farewell to the scholar Zheng Lu. The latter unexpectedly proclaimed, "Ning Hao, from this day forth, you shall be my student." Taken aback, Ning Hao found it bewildering. He had intended to initiate the process of withdrawal from the academy in the next couple of days. How could the head of the Hall of Regulations, Zheng Lu, utter such an outlandish statement? The Hall of Regulations did not accept students. It functioned as the enforcement arm of the academy. Zheng Lu, akin to a wandering specter, roamed the academy's corridors, and just as one might be caught peering at a female scholar's bath, one could just as easily encounter Zheng Lu's formidable visage in popular gossip. Zheng Lu was rumored to be a living embodiment of Yama, the king of the underworld. The notion of him accepting students was unprecedented and utterly unheard of. With an uncharacteristically gentle demeanor, Zheng Lu stated, "Hand over the tiger demon's remains and the ghostly skin to me. I shall assist you in completing the task. The rewards will be converted into benevolent points for you. You and your attendant should return to the sleeping garden to wash and change, and then proceed to the dining garden to eat." Before Ning Hao could respond, Zheng Lu took the tiger demon's remains, effortlessly lifting them with a single hand, not through brute strength, but with the subtlety of scholarly prowess. A flicker of unease crossed Ning Hao's mind at the thought of potential intermediaries, yet he reassured himself. After all, Zheng Lu, the esteemed scholar second only to the academy's head, Chan Detzi, had no reason to deceive him over such trifling resources. "Thank you, esteemed scholar." Ning Hao bowed respectfully, contemplating the need for a bath to rid himself of the lingering stench of demon blood before dining. However, a pang of worry struck him. What if he arrived too late and found no food left? "Esteemed scholar, will there still be food in the dining garden, such a late hour?" he inquired. Having only consumed a single bun with his attendant, Xiao Shuai, he had been famished throughout the day. "Rest assured, there will be dinner arranged for you," Zheng Lu replied without turning around. Chapter 19. Please? This way. How astonishing it is that the poetry of our ancient sages is so exceptional. Even the living Yama grants me special favor. Ning Hao was utterly taken aback, pondering what would happen if another verse were to be recited. Would the scholars become unhinged? "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed scholar." He cast a reluctant glance at the tiger demon's remains and the ghostly skin, feigning nonchalance about his concerns. As a newly minted 9th-tier martial artist, he was in dire need of funds, and both the remains and the skin represented a substantial monetary value. "Let us go, Xiao Shuai." Noticing Zheng Lu heading toward the Hall of Benevolence with the tiger demon's remains, he accompanied his attendant to the sleeping garden. As night fell, the Hall of Benevolence had already closed for business, with only a few part-time scholars remaining to handle the administrative tasks related to benevolent deeds. Zheng Lu entered, carrying the remains. The elderly scholar, engrossed in his abacus, did not look up as he stated, "The Hall of Benevolence is closed. According to Academy regulations, please return tomorrow for task assignments and registrations. It is I." Zheng Lu announced. "Esteemed scholar." "Esteemed scholar." The elderly scholars behind the counter jolted in surprise, hastily setting down their ink brushes and abacuses to bow deeply. Upon seeing the tiger demon's remains, their eyes lit up. Earlier in the day, a local official had sent word seeking assistance from the academy regarding a 7th-tier tiger demon sighted outside the city. Could this possibly be that very beast? Truly remarkable, esteemed scholar. With one strike, the tiger demon has met its demise. We shall proceed with the registration on your behalf. Based on the contributions of the 7th-tier demon, it can be converted to 700 points of benevolence, or exchanged for 700 taels of silver. Additionally, the material value of the 7th-tier tiger demon's remains, its brow shattered, its head nearly destroyed, and numerous broken bones, amounts to either 1,000 taels of silver or 1,000 points of benevolence. The 2 pieces of ghostly skin can also be converted into benevolence points. The scholars busily calculated, each with a specific role. Zheng Lu interjected, "No need to calculate further. Let us total it to 2,000 points of benevolence." "Very well. Shall we record it under your name, esteemed scholar?" "Under Ning Hao's name." "Under Ning Hao?" The elderly scholar paused, exchanging glances with his peers, seemingly inquiring as to who Ning Hao was. His name echoed with the implication of a scholar who had never engaged in benevolent deeds. The elderly scholars peered at Zheng Lu, sensing that tonight's esteemed scholar was decidedly out of the ordinary. The tiger demon and the ghostly skin were both vanquished by him. Is there an issue? None at all. We will proceed with the registration. The scholars, though astonished, swiftly recorded the details. Ning Hao's benevolence ledger, benevolence points, 2,000. Zheng Lu then appeared to recall something, asking, how many tiger demons have been slain since I issued the task to eliminate them several years ago? Please hold that I have found the records. Aside from a couple of years ago when scholars completed the task, there have been no sightings of tiger demons since. In total, 3 have been slain. Today's 7th-tier tiger demon is the most formidable we've encountered thus far. Zheng Lu nodded, declaring, from this day forth, the task of slaying tigers is hereby rescinded. Understood. The elderly scholar acknowledged, then curiously inquired, esteemed scholar, what fuels your intense animosity toward tiger demons? Zheng Lu's gaze suddenly turned icy, the atmosphere around them seemingly plummeting to a freezing point. The elderly scholars shivered, their teeth chattering in fright, their faces paling. It was not until Zheng Lu departed that they dared to exhale deeply, furtively wiping their brows. Soon after, another scholar entered, but as he stepped into the hall of benevolence, he was met with the stern face of the elderly scholar. According to academy rules, the hours have passed. Please return tomorrow, but someone just entered. That was the esteemed scholar. The new scholar felt his hair stand on end, quickly retracting his foot and tiptoeing away in the dining garden. The cooks and kitchen staff responsible for the meals of the academy scholars were washing dishes. Preparing to end their shifts, Zheng Lu entered the dining area. The dishwashing staff, not lifting their heads, remarked, according to academy regulations, mealtime has concluded. We cannot accommodate latecomers, and there are no leftover dishes. As the cooks continued their work, Zheng Lu recited a list of dishes: braised pork knuckle, zhang's dongan chicken, spicy blood stew, stir-fried beef, all freshly cooked. I say, you scholars, your heads. The cook, ready to retort, halted mid-sentence upon realizing it was Zheng Lu. Quickly altering his words, your head is indeed quite sharp, esteemed scholar. Can you prepare them? Certainly, we shall begin at once. The cook, now serious, summoned the other kitchen staff to assist in preparing the ingredients, with the esteemed scholar desiring a meal. How could they refuse? After all, everyone knew that the Academy of Shud was the ancestral estate of Zheng Lu. Zheng Lu activated the culinary array within the dining hall, illuminating the entire space. He summoned several assistants and instructed, the scholar named Ning Hao and his attendant shall dine here shortly. No one else is permitted entry. Proceed according to Academy regulations. The assistants nodded in unison. Yes, esteemed scholar. After ensuring everything was in order, Zheng Lu departed the dining area to conduct his routine inspections throughout the academy. Strangely, the academy appeared unusually quiet. With the new term commencing tomorrow, could it be that all the scholars were kept outside? Having washed and donned a fresh scholar's robe, Ning Hao, accompanied by Xiao Shuai, made his way to the dining area. Along the way, they encountered scarcely any fellow scholars, which struck Ning Hao as odd. Young master, stop worrying. You took too long to wash up. The dining hall is probably closed by now. The time has long passed. Xiao Shuai scolded Ning Hao for his slow washing, his own stomach growling in protest. With a light tap on Xiao Shuai's head, Ning Hao admonished, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? You can't blame it on me. Xiao Shuai, pouting, muttered, but young master, you once said, the world is vast, but a good meal is paramount. Wasn't that implying that the meal was more important than the young master himself? He felt quite aggrieved. Ning Hao fell silent, then quickened his pace. Indeed, a good meal was of utmost importance. Upon reaching the dining garden, they discovered it ablaze with light. The air rich with the aroma of meat. Not only was the dining hall open, but the food was also enticing. Had the scholars returning to the academy been feasting on delicacies today? Ning Hao was pleasantly surprised, planning to indulge himself thoroughly. Typically, his meals consisted of either boiled tofu or tofu soup, or perhaps pan-fried tofu. There was meat, yet merely a scant amount of minced meat. The reasoning was that the academy sought to economize and better cultivated scholars, asserting that ordinary scholars could endure a bit of hardship. However, the Confucian scholars must not be wronged. Halt. According to the regulations of the academy, the mealtime has passed, and no scholar is permitted to enter. Please leave. The kitchen assistant stood at the entrance, a stern expression on his face, blocking the oncoming Ning Hao and his attendant, Xiao Shuai. Ning Hao replied, but the lights are still on, aren't they? My attendant and I have not eaten all day. A few small coins were discreetly slipped into the assistant's hand. Ning Hao, having no grievances nor enmity, had no intention of using brute force. Even a warrior must understand the subtleties of human relations. What are you doing? Are you testing the kitchen assistant with this? What is your name, daring to openly bribe? I shall report this to the master. The assistant felt his dignity was insulted and seized Ning Hao, intent on reporting him. Ning Hao quickly interjected, "Wait, it was the master who sent me." The assistant halted. Turning to Ning Hao, "Ning Hao? You know me?" Ning Hao was astonished. As a mere inconspicuous student at the academy, he had not expected this kitchen assistant to know his name. The assistant shivered, quickly donning a fawning smile. "Please, sir, come inside." Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. Chapter 20. The law must be enforced, and enforcement must be rigid. Ning Hao ate awkwardly, feeling a bit constrained. The kitchen staff in the dining hall were more enthusiastic than the waitstaff at the tavern below, serving tea and introducing dishes with the fervor of hosting esteemed guests. Yet, Ning Hao was acutely aware that prior to this, he had been merely a faceless student at the academy. "Young master." "Heh, it's truly delightful." "Chomp, chomp." The attendant, Xiao Shuai, gnawed on a pig's trotter, his mouth greasy, exclaiming, "I've lived this long and never tasted such delicious trotter." "Young master, am I dreaming?" Ning Hao smiled. "If it's good, eat as much as you like." "This isn't a dream. Dreams can't be so indulgent." The entire dining hall glimmered for you amidst the night, which was quite absurd. "Uncle, you treat us so well. Won't it violate the academy's regulations?" Ning Hao, having finished a pig's trotter, inquired with concern. "Regulations?" The kitchen staff, serving tea and water, paused for a moment before chuckling. "Only if the master says it's a violation. As it happens, this meal was indeed at the master's behest." The assistant couldn't help but marvel. It was clear that a scholar capable of eliciting such leniency from the master was no ordinary student, kind-hearted and pleasant in speech. Ning Hao fell silent. Truly, this was the doing of Master Zhengel. This formidable figure maintained the academy's regulations to instill fear in the scholars, yet now broke them for him. Why? Aside from promoting the learning of poetry, could it be that he finds me handsome and has a daughter waiting in the boudoir? Ning Hao couldn't help but speculate. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the dining hall. Why are we not allowed to enter? Because the mealtime has passed? The dining hall is brightly lit, and there are still 2 people inside eating. You tell me it's past the time? Dishes such as braised pig trotter, spicy hot pot, dong and chicken, and beef wafted enticingly. You truly lack understanding. Those scholars who had just finished their contemplation of the poem promoting learning in Wenzhong Pavilion felt somewhat hungry and intended to rest before rising again the next day to eat. Ordinarily, at this hour, the dining hall would have long since closed. However, upon hearing that the lights were still on and the aroma of meat was wafting out, those famished scholars could no longer withstand their hunger. Their stomachs growled as they hurried to the dining hall, only to be halted at the entrance. If there were no one inside dining, it would be understandable not to let them in. But to find a scholar and an attendant inside, feasting on a large pig trotter, could they bear this? We strictly adhere to the academy's regulations in the dining hall, once mealtime has passed. It is indeed past. All scholars, please return. It is late, and do not disturb the other scholars' night studies. The kitchen assistant insisted they were acting according to the academy's rules and would not make exceptions for anyone. The starving scholars retorted, "But there are people inside eating. Are they ghosts? Can't you see them?" The kitchen assistant replied, "We strictly adhere to the academy's regulations." "All right, if that's how it is, I shall go report to the master." "I will go too." Unable to endure such unfair treatment, the group of scholars decided to report the dining hall to the regulation hall. They hastily made their way there, not forgetting to point at the kitchen assistant. "Warning you're doomed." After the scholars departed, Ning Hao couldn't help but worry for Master Zhengel. Breaking the law is a grave offense. "Xiao Shuai, hurry and eat." Ning Hao urged his attendant to eat quickly, trying to buy some time for Master Zhengel. "Yes, young master." Chomp, chomp. Xiao Shuai stuffed food into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up like a starving ghost reincarnate. Ning Hao contemplated that Xiao Shuai didn't eat poorly at the Ning residence. His father was the steward, and his mother was the cook. There was no way the food could be inadequate. "Do not worry. The master only upholds the rules. This dinner can only be for you and your attendant," which is also a rule. The assistant reassured Ning Hao. "Indeed. Ning Hao thought this made sense and continued to pick up a piece of trotter. How delightful! At this moment, in the regulation hall, Master Jing'el had just returned from his rounds. Having completed some matters, he took out the Academy's regulations, preparing to make some amendments. For instance, in cases where the dining hall had closed after mealtime, specific scholars could be permitted to enter and dine. The kitchen staff could prepare dishes based on the day's offerings, keeping records of meal and overtime expenses to be settled at the end of the month. Furthermore, in short, Master Jing'el believed the regulations were outdated and needed moderate revisions to keep pace with the times. Master, are you there? We wish to report. Suddenly, Master Jing'el heard a commotion outside, his brows furrowing as he rose to investigate. Outside the regulation hall stood 7 or 8 Confucian scholars, each filled with righteous indignation, their emotions particularly heightened. What are you doing here at this late hour instead of studying? Do you not realize this affects other scholars? According to Article 12 of the Academy's regulations, before Master Jing'el could finish his sentence, the leading scholar could no longer contain himself and interjected sternly, "You still have time to talk to us about the regulations, but in the dining hall, after mealtime, there are still scholars inside dining. We believe the kitchen staff has violated the regulations. You must go there and impose severe penalties, indeed. Even if the dining hall is open at night, there is a scholar and an attendant inside eating, and they are being served a special meal with pig trotter and beef. We strongly condemn this egregious violation of the regulations and demand the expulsion of the violating scholar." Master Jing'el's frown deepened. Providing the scholars with great confidence, the kitchen staff and that pair of scholar and attendant were doomed. Yet, Master Jing'el nodded and said, "I am already aware and will handle this matter seriously." Excellent. The master enforces the law impartially. We students are in admiration. The existence of the regulation hall gave the scholars a sense of security in their studies. The scholars were particularly excited, feeling a thrill of vengeance. Master Jing'el then stated, "Please leave your names. After all, the act of reporting deserves recognition and encouragement." The scholars' eyes lit up, eagerly revealing their names. "All right, I am Zhao Wenyuan. I am Jin Peng. I am." A few scholars excitedly left their names, anticipating the day they would receive accolades from the Academy, ready to walk with their heads held high. "I have noted everything down. You may return," Master Jing'el said. "Thank you, Master." The scholars bowed and left, chatting and laughing as they departed. Returning to the regulation hall, Master Jing'el took out ink and red paper, beginning to write with the title, "List of Scholars Violating Academy Regulations." Below, he inscribed names such as Zhao Wenyuan, Jin Peng. A series of 7 or 8 names. At the end, he noted the specific regulations they had violated and how they would be punished, emphasizing the principle, the law must be enforced, and enforcement must be rigid. This was the core tenet of the regulation hall, which would not relent for anyone. Chapter 21. Ning Hao cultivates martial arts, transforming his fist into a tiger. Half an hour later, Ning Hao and his attendant Xiao Shui had their fill, bidding farewell to the kitchen staff as they left the dining hall and returned to the sleeping hall. Although Ning Hao was currently a 9th grade scholar in the awakening realm, the academy had not yet arranged for a room change, so he continued to sleep in his previous dormitory. The 8-person bunk had 4 sleeping on each side. However, due to the recent end of the clothing holiday, some students had not yet ascended the mountain, possibly having been dissuaded by Master Li or temporarily delayed in their arrival. Thus, Ning Hao felt that he would sleep quite comfortably tonight. "Young master, I will light the lamp for you. It is time for night study." The attendant Xiao Shui lit the oil lamp and prepared the books for Ning Hao's night study. The reading schedule specified which book to read on which day, and the attendant had to remember and remind him. The young master's reading skills had a certain influence on the attendant as well. Extinguish the lamp and sleep. Reading? Who still reads when they have become a warrior? All right, young master. Whoosh! Xiao Shui decisively blew out the oil lamp, yawning widely, and burrowed into the bedding, quickly falling asleep. The faint sound of snoring began. So soon? Ning Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. No wonder the original owner had lagged behind in studies. How could one not fall behind with such an attendant? Not reading did not mean he intended to sleep. With no one else in the dormitory tonight, Ning Hao lit the oil lamp, picked up the martial arts book Tiger Form Fist he had purchased from the literary and martial study, and began to study earnestly. The Tiger Form Fist was the foundational fist technique for martial artists entering the ranks. The content comprises a series of illustrations depicting boxing techniques, accompanied by annotations. These annotations do not instruct the martial artist on how to fine-tune specific movements. Rather, they guide the practitioner to ensure that, while maintaining the posture, the internal flow of vital energy must be directed to a certain position. The synergy of martial arts and the explosive release of this vital energy is what constitutes true martial skill. Otherwise, it merely amounts to superficial displays of empty forms. Interestingly, this particular volume on tiger-style boxing was originally an ordinary martial art, yet its former owner seemed to possess ulterior motives, deliberately adding annotations to the illustrations. Instructing martial artists on how to harness their vital energy, thus elevating tiger-style boxing from mere technique to a genuine martial prowess. Ninghao's willingness to invest in this martial arts book stems from its straightforwardness. However, the shopkeeper Lei does not grasp the true value of this tome. For those who are not martial artists will inevitably fail to earn money beyond their understanding. A knowing smile crept across Ninghao's face. Perhaps when Lei acquired the book, he only glanced at the annotations at the back, concluding it was a basic boxing technique bought for 15 taels of silver, which ultimately led him to successfully purchase it for 18 taels. Martial artists utilize medicinal herbs to refine their bodies, channeling vital energy to their dantian, thereby opening their energy seas to attain the 9th rank of martial prowess. Many individuals with poor martial aptitude find themselves trapped for a lifetime in the process of opening their energy seas. Ninghao felt a swell of pride. Indeed, he possessed the merit to be proud, for not everyone can progress from an outsider to directly opening their energy sea to the 9th rank in such a short span of time. Take, for instance, Park Guochang's martial servant, a counterfeit martial artist whose vital energy stagnated at 99 points, indicating that he had not opened his energy sea and was thus incapable of accommodating more vital energy. First this way, then that way. Ninghao held the martial arts book in one hand, gesturing with the other, memorizing how to maneuver his vital energy to the crucial points before placing the book down and commencing his training. The vital energy surged, muscles bulged. Ninghao's physique was lithe and powerful, his hands transforming into tiger claws. As he moved, his vital energy surged forth, echoing the roar of a tiger within him. This boxing technique was ferocious and agile, executed with the force of a deluge, as swift as a tiger emerging from its lair, and as stealthy as a tiger lying in the grass, with lethal strikes akin to a tiger ambushing a goat. At that moment, Ninghao's body proportions were nothing short of perfect, resembling a humanoid tiger. Any seasoned martial artist observing him would undoubtedly think, this child is a natural-born martial talent. As Ninghao continued to punch. He noticed his vital energy was visibly increasing. For every 10 points of vital energy he gained, his Howren righteousness diminished by 1 point. The current status read as follows. Vital energy, 194, upgradable, martial realm. 9th rank body refinement, talent restricted. Realm locked, talent value, 9001000. Cultural realm, 9th rank opening of the aperture next realm. 8th rank establishing life, Howren righteousness, 26 points. What exactly is Howren righteousness? It seems to convert vital energy and talent at a ratio of 1 to 10. From the perspective of energy conservation and equivalent exchange, this essence must exist within me. Ninghao was oblivious to the origins of the system, yet he harbored no belief in advanced technology. This felt more like a manifestation of a certain Tao. However, a mistake occurred during the manifestation process, resulting in the system existing in an abstract state 30 years into the future. Ninghao did not dwell on these thoughts. His mind solely focused on tiger-style boxing. Yet, as he practiced, he began to sense something amiss. He felt as if he were transforming into a tiger. Surely, this must be an illusion. Who could possibly cultivate tiger-style boxing and turn into a tiger? Meanwhile, as Ninghao practiced the martial skill tiger-style boxing, the scholars of Should Academy experienced unusual occurrences during their night studies. Oddly, during their evening recitation of sage texts, there was no accumulation of talent. There had been before. Fong Qingxue set down her book, her brows slightly furrowed. Sister Fong, have you noticed? Earlier this evening, while I was copying the poem Encouragement of Learning, there was talent accumulation, yet now it seems ineffective. Sisters Yifei and Fong, did you hear the roar of a tiger? Just now, while I was reading, I couldn't shake the feeling that a tiger's roar was echoing in my mind. A female scholar sat cross-legged on her bed, her thin garments barely concealing her discomfort as she rubbed her forehead. Fong Qingxue nodded slightly, Indeed, such occurrences were not isolated. Nearly all the scholars studying Confucianism that night experienced similar phenomena, and they vaguely heard the sound of a tiger's roar. That night, the Confucian scholars of Should Academy found themselves unable to sleep, deciding to report the situation to their master at dawn. After all, if they could not absorb talent through study, how could they hope to improve their cultivation in Confucianism? The following morning, in the sleeping quarters of Master Zhang Dong's small courtyard, after receiving the pill from the academy's dean, Chen Daji, and having his talent nourished, Zhang Dong had almost fully recovered from his injuries, enabling him to walk freely and teach without needing to take leave. Oh, a letter? After rising, Zhang Dong noticed a letter on the table by the window, arousing his curiosity. Who could have delivered a letter in the dead of night? He had no inkling. One could easily surmise that the sender's Confucian cultivation far surpassed his own. If they harbored ill intentions, Zhang Dong felt a chill run down his spine, carefully opening the letter. His expression gradually shifting to one of bewilderment, even confusion. What is this? The handwriting in the letter was unmistakably that of the esteemed Master Jing'el. Strangely, the contents of the letter read, "From today onward, Ning Hao is no longer your student. Jing'el?" Master Zhang Dong was utterly perplexed. Why was Master Jing'el concerned with the seemingly unremarkable Ning Hao? This was unusual. Master Zhang had never openly shown concern for any student in the academy, and Fang Qingxue had only paid him covert attention, delivering a letter in the dead of night merely to poach a student. Wasn't it said that Ning Hao relied on his family's resources to cultivate, which was deemed inferior? Zhang Dong scoffed. Is it merely Ning Hao? That servant, who does not treat his master as a person, is of no concern to me. Chapter 22. Whose poem is this? According to the academy's rules, relinquishing a student requires a written agreement to sever ties completely, preventing future transgressions by either the student or the master that could incur joint responsibility. Master Zhang Dong recalled this stipulation. Given that the letter was penned by Master Jing'el himself, a written agreement was indeed necessary. Without hesitation, Master Zhang Dong took out his writing materials and composed the document with great flourish, preparing to present it to Master Jing'el at the academy's morning assembly. After drying the ink, he admired the neat and elegant script, nodding to himself, what a fine handwriting. Meanwhile, in the academy's book chamber, aside from Master Jing'el, Master Zhang Dong, and Master Li, the other 7 masters had gathered, their spirits high. The white-haired Dean Shendaji, seemingly rejuvenated by a decade, donned his Confucian robe and smiled as he welcomed the arriving masters. He then paused, asking, "Where are Masters Zheng and Li?" Zhang Dong's absence was understandable, considering his injuries from battling demons, but the absence of Masters Jing'el and Li was peculiar. Did they not care to find out which master authored the poem that resonated throughout the academy? The resonance of the literary bell was only found in the finest academies in the county, and Should Academy was precisely the most prestigious in Yingyang County. Therefore, the literary bells ringing at Should Academy must have stemmed from a masterpiece by one of the masters from Yingyang County. Indeed, the masters from Yingyang County were currently gathered in his academy. Master Jing'el, indifferent to fame and fortune, had little interest in poetry and prose, while Master Li was preoccupied with assessing students' writings. "Dean, let us not wait for them. Quickly present the poem Encouragement of Learning for us to appreciate and understand your insights," they urged. Indeed, now that this poem has emerged, it has captured the attention of scholars throughout Nanxiang Prefecture, and other academies are likely inquiring about which institution produced this remarkable work. Congratulations, Dean. Congratulations. Oh, Dean, please don't keep it to yourself. We Haven Tea slept all night, eagerly awaiting to observe your literary masterpiece. The masters all assumed that the poem demonstrating exceptional talent was authored by the dean, especially since he had hinted at the creation of a remarkable poem long ago, though the specifics were lost to time. However, now that the literary bell had sounded, it indicated that a Confucian scholar from Yingyang County had composed it.as for the entire Yingyang Prefecture. Only Dean Shendaji possessed such exceptional talent. Congratulations to me? Dean Shendaji momentarily hesitated, realizing that the emergence of a poem showcasing remarkable talent was indeed worthy of celebration. But point one of you seems rather unethical. Tio have crafted such a brilliant piece yet kept it hidden. Hoping to surprise me, he chuckled lightly, stroking his beard, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the other masters, curious to discover which one of them was playing coy. Clearly, one of them had produced the remarkable poem but was reluctant to step forward. What? Isn't this poem yours, Dean? The masters were left dumbfounded. They had been teaching and nurturing students for years, having long since lost the inclination for such poetic pursuits. Dean Chundaji's smile gradually faded as he glanced at the other masters. None of you? The masters exchanged glances. Old Lu, didn't you mention you were recently studying poetry? Surely it must be you. Well done. You've concealed it well, Old Chun. It really wasn't me. My poetry is not worthy of the stage. If it were my work, I fear my ancestors would be smoking in their graves. That makes sense. Old Ding, could it be you? I teach the study of prose. I know nothing of this. After much deliberation among the scholars, it became evident that none of them had authored the poem in question. Alas! Dean Shindaji abruptly slapped his thigh, his expression darkening inexplicably as he muttered, could it possibly be that a great Confucian, wandering from afar, happened to be in the vicinity of Ingyang County and inspired, composed such a profound poem? The scholars exchanged glances, nodding slightly in agreement. It made sense. In a remote and impoverished place like Ingyang County, it was indeed unlikely to possess such literary heritage. 30 years prior, the former dean had poured his heart and soul into crafting a poem of remarkable brilliance, ensuring the Academy's name would endure through the ages. Now, merely 30 years later, such literary prowess could not be expected to emerge swiftly from this locale. Sighing deeply, the once radiant Dean Shindaji appeared to age significantly in an instant. Would the great Confucian truly present them with an authentic piece? One of the scholars, feeling a twinge of compassion, consoled him, Dean, is it not true that Master Day and Masters Zhang and Li have yet to arrive? I suspect Master Zhang, having suffered a grave injury, may indeed be the author of this poem, for in moments of near death, one often experiences profound insights, much like our esteemed Dean did in his time. Yes, it must surely be Master Zhang, exclaimed another. I had already suspected as much. He is responsible for guiding the ordinary scholars, always encouraging them to read more. Thus, this exhortation to learning must be tied to him. The more they considered it, the more convinced they became. Dean Shindaji's countenance brightened once again as he hastily declared, Quick, summon Master Zhang Dong to us. He believed wholeheartedly in the scholar's reasoning, certain that the poem was indeed the work of Master Zhang Dong. Promotion? It was imperative to elevate him, to associate the likes of Feng Qingxue with his name, thereby achieving a mutually beneficial outcome, a tale for the ages. Did the dean call for me? Just then, Master Zhang Dong arrived. Having overheard the dean's request, his curiosity piqued. Congratulations, Master Zhang, they chimed. Who would have thought you were so modest, concealing your talents like a hermit, earning our admiration? How fares your injury, Master Zhang? I possess a family remedy. The scholars, upon seeing Zhang Dong enter the study, immediately began to express their concern for his well-being. Master Zhang, Dean Shan turned to him, reproaching, why did you not mention your condition during last night's treatment? How long were you planning to keep it hidden? Dean, you all know? Master Zhang Dong was drenched in cold sweat. Taken aback that Dean Chen was aware of his martial background, a gasp rippled through the assembly of scholars. Observing Zhang Dong's reaction, it became clear that the poem of remarkable brilliance was indeed his creation. Dean Shindaji stroked his beard, chuckling with delight, and extended his hand, saying, What are you waiting for? Quickly present it. Very well, Master Zhang Dong. Not bothering to consider whether Master Jing El was present, hastily produced the document, explaining, Dean, I intended to clarify the situation, but it is a long story. After spending time together, I developed a sense of compassion. Please believe in my genuine affection for the Academy. My heart for Should Academy is encapsulated within this. It detailed his reasons for severing ties with Ning Hao, citing the latter's lack of ambition, peculiar disposition, and reckless nature, as well as his inclination towards martial pursuits, and his failure to act as a proper student. Ultimately, it stated that henceforth, Ning Hao would no longer be his student. With the document serving as proof, Dean Shandaji received it with trembling hands, his excitement palpable. Gulp. The scholars swallowed hard, their focus riveted on the document. Master Zhang Dong, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, is this truly necessary? It seems Ning Hao has committed a grave error, but thankfully, I severed ties swiftly, so was Master Du assisting me. Just as Master Zhang Dong was privately rejoicing, Dean Shindaji solemnly began to unfold the document. He forced himself to suppress his inner excitement, preparing to squint, for the poem of remarkable brilliance would radiate an aura of talent. Moreover, if the manuscript were folded, its brilliance would be contained. Once revealed, it would burst forth with blinding light, akin to steam escaping from a pot. However, upon opening the document, the anticipated spectacle failed to materialize, and he widened his half-closed eyes. What on earth is this? The scholars stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Where was the expected aura of talent? This was, after all, a poem exhorting to learning of exceptional merit. Master Zhang Dong stammered. This is merely the document severing my relationship with scholar Ning Hao. Is it not what you sought, Dean? Smack! Dean Shindaji, furious, flung the document to the ground, his chest heaving as he exclaimed, "What I desire is the genuine manuscript of the poem of remarkable brilliance. Master Zhang, are you attempting to deceive me with this? Furthermore, what of this scholar Ning Hao, who dabbles in martial arts, acts recklessly, lacks focus, and is unworthy of cultivation? Why do you continue to keep him in the academy?" Several scholars hurried forward to placate Dean Shindaji. "Do not be agitated, Dean. Perhaps Master Zhang has made an error. Master Zhang, do not remain in shock. Quickly, present the genuine manuscript of the poem of remarkable brilliance for the Dean and us to behold." None of the scholars had ever seen the authentic manuscript, their curiosity piqued. Did the bell not chime twice yesterday, indicating it was not the Dean's composition? Master Zhang Dong was momentarily at a loss. The scholars and Dean Shendaji fixed their gazes upon Master Zhang Dong. "Is it not you? Truly not you?" Master Zhang, drenched in cold sweat, replied in bewilderment. "I am merely a humble instructor for the external academy. How could I possess such talent? What leads you to believe I am capable of this? What scholar does not aspire to compose verses that resonate with heaven and earth? The truth is, I lack the ability and fortune for such endeavors, so who could it be?" Dean Shendaji, his anger subsiding somewhat, appeared increasingly despondent, as if mourning a great loss. "It is Ning Hao." The voice of Master Jing'el suddenly echoed through the study. Clad in a blue scholar's robe, he stepped into the chamber, his brows perpetually furrowed, his expression stern, creating an aura that discouraged approach. "What? Ning Hao?" Master Zhang Dong's brow twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Dean, esteemed scholars," Master Jing'el began, his face devoid of emotion as he acknowledged them. "I have overheard your discussions. There is no need for speculation. The poem that caused the bell to chime twice, the poem of remarkable brilliance, was composed by my disciple, Ning Hao, which I witnessed firsthand." "Buzz what? It cannot be. He is but a student, Master Zhang. When did you acquire a disciple?" The scholars felt as if their heads had been struck, their minds reeling from the shock. The poem of remarkable brilliance had originated from a student, not from a seasoned scholar or Confucian sage. Instinctively, they could scarcely believe it. What scholar could possess such talent? Impossible, utterly impossible. Master Zhang Dong remained unconvinced. He had just severed ties with Ning Hao. The dean had declared intentions to expel Ning Hao from the academy. Should he truly be the author of the exhortation to learning, it would drive him to despair. Surely even the ancestors would rise from their coffins to chastise him for missing such a student. Dean Shendaji, equally bewildered, gathered his thoughts and inquired, "Zheng'el, are you saying that the poem exhorting to learning was composed by a scholar of the academy named Ning Hao?" "Indeed," Master Zheng'el affirmed, not concealing the truth. "Hiss!" Dean Shendaji could not suppress a gasp, then urged, quickly, "Summon scholar Ning Hao to us. No, let us go find him." The literary star had descended, a sage's favor bestowed. Should academy possessed such a prodigious talent? How marvelous! Dean Shendaji rose, his spirit rekindled, his excitement causing him to tremble. The scholars were not yet as animated, yet should this be the case, it could only mean a true dragon among scholars had emerged from Shud Academy. Surely he would become a renowned figure, his name echoing across the land. In turn, Dean Shendaji's name would be immortalized in history, forever remembered. Master Zhang Dong queried, "Master Ding, do you possess the complete roster of scholars at the academy? How many Ning Haos do we have?" "One." "Thus, you mean to say, he is my student?" Master Zhang Dong suddenly erupted into laughter, his hands on his hips as he declared, "Ha ha ha! My student is exceptionally gifted and possesses great intuition. With my careful guidance." Master Jing'el, holding the document discarded by Dean Shendaji, interrupted, speaking coolly, When did Ning Hao ever belong to you? You have already severed ties. Master Zhang Dong collapsed onto the floor, his face turning crimson as he pointed at Master Zhang, exclaiming, You have stolen my student. Dean, you must uphold justice. All the external academy scholars are under my tutelage. Ning Hao is truly my student. Master Zhang Dong looked to the dean, hoping he would arbitrate. In that moment, he was filled with regret, wishing to slap himself. Why did he have to produce that document? This was his chance to achieve fame throughout the southern Xiang prefecture, to leave a legacy for the academy, to be a teacher for all scholars. Dean Shendaji cleared his throat, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes as he said, Actually, I have a secret I have not shared with you all. What secret? The scholars were captivated by the dean's words. Ning Hao is my adopted son. Ah? No, Dean, you are 78 years old. Have some dignity. Shameless. The esteemed scholars could no longer restrain their indignation as they sought to forge the closest possible ties with Ning Hao, seemingly disregarding their own dignity. What has become of your noble demeanor, esteemed Dean? What I speak is the truth. Do not doubt my words. Do not leave just yet. Wait for me. Upon noticing the scholars departing in haste, evidently to seek out Ning Hao, the dean hurried after them. At this moment, Ning Hao had donned a white Confucian robe, carefully stowing away the freshly pinned letter of withdrawal, keeping it close at hand. Last night, while practicing the martial art of tiger-style fist, he experienced immense joy. That exhilarating sensation was something the pursuit of knowledge could never provide. Furthermore, he had promised Fang Qingxue in the scholarly hall that he would not disrupt the studies of other scholars. Thus, today he must withdraw from the academy. He also planned to seek out Master Zheng Lu to reclaim the funds for slaying the tiger demon, which could lead to a fruitful return. As for his reasoning to Ning Shuyi, he had already prepared a retort, a simple, I am now a 9th-rank Confucian scholar. Do you still doubt me? Would suffice to make Ning Shuyi accept the reality. After that, he could devote himself to the martial path, establishing dominance in the realm. As for the system's mention of the 48 or 9th-rank martial artists, Ning Hao had no faith in such claims. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. You all are utterly unaware of decorum, leaving without waiting for me. Master Zhang Lu, brandishing the academy's regulations, swiftly dealt with the likes of Master Deng and others. Just then, as Ning Hao was about to step out of the dormitory, he heard the hurried sound of footsteps and the exasperated breath of an elderly man. Chapter 24. Ning Hao withdraws. The dean resolutely persuades Master Zhang Lu has arrived. Perfect. No need to seek him out. Ning Hao could hardly believe his luck. A pillow had appeared just as he felt drowsy. Soon, Master Zheng Lu and 7 other scholars entered the dormitory, followed by a panting elder, Dean Chun. Ning Hao's heart sank. He recognized this elderly man from his time in the outer academy. He had seen him at every opening ceremony after the holidays. Dean Shendetsi. Dean Shendetsi was a 6th-rank scholar, a formidable figure in the entire Yong'an prefecture, often seen in the company of the provincial governor, standing on equal footing with the county magistrate. Could it be that Master Zhang Dong has informed the academy of my status as a martial artist? Is he here to expel me? Ning Hao feared this possibility. This was unacceptable. Being expelled would tarnish his reputation. He had already defied the ancestral teachings of the Ning family to pursue martial arts, and he could not bear such a stigma. Voluntarily withdrawing would be a different matter. Ning Hao. Master Zheng Lu remained expressionless yet nodded slightly in greeting. Where is Ning Hao? Who is Ning Hao? Dean Shendetsi pushed through the ranks of scholars and immediately spotted the delicate-looking young scholar and a youth with an 8-pack abdomen. He approached the young scholar and scrutinized him. You are Ning Hao. Indeed, quite spirited. No wonder. The bookish youth replied, Elder, I am Ning. How did I know you are Ning Hao? I am the young master's attendant. The attendant pointed to the youth with the 8-pack. This is Ning Hao, my master. Huh? Dean Shendetsi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly to dispel the tension, continuing his appraisal of Ning Hao. What an impressive 8-pack abdomen on a scholar, truly handsome. The more he looked, the more he appreciated Ning Hao, far surpassing the previous attendant. The other scholars could not help but roll their eyes. How could he claim Ning Hao as a foster son when he could not even recognize what his foster son looked like? Ah, this young man is indeed formidable, Dean Shendetsi praised. Ning Hao anticipated that the dean would soon exclaim, such audacity to abandon the pursuit of knowledge for martial arts in my academy. I shall expel you and announce it throughout the county. Thus, Ning Hao promptly produced the withdrawal application from his robes and presented it to Dean Shundetsi, interrupting him. "Dean, this is for you." "Huh?" Dean Shundetsi was taken aback. The other scholars' eyes brightened, and they hurriedly crowded around. "What are you all doing? Where is your dignity as scholars? How disgraceful," Dean Shundetsi admonished. The scholars chuckled awkwardly, casting appreciative glances at Ning Hao. Ning Hao was somewhat perplexed. Is abandoning the pursuit of knowledge for martial arts truly the righteous path? Dean Shundetsi suppressed his excitement as he unfolded the letter, his expression changing dramatically. "What? You wish to withdraw?" "Buzz?" The scholars' minds buzzed, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Tio produced such a remarkable poem and then withdraw. What does this mean? Does the Should Academy not suffice for you?" If news of Ning Hao's withdrawal were to spread, it would surely invite ridicule from scholars everywhere. Even the Holy Academy might question the very necessity of the Should Academy. This cannot be allowed. Dean Shundetsi resolutely shook his head, regarding Ning Hao with a serious demeanor. "Have you suffered some grievance at the Academy?" "No grievances. My classmates are all quite amiable, and the scholars are also very good. I am truly grateful for the Should Academy's nurturing, which has helped instill in me the virtues of a scholar. Even upon leaving the Academy, I shall remember the teachings of my mentors and strive diligently in my studies." Ning Hao understood that to gain the dean's approval, he must first be politically correct. Look, just these 8 words, strive diligently every day. Who among you scholars could have conceived such wisdom? Dean Shundetsi could not help but praise, immediately instructing, "Masters Deng and Chun, you are responsible for education. Engrave these 8 words well and hang them at the Academy's entrance to remind our scholars to constantly strive for progress." "Yes," Master Chen responded, particularly excited. Truly, a reincarnation of the literary star, capable of turning a mere phrase into the Academy's motto. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Ning Hao was somewhat bewildered, asking, "Dean, does this mean you agree to my withdrawal?" "It is impossible for me to agree. You might as well abandon that thought. Or I shall die trying," Dean Shundetsi retorted with a scoff, exhibiting a lack of martial virtue. "You say the Academy is good, and you have suffered no grievance, so why then do you still wish to withdraw? If I have erred in any way, speak up, and I shall amend it. If I cannot amend it, I shall resign from my position as dean. If any scholar has failed in their duties, I shall dismiss them immediately." Ning Hao stared in astonishment at Dean Shundetsi, sensing that the man was not joking in the slightest. He glanced at the stern Master Zhang Lu, who wore a furrowed brow, seemingly troubled by the matter of Ning Hao's withdrawal as well. What on earth is happening? Ning Hao was utterly confounded. Having turned his back on scholarly pursuits, the Academy still clung to him. Could it be related to yesterday's poem on the pursuit of learning? That remarkable piece, could it possibly be the exhortation from the sage Yin Jinqing? Now that the Academy knows who the instigator is, have they come so early to confront him? Suddenly, Ning Hao felt a wave of clarity wash over him, realizing why the formidable Master Zhang Lu had sought to facilitate his path. They truly regarded him as a prodigy in both the literary and martial realms. Wait a minute. I am a martial artist? Ning Hao felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated that the verses of the ancient sages could shine so brightly in this world. If that is the case, perhaps the literary path is not so bad after all. No wonder the system encouraged him to abandon martial pursuits. It seems it discovered the vast cultural heritage of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization nestled within his mind. The mystery is solved. I am deeply honored by the dean's kindness, but I must humbly decline. I have indeed forsaken the literary path and am now a 9th-rank martial artist. Ning Hao resolved to be forthright, summoning his inner vitality, causing a marked transformation in his demeanor. With the vigor of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his blood surged, compelling the very essence of heaven and earth to retreat. The scholars and the dean's expressions shifted dramatically. "Impossible." Master Zhang Lu was the first to speak, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "You have clearly opened the sea of scholarship and attained the rank of 9th-rank Confucian scholar. To pursue martial arts thereafter only strengthens the body, but it is impossible to open the sea of qi and achieve the rank of 9th-rank martial artist." Master Zhang Lu's chest heaved, his eyes reddening. Seeing this, Dean Shundetsi quickly placed a hand on Master Zhang Lu's shoulder, gently admonishing, "Master Zhang." He then summoned his own vitality to stabilize Master Zhang Lu's emotions. Master Zhang Lu took a deep breath. Gradually calming down, yet a trace of pain lingered in his gaze. "Ning Hao, you are indeed a ninth-rank Confucian scholar?" Dinshan Detzi inquired. "Yes." Ning Hao did not conceal the truth, retracting his vitality and focusing his thoughts. Channeling the energy from his academic SEA.in an instant, his aura enveloped him, transforming the youth with the eight-pack into a figure of elegance, a gentleman, refined as jade. Chapter 25. The literary star descends indeed. A ninth-rank Confucian scholar, Dinshan Detzi nodded, his expression grave. The dual cultivation of literature and martial arts is a rare feat in the world, often leading to a perilous fate. But Ning Hao, you are fortunate to have encountered this, Dean. Ning Hao was taken aback, humbly asking, "Dean, what do you mean by that? The dual cultivation of literature and martial arts is a perilous fate." Surely not. However, seeing the serious expression on Dinshan Detzi's face made him a bit apprehensive. The other scholars exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered, while Master Zhang Lu's eyes reflected even deeper sorrow. It is well known that literary and martial pursuits cannot coexist. This is because the human body possesses but one dantian. A martial artist opens the dantian to cultivate qi, while a scholar opens the dantian to cultivate knowledge, meaning one must choose either the path of martial arts or the path of scholarship. There is no third option. Dinshan Detzi solemnly stated, "Throughout history, there have been many individuals like you, warriors or scholars, who aspire to cultivate both Confucian and martial virtues. Yet, how can one possibly attain both the fish and the bear's paw? Those who attempt to pursue both paths are invariably young, only to encounter misfortune. However, as the dean, I am well versed in ancient and modern tales, and I have had the fortune to glimpse a forbidden tome from ancient times. Within it is recorded the secret art of harmonizing Confucianism and martial prowess, which is indeed extraordinary." Dinshan Detzi turned his gaze towards Ning Hao, a smile gracing his lips. "Ning Hao, it seems you have little choice now. To remain is to preserve your life. Should you choose to withdraw from your studies, your fate will surely be grim. I shall not compel you. The decision lies with you." Master Zhang Lu furrowed his brow and looked at Dinshan Detzi. "Dean." Chan Detzi waved his hand slightly, signaling him to refrain from speaking. At that moment, Ning Hao felt quite alarmed. He had not anticipated the peril associated with cultivating both Confucian and martial arts. It was no wonder the system had urged him to abandon martial pursuits in favor of scholarly endeavors rather than choosing to blend both. Now he understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, within his dantian, he indeed felt two distinct reservoirs of energy. Though invisible, their presence was palpable. This indicated that Dinshan Detzi spoke the truth. He had inadvertently embarked on the path of harmonizing Confucianism and martial arts as documented in the ancient forbidden tome. He truly was a prodigy in martial arts. Will my identity as a mere warrior not affect the other scholars in the academy? Ning Hao expressed his concerns. You are still a ninth-rank Confucian scholar. Your martial identity is but an alternative path, one that remains concealed and does not interfere with others, Dinshan Detzi replied with a light chuckle. When will you teach me the ancient secret art of harmonizing Confucianism and martial prowess? Ning Hao inquired. Any time you wish. Then I shall not withdraw from my studies. Thank you, Dean. Ning Hao retrieved his withdrawal notice, pretending to scratch his head, feeling rather embarrassed. Now that is the spirit. Dinshan Detzi stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, Ning Hao, by the way, how did you come to compose that poem on the importance of learning? The other scholars immediately perked up. I was inspired. Ning Hao pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, when Master Li was assessing the students' works on the theme of encouraging study, I felt a surge of inspiration and thus produced it. Perhaps this is what they call literature arises naturally, a stroke of genius. Excellent. Literature arises naturally, a stroke of genius. Ning Hao, you must be the incarnation of the literary star, simply marvelous. Dinshan Detzi unabashedly expressed his admiration and respect for Ning Hao, stating, you must write down that poem on the importance of learning. I shall take it back to the library and circulate it among the various provinces, urging the scholars of Nanxiang Prefecture that now is the time for study, lest they regret it when they grow old. The scholars' eyes brightened at this. The short-statured Master Deng declared, I will prepare the ink. The tall and slender Master Lu added, use my brush. The plump Master Chun produced a sheet of paper, saying, I have paper. Use mine. The extraordinary talent of Ning Hao's work was about to be unveiled, and any slight association with it could be perceived as a residual benefit of literary fortune. greatly advantageous for cultivation. A rare opportunity indeed. Adam student. At that moment, Master Zhang Dong's voice suddenly rang out as he burst into the courtyard, immediately prostrating himself on the ground. Come, right on my back, Zhang, you shameless rascal. The other scholars chastised Zhang Dong for his indignity, deeming his actions even more disgraceful. With the help of their perception, they could inscribe this poem upon his back, thereby carrying the literary fortune of the academy with them. What a splendid thought! Ning Hao felt a bit embarrassed by the scholar's enthusiasm, particularly Zhang Dong, who, despite being gravely injured, lay there like a writing desk. His determination was truly moving. Esteemed scholars, my young master possesses paper, ink, and brushes. We are indeed a family of literature. The book boy, Xiao Shuai, emerged carrying a table, with brushes and ink under his arm. He skillfully set up the materials and began grinding the ink. This process was second nature to him. The scholars exchanged awkward smiles. Master Zhang Dong, feeling embarrassed, climbed to his feet and approached Master Zheng Lu, pleading, Master, may I have my writing materials back, please? Get lost, Master Zheng Lu replied, his expression unyielding. Dean, is there a reward for this? Ning Hao picked up his brush, deciding to inquire, for he was in need of funds for his martial training. Indeed, then I will gladly offer my humble contribution. Ning Hao decisively dipped his brush in ink and began to write. Although he could not fully recognize the characters of Dayu, most were not significantly different from those in Huaxia. Moreover, as an avid calligraphy enthusiast in his previous life, his handwriting had been included in various calligraphy databases. Thus, when he focused, his writing turned out quite well, resembling a refined style but with even greater elegance, pleasing to the eye, with the lanterns burning at midnight and the rooster crowing at dawn. This is the time for a young man to study. If one does not know to study diligently when young, they will surely regret it when they grow old. Ning Hao's brush danced across the paper, and upon completion, he smiled and said, There we go, my humble offering. Swish Din Shin Detzi and the other scholars quickly gathered around, their eyes fixed on the poem written on the rice paper. Yes, this is it. The characters possess the grandeur of a master. I feel ashamed in comparison. The literary star has descended. The literary star has descended. Din Shen Detzi could not help but shed tears of joy. He then glared fiercely at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, how do you conduct your teachings? Just this character alone from Ning Hao could be circulated in the academy for all scholars to appreciate. Why has it not been shared previously? 3-month salary deducted. Ah, Ning Hao's writing. Hiss. Zhang Dong stretched his neck to take a glance, immediately gasping in surprise. Wait. Ning Hao's previous writing wasn't ugly, but it was merely of average quality. How has he progressed so rapidly? At that moment, Din Shen Detzi expressed his confusion. Ning Hao, why did you not title the poem? However, do consider carefully. The title of a poem is crucial for its circulation among the provinces. Din Shen Detzi rubbed his hands together, contemplating that the quality of the title could not only assist in its dissemination, but also attract the talents of heaven and earth, nurturing them within. A true work can endure for millennia, allowing future scholars to admire and comprehend its essence, thus enhancing their cultivation. Is that so? Ning Hao, his heart set on the dean's ancient martial arts secrets, aimed to perform well, so he picked up his brush once more. Then let the title be. Encouragement to study. Swish, swish with a swift stroke, he inscribed the 2 characters upon the paper. The moment the characters were formed, a literary breeze suddenly swept through the small courtyard where Ning Hao resided, causing the scholars' robes to flutter. The talents of heaven and earth converged, infusing the ink of encouragement to study. Each character radiated brilliance, and the fragrance of literature wafted through the air, as if a divine miracle had occurred. Huaxia culture is truly remarkable. Ning Hao felt as if he had discovered a new world. Besides being a martial genius, he decided to add another label to himself, a spreader of Huaxia culture. Chapter 26. The roar of the academy's tiger quickly put it away, Din Shen Detzi exclaimed, as he hurried forward to collect Ning Hao's copied poem encouragement to study, skillfully stowing it away in his pocket. I must go and transcribe the ancient secret arts for Ning Hao. Zhang, you shall oversee the academy meeting. Din Shen Detzi's expression could not contain his joy as he uttered this phrase, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he vanished in an instant. Dean, you old scoundrel. The other scholars could not help but curse. Master Ding, be cautious with your words. It's infuriating. To be so disrespectful in old age is a disgrace to scholarship. The scholars were quite upset, for it is often said that those who witness should share in the benefits, yet the dean had monopolized it. Master Zheng Lu remarked, Dean Shan has had his struggles. He may wish to harness the literary fortune from this poem to gain insights for his subsequent verses. I see. That is acceptable, and we will await his emergence of a poem that can resonate throughout the provinces. The scholar's spirits calmed. Many years ago, Dean Shendetsi had claimed that he might produce astonishing poetry, but he had only completed the first half. He had been pondering and refining it for years. Now, with Ning Hao, the literary star, gracing them, producing a poem of great literary merit, it was only natural for Shendetsi to seek enlightenment through it. Ning Hao, unable to interject, chose to remain silent, eavesdropping on some secrets of the academy. Just then, a new task prompt appeared before Ning Hao's eyes. For 30 years without a fine verse, one finds it hard to rest as the poetic soul grieves. Task 3. 30 years ago, Dean Shendetsi, having observed the poetry of the academy, grasped the first half of a poem but has been unable to produce the second half due to a lack of literary fortune, leaving him despondent throughout his life. Please, out of respect for Dean Shendetsi's status, assist him in fulfilling his wish to complete the second half of his poem before he passes, allowing him to depart in peace, smiling in the afterlife. Completion deadline, 1 month, reward. Depending on the time taken by the host to complete this task, a varying amount of righteous chi, 1 to 100 points, will be rewarded. Another task? The scholars and the Dean of Shud Academy are truly unfortunate, aren't they? First, there's Zhangdong, who was unable to repel the tiger and ended up despondent for life, and now Dean Shendetsi, who cannot produce poetry and is similarly despondent. Ning Hao felt that the purpose of the system was to have him clean up the mess left by these scholars. Ning Hao, Master Zheng Lu called out to him, "Go to the Academy Square. After the meeting concludes, come to the regulation hall and study with me." All right, Ning Hao nodded. His martial training was not suited for public knowledge, and staying in the dormitory might expose him, potentially affecting other scholars. The regulation hall was a fine choice, tranquil and serene. Thus, Ning Hao followed Master Zheng Lu and the other scholars to the Academy Square. Before departing, he instructed the bookboy Xiao Shui to pay for the feed for the mare at the stable. In passing, I tidied up the bedding and luggage, preparing to move to the regulation hall. At this moment, the morning light was warm, and in the square of Shud Academy, hundreds of scholars gathered, organized into ranks according to their classifications as scholars and Confucian scholars. There were only a little over 70 Confucian scholars, while the external scholars numbered more than 400, encompassing both those with literary talent and those without. The scholars with literary talent were the focus of the Academy's cultivation efforts. Those without such talent were left to pursue the normal path of studying for the imperial examinations, and most would only reach the status of Shutsai after passing the provincial examination, which was the pinnacle of their aspirations. Did you hear the roar of the tiger last night? You heard it too? Once that roar sounded, I could not concentrate on my nighttime studies, for the gathering of talent was disrupted. Indeed, I had intended to spend the night studying after publishing the inspirational poem. But who would have thought the roar would last all night? In the square, as Ning Hao arrived, he overheard several scholars discussing the tiger's roar. I asked, that so? Why didn't I hear it? I practiced martial arts all night. Ning Hao found it puzzling. Could it be that the scholars, immersed in Confucianism, perceive things differently? Jean Pong, look, isn't that the fellow who was dining in the cafeteria last night? Yes, I just saw him following the master. Looking distressed, he will likely face criticism from the entire academy, or even be expelled. That serves him right. Does it mean we might receive accolades from the academy? Haha, the fame of the academy is truly something to anticipate. The several Confucian scholars who reported to the regulation hall became increasingly animated upon seeing Ning Hao'in the next moment. A graceful figure appeared beside him, instantly causing quite a stir. Some male scholars seemed ready to ignite with jealousy, especially the academy's few prodigies, whose foreheads were visibly tense. Meanwhile, some female scholars glared at Fong Qingxue. Scholar Fong? Ning Hao was taken aback. Even standing so far back, Fong Qingxue had noticed him. Indeed, gold shines wherever it is found. I just saw you following the master. Has your martial arts training been discovered? Fong Qingxue asked in a lowered voice. Ning Hao nodded slightly. Yes, alas, the master is known for his strictness. I cannot assist you further. Take care of yourself. Fong Qingxue sighed, preparing to leave, When Ning Hao suddenly spoke up, Scholar Fong, do you have any sage books to recommend? You wish to bring them down the mountain to study diligently at home? Ning Hao was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Yes, primarily, he had exhausted all his righteous energy from last night, and his vitality had reached 184,270, 454 points. As for the task of assisting Dean Chandaji in refining poetry, he truly could not manage that. It would be better to draw from the future female prime minister, Fang Qingxue, from the romantic mission. Yes, after the conference, I will fetch some for you. Fang Qingxue regarded Ning Hao with admiration. Although you have become a 9th-rank martial artist, books can still be read. They expand your horizons and impart knowledge and wisdom. Indeed. Ning Hao nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Fang Qingxue's words. A rare smile graced Fang Qingxue's typically austere face as she said, I will go queue up first. Remember to wait for me before descending the mountain. I will gift you some books. Thank you so much, Scholar Fang. We are all classmates. After leaving that remark, Fang Qingxue joined a few female scholars she was close with. In an instant, a chorus of playful teasing erupted from the group. Fang Qingxue blushed, occasionally sneaking glances toward Ning Hao, who responded with a nod and a smile. Silence. At this moment, Master Jing'el stepped onto the square, and the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Today marked the conclusion of the robe-giving ceremony, and since Dean Chun could not attend due to other matters, I shall say a few words. Master Jing'el surveyed the hundreds of scholars, nodding slightly as he stated, Should Academy has been established for 98 years, witnessing countless scholars emerge from its halls to realize their aspirations. Among the students, there are many gifted individuals, some with exquisite penmanship whose poetry is renowned, while others possess broad knowledge and profound learning. You all take joy in studying and pursue knowledge diligently. Yesterday, our academy unveiled a poem of great talent, and I trust you are all aware. You should take pride in this, using it as motivation. May you continue to soar on the wings of talent, guided by your ambitions, to cultivate the teachings of sages and continue the literary legacy of the academy. Bravely climbing to the pinnacle of Confucianism, illuminating the world and benefiting future generations, forever recorded in history. Clap, clap. The square erupted in applause. Well said. Scholars truly possess the gift of eloquence, unlike me, who can only resort to my fists. Although Ning Hao did not fully understand, he sensed the gravity of the moment. Chapter 27. Praise and Criticism. Upholding the sacred regulations, the other masters also joined in the applause, their faces beaming. Truly, it was Master Zheng'el, with a neutral expression. He raised his hand slightly to quiet the crowd once more. He scanned the scholars, his gaze briefly pausing on Ning Hao in the corner. Before continuing, I shall not delay your valuable time any longer, but here I must both commend and criticize certain scholars. Among the ranks of scholars, those who had reported the cafeteria cook and Ning Hao last night straightened their backs, their faces alight with pride. They felt a sense of glory. First, I commend our external scholar, Ning Hao. Yesterday, a tiger demon was reported outside Yungang City. Master Zhang Dong descended the mountain to eliminate the demon. Unfortunately, the creature was cunning and escaped. Fortunately, our academy's scholar Ning Hao, motivated by a desire to protect the people, bravely ventured into the tiger's den, slaying the demon and its ghostly accomplices, thus restoring peace to Yungang County. A wave of astonishment swept through the gathered scholars. Some whispered inquiries about who Ning Hao was, who displayed such valor. Conversely, Fang Qingxue, who knew of Ning Hao, appeared somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be expelled? Why had the master singled him out for praise at the assembly? Yet, upon reflection, Ning Hao's act of slaying the tiger demon was indeed commendable, and the clarity of reward and punishment was characteristic of the master's integrity. Master Zheng'el continued, Furthermore, during the robe-giving ceremony, Ning Hao dedicated himself tirelessly to study and practice, successfully opening the path to becoming a 9th-rank Confucian scholar, adding yet another distinguished scholar to our academy. Later, the academy will grant him accolades and present a plaque to his family, thanking them for nurturing such an outstanding Confucian scholar. Wow! Brother Hao is so impressive. No wonder he's my favorite Brother Hao. Numerous female scholars from the external academy beamed with admiration, some even contemplating writing home to propose a match with the Ning family. Becoming a Confucian scholar was merely the beginning. The worst outcome would still lead to the status of Xiuzai. And with a bit of skill, one might even attain the rank of Jiren or Jinsher. The end point for ordinary scholars was merely the starting point for Confucian scholars. Some Confucian scholars murmured, Why am I not recognized for my own scholarly pursuits while the master claims I am of lower caliber? He could not comprehend. Everyone, applaud, clap, clap. Master Jing-el led the applause, and the other scholars followed suit. Aside from Master Li, who was absent, the remaining masters turned their gazes toward Ning Hao, their expressions soft and filled with admiration. Only Master Zhang Dong appeared as if he were suffering from constipation. Next, I must address certain individuals. Master Jing-el's expression suddenly turned grave, causing the other masters nearby to shudder. The scholars who had reported last night stood frozen in disbelief. Wait a moment, the praise isn't over yet. They had all left their names and had been assured by the master that they would be commended. Had he forgotten to mention them? Jin Peng, Zhao Wenyuan Tianbuoguang. Master Jing-el recited the names of those who reported last night, stating, "These scholars failed to engage in the study of the poem properly, disturbing the cafeteria late at night." Inciting great indignation among the staff. In the aftermath, these scholars did not feel shame but rather took pride in their actions. However, considering they voluntarily came to the regulation hall to confess, their punishment will be waived. And they shall receive a collective reprimand from the academy. As the words fell, the named scholars stood in shock, collapsing to the ground. No, we did not engage in proper study. We merely raised a ruckus in the cafeteria because someone was dining there. And the cook blocked our way. It's simply unfair. Masters Chen and Deng, you are responsible for the academy's education. Be sure to reprimand these scholars properly. Master Jing-el directed his gaze toward the plump and short masters beside him. Yes, indeed. The two masters nodded vigorously, their salaries being issued by Master Jing-el. Could they dare to dissent? Moreover, it was only proper to reprimand scholars for violating the academy's regulations. In the corner, Ning Hao slightly parted his lips. He recognized the scholars now sprawled on the ground, those who had sought to sneak a meal last night. Little did they know they would end up reporting him and the cafeteria cook. Yet, under the sacred regulations of the academy, they had met their just deserts. It was quite fair. Ning Hao nodded slightly, approving of Master Jing-el's punishment. Afterward, Master Jing-el did not say anything further. But at that moment, Fang Qingxue suddenly inquired, "Master, may I ask which esteemed scholar penned the poem of great talent unveiled yesterday? Or was it the dean?" This question was pivotal and elicited a significant response among the scholars. Following the release of the poem, the academy would soon become lively, with masters from various academies in Yong'an Prefecture likely coming to pay their respects. At that time, they would proudly proclaim, "This poem is authored by my esteemed teacher." XX. The poem, brimming with talent, would generate considerable excitement. To prevent other academies from harboring ulterior motives, it was decided to keep it under wraps for the time being. Master Jing-el shook his head, then proclaimed with a resonant voice, "The meeting is adjourned." A scholar called out loudly, "Master, what is the name of the poem? Surely, that can be disclosed. Encouragement to study." Upon uttering this phrase, Master Jing-el swiftly led the other scholars towards the director's study. Clearly, they too were eager to behold the authentic manuscript of Ning Hao's encouragement to study. The scholars of the academy dispersed, engaging in animated discussions. Fang Qingxue approached Ning Hao once more. "Ning Hao, how is it that you haven't been expelled? Didn't the master know you are a martial artist?" She had witnessed Ning Hao's prowess in the literary and martial study hall, clearly indicative of a ninth-rank martial artist's aura. "The master must have known." Ning Hao shrugged helplessly and replied, "I also wrote a letter of withdrawal as agreed, but the director and the masters refused to accept it." "Why?" Fang Qingxue was greatly taken aback. "I don't know." Fang scholar, by the way, could you kindly take the books I mentioned to the law hall later? Ning Hao changed the subject, for he truly wished to remain inconspicuous and live quietly as a martial artist and handsome man. He understood well the principle that a tall tree invites the wind. He would wait until he grew stronger to display his talents. The law hall? Why? Fang Qingxue furrowed her brow. The law hall was the personal domain of Master Jing-el. Scholars were not permitted to enter freely. Those who did were often dragged there for punishment by Master Zhang. Ning Hao explained, Master Jing-el stated that from now on, I am his student and that I should reside in the law hall. Ah? Fang Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. I cannot go to the female scholars' dormitory. So, I must trouble you. Fang scholar. Ning Hao clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Seeing Fang Qingxue's astonishment, her eyelashes fluttered. Exuding an endearing charm, that a sudden thought flashed through Ning Hao's mind. The system claims Fang Qingxue is destined to be a future female prime minister and is infatuated with me. Could that be true? Who doesn't admire beauty? Yet, for now, he prioritized martial arts, intending to glean Fang Qingxue's literary resources to earn the system's righteous rewards. All right, I understand. After recovering from her shock, Fang Qingxue nodded absently. Ning Hao then took his leave. And even after he had walked some distance away, Fang Qingxue remained lost in thought. Sister Fang, you wouldn't truly have feelings for that lad, would you? Apart from his looks and physique, what makes him worthy of you? A round-faced female scholar approached Fang Qingxue, advising, you are a 7th-rank scholar, destined to be the top scholar of Nanxiang Prefecture, a far better match for the son of the governor, Song. Ning Hao can only reluctantly accept him. What nonsense are you spouting, Hu Lan Lan? You must prioritize your studies and not dwell on romantic entanglements. Fang Qingxue's face flushed slightly as she pinched the round-faced scholar's waist and then departed the square with her fellow scholars. Chapter 28. Manager Lei. A keen judge of character. Meanwhile, in the county office of Yingyang, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu felt a shiver run down his spine upon seeing several visiting cards on his desk. The 6 major academies of Yong'an Prefecture had each sent a card, expressing their intent to visit Yingyang County on a future date and inquiring about the whereabouts of the authentic manuscript of the talent of Guanfang poem. Even the governor of Nanxiang Prefecture, Song Jiming, had promptly dispatched someone to inquire about visiting this esteemed scholar. I have no authentic manuscript, nor do I know who authored the Guanfang poetry. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu rubbed his forehead and called out, Pu Zhengshuang. Yes, sir. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache approached, bowing humbly. Suddenly, he stumbled, tripping over the threshold and landing in a heap. Rather than rise, he crawled on his knees to County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, saying, Sir, what is your command? Ha ha ha. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu laughed heartily. You, my good fellow, should pay more attention while walking. Look at you, sprawled like a dog. I am but your dog. Woof woof. Pu Zhengshuang let his arms dangle in front of him, mimicking a dog trying to please its master. Get up. I have tasks for you. The county magistrate waved his hand. Pu Zhengshuang stood up, bending slightly to listen attentively. As you know, last evening, the Guanfang poetry emerged, stirring the heavens and the earth. Right? Other counties' academies claim it originated from us here in Yingyang, yet Should Academy has not sent any correspondence. I read the county records, and over 30 years ago, the old principal of Should Academy passed away after composing a poem titled Talent of Guanzhou, which was immediately reported to the county office. Why is this Guanfang poetry being kept a secret now? The county magistrate expressed his mild dissatisfaction. Yet, he felt powerless, for the academy belonged to the Confucian sanctum, while the county office was a governing body. 2 distinct systems, leaving him unable to command the academy. The principal of the academy held equal standing with him. The poetry of Guanfang was not particularly rare, but the Guanfang poetry was exceedingly scarce, suggesting Should Academy might be harboring some ulterior motives. Pu Zhengshuang pondered briefly and shared his insight. Pity. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu snorted with discontent, saying, Now that the Academy's masters have dealt with the tiger demon issue, you shall convey the county office's sentiments and request the authentic manuscript of this poetry. Numerous academies will be visiting in the coming days. The governor might even come personally. Having the authentic manuscript in the county office could greatly aid my promotion. Pu Zhengshuang's expression shifted as he nodded. Understood. I shall set off for Should Academy at once. Very well, go. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu nodded slightly, then yawned and resumed napping at his desk, on the other side, with more and more bandages wrapping around him. Pu Guochang, accompanied by his similarly bandaged book boy, Pu Shisan, entered the literary and martial study hall in the county town. Manager Lei, Pu Guochang called out loudly as he stepped into the study hall. This young master welcomes you to the literary and martial study hall. How may I assist you? Manager Lei was startled by Pu Guochang's boisterous entrance and failed to recognize him. I have a question. Thud. A silver ingot clattered onto the table beside Manager Lei, producing a crisp sound. What is this, young master? Manager Lei's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow. Is Ning Hao a martial artist? Pu Guochang inquired. Young master, I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. Manager Lei clasped his hands in a gesture of difficulty, declining to share. 10 taels. Another small ingot of silver was placed on the table. Ning Hao is a distinguished guest of my literary and martial study hall. Matters concerning esteemed guests are confidential. I hope you understand. 20 taels. Young master, am not the kind of person you think I am. I do not succumb to greed, he chuckled. Slap. Pu Guochang slammed a 100-tael banknote onto the table. Manager Lei's frown deepened, and he appeared somewhat displeased, but suddenly grinned widely. Hee, young master, you truly have a keen eye. You are inquiring whether Ning Hao is a martial artist, correct? I can assure you, he is. To be frank, Ning Hao possesses exceptional talent in martial arts and has already reached a rank. It is 100% certain. Pu Guochang chuckled softly. You are certain, then? Manager Lei affirmed. Absolutely. I even sold him a martial arts manual. Who but a martial artist would purchase such a book? By the way, young master, please do not reveal that it was I who told you. Pu Guochang smiled slightly. Rest assured, I am a person of discretion. That's good to hear. Manager Lei cheerfully accepted the banknote, deciding to share some silver with Ning Hao once he returned from the mountain. After all, Ning Hao took great pride in being a martial artist, and there was nothing wrong with sharing a profit. Pu Guochang exited the literary and martial study hall with his book boy, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The academy doesn't take care, does it? Then I shall write to the education official of Nanxiang Prefecture, demanding a thorough investigation of Should Academy. Allowing scholars to practice martial arts and harbor martial artists is a grave offense in the sanctum. As for Ning Hao, I may not be able to deal with you now, but what of your father? Humph! The coldness in Pu Guochang's eyes deepened, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike. At this moment, Ning Hao, situated within Should Academy, remained oblivious to the happenings in the county town. He had now arrived at the law hall. Master Jing El was absent, and only the book boy, Xiao Shuai, was sprawled on a desk within the hall, his head tilted back as he snored, half of his belly exposed. Ning Hao couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. At the same time, he felt a twinge of envy. The book boy, not particularly bright, appeared untroubled by rules, thus rarely burdened by worries. Young master, you have arrived? The book boy, Xiao Shuai, seemed to sense a disturbance. Suddenly awakening and sitting up to look at Ning Hao. Young master, is there something you need? Not at the moment, you. Understood. Thud. The book boy flopped back down, tilting his head and instantly falling asleep again. Ning Hao momentarily clenched his fist before relaxing. Considering his lack of intelligence and his parents, he decided to let the book boy be. Ning Hao then wandered about the law hall alone. It was not very large. The establishment is divided into 2 levels. Within the grand hall on the first floor, the regulations of the academy are prominently displayed, inscribed in bold red ink, which makes them particularly striking. Alongside these are various implements of corporal punishment, such as whips, spiked clubs, and candles. The mere sight of them evokes a sense of modesty. Ning Hao also took the opportunity to explore the second floor, where he discovered an array of books. However, he seemed to experience a physiological aversion to literature. The very sight of it induced a dizzying sensation, leaving him at a loss to explain why. He speculated that it might be a case of bibliophobia or school aversion. Indeed, I am better suited for the martial path. Ning Hao, persuaded by the dean and the various scholars, decided to remain, primarily because the dean granted him the freedom to practice martial arts. Thus, where else could he find a platform with ancient forbidden techniques and martial training? Should Academy is truly a splendid choice. Chapter 29 Dean Chun. Having Ning Hao is enough for me, Scholar Fong? At that moment, outside the Hall of Regulations, Fong Qingshue's voice resonated. Noticing the lack of response, she called out again, Ning Hao, are you there? Scholar Fong, are you looking for my young master? The attendant, Xiao Shuai, had just awakened and stepped out of the Hall of Regulations, casting a curious glance at Fong Qingshui. My young master is currently reading on the second floor. My master has instructed that he should not be disturbed while reading. Is there something you need? Xiao Shuai was a very obedient attendant. Scholar Fong, I was so engrossed in my studies that I didn't hear you arrive. Just as Fong Qingshui was about to pass a few books to Xiao Shuai, Ning Hao emerged, holding a book. With a smile on his face, his handsome features were illuminated by the morning light, adding an air of elegance to his demeanor. Ning Hao, these are the articles and books I read when I was at the 9th level of enlightenment, along with some of my humble insights. I hope they will be of assistance to you. Fong Qingshui glanced at the book in Ning Hao's hands, momentarily taken aback, before handing over the few books she was cradling, her cheeks faintly flushed. 9th level? Do you have any books that you are currently reading? Ning Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, The elementary texts Fang Qingxue had given him at the literary and martial study were of such a low grade that the system randomly awarded him only 6 points of righteous energy. This 9th level articles and books must also be of low caliber. Therefore, Ning Hao hoped for something of at least the 7th level or above, regardless of whether he could comprehend them. What mattered was the system's recognition. If he could acquire high-level literary resources from Fang Qingxue, he would be able to gain more righteous energy. That was the crux of the matter. Last night, while practicing the tiger form fist, he had already depleted his righteous energy, and without a supplement, how could he continue his martial training? What you are currently reading. Fang Qingxue furrowed her delicate brows and said earnestly, Ning Hao, you cannot aim too high. You must remain grounded. The books I read are rather profound, and without these 9th level texts as a foundation, you would not be able to comprehend them at all. In fact, it might lead you to misinterpret the true meaning within the texts. One must take steps one at a time and eat one bite at a time. I cannot harm you. All right, actually, I just wanted to collect 1 or 2 high-quality texts. Scholar Fang, you are a prodigy of the academy, destined to excel in next year's provincial examination and perhaps even become the female prime minister of Dayu. If I could just collect a couple of those. Ning Hao sighed in disappointment and said, but these books are sufficient. Thank you, Scholar Fang, for your generosity. Fang Qingxue was momentarily stunned by Ning Hao's words, her delicate body trembling slightly. A female prime minister of Dayu? How bold of him to say that. Yet, this was her own ambitious aspiration. Women can also hold up half the sky, can't they? Was it truly just a collection? Indeed. Let me organize them for a moment. Thank you so much, Scholar Fang. Ning Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he appeared particularly animated. A rare smile graced Fang Qingxue's face as she said, you should delve into these books thoroughly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All right, Ning Hao nodded vigorously, accepting the stack of books she offered. The next moment, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Scholar Fang Qingxue is gifting you literary resources, ancient scrolls of the green lamp, ink fragrance and inkstone melody, pine wind and bamboo rhythm collection, jade codex and precious chapter compendium, acquired righteous energy, 40 points, resource level is mediocre. 400 points of vitality have been credited. Thank you, goddess of the leaderboard. Ning Hao felt an overwhelming joy. Tonight, he would diligently practice the tiger form fist, striving to convert all 40 points of righteous energy into vitality. By then, his vitality would reach 854 points. Just a step away from rivaling an 8th level Qi refinement martial artist. Thank you so much, Scholar Fang. I owe you a meal in return. Ning Hao wished to establish a cordial relationship with Fang Qingxue, akin to that of Guan and Bao, ensuring a continuous flow of righteous energy rewards. The dining hall is not a tavern, and there are no private kitchens. We shall speak of it when we descend. Fang Qingxue nodded slightly before preparing to leave, but she seemed to recall something and turned back to Ning Hao, saying, you must prioritize your studies now. Do not indulge in romantic entanglements, especially correspondence from female scholars. If you happen to receive any, do not read them. Simply hand them to me, and I will encourage them to focus on their studies. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Ning Hao pondered, realizing he had not received any love letters from female scholars, though he had encountered some ambiguous glances. Understood, Scholar Fang, he replied earnestly, nodding firmly while patting his chest as if making a vow. Fang Qingxue seemed quite satisfied with his response and nodded, saying, then I shall take my leave for now. By the way, you are holding your book upside down. Ah? Ning Hao quickly glanced at the book he had carelessly pulled out, his face turning crimsoned, and no wonder Fang Qingxue had looked surprised when she glanced at the book in his hand. How embarrassing. Ning Hao flipped the book around, only to discover that the title was The Pairs of Mandarin Ducks. Scholar Fang, please allow me to explain. Ning Hao nearly dropped the book in fright, but when he looked up, he found that Fang Qingxue had already departed. That was close. Considering the book was upside down, she surely did not comprehend the title. Ning Hao silently rejoiced, convinced that this was the case. Xiao Shuai, please take good care of these books. I will return them to her later. Ning Hao handed the books given by Fang Qingxue to the attendant Xiao Shuai. Of course, young master. Xiao Shuai took the books, eyeing the pairs of mandarin ducks in Ning Hao's hands. Young master, I also want to read. Seeing Xiao Shuai's gaze fixed on the pairs of mandarin ducks, Ning Hao was taken aback and scolded. You read that? Meanwhile, within the dean's study, Dean Shindazai was engrossed in examining the original manuscript of Encouragement of Learning, growing more enamored with it as he continued to read. He gently caressed the paper, feeling the talent emanating from the characters. This was a manifestation of the natural talent of heaven and earth being absorbed into the words. The essence of heaven and earth is originally colorless and tasteless. Akin to air, imperceptible yet omnipresent. To absorb this energy requires a vessel, and that vessel is poetry, prose, and the literary heart of the reader. This is why those with literary hearts can cultivate talent, while those without can only remain ordinary scholars. Thus, poetry and prose capable of resonating with the universe serve as natural conduits for talent absorption. They act like magnets, drawing in the surrounding essence of heaven and earth. The poetry of Guanfeng is indeed astonishingly rich in talent. Besides the poetry itself, the quality of the calligraphy plays a significant role. Such exquisite poetry and beautiful script. Oh, how I adore you! Unable to contain his inner joy, Dean Shindazai pressed the original manuscript of Encouragement of Learning against his chest, reveling in the experience. Dean, please open the door. Dean, allow us a glimpse. Sharing is caring. After all, Ninghao is also my student. It is only natural for a scholar to appreciate a student's poetry and prose. Dean. The clamoring voices of several scholars, including Confucius Ding, Confucius Chin, and Confucius Liu, echoed outside, all eager to enter. Yet, Dean Shindazai firmly barred the door. Reinforced by literary formations, leaving them unable to force their way in. Moreover, they lacked the courage to do so. Having Ninghao is sufficient, Dean Shindazai's voice carried forth, accompanied by a sigh. Without Ninghao, the literary path would be a long, dark night. This poetry, this script, is truly marvelous. For the impoverished literary environment of Dayu's County Academy, the emergence of such profound poetry was indeed a rare occurrence in a century. It is no wonder that Dean Shindazai displayed such an uncharacteristic exuberance and sentimentality. Chapter 30 The Four Talents of the Academy. The scholars, having not heard his words, became even more restless upon hearing them. Bang bang bang. Dean, do not provoke our ire. Old curmudgeon, open the door quickly, or else. Scholars. Just as several scholars were about to hurl bricks at the door, a few scholars from the Confucian Hall approached. Their expressions a mix of astonishment. You all. The short-statured Confucius Ding set down the bricks and explained. It is like this. The dean has caught a cold, and he won't let us see him. So I thought I would stack a few bricks to check on the dean's condition. Yes, indeed. Confucius Chen nodded in agreement, looking at the group of scholars with curiosity. There's something you need? Wang Ting, Yi Qian, Xiao Yu, and Han Zili. These scholars were the prodigies of Shud Academy, all set to participate in the provincial examination alongside Feng Qingxue next year. The hopes of Shud Academy to surpass other county academies in the upcoming examination rested upon these few individuals. Therefore, the scholars treated them with great patience, always maintaining the demeanor and grace expected of a scholar. The figure with the blocky visage was Wang Ting, a martial artist, who stepped forward and spoke. Master. It is as follows. We are puzzled by the events of last night when the academy was filled with the terrifying roar of a tiger. We have come to inquire about the situation. The ethereal figure of Yi Chen nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, that tiger's roar was particularly frightening, echoing as if it were a ferocious beast descending from the mountains or a tiger stealthily approaching its prey. It was vividly realistic. Xiao Yu then asked, Master, could it be that there are tiger demons lurking in the back mountains of the academy? Han Zili remained silent, merely standing behind the group, concealing his presence. Is there such a thing? The gathered scholars exchanged glances, genuinely unaware of the situation. Did the master not hear it? Several gifted scholars furrowed their brows. Yi Chen added. I also inquired with a few female scholars, and they all confirmed they heard it. The tiger roared all night long. Xiao Yu queried. Could it be related to the tiger demon that Ninghao slew? Perhaps it was not truly killed. Or could the tiger demon's kin be seeking vengeance? The gifted scholars nodded slightly, acknowledging the considerable likelihood of this scenario. There is no such possibility. The stern voice of Grand Master Zhang Lu suddenly resonated as he entered the dean's study. Grand Master, Grand Master. The expressions of the gifted scholars shifted, and they hurriedly stepped aside, bowing in respect. The remains of the tiger demon slain by Ninghao have been submitted to the Hall of Good Deeds. There is no possibility that it was not killed. As for the tiger demon's kin, the academy is protected by a formidable array. How could they possibly enter? Grandmaster Zheng Lu disclosed the truth. His expression somewhat grim. Is that so? Xiao Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the weight of Grandmaster Zheng Lu's gaze bearing down upon him. Indeed, Grandmaster Zheng Lu affirmed with a nod. Wang Teng interjected, but the roar of the tiger is indeed real. Grandmaster Zheng Lu asserted, the Academy is already aware of this matter and will commence an investigation immediately. Believe that it will be resolved swiftly, and you need not worry excessively. Splendid. Then I shall take my leave. The gifted scholars, filled with trepidation towards Grandmaster Zheng Lu, offered their farewells and departed hastily. Once the scholars had exited, Grandmaster Zheng Lu glanced at the dean's study and inquired, "Is Dean Shun inside?" "Yes." The gathered scholars nodded earnestly. Grandmaster Zheng Lu frowned slightly and approached, pushing on the door with force, only to find it unyielding, a faint glow shimmering briefly, with a huff. He placed his right hand upon the door, channeling his energy, and soon a stream of light slithered around the door like a spirit snake. Subsequently, the door swung open. The door has opened. The gathered scholars rejoiced. However, just as Grandmaster Zheng Lu stepped inside, the door closed with a swift motion. The door has closed again. The scholars in charge of academic affairs, Mr. Deng and Mr. Chun, nearly collided, staring blankly at the tightly shut door. "Bah, shameless, Mr. Zhang, how did you enter?" Dean Shendeji instinctively concealed the original manuscript of Ning Hao's On Learning behind him upon spotting Grandmaster Zheng Lu. "This academy belongs to me. Where is it that I cannot go?" Grandmaster Zheng Lu replied calmly. "Ha ha." Dean Shendeji chuckled lightly and remarked, "After all, this is the first ever poem of the academy. It must be well protected, regarded as a good omen for our literary endeavors. To circulate it would be to diminish its value. I concur, which is why I have come to safeguard it." Grandmaster Zheng Lu extended his hand. "Mr. Zhang, please do not act this way." Dean Shendeji's expression darkened, as if he had swallowed a mountain of flies, looking quite unpleasant. With the release of the Academy's poem, it was likely that numerous 6th-grade scholars would vie for the position of dean. After a brief pause, Grandmaster Zheng Lu continued, "I trust that Dean Chun is aware that with Ning Hao's 9th-grade enlightenment, he has the potential to compose poems of great merit. It is not impossible for Mingzhou, or even the Ming Prefecture." Dean Shendeji swallowed hard, and with a determined resolve, reluctantly handed over the original manuscript of On Learning to Grandmaster Zheng Lu. "Release it. If Ning Hao were to compose further poems of merit, I must be allowed to comprehend them." Dean Shendeji was unwilling to relinquish his hold, proposing a condition. "Agreed." "Ha ha." Dean Shendeji's expression brightened, finally releasing his grip, his mood shifting from overcast to sunny. After securing the manuscript, Grandmaster Zheng Lu extended his hand once more. Dean Shendeji was taken aback. "What? When I recommended you to the Sacred Academy for further study, you mentioned the ancient forbidden techniques of martial arts you had glimpsed." Grandmaster Zheng Lu fixed his gaze upon Dean Shendeji. The purpose of his visit was indeed to inquire about the ancient forbidden techniques of martial arts that Dean Chun had mentioned. If he could not procure them, how could he retain Ning Hao? As Ning Hao was his student, he felt a profound sense of responsibility. "Mr. Zhang, I must ponder this carefully. After all, it has been many years. However, rest assured, I shall recall it soon." Dean Shendeji stated earnestly, "I hope you are not deceiving me." "How could that be? I, Shendeji, am not that kind of person." Dean Shendeji retorted indignantly. "That is reassuring." Grandmaster Zheng Lu turned to leave, but seemed to recall something. Speaking over his shoulder, "Ning Hao bears an uncanny resemblance to Yi Er. I do not wish to harbor any regrets." Dean Shendeji's pupils contracted, his heart racing. Grandmaster Zheng Lu had a son named Zheng Yi, known only to him within the academy. Zheng Yi was no longer at the academy, having perished years ago. The reason was that Zheng Yi had secretly practiced martial arts against his father's wishes in the county town, ultimately suffering the consequences of his own talent and vigor, resulting in shattered meridians. Tragically, he was attacked by a tiger demon while being transported to the academy for treatment, resulting in his untimely death. Zheng Yi's demise instilled in Zheng Lu a profound hatred for martial artists and tiger demons. Whenever anyone practiced martial arts in secret within the academy, they were mercilessly expelled and publicly reprimanded throughout the county. Furthermore, the Hall of Good Deeds still bore Zheng Lu's issued task to eliminate tigers, which had not been rescinded for years. Indeed, Ning Hao, excelling in both literature and martial arts, and having slain a tiger demon, shared a remarkable affinity with Grandmaster Zhenglu, as if their fates were intertwined. Din Chendaji could not suppress the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This is disastrous. I truly know nothing of the ancient forbidden techniques. I doubt I merely wish to keep Ning Hao at the academy. Chapter 31. Scholar's Night Study. The tiger's roar resounds again. Din Chendaji was drenched in cold sweat. In his desperation to retain Ning Hao, he had exaggerated slightly, claiming to possess knowledge of the ancient forbidden techniques of the integration of literature and martial arts. In truth, he had none. Initially, he had planned to gather some rare martial arts texts for Ning Hao to practice temporarily, hoping to devise a solution later. But Grandmaster Zhang Lu's words reminded him of Zheng Ai, who had perished while attempting the integration of literature and martial arts, leaving him in a state of acute anxiety. How could a prodigy like Ning Hao, a manifestation of the literary star, possibly encounter misfortune? Din Chendaji was filled with dread. If anything were to happen to Ning Hao, he would undoubtedly be remembered as the eternal sinner of Shud Academy, destined to be scorned by scholars across Nanxiang Prefecture. He needed a solution, a plan. Books. The Academy had previously confiscated numerous texts belonging to practitioners of the demonic path. It seemed there were techniques concerning the integration of literature and martial arts among them. Gulping, Din Chendaji paced restlessly within the study, his mind ablaze with ideas. Eventually, as if making a decision, he murmured, "I shall first attempt it, and upon confirming its safety, I will transcribe it for Ning Hao." As night fell and the full moon hung high, the scholars of Shud Academy returned to their dormitories after a long day of studies, weary yet resolute. After a brief rest, they prepared for the night's reading session, organized by the attendants. Studying was arduous, yet the joy of becoming a Jurin was beyond imagination. They hoped that no further tiger roars would disturb their night of reading. At this moment, the scholars' greatest wish was for silence during their reading of the poems of merit. To avoid any interruptions from the tiger's roar, if they could not absorb the talent, their literary cultivation would stagnate. Without the elevation of their literary prowess, they would be unable to grasp the true essence of the sage's writings. Ensuring their failure in the provincial examinations, anxious indeed, moreover, the Academy's current poem of merit was a composition on the importance of learning. 3 watches of lantern light, 5 watches of crowing rooster, truly a man must study. The implication being, if one did not study until the 3rd watch, what sort of man were they? Some scholars had other thoughts, such as, "Little Lee, did you manage to buy the chicken I asked you to fetch from the mountain today?" "I did. Good. Then I shall sleep until the 3rd watch. At that time, you must light the lamp and wake me, and remember to serve me chicken when it's 5 watches past." "Understood, young master." Meanwhile, within the Hall of Regulations, Grandmaster Zhenglu conducted his rounds, leaving Ning Hao and the attendant in the Hall of Regulations. Before departing, Grandmaster Zhenglu reminded Ning Hao that practicing martial arts was permissible, but it was best not to be seen. For now, he should focus on his studies. He also informed Ning Hao that the 2nd floor of the Hall of Regulations housed the Academy's most precious texts, each worth its weight in gold, akin to martial arts manuals. Ordinary scholars lacked the qualifications to borrow them. Only those who contributed to the Academy or possessed exceptional literary talent, such as Fang Qingxue, Wang Ting, Yi Qian, Xiao Yu, Han Zili, were permitted to borrow one each month. Of course, Grandmaster Zhang Lu did not impose any strict requirements on Ning Hao to study, as he believed that the diligent and earnest spirit demonstrated by Ning Hao in composing the poem on learning was deeply engraved in his soul, enabling him to grasp such literary excellence. Thus, there was no need to worry about Ning Hao's self-discipline. Moreover, Grandmaster Zhang Lu was aware that Fang Qingxue had gifted numerous texts to Ning Hao, including essential poetry collections, essays, and Confucian classics that were requisite readings for 9th grade scholars. It was essentially a comprehensive canon. It is said that it was Ning Hao who took the initiative to borrow the book, which greatly pleased Master Zhengel. Although Ning Hao practiced martial arts, what harm could there be in strengthening one's physique? He did not consider Ning Hao a mere martial artist, but rather an erudite individual who valued practical experience. "Young master, it is time for your night reading," the young attendant Xiao Shui remarked as he lit the oil lamp to remind Ning Hao. "Extinguish the lamp." "Very well, young master." With a gentle puff, Xiao Shui blew out the lamp and inquired, "May I sleep now?" "Indeed." "All right, young master." Not long after, Ning Hao could hear Xiao Shuai's snores, prompting a wry smile and a shake of his head. Fortunately, he did not engage in reading. Otherwise, having such an attendant would surely hinder his progress. Master Zhang had mentioned that practicing martial arts should be concealed from others, so Ning Hao decided to retreat to the back mountain. He felt that it was already quite a concession for Jing'el and the headmaster to make exceptions for him, and he did not wish to trouble them further. The back mountain, seldom frequented by people, was an ideal place for training. Changing into a loose scholar's robe, Ning Hao ventured into the night to the back mountain. He found a secluded little grove. Ensuring no one would interrupt, and continued his practice of the tiger form fist. His proficiency in this martial art was profound, and he had long since shed any clumsiness as he began his movements. The bamboo forest rustled softly. Under the moonlight, Ning Hao's muscles bulged and his vitality surged, resembling a human tiger honing its skills. The righteous energy flowed with his vigor, gradually transforming and replenishing. Roar in a daze. The sound of a tiger's roar echoed in the academy's sleeping quarters. The tiger's roar was heard. Almost simultaneously, all the scholars engaged in night reading heard the fearsome sound. Here it comes, the tiger demon is roaring again. How are we supposed to read at night? Come, summon Yichen and Wang Teng, and let them deal with this demon. Until this demon is vanquished, we won't be able to read a single line. Who on earth is raising a tiger in the academy? The scholars, upon hearing the roar again, covered their heads with their hands, their expressions twisted in terror. The frequency of the roars was alarming. Unlike other tiger demons that roared intermittently, this one seemed relentless, swift, powerful, and overwhelmingly fierce. The listeners trembled in fear. Most terrifying of all was that despite their attempts to muffle the sound, the tiger continued to roar unabated. Unable to endure any longer, a scholar sought out a few gifted individuals who had visited the headmaster's study during the day: Wang Ting, Yi Chun, Xiao Yu, and Han Zili. Upon hearing the roar, Wang Teng's expression changed slightly, and he reassured the gathered scholars, "Do not worry, the academy will investigate this matter and will resolve it swiftly." Yi Chun nodded. "It is not suitable to read at night. It would be wise to rest early." Xiao Yu suggested, "You should all return for now. The tiger demon cannot last much longer." Reluctant yet resigned, the scholars departed, grumbling and cursing the tiger demon under their breath. After they left, the four talented individuals exchanged glances. Han Zili, who rarely spoke, calmly remarked, "Tonight's tiger demon seems peculiar. Its roars differ greatly from yesterday's, more potent and resonant. We must avoid impulsiveness and prioritize caution." "Indeed," the others agreed. "We must remain steady, trust in our mentor. Righteousness will prevail over evil." The four talented individuals shared a knowing smile. As scholars, there was no need for the taller figures of their mentors and the headmaster to intervene just yet. There was no need to panic. It was merely one missed day of study. With ample time until the provincial examination next year, could it be that the tiger would roar every day? Perhaps by tomorrow, their mentor would have dealt with it. Chapter 32. Could this be the tiger form technique? What a splendid experience! The volume of Tiger Form Fist, purchased for 18 taels of silver, had proven to be an incredible bargain, its emotional value exceeding the cost, and its efficiency in converting righteous energy was remarkably swift. Ning Hao was thoroughly satisfied with this martial technique. It felt as if it were tailor-made for him, clear and comprehensible. Supplemented by annotations from former martial artists, the process of harnessing vitality was astonishingly simple, accessible even to those in basic education. Opening the Vitality panel, Ning Hao silently recited, "Vitality, 854, upgrade conditions insufficient, martial realm, 9th grade refinement, talent first. Realm locked, talent value, 9001000, excellent, excellent. While others toil away and study, I accumulate points." Thus begins the saga of the fastest advancing scholar warrior in history. Ning Hao was particularly pleased with the results of his arduous training that night. His vitality was nearing his talent value, and soon both would reach the 8th grade. However, he realized that while his martial realm might still be locked at 9th grade, it would not hinder him from defeating those of the 8th grade. Fantastic! Oh, just then, the sound of the rooster crowing at dawn echoed through the academy. Had he trained until the 5th watch? Immersed in the practice of Tiger Form Fist, Ning Hao had lost track of time. Just as the righteous energy transformation concluded, he prepared to descend the mountain. However, aided by the dim morning light, he was astonished to discover his hands had sprouted black and yellow fur, resembling that of a tiger. Even his palms bore a hint of tiger-like appearance. What is happening? Ning Hao instinctively touched his cheek, feeling the contours. Was there a sense of a tiger's head and features? Alarmed, he quickly scanned his surroundings and soon found a small water pond. Utilizing the morning light, he was taken aback to see a tiger-faced human, strikingly majestic and exuding an air of dominance. Have I truly transformed into a fierce tiger? Ning Hao was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, this state did not last long. The tiger fur on his arms faded, his hands returned to their elongated fingers, and his features resumed their handsome appearance. Ning Hao pondered deeply. Could it be that the martial technique tiger form fist was not merely a fighting style but a transformative practice to take on the form of a tiger? Doubting this strange phenomenon, he resolved to attempt it once more. Meanwhile, as dawn broke, some Confucian scholars arranged for attendants to discreetly prepare a chicken. One attendant, puzzled, asked, "Young master, why do we choose to prepare a chicken at dawn?" The Confucian scholar replied with a slight smile, explaining, according to the true meaning of the Guanfu poem, a man who wishes to excel in his studies must light a lamp at the 3rd watch and offer incense to the sages. Then eat chicken at the 5th watch before commencing a day of reading. The attendant inquired further, but what of the line, black hair knows not to study diligently, only to regret when the hair turns white? The scholar responded, that is easily explained. It means if you do not offer incense and pray while you are young, you will regret it when you are older and your hair has turned white. The attendant, filled with admiration, remarked, "Young master, you truly know so much." The scholar, feeling quite proud, added, "Just a moment of insight on my part. It is quite difficult for others to grasp the true meaning of the Guanfu poetry." The scholar reminded, "Add more salt, at the same time." Another Confucian scholar, sporting dark circles under his eyes and a ghastly expression, suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, the tiger's roar has finally ceased. I understand now. It was the tiger, nourished by the talent from the Guanfu poem, becoming a night owl, roaring at the 3rd watch until the rooster crowed at dawn, urging us to rest at the 3rd watch and rise to read at the 5th watch. Do not stay up late." This scholar, accustomed to late nights, had endured an unusually torturous couple of days. Every time he attempted to read at night, the incessant tiger roars disrupted his focus. Strangely, he noted that the roars only occurred when he absorbed talent. Now, with the rooster crowing at dawn, the tiger's roar had finally ceased altogether, whether he absorbed talent or not. Simultaneously, the scholars in the sleeping quarters erupted in joyous exclamations. "Ha ha ha, let us celebrate. The accursed tiger's roar has finally stopped. Surely our mentor has slain it. We have nothing to worry about. With our mentor present, what demon cannot be dealt with? Thankfully, the roars only occur at night and will not return after dawn." Serving as a reminder not to study late, however, the talent-laden poem encouragement for study urged them to diligently pursue their studies, making late-night reading the norm. The scholars, brimming with energy, felt immensely proud. Akin to victorious warriors returning from vanquishing demons, who disturbs the peace, it is already dawn. Why have you not begun your morning studies? The voice of Master Jing El boomed over the sleeping quarters. The excited scholars quickly retreated to their dormitories, their spirits deflating, hastily picking up the books they had abandoned the night before and earnestly beginning their morning studies. Roar, however, just as the scholars commenced their early reading. They once again heard the dominating roar of the tiger, even more ferocious than the night before. The faces of those in the sleeping quarters turned a deep shade of crimson. Who claimed that the mentor had slain the tiger? What the hell? Will we never be allowed to read again? Enough with the roars. If you want a mother tiger, go find one in the mountains. The scholars gritted their teeth in frustration, covering their ears. Their scalps prickling to that moment. In the female dormitory area, the round-faced scholar Hu Lan Lan, with sleepy eyes, approached Fong Qingxue, saying, "Sister Fong, could you ask our mentor to neuter this male tiger? If it continues to roar, we will surely fail our exams next year." "Indeed, Sister Fong, your words carry weight with our mentor. Please, we beseech you." The other 2 female scholars looked at Fong Qingxue with hopeful eyes. Fong Qingxue was in good spirits. She too had experienced the tiger's roar the previous night. However, having perused the Academy's literature, she found nothing that could enhance her talent, so she opted for a restful sleep instead. Upon encountering the dismal state of a dear friend, I nodded in agreement. I shall inquire about the situation. Excellent. Thank you, Sister Fong. You are the best. The round-faced scholar, Hu Lan Lan, affectionately embraced Fong Qingxue. As Fong Qingxue made her way, countless scholars lamented, seemingly driven to madness by the roaring tiger sound. This could not continue. It had been 2 consecutive nights of such disturbances, and why had the master not intervened? With questions swirling in her mind, Fong Qingxue found herself, almost inexplicably, at the regulation hall of the esteemed Master Zheng Lv. Coincidentally, Ning Hao was returning from the back mountain at that very moment, and the 2 crossed paths at a fork in the road. Ning Hao, good morning, Fong Scholar. Ning Hao greeted her with a smile. His demeanor relaxed despite the early hour. What brings you out so early? I am going. Fong Qingxue instinctively glanced at Ning Hao, and immediately found herself at a loss for words, her gaze flustered as she averted her eyes. Yet, she could not help but steal another glance. There stood Ning Hao, his half-damp scholar's robe clinging to his form, revealing a perfectly sculpted upper body, complemented by his partially dry black hair, with a few strands falling over his eyes. Resembling a scholar emerging from a painting. Gulp Fong Qingxue discreetly swallowed, regaining her composure, and inwardly chastised herself for her superficiality before saying, There have been some disturbances at the academy, and I wish to report to the master. What about you? What brings you to the back mountain so early? Reading. Ning Hao had intended to mention his martial training, but recalled Master Zheng's admonition to keep it a secret, thus his words took a different turn. What could one possibly read in the back mountain? Surely, you must be practicing martial arts. Fong Qingxue shot him a sidelong glance. It seems I cannot hide anything from your keen eyes, Fong Scholar. Ning Hao ceased his denial and shifted the conversation. What sort of disturbances have occurred at the academy? Just now, I heard quite a ruckus from this direction. It is nothing but the same incident from the night before last. The tiger's roar has returned, and it echoed throughout the night. Fong Qingxue sighed. Next year, there will be scholars participating in the imperial examinations. If this tiger continues to roar, everyone may end up failing. Which is why I have come to implore the master to intervene and resolve this matter. A tigress roar. Why did I not hear it? Yesterday, during the academy's inaugural meeting, he had overheard scholars discussing the tiger's roar, yet he had heard nothing himself. How could it have resurfaced? Could it be that the tiger demon he had slain was haunting the Should Academy? Fong Qingxue explained, If you are practicing martial arts, naturally you wouldn't hear it. Only those who immerse themselves in their studies can perceive such phenomena. Ning Hao paused, then said, I shall listen tonight. Very well. Fong Qingxue nodded slightly. Let us proceed to the regulation hall together. What an honor. Ning Hao smiled, revealing a self-assuredly charming grin. Fong Qingxue quickly turned her head away, hastening her pace towards the regulation hall. At that moment, not far away, the 4 outstanding talents of the Confucian Academy, Wang Teng, Yichun, Xiao Yu, and Han Zili, observed Fong Qingxue and Ning Hao walking together, their fists clenched tightly in frustration. This fellow. Wang Tang gritted his teeth. We have another formidable rival. Yichun replied coolly, a mere 9th grade. Hardly a match for us. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. What if we take the opportunity to humiliate him during the Academy's literary assessment in half a month? Let him become the subject of ridicule. Wang Ting and Yichun's eyes brightened at this idea. Wang Ting eagerly agreed, Excellent. Let it be known that when a new rival appears, we 4 will stand united. Xiao Yu chuckled. This fellow is hardly a true rival. I shall give him a taste of reality first. Let us go. Han Zili cautioned, Xiao Yu, do not act impulsively. We are in the regulation hall. Xiao Yu looked at Han Zili, precisely because we are in the regulation hall. We can easily concoct a reason to claim he violated academy rules, and then teach him a lesson without being overly harsh. Wai Yichun smiled. Han Zili, sometimes you are just too cautious. Have faith. Xiao Yu knows his limits. Han Zili remained silent, feeling a lingering unease. He could not shake the feeling that Ning Hao had received public commendation from Master Zheng for reasons that might not be entirely virtuous. As the master had never praised anyone before, meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the regulation hall, Master Zheng Lv was intently studying an original manuscript of On Learning. Such remarkable talent and calligraphy. Yet why must he focus solely on martial pursuits? Zheng Lv sighed inwardly, struggling to reconcile that this exquisite poetry and script had originated from a 9th grade martial artist. Had Ning Hao not achieved the rank of a martial artist? Zhang Lv would have sought to redirect his ambitions. Alas, it was too late for that now. All that remained was to allow Ning Hao to pursue both scholarly and martial excellence, provided that the academy head, Chen Daji, could recall the ancient forbidden techniques. Master, a student seeks an audience. Fang Qingshue's voice echoed from outside the regulation hall. Zhang Lv raised an eyebrow. He was currently immersed in the study of poetry and nurturing his understanding, so he did not descend. What is it? Fang Qingxue was not surprised. Meeting Master Zhang was notoriously difficult, akin to encountering a dragon's head without its tail. It was only due to the absence of the headmaster at yesterday's assembly that she had managed to converse with Zhang Lv for such an extended period. Master, it concerns the scholar's reports of the tiger's roar. Fang Qingxue raised her voice, but before she could finish, Ning Hao interjected, Fang scholar, it is not suitable to discuss this outside. Master is upstairs, let us speak with him. After all, regarding the significant matter of the tiger's roar affecting the scholars, it was best conveyed in person. Fang Qingxue forced a smile. The academy has its rules, and the regulation hall has its own set of protocols. No worries, I can discuss it here. The first floor of the regulation hall was already difficult to enter, let alone the second floor. The second floor was known as the library of the academy. Even she, the academy's top scholar, had only been fortunate enough to enter thrice after securing first place in the county, provincial, and academy examinations. Ning Hao, having previously been an outsider to the academy, was oblivious to these rules and the significance of the library of the academy, and thus could not fully comprehend. Ning Hao made a valid point, however. Before Fang Qingxue could finish her thought, Zhang Lv's voice rang out. Ning Hao, you have returned from your morning reading? Come in with Fang scholar. Aye. Fang Qingshue's mouth fell slightly open. Her expression one of bewilderment. Is that so? Fang scholar. Ning Hao chuckled. Master Zhang is quite accommodating and understands the importance of this matter. You all have underestimated his demeanor. With a wry smile, Ning Hao led Fang Qingxue into the regulation hall. Young master, you have returned? The attendant, Xiao Shuai, was sweeping the first floor. Yes, continue with your work. Understood, young master. Ning Hao disregarded the attendant and ascended directly to the second floor with Fang Qingxue. Standing before Master Zhang on the second floor, Fang Qingxue felt as though she were in a dream. This was the library of the academy. Master Zhang had broken the academy's rules for her. Fang scholar, the tiger's roar has re-emerged during the night? Master Zhang inquired. Indeed. The scholars from the Confucian Academy lamented, for 2 nights we have been unable to study at night. I fear it will affect their future examinations. Fang Qingxue expressed her concerns. Ning Hao. Master Zhang turned to Ning Hao. Did you hear it? The students were studying at night. Naturally, I heard it. Ning Hao nodded. He had indeed heard the tiger's roar, but it was merely the sound produced by his internal organs during his practice of the tiger form fist. Resonating with a low thrum, it sounded remarkably like a tiger's roar. Thus he spoke the truth. Ancient texts recorded that some tiger demons, upon death, would not disperse, manifesting under certain conditions. To resolve this, there was but one solution. Master Zhang's expression turned grave. Ning Hao hastily asked, what is that solution? He felt an inexplicable sense of dread. After all, he had just slain a 7th-grade tiger demon. If the tiger's roar affecting the scholars was indeed its doing, would it not seek him out? No. It must be utterly obliterated. Master Zhang stated, we must wait for its soul to naturally dissipate. Is that truly the only solution? Ning Hao was taken aback. That hardly seemed like a resolution. Fang Qingxue too appeared perplexed. Master Zhang continued, the ancient texts state that the souls of great demons are colorless, odorless, and invisible, being entities of extreme yin. They only manifest under specific conditions. To dispel them, one must utilize something of utmost yang and rigidity. Where can such a thing be found? Ning Hao urgently inquired. He was genuinely anxious. After all, when he had pounded the tiger demon to death, its lingering resentment had been particularly strong. To prevent further complications, it was imperative that it perish once more. Chapter 34. The pure yang body of utmost rigidness. The academy holds none. Master Zhang shook his head slowly, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. Although that ancient text was not from the Orthodox Academy, the existence of souls was certainly plausible. When scholars attain the 4th-grade gentleman status, a sacred embryo can be cultivated within the academy. This sacred embryo is the confluence of a scholar's 3 souls and 7 spirits. even capable of venturing beyond the corporeal realm and wandering the world. Thus, the notion of a great demon possessing a lingering soul is not unfounded. However, to dispel a soul of utmost yin, one could only confront it with something of utmost yang and rigidity. Where can such a thing be found? Ning Hao pressed again, offering his conjecture. Master, the academy is filled with scholars. Practicing Confucianism is akin to slaying demons. Is that not sufficiently yang and rigid? The esteemed Master Zhang Lu cast an approving glance at Ning Hao and elucidated. Confucianism possesses the capacity to vanquish demons and dispel malevolence, yet it has yet to devise a method for confronting spectral entities, for how can one target what one does not even perceive? Ning Hao pondered this, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Indeed, but where might one seek that which embodies the utmost rigidity and radiance? Fang Qingxue observed Ning Hao, discerning his apprehensions. She too speculated that the howling echoes within the academy might be attributed to the spectral remnant of the seventh-tier tiger demon he had slain. Now trailing him into the scholarly precincts, Master Zhang continued, within the Pure Yang Martial Hall of Anyang County resides a treasured artifact, the Pure Yang Sword, which has been preserved for over a century. It is said to have been forged from the blood of 100 Pure Yang warriors, capable of effortlessly dispelling spirits. Pure Yang Martial Hall? Ning Hao momentarily faltered, for he was quite familiar with this establishment. Initially, when he struggled with his studies, he had contemplated seeking fortune at the Pure Yang Martial Hall. Fatefully, it was there, on the streets outside the hall, that he encountered the enigmatic beggar who set him upon the path of martial arts. Thus, he was destined to tread this journey. Fang Qingxue inquired, "What exactly is a Pure Yang body?" Ning Hao, eager to absorb the information, was also keen to pose the same question, surprised that Fang, the scholar, displayed such interest in martial practitioners. He conjectured that a Pure Yang body must be akin to the extraordinary physique often depicted in novels. Reminiscent of ancient sacred bodies, chaotic forms, supreme bones, and divine physiques, he speculated that his own martial prowess might stem from a unique constitution. Master Zhang Lu, adopting a serious demeanor, explained, the Pure Yang body is colloquially referred to as a single body, indicating that unmarried warriors who maintain their youthful vitality are classified as Pure Yang bodies. Ah? Ning Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape as he stared incredulously at Jingyu. Is that truly the case? A single warrior is synonymous with a Pure Yang body? Master, is this for real? Ning Hao was skeptical. I have perused the vast array of texts within the academy. There are few matters that elude me. Such is the advantage of education. Master Zhang Lu turned his gaze toward Ning Hao, stating, Ning Hao, you too must be a Pure Yang body, am I correct? Ning Hao's face flushed crimson. Beside him, Fang Qingxue's cheeks blushed like ripened apples. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. Spectral entities pose no real threat. I shall compose a letter to the head of the Pure Yang Martial Hall, Chen Jinan, requesting the temporary loan of the Pure Yang Sword. Master Zhang Lu did not wish for the tiger demon spirit to linger and disrupt the scholarly pursuits of the academy scholars. He resolved to humble himself and seek the treasured sword from the martial hall he despised. Very well, Ning Hao finally felt reassured. Master Zhang Lu seemed to recall something and added, when the time comes, have your servant descend the mountain with the letter, and also bring back the plaque and commendation that the academy has bestowed upon your family. Are they truly giving a plaque? Ning Hao had heard Master Zhang mention it during the opening ceremony, initially thinking it a mere formality, only to discover it was indeed genuine. The Should Academy, after all, was founded on the principles of virtue and morality. Once the promise was made, it would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Master Zhang Lu stated firmly, this is the Academy's expression of gratitude to your family and is unrelated to you. Very well, then I shall express my family's gratitude on their behalf. Ning Hao bowed respectfully. With the Academy's plaque and commendation, Ning Shuyi would undoubtedly feel a surge of confidence, akin to having received a solid reassurance. Consequently, allowances and such would likely increase. Indeed, you may escort Fang Xuesher down now. I shall continue to observe your masterpieces. Master Zhang Lu waved his hand dismissively. Your masterpieces? Fang Qingxue raised an elegant brow. This? Ning Hao's forehead broke out in a sweat as he instinctively glanced at Master Zhang Lu. Truth be told, the poem in question was a timeless educational masterpiece by the illustrious Yin Zhenxing of ancient China. Renowned throughout the ages, he felt quite embarrassed to claim it as his own creation. Seeing Fang Qingshue's skepticism, Master Zhang Lu chuckled. Ning Hao's calligraphy is commendable. Would you care to see it, Fang Shuesher? Very well. Master Zhang Lu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Fang Qingshue's earnestness. He casually tucked away the authentic manuscript of On Learning. Perplexed as he remarked, where is Ning Hao's calligraphy? It was just here. Never mind, Fang Shuesher. Perhaps next time. A flicker of disappointment crossed Fang Qingshue's eyes, but she still performed a courteous bow and declared, Very well, then I shall take my leave. Indeed, Master Zhang Lu gave a slight nod. Ning Hao quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he felt an inexplicable tinge of disappointment. He was genuinely curious about Fang Qingshue's reaction upon discovering that the poem On Learning, which influenced celestial phenomena, had been transported by his own hands. Alas, Master Zhang had declined to disclose this. Ning Hao accompanied Fang Qingxue downstairs and saw her off at the Law of Nature Hall. Though the issue remained unresolved, at least a solution had been identified. Thank you, Ning Hao. Fang Qingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank me for what? Ning Hao inquired, puzzled. It was only because of your presence that I was permitted to ascend to the second floor. Isn't it merely a library? Ning Hao chuckled lightly, perplexed. What relevance does this have to me? Fang Shuesher, you are a paragon of the academy. What significance is there in visiting the second floor? The second floor of the Law of Nature Hall is a restricted area. I have only ascended 3 times in total, having achieved first place in the county, provincial, and academy examinations. This will be my 4th time, Fang Qingxue whispered. Ning Hao was taken aback, astonished that accessing the second floor required such high qualifications. Moreover, he felt a sense of incredulity. To think that he could traverse freely within such a prestigious domain. Master Zhang Lu was indeed exceedingly generous. Let us depart. Fang Qingxue waved goodbye to Ning Hao, then took a few steps but slowed her pace, her hands clasped behind her. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back to Ning Hao and asked, by the way, when we next meet, could you kindly write me a calligraphy piece? I am curious to see your handwriting, for Master seldom praises others. Ning Hao smiled, certainly, but regarding the 7th tier books we discussed previously, I had intended to collect them. Last night, he had fully converted the righteous energy he had gathered while practicing the tiger form fist. Ning Hao felt somewhat troubled about what to practice tonight. Should he rest instead? Fang Qingxue nodded. I will be organizing. Remember to attend class at the Confucianism Hall at dawn. With that, she hastily departed. In the morning light, her flowing garments danced gracefully, resembling a butterfly chasing the dawn, her lithe figure twirling beneath the gentle warmth of early winter sun. The morning rays caressed her delicate skin, bestowing upon her a soft, golden glow utterly captivating. Ning Hao couldn't help but admire her. Indeed, beauty has the power to uplift one's spirits, as the ancients have rightly said. Meanwhile, in the shadows outside the Law of Nature Hall, for heads peeked out, their expressions contorted with rage, their teeth clenched, nearly embedding their nails into the crevices of the bricks. Chapter 35. A gentleman seeks revenge without delay. Wang Ting, Yi Qian, Han Zili. What say you? Xiao Yu glowered at Ning Hao, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, urgently querying his 3 companions. Wang Tang clenched his fists. According to the Academy's regulations, physical violence is not permitted, and besides, Master seems to hold him in high regard. Perhaps we should consider a more civilized approach. Xiao Yu paused. A civilized approach? Engage in literary discourse, Wang Tang suggested with a subtle smile. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and both Yi Qian and Han Zili nodded in agreement. I shall issue a challenge. Xiao Yu emerged from the shadows, raking his fingers through his cropped hair, calling out to Ning Hao Shuesher. Wait a moment. Ning Hao was on the verge of entering when he heard someone call his name. Turning, he beheld a young man with a chiseled face and strikingly sharp brows, someone he did not recognize. Ning Hao clasped his hands in greeting. This senior, may I ask who you are? You do not recognize me. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed in surprise, astonished that one of the 4 talents of Should Academy was unknown to him. Is it necessary to recognize me? Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. You are quite arrogant, Ning Shueshai. Do you believe that merely because of the Academy's accolades, you can exhibit such insolence? I am Xiao Yan's younger brother, the very progenitor of the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. You are Xiao Yan's brother? Ning Hao instinctively inquired. Oh, you possess some knowledge. Xiao Yu continued, Ning Hao, I have heard of your remarkable literary talent and your triumph over the tiger demon. I hold great admiration for you." Before he could finish, Ning Hao discerned the underlying implications in Xiao Yu's words and interjected. "Are you challenging me?" Gasp. Xiao Yu couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath, astonished by Ning Hao's high level of awareness. Not quite a challenge, but rather a literary exchange. Not interested. I prefer to engage in martial arts. Ning Hao shook his head and turned back toward the Law of Nature Hall. What value is there in exchanging verses, engaging in an intellectual duel from afar? There is no thrill quite like the visceral satisfaction of combat, where one can feel the pulse of adrenaline. Coward. Seeing that Ning Hao was not taking the bait, Xiao Yu escalated his taunts. A complete coward. A scholar lacking even the slightest courage. What good is your education? How will you ever navigate the storms of life? Ning Hao casually cleared his ears and instructed his attendant. Close the door. Certainly, young master. The servant swiftly approached and shut the grand doors of the Law of Nature Hall. At that moment, a new task notification flashed before Ning Hao's eyes. Random task. The provincial governor of Tainyuanzhu, Xiao Yu, once humiliated you severely 30 years ago. A gentleman's revenge is not delayed. Please deepen your enmity, and after achieving sanctity, defeat him to avenge your past disgrace. The task deadline is unlimited, and the reward is a varying degree of righteous energy, 1 to 100, based on your methods of revenge. Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback, pondering, and then declared, "Xiao Shuai, open the door." Huh? Xiao Shuai, the young servant who had just closed the door to the rule hall, looked at Ning Hao in confusion. Realizing the young master was earnest, he reopened the door. Meanwhile, outside, Xiao Yu was both furious and enraged, nearly beside himself with rage. Yet he dared not strike the door of the rule hall. "Ning Hao, do you understand the consequences of offending the 4 great kings? It would be best if you opened the door now and accepted the challenge. If it's a fight you seek, then let it be a fight. Who is afraid of whom? Otherwise, I advise you to think carefully." Creak. The young servant Xiao Shuai opened the door, and Ning Hao stepped out of the rule hall, silently approaching Xiao Yu. With a smirk, just as Xiao Yu was about to speak, he suddenly saw a dark object hurtling towards his face. Bang! Ning Hao swung his fist, striking Xiao Yu squarely in the face. The sound of a nasal bone fracturing echoed as Xiao Yu's body flew backward like a kite with a severed string. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Who is this gentleman who waits until the next day to retaliate? Ning Hao scoffed at the system's prompt. Wasn't it simply about defeating the opponent? Seizing the moment before his energy could coalesce, he landed a punch, and the odds were likely in his favor. And thus it happened. Successfully defeated the governor Xiao Yu who humiliated you. But your methods do not align with the demeanor of a Confucian scholar. Reward. 0 points of righteous energy? Ning Hao stared at the system panel in disbelief. 0 points of righteous energy? What a futile effort! Xiao Yu, damned at that moment, Wang Tang, Yi Chun, and Han Zili rushed over, their expressions shifting dramatically as they simultaneously erupted in fury. Ning Hao, you are audacious. They had not anticipated that Ning Hao would disregard martial ethics and resort to violence. In the academy, when scholars had disputes, they would typically agree upon a time and place for a literary duel, fostering friendships through culture. But Ning Hao, who resorted to physical violence, epitomized the brutish, reckless, and uncouth mannerisms of a fighter. Furrowing his brows, Ning Hao retorted, "Didn't they say we could fight? But we haven't even established the rules yet. What's the hurry?" Wang Teng replied sternly, "Indeed." Ning Hao contemplated seriously for a moment and said, "Shall we establish the rules now?" "Ah, my nose, I can hardly breathe, ha." Xiao Yu suddenly cried out, clutching his nose, seemingly unable to breathe, resorting to gasping for air. "Wang Teng, Yi Chun, Han Zili, you all go together and finish him." Xiao Yu, now frightened to approach, urged the other 3 great kings to act. "Finish him off, brother Xiao, don't be hasty. That's unnecessary." The trio was startled by Xiao Yu's words. What grievances did they have with Ning Hao that warranted such extreme measures? Teaching him a lesson for his mockery was one thing, but to kill him was another. "Ning Hao, you struck another person? It's hardly fair if you don't offer some compensation." Wang Teng stood up, anger radiating from him as he glared at Ning Hao. Ning Hao, his loose scholar's robe fluttering, revealing hint of 8-pack abs, replied calmly, "I have no money, but I possess other things." "What things?" Xiao Yu's eyes brightened. "Academy rules." Ning Hao gazed steadily at the 4 great kings and stated, "You all, instead of attending your early studies, are here causing a ruckus outside the rule hall, humiliating your fellow students. This violates the 12th and 13th articles of the Academy rules. Ning Hao had a profound understanding of the rules of the rule hall, and regardless of how Xiao Yu and the others caused a commotion, the rules held sway over them. Moreover, the Grand Master Jing'el was stationed on the second floor of the rule hall. Yu. Wang Ting found himself at a loss for words, stammering. Xiao Yu, Wang Tang, Yi Chun, and Han Zili, you have greatly disappointed me. At that moment, Grand Master Jing'el emerged with a grim expression, followed by the young servant Xiao Shuai who had brought him news. Grand Master. The forest's expressions shifted, and Wang Tang instinctively inquired, did the Grand Master not go out for an early inspection? Humph. Grand Master Jing'el snorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yu. You wish to challenge Ning Hao, to foster friendship through culture? Xiao Yu's heart leaped with joy, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, I intended to befriend Ning Hao, but I never expected him to be so uncouth as to resort to violence. While it was unlikely to utilize Confucian methods now, it would not hinder him from using his talents to decisively defeat his opponent, avenging his humiliation and demonstrating what it meant to be a scholar. Very well, Grand Master Jing'el nodded. When you are capable of composing poetry that resonates with the Academy, then you may come to foster friendship through culture and challenge Ning Hao. With a flick of his sleeve. He then noticed Ning Hao's robe half open, revealing his sculpted abs, and sighed, removing his own scholar's robe to drape it over Ning Hao's shoulders. It's cold outside. Do not catch a chill. Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch of warmth. Then I shall return indoors. He understood Grand Master Jing'el's intentions, subtly warning the four great kings not to provoke him. It was a discreet message about who was the true author of the resonant poetry of the Academy, illustrated by the act of draping the scholar's robe over him, signaling his regard for Ning Hao. At the same time, it conveyed a significant meaning. The poetry that resonated with the Academy came from Ning Hao's hands, and anyone who dared to provoke or humiliate him should weigh their actions carefully. Ning Hao followed Grand Master Jing'el back into the rule hall. Buzz, Wang Tang, Yi Chun, Han Zili, and Xiao Yu stood dazed, watching Ning Hao clad in the Grand Master's robe, their eyes wide as saucers, their bodies trembling involuntarily. What does this mean? The young servant Xiao Shuai, hands on his hips, glared at the four great kings and taunted. If you have the ability, come in. Humph. With a thud, the young servant Xiao Shuai slammed the door shut. Chapter 36. The system activates new function. Han Zili, you are perceptive, quickly explained. What does the Grand Master's statement mean? Yi Chun furrowed his brows, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Yes, what does it mean? That if Xiao Yu can produce poetry that resonates with the Academy, he can then challenge Ning Hao? Is it possible that Ning Hao's gulp? Wang Tang felt his throat go dry, instinctively wanting to distance himself from Xiao Yu. In truth, the Grand Master Jing'el's words were quite clear. He was informing them that the poem advocating study that resonated with the Academy had indeed originated from Ning Hao. The more they contemplated it, the more convinced they became of this truth. When the Grand Master presided over the opening of the Academy, he had praised Ning Hao right from the start and even intended to present a plaque to Ning Hao's family. Moreover, he had permitted Ning Hao free access to the rule hall, and now he had personally draped his robe over the thinly clothed Ning Hao. Was there still room for doubt? In any academy? A student with such extraordinary talent would undoubtedly be cherished and protected, as though they were a precious gem, fearing any form of injustice would befall them. Gulp. Xiao Yu, bleeding from his nose, could not help but swallow hard. A glimmer of fear creeping into his eyes. As an 8th grade scholar, he was on the verge of touching the threshold of 7th grade, which was why he considered himself one of the four great kings. Yet, in comparison to someone capable of composing poetry that resonated with the Academy, the difference was akin to clouds and dirt, a common fowl versus a phoenix, a mere snake versus a true dragon. One must remember that the former president of the Tree Virtue Academy had poured his heart and soul into nurturing the literary talent of Anyang County, resulting in the creation of the resonant poetry of the Academy. How old was Ning Hao? How high was his literary attainment? To craft poetry that resonated with the Academy at this stage, what would it mean for his future in ascending to 8th grade? 7th grade, 6th grade. Would he not ascend to greatness? With talent that echoes through the Academy, through the nation, and even stabilizes the realm. The normally composed Han Zili sighed and looked at Xiao Yu. consider finding an opportunity to apologize to Ning Hao. Xiao Yu was reluctant, still feeling the pain in his nose. Calmly, Han Zili explained, their essay parable from Du. I wonder if you are aware of it is said that decades ago, in Jingzhou Prefecture, there was an unremarkable scholar who faced ridicule during his studies at the academy. No one cared for him, except for a fellow student who was academically challenged, who offered him comfort and companionship through hardships. Later, this scholar, utilizing his innate talent, composed poetry that resonated with the academy, soaring to become a saintly scholar, gaining favor from the president. Now, he is one of the 8 esteemed disciples of the Sacred Academy. Meanwhile, that once ridiculed scholar became his servant, moving freely within the Sacred Academy, studying and improving alongside him. Today, that scholar's servant has become a governor, while those who once mocked him have ended up imprisoned. Stripped of their literary aspirations, after recounting the parable, Han Zili turned to Xiao Yu. Isn't Ning Hao in many ways akin to that scholar? Are we not like those who once ridiculed him? Perhaps our future will mirror that of those who are stripped of their literary aspirations and imprisoned. Go reverse fate. One must transform hostility into harmony, proactively apologize, and perhaps we too may enjoy a beautiful future like that of the scholar's servant. While we may be the 4 great talents of the Tree Virtue Academy, among the 7 academies of Yangon Prefecture, we may not even rank highly. Whether we will succeed in the future or attain official positions in the court remains uncertain. Han Zili's words were starkly realistic, reflecting their potential growth trajectory. Wang Tong, Yi Chun, and Xiao Yu had never considered such perspectives, but upon hearing Han Zili's insights, they could almost envision themselves facing Ning Hao's vengeance, being imprisoned, stripped of their literary aspirations, and reduced to nothingness. Xiao Yu shivered, suddenly exclaiming, yes, I'll apologize right now. Han Zili cautioned, that would be too overt. It's better to express it subtly, allowing Ning Hao to feel our sincerity rather than making it seem like mere flattery. Brother Han is spot on. Yi Chen nodded and remarked, if even the esteemed master has changed, what right do we have to remain unchanged? In truth, this is also the master guiding us, grasping the tail of fate. Han Zili nodded in agreement towards Yi Chen, exclaiming, indeed. Wang Ting chimed in eagerly, yes. If we can delve into Ning Hao's heart, and he eventually soars, wouldn't we also rise alongside him? Han Zili smiled slightly, turning once more to Xiao Yu, does it still hurt? Xiao Yu decisively shook his head, responding, it doesn't hurt anymore. After your words, I feel that it might become my glory in the future. He continued, let us go. Whether we can seize the opportunity of fate depends on our scholarly fortune. Leading the way, Han Zili exited the law hall, while Wang Ting and Yi Chen supported Xiao Yu. Hastily following behind, Master, why did the scholar conceal the poem from the Guanfu before, yet now share it with the 4 great kings? On the 2nd floor of the law hall, Ning Hao asked in confusion. Fang Qingxue, being exceptionally talented, is the pride of the Should Academy. If she discovers that you have composed the Guanfu poem, it will undoubtedly impact her studies and cultivation. Master Zheng Lu chuckled softly. As for Wang Tong, Yi Chen, Xiao Yu, and Han Zili, they are merely average prodigies. Their temperament will not be significantly affected. Moreover, their families possess some influence in Yingyang County. This serves both as a lesson for them and as an opportunity. Ning Hao inquired, what opportunity? An opportunity to ascend alongside you. Master Zheng Lu replied with a smile. Ning Hao was genuinely puzzled. He understood that Master Zheng Lu meant that when he achieved sainthood, they could rise by clinging to his success. It was akin to the saying, when one ascends, even the dogs and chickens benefit. Yet, how could Master Zheng Lu be so certain that he would ascend? Was it divination? Moreover, Ning Hao was acutely aware that whether he could achieve sainthood through Confucianism was still uncertain, as the system was too abstract. However, in martial arts, the probability remained quite high, as long as he accumulated enough righteous energy. Reaching the 9th rank in body refinement would be tantamount to becoming a martial deity. How could Master know that he would indeed soar? Ning Hao pondered curiously. He had not even passed the county, prefectural, or academy examinations. How could he expect to rise? Producing the Guanfu poem at the 9th rank of enlightenment is as remarkable as the descent of the literary star. As long as you diligently study, the prefectural city will be your starting point. Master Zheng Lu gazed earnestly at Ning Hao. Ning Hao, I believe in you. Yes. Ning Hao felt the warmth radiating from the Confucian robe he wore and truly wished not to disappoint Master. Then let us strive to cultivate martial arts and achieve the status of a martial god. Subsequently, Master Zhenglu intended to continue observing Ning Hao's true writings, prompting Ning Hao to attend classes at the Confucianism Hall. He would engage with Confucian teachings and witness the wonders of Confucianism. Ning Hao nodded in agreement and prepared to return the robe to Master Zhenglu. However, Master Zhenglu waved his hand, saying, "Go on. It's cold outside. I see you Haven Tea brought a thick robe, so wear this." "All right, thank you, Master." Ning Hao could only comply, though he felt somewhat out of place. An 18-year-old youth clad in a Confucian robe. How would the other scholars in the academy fare? At that moment, as Ning Hao descended the second floor, a notification from the system appeared before him, glowing red. The counterattack to sainthood system has detected that the host's righteous energy has remained at 0 for over 12 hours, determining it as neglect of studies and tasks, resulting in a deduction of 10 points from vitality. When vitality reaches 0, death will ensue. Vitality 854 to 10, 844. This system is dedicated to assisting the 48-year-old host in counterattacking to sainthood. Due to the host's neglect, the primary course plan has been activated. Primary course requirements: recite a poem daily, transcribe an article, and complete the dialogues with the Academy's master. Failure to complete the coursework for the day will result in a deduction of 10-100 vitality points based on progress. Ning Hao could feel the system's frustration. Simultaneously, as vitality decreased by 10, he experienced a sense of fatigue, as if something had been expelled from him. Chapter 37. Primary course plan. Is this for real? Ning Hao felt an invisible pressure. Previously, when he had neglected his studies, the system showed no signs of discontent, and he had thought he could exploit the system to enhance his vitality. Unexpectedly, with his righteous energy at 0, the primary course was activated. He was required to recite poems, transcribe articles, and engage in dialogues with the master. This was simply overwhelming. I'm 48 years old. Ning Hao contemplated tearing the system apart and trampling it underfoot, perhaps even spitting on it. Are there any rewards? Ning Hao silently mused. Completing the daily coursework will yield random rewards of righteous energy between 1 to 10 points. Well, that's better. Ning Hao felt somewhat relieved. As a martial artist, studying was not his own desire. Without rewards from the system, he saw no point in it. However, with rewards, he could begrudgingly uphold the system's dignity. After all, the primary course plan was not overly difficult. With the rewards of righteous energy, he could convert them into vitality at night, aiding his martial cultivation. Quite satisfactory indeed. Ning Hao prepared to attend classes at the Confucianism Hall when the young attendant Xiao Shu, watering flowers, curiously asked, "Young master, where are you going?" "Of course, I'm going to class." "Right, then young master, you should hurry. After the little mare is well fed, I'll head down the mountain to deliver a letter to the Chunyang Martial Academy and bring back a plaque for the master." The attendant's face beamed with joy. The master will surely be pleased, indeed. Ning Hao couldn't help but smile in return before departing the law hall towards the Confucianism Hall. Early in the morning, the outer courtyard of Shud Academy was filled with the sound of students reading aloud. The entire academy was permeated with the fragrance of books. As Ning Hao passed through the outer courtyard, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Just a month ago, he had been one of them. But now, he had graduated. He had successfully advanced to a higher level, beginning the study of the core subject of Confucianism, Confucian studies. Ning Hao had not encountered Confucian studies many times since crossing over. The last time was on the day of his return to the academy when Master Zhenglu performed the rain summoning technique. It was quite mystical, evoking a sense of Taoist magic. "Greetings, master. Greetings, master." As Ning Hao walked past the classrooms of the outer courtyard, many scholars stood and bowed to him in respect. Good, good. Ning Hao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After he passed, many students whispered in confusion to one another. Has a new master arrived at the academy? He looks so young. I feel he might not even be older than me. He must be a newly appointed master. Age should not dictate one's worth. There is no precedence in learning. The accomplished are the teachers. To don the Confucian robe at such a young age. Perhaps my life's end is merely their beginning. Although Ning Hao is youthful, his physique, cultivated through martial arts, fit the master's robe comfortably. His former classmates bowed to him, addressing him as master. Upon recognizing him, their expressions mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. Ning Hao found this feeling rather enjoyable. The Confucian Studies Hall was located in the inner courtyard, akin to the high school section of a school, relatively more secluded. At present, the entry-level Confucian scholars were in class, taught by the hospitable scholar, Master Li. The four great kings of the Confucian Studies Hall arrived fashionably late, heads bowed and faces concealed as they entered the classroom, wary of being seen by Master Li. Wang Ting, Yi Qian, Xiao Yu, Han Zili, you four, step outside. Master Li placed his books down, glancing at the four who had sneaked in, rapping the lectern with his ruler. Yes, the four great kings, heads hanging low, obediently stepped outside the classroom. Shortly thereafter, Ning Hao arrived outside the Confucian Studies classroom, spotting the seemingly punished four great kings. Ning Hao, intending to test their attitudes towards him, planned to pass by them. Ning Hao is here, Wang Ting announced. Xiao Yu, startled, tugged at Han Zili's sleeve, whispering, Brother Han, how should we behave later? Don't yield too quickly. Maintain the dignity of a scholar, but your attitude shouldn't be overly submissive. Han Zili imparted his strategies to Xiao Yu, emphasizing the need to be assertive yet humble, without appearing too contrived. Wang Ting and Yi Qian listened intently, for Han Zili, being their strategist, always acted with prudence. What a coincidence, my senior brothers! Ning Hao happened to pass by and greeted them. Eager to observe their reactions, Hmph! Wang Ting scoffed disdainfully, Hmph! Yi Qian coldly snorted. What does it matter if you have the master backing you? Sooner or later, you will pay the price. Xiao Yu, adhering to Han Zili's advice, maintained a resolute demeanor. Very well, I await your arrival. Ning Hao calmly nodded, thinking that these individuals likely did not grasp the master's words. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. Just as he was about to enter the classroom, the typically reticent Han Zili suddenly clasped his hands and said, Senior Ning, you seem much more spirited today than yesterday. The master is currently teaching. Entering now may lead to punishment, so come, stand with me. It is sheltered from the wind here, and you will feel warmer. He continued, by the way, I am Han Zili. It is an honor to become your junior brother. He bowed once more, smiling at Ning Hao, devoid of any trace of the previous arrogance he had displayed in the law hall, replaced only by admiration. What is happening? Wang Ting, Yi Qian, and Xiao Yu stared wide-eyed, visibly shocked by Han Zili's sudden shift. No. Wasn't he agreed that we must maintain the dignity of scholars and not yield too quickly? Why did you, Han Zili, submit so readily? Brother Han, you flatter me. I have just been promoted from the Foreign Studies Department, and there is much I do not understand. I still have many questions to ask you. Ning Hao clasped his fists in gratitude. Han Zili responded earnestly, I am always available, whether during class or in breaks. Ning Shixiang is welcome to seek me out at any time. Ning Hao felt a sense of camaraderie with Han Zili, finding him far more agreeable than the likes of Wang Ting, Yi Qian, and Xiao Yu. Though their names were rather respectable, their demeanor was villainous. Standing outside the Confucian Studies classroom, Ning Hao gently tapped the door frame. Master Li, this is Ning Hao, a newcomer to the Confucian Studies Hall. I seem to have lost my way and missed the start of class. Inside the classroom, Fang Qingshua's eyes brightened upon hearing Ning Hao's voice. Hu Lan Lan, the round-faced female scholar beside her, tugged at Fang Qingshua's robe excitedly, exclaiming, Wow, Ning Hao has truly come to the Confucian Studies Hall. Fang Shiji, he is mine now. Hu Lan Lan licked her lips, a predatory glint in her eyes. Lan Lan, you must prioritize your studies, Fang Qingxue admonished, her brows furrowed. At that moment, Master Li, feeling inexplicably excited, set aside his books and hastily said, No worries, I understand. The wind outside is quite strong. Please, come in quickly. Ning Hao, why are you wearing a Confucian robe? Master Li then noticed something amiss. He had been so focused on preparing lessons and assessing students that he had neglected the recent changes in the academy. IT was given to me by the elder master, fearing I might catch a chill. Is it inappropriate? Should I take it off? Ning Hao felt that wearing the robe was too ostentatious. If it was cold, so be it. No, there's no need to take it off. Just find a seat. Ning Hao, why not sit in the first row? Master Li suggested, calling over a square-faced scholar to tidy his desk and move to the back. Lai Wenba, who had been deeply engrossed in contemplating the profound theories of Confucianism, was momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself, Master, me? I am your direct disciple. Ning Hao has just entered the 9th rank. As his senior brother, what is wrong with taking care of him? Master Li furrowed his brow. Li Wenbo glanced at Ning Hao, momentarily astonished to see such a handsome youth in the academy. Master, there's no need to trouble Li Shixiang. I'm fine sitting at the back. Ning Hao politely declined Master Li's kind offer. He was not here to pursue serious studies and did not wish to impede the progress of other scholars. Very well. Since you have just arrived at the Confucian Studies Hall and are struggling to keep up, once this lesson on Confucian theory concludes, I shall come over to guide you. Master Li nodded with a smile, while casting a stern gaze at the other scholars. Some of you really need to learn the virtue of humility. Look at Ning Hao. You should all learn from him. The other scholars were momentarily taken aback. Was it really necessary to pay such attention to a newcomer? As Ning Hao walked toward an empty seat in the back, many eyes were drawn to him, particularly those of several female scholars, who fidgeted somewhat restlessly at tea that moment. Hu Lanlan stood up and said, Ning Hao, Master said we should understand humility, so why not sit here with me? She warmly invited Ning Hao. No, Ning Hao began to refuse, but then realized that Hu Lanlan's deskmate was Fang Qingxue, and he quickly changed his tune. It wouldn't trouble Shiji, would it? Not at all. I am someone who fears no inconvenience. Hu Lanlan waved her hand dismissively, then leaned closer to Fang Qingxue, whispering, Qingxue, since you have already mastered the theoretical aspects of Confucianism, it would be a small sacrifice for you to sit at the back for a while. Fang Qingxue remained unperturbed, responding calmly, Your father asked me to supervise you. So do not even think about it. Qingxue. Hu Lanlan pouted, clinging to Fang Qingxue's arm. Ning Hao arrived at Hu Lanlan's desk, smiling, Thank you. Shiji. Hu Lanlan was momentarily taken aback. Ning Shidi, why are you standing over here? Shouldn't you be sitting with Fang Qingxue, taking her place as her deskmate? Didn't Shiji say I should sit here? Ning Hao was somewhat bewildered. This girl was not keeping her word. He had agreed to sit with her in hopes of frequently associating with Fang Qingxue, gaining her righteous qi. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more comfortable to sit alone in the back? No, what I meant was to Hu Lanlan quickly attempted to clarify, but before she could finish, Master Li rapped his ruler on the lectern. Hu Lanlan, do not delay the class. Since you offered your seat to Ning Hao, please go to the back and find a seat. Master, Hu Lanlan began to protest, even glancing at Fang Qingxue. Qingxue, didn't you say you would supervise me? Let's go to the back together. Fang Qingxue, her face slightly flushed, replied softly, You are old enough now. You should be more self-disciplined and not require supervision. Hu Lanlan seemed to understand something, her eyes widening. Then, prompted by Master Li, she reluctantly gathered her books and moved to the back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Thank you, Hu Shiji. Ning Hao expressed his gratitude as he took a seat beside Fang Qingxue. As he settled down, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over, bringing him a sense of tranquility. How wonderful it was to be in class. Master Li's lecture was indeed convoluted and challenging to grasp. Ning Hao felt as if he were in a fog, his head throbbing. I truly am not cut out for studying. Ning Hao felt fortunate to have chosen the path of a martial artist. Otherwise, life would have been a nightmare. The Confucian theory was delivered in a hurried manner, and while Ning Hao struggled to understand, Fang Qingxue had already mastered it all. Thus, the two leaned against each other, lost in thought. Have you organized the 7th rank books? Ning Hao suddenly whispered, his voice barely audible. Dio, you need them now? Fang Qingxue whispered back. The books aren't here, but I have a poetry collection I borrowed from Han Shidi, which I intended to show you. Would you like it now? Certainly. Whatever you have, I want it, Ning Hao replied earnestly. Fang Qingxue's ears turned red at his words as she retrieved an old poetry collection from beneath her desk and handed it to him. It's perfectly normal not to understand what Master is teaching. So don't let it distract you. Instead, focus on this poetry collection. Dun Xiang has gifted you with the Literary Resources Han Family Compendium of Poetry. You have gained Righteous Qi. 10 points, low grade, Righteous Qi. 10 thank you. Fang Shuesher. I will treat you to dinner tonight. Ning Hao glanced at the system panel, filled with gratitude. The points of Righteous Qi were what mattered. The quantity was secondary. Moreover, the junior course included a daily recitation of a poem. And with this poetry collection from Han Zili's family, how could he possibly fail? If he could earn 10 points of Righteous Qi daily, that would translate to 100 points of vitality, making for a most delightful existence. Indeed, Fang Qingxue responded softly, her charming face slightly flushed. Perhaps it was the thrill of sharing whispers with a male classmate during class that made her feel both nervous and strangely touched. At that moment, many male scholars cast furtive glances at Ning Hao and Fang Qingxue, their fingers nearly digging into their palms, their jaws clenched tightly. Ning Hao, oblivious to their attention, focused intently on the poetry collection, finding it increasingly bewildering. Is this truly poetry? It seems overly convoluted, laden with ornate language and difficult to comprehend. He struggled to read it smoothly, let alone memorize a single piece, his head spinning. Does reciting the poetry of ancient sages count? Ning Hao found himself reminiscing about the sages of his homeland. Ning Hao, can you comprehend the meaning of this poetry? The cultivation of Confucianism hinges upon poetry and literature. They are at the core of its essence and the crux of Confucian practice. Currently, we are merely engaging in theoretical discussions, but in the future, when we succeed, we will be able to articulate our thoughts eloquently, ultimately mastering the art of debate, and further down the line, wielding our words as weapons. All of this relies on a foundation of poetry and literature. Worried that Ning Hao might struggle, Fang Qingxue kindly began to explain some concepts to him. For instance, the poem Quickshui are studying in the academy, if thoroughly understood, can be applied to Confucian practice and significantly influence the hearts and minds of scholars, greatly benefiting the pursuit of knowledge. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. Ning Hao's eyes lit up. So, the essence of Confucianism lay in poetry and literature. That was splendid news. The entirety of his homeland's radiant culture stood behind him, far superior to the poetry collection from Han's family. Fang Xuesher, can you recite these poems? Ning Hao couldn't help but inquire. Was it the modern mindset that rendered him unable to comprehend or memorize them? Of course. Fang Qingxue nodded, her demeanor serious. Just name a poem, and I will recite it for you. How about Autumn Night Thoughts? Ning Hao suggested casually. Very well, this is a poem of nostalgia by the recluse Yuan Shan. Fang Qingxue, with remarkable memory, recited the poem fluently. Ning Hao couldn't help but feel a deep respect for her. Truly a top student. But in the next moment, his attention was diverted as the system panel chimed in again. Daily recitation of poetry completed. Fluent and proficient. Reward. Righteous Qi. 10 points. Righteous Qi. 20. Ning Hao was left utterly astonished. His mind filled with questions. The system has once again become abstract. Was it not stated that one should establish a course plan for oneself, requiring the recitation of a poem each day? How is it that he has yet to recite one, merely letting Fang Qingxue recite for him to listen, and that is deemed sufficient to complete the daily curriculum? It is far too abstract. Ning Hao, in truth, it is not difficult. Fang Qingxue, noticing Ning Hao's astonished expression, mistakenly believed he was awestruck by her abilities, causing her fair cheeks to flush slightly. Scholar Fang, you are truly remarkable, Ning Hao expressed with deep admiration. His countenance filled with incredulity. Do you think that the introductory course could be completed in such a manner? Well, not at all. Fang Qingxue felt embarrassed by the praise, since we have already memorized the poetry. How about we also transcribe some articles? Ning Hao rummaged through the desk. There were no brushes or ink. Fang Qingxue likely lacked them as well, perhaps due to her status as a graduate where such tools were unnecessary. All right, today's theoretical lesson concludes here. Everyone may reflect and digest freely. At this moment, Master Li's lecture also came to an end. He glanced at the clear-eyed Ning Hao and approached him with a smile. The other scholars buried themselves in their studies, reflecting on the lesson. Ning Hao, the pace of Master S Confucian course is rather slow. It is only natural that you find it difficult to comprehend. So do not feel pressured. Master Li first offered solace to Ning Hao, then added, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me or Scholar Fang. Thank you, Master. I do have some questions. Ning Hao expressed his gratitude before voicing his confusion. Scholar Fang informed me that the essence of Confucianism lies in poetry and prose, meaning that any poem or article can formulate Confucianism? Scholar Fang is correct, yet you have made a slight error. Not every poem or article constitutes Confucianism. Master Li regarded Ning Hao with approval, appreciating such an ambitious prodigy. The majority of poetry and prose produced by people in this world is either mediocre or merely serves to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. To formulate Confucianism, at the very least, the poetry and prose must be of the caliber that can transcend the realm, much like your own. Ning Hao turned to Master Li, realizing he was about to embellish his reputation. He quickly adjusted his scholar's robe, preparing to rise and wave to the talented individuals in the Confucian hall. Do not be alarmed, however. Master Li suddenly paused and seamlessly continued. Your former dean? Having exhausted the literary fortune of Ingyang County, produced the poetry and prose that transcended the realm, thus establishing a form of Confucianism, which you have seen at the Academy's gate, Ning Hao recalled. Was it not the phrase from the great master, the rain and dew nourish all living beings? Indeed, the student understands. Ning Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The great master stroked his goatee, smiling. This child is teachable. The daily dialogue with the master has been completed. Evaluation excellent. Reward, 10 points of righteous chi. Righteous chi, 30. Ning Hao was once again rendered speechless. Initially, he had thought that the daily course task would be particularly grueling. Especially the completion of the master's dialogue had made him feel anxious, even provoking a desire to skip school. However, unexpectedly, the dialogue could be completed without the master asking him questions, but rather he posed questions to the master. Abstract, truly abstract. Thank you, master. Ning Hao rose and bowed. Scholar Ning, it is my duty to educate. Should you face any difficulties or uncertainties in the future, please do not hesitate to speak with me. Do not feel it a bother, Master Li advised earnestly. Ning Hao nodded. Understood. Master Li, Master Li was particularly satisfied and then exited the classroom, admonishing. You four have greatly disappointed me. Seeing you like this, relying on a bit of talent to act recklessly. Look at Ning Hao. Has he become arrogant? You should truly learn from Ning Hao. Inside the hall, the gazes of the scholars all fell upon Ning Hao, their expressions filled with suspicion. Entering the 9th rank at the age of 18. Was this considered talent? What could they possibly learn from him? Soon, the 4 great talents, including Xiaoyu, lined up to enter the hall, each suddenly behaving much more modestly. Especially when they looked towards Ning Hao, they involuntarily shrank back ahead. Poetry and prose of transcendent caliber. It was simply monstrous. Xiaoyu, Yi Chen, and Wang Ting all took seats towards the inner part of the hall, while Han Zili sat directly behind Ning Hao. But where was Hu Lanlan? After Han Zili took his seat, he curiously inquired of his desk mate. He was utterly astonished, having never expected that Master Li would seat Ning Hao next to Fang Qingxue. Indeed, prodigies belong with prodigies, Brother Han. Where is Hu Lanlan? The desk mate pointed towards a corner in the back row, where Hu Lanlan, clearly having cried. Saturday Han Zili expressed understanding, acknowledging that if the master wanted to extend favors, who among the scholars could resist? Brother Han. Ning Hao also turned around to greet Han Zili, surprised to see him seated behind. Han Zili's expression was solemn as he slightly bowed. Brother Ning? Is there something you require? The desk mate stared at Han Zili, his eyes wide as saucers. Fang Qingxue was equally taken aback, her beautiful eyes darting between Ning Hao and Han Zili. Brother Ning? Han Zili was also a prodigy of the academy, from a wealthy lineage. Why would he willingly lower himself before Ning Hao? Moreover, Han Zili was a particularly composed individual, making this behavior all the more suspicious. What do you mean by require? However, there was indeed something I needed your assistance with. Ning Hao spoke earnestly. Han Zili replied without hesitation. Brother Ning, please feel free to speak. I have heard that your family possesses many literary collections and poetry anthologies. Could you transcribe an article for me now? I wish to study it thoroughly. Ning Hao intended to test whether asking others to transcribe an article could also be considered completing the daily course. Of course, this was not due to Ning Hao's reluctance to write, but rather because he lacked the necessary writing instruments, and he intended to practice martial arts on the back mountain later. Thus he had no time. No problem, leave it to me. Han Zili eagerly slapped his chest, visibly excited. His exuberance drew the attention of many, with puzzled expressions from the other scholars. This was Han Zili, the class president. Why was he being so courteous to a newly ranked student, even lowering himself? Most shocked were Wang Ting, Yi Chen, and Xiaoyu, who stared at Han Zili in disbelief. They had expected a gradual progression, only to realize it was all to keep the 3 of them in check while he surged ahead. So this is the kind of cunning you possess, Han Zili? Meanwhile, a young attendant named Xiao Shui from Should Academy was descending the mountain, carrying a plaque adorned with golden edges, riding a cart into the city. The plaque read, Home of the Poetry Champion, IT was signed by the Dean of Should Academy and all the masters. Home of the Poetry Champion, heavens, what sort of family dares to call themselves that? Silence. Do you not see it is the Dean of Should Academy, along with all the masters presenting this? It was likely that someone's offspring had performed exceptionally well in the academy. Whose attendant is this? Along the way, many townsfolk pointed and whispered, their eyes filled with astonishment and envy. The attendant Xiaoshui strutted along like a proud rooster. Soon, he arrived outside Ning's residence. However, Xiaoshui did not enter immediately, for the Ning residence was not as he remembered. The main gate was in disarray, and even the doorframe hung askew. It was certainly the Ning residence. The attendant Xiaoshui suddenly realized something, his heart racing. As he jumped off the cart, carrying the plaque and rushing inside. Master, Madam, Father, Mother. Chapter 40. Ning Shuyi gets beaten. Attendant Xiaoshui seeks revenge. Ouch. Be gentle. Hiss inside the main chamber of the Ning residence. Ning Shuyi's head and limbs were wrapped in bandages, while the steward Ning Yud was tending to his wounds. Madame Lu and Ning Yud's wife, Wan, were assisting nearby. Changing bandages was a tedious and painful task. Ning Shuyi grimaced in pain, while his wife Lu shed tears like pearls, scolding, "What on earth did the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy take to treat my husband so cruelly? Did my Ning family dig up their ancestors' graves? Those scoundrels!" Ning Shuyi seethed with indignation. "These brutish martial artists are utterly uncouth. What business was it of theirs if I merely mentioned in a tavern that my son Hao has become a ninth-rank scholar? Did it warrant them coming to my door to assault me, while the county magistrate turns a blind eye? Ouch. Old Detsi, be gentle." The steward Ning Yud was quite skilled in treating injuries, saying, "Where there is flow, there is no pain. Where there is pain, there is no flow. Just a little longer, master, please endure. Should we inform Hao about this matter? He is now also a ranked scholar. If there is a grievance, can the county magistrate ignore it?" Lu was furious and wished to seek justice from the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy. They had no enmity or prior dealings with the academy, yet they had been attacked without reason. Had the steward not been at the study, and she and the cook gone to the market to buy vegetables, she might have also faced a beating. I have told you countless times. Do not inform Hao. His studies are of utmost importance. Ning Shuyi said solemnly, enduring the pain. Be why the time Hao descends the mountain, my injuries should be nearly healed. I do not wish to trouble him. The steward Ning Yud said, should we just let this matter pass? Or shall I find my friends? What friends of yours could contend with the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy? A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. When Hao excels in the provincial examination and proceeds to the capital. Humph. Then I shall take my revenge. Cough. Ouch. Ning Shuyi, in his fury, inadvertently aggravated his wounds, crying out in agony. Ning Yud glanced at his wife, Chef Wan. Suddenly, a noise came from outside, as if something had fallen to the ground. Who is it? Ning Yud dashed forward, flinging open the door, only to witness a fleeting silhouette vanish around the corner. However, outside the door lay a plaque adorned with a golden border. Enraged, Ning Yud cursed vehemently, which imbecile, born without a backside, dared to deliver such a humiliating plaque. He did not bother to flip the plaque to read its inscription, believing it to be an affront from the Chunyang Martial Arts School. A plaque. Is it truly a gift from the Chunyang Martial Arts School? Old Detsi smashed this insulting plaque, coughing. He felt as though his lungs might burst with indignation. Indeed, the Chunyang Martial Arts School has gone too far, Ning Yud thought, and with force, he stomped down. With a crack, the plaque gifted by the headmaster of Should Academy and all its scholars was shattered into 2 pieces. The other half flipped, revealing the words Home of the Poetry Champion. The inscription bore the signature of headmaster of Should Academy and all its scholars. What? Ning Yud's face turned pale in an instant. Ning Shuyi inquired. What? What insult is inscribed? Outside the door, Ning Yud fell silent for a moment, then murmured, Home of the Poetry Champion. How outrageous! When have I ever claimed that the Ning family is the home of the Poetry Champion? Chunyang Martial Arts School, you are truly overstepping. Ning Shuyi felt a burning shame wash over his face. Which scholarly family would dare display the title Home of the Poetry Champion? Did they not fear the scorn of the masses and the jibes of others? Thus, it was evident that this was indeed a humiliation from the Chunyang Martial Arts School. Master. Ning Yud stood at the door, inhaling deeply. It appears this was not sent by the Chunyang Martial Arts School. What? Whom have I offended now? It was sent by the Should Academy where the young master studies. What does that mean? The Should Academy sent a plaque to the Ning family, and it reads Home of the Poetry Champion? Ning Shuyi, lying down, craned his neck and turned to the butler Ning Yud standing at the door. Is that true? Ning Yud entered the room, holding the broken plaque, and calmly said, "Master, it was you who instructed me to smash it." As he spoke, Ning Yud carefully arranged the broken plaque before Ning Shuyi's bed, the powerful and majestic character's home of the poetry champion etched upon it. The signature headmaster of Should Academy and all its scholars appeared prominently in bright red. "Yinner, quickly help me rub my eyes. Is that really the headmaster of Should Academy and all its scholars?" Ning Shuyi's arms felt immobile, and he feared the red characters on the plaque would blind him. "How terrifying!" Lu, in a daze, muttered, "Yes, it is indeed the headmaster and scholars of Should Academy. Why would Should Academy present a plaque to the Ning family and bestow such high praise, home of the poetry champion? Heavens! A plaque from Should Academy, titled Home of the Poetry Champion. This makes it difficult for me to accept." Ning Shuyi found it hard to believe, his body trembling. Who did this?" "I did, but it was your command." Ning Yud replied. Ning Shuyi's heart ached. "Why didn't you look closely first?" Ning Yud stated. "The person who delivered the plaque fled in a panic. Neither the master nor I considered it might be from Should Academy." After the pain subsided, Ning Shuyi grinned widely. "Haha, well done, Howard. They even had the academy send a plaque, home of the poetry champion." "Poetry champion? Isn't that a description of me?" Ning Yud. Lu? On the road leading to the Chunying Martial Arts School, a small mare galloped swiftly, carrying a young scholar. "The Chunying Martial Arts School has gone too far. They dared to strike my master. I shall ensure they pay in blood for their debt." The young scholar, Xiao Shuai, overheard the unfolding events at the door and, infuriated, discarded the plaque, setting off to seek revenge against the Chunying Martial Arts School. Giddy up! The mare's speed was remarkable, and after a quarter of an hour, the young scholar arrived outside the Chunying Martial Arts School. The martial arts school was vast, occupying a corner of Yingyang County. It was heavily guarded, with patrols crossing outside. Compared to scholars, the threshold for martial artists was much lower. No literary finesse was required. As long as one possessed perseverance and resilience, one could join, provided they were not a sickly waif. At that moment, outside Chunying Martial Arts School, many burly martial artists were entering and exiting. Their movements crude, casually adjusting their trousers and spitting on the ground. They exuded a potent aura of bloodlust. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Shuai felt his fury diminish. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his mission, clenching his fists as he approached. "What do you want?" a rough voice bellowed from behind, startling the small mare, which bolted away from the Chunying Martial Arts School, leaving Xiao Shuai stranded outside. The young scholar stood momentarily stunned, then looked up at the towering martial artist before him, who loomed 3 heads taller than him, swallowing hard. Regaining his composure, he hastily rummaged through his pocket and presented the letter from Should Academy, saying politely, "Good day, uncle. I am here to deliver a letter. Yes, I am here to deliver a letter." Chapter 41. The Academy's request for a sword fails. The young scholar decides to complain. What letter? The burly martial artist scrutinized the young scholar, speaking in a deep tone. "Our Chunying Martial Arts School has no dealings with scholars." "Correct," Xiao Shuai replied. "It is a personal letter from the esteemed scholar of Should Academy, meant for your headmaster." "Oh?" The martial artist raised an eyebrow, taking the letter. "You can leave once you hand over the letter." "Yes." Xiao Shuai sighed in relief, the pressure easing. However, after taking a couple of steps, he felt unsatisfied, turning abruptly to glare at the martial artist's back. The martial artist turned around, his bloodlust palpable. "Is there something else?" Thud. Xiao Shuai, merely an ordinary person, was so overwhelmed by the martial artist's aura that he collapsed onto the ground. He felt as though he were facing a monster. How outrageous! Just you wait. Xiao Shuai felt humiliated, his cheeks burning, but he did not forget to deliver a harsh retort before fleeing. "Ha ha ha!" The burly martial artist laughed heartily, a smirk of triumph on his face. "A mere scholar? How laughable! A letter from the esteemed scholar of Should Academy?" The martial artist glanced at the letter without opening it, then entered the school to hand it over to his superior, Chunjinan, the Jingwu Hall of Chunying Martial Arts School. Himph, ha, hey. Outside the hall, several muscular martial artists were practicing their skills, their bloodlust surging, radiating strength and vigor. Inside, the headmaster of Chunying Martial Arts School, Chen Jinan, was reading the personal letter from the esteemed scholar of Should Academy. He set the letter down and inquired, "Jinbei, who delivered this letter?" Some timid young scholar, scared out of his wits by my bloodlust. Ha ha ha. Chen Jinbei chuckled, then curiously asked, Brother, what does the letter say? Should Academy look down upon us martial artists, thinking they are too good to write to us? Humph. Headmaster Chen Jinan snorted. They are likely coveting our prized possession, the Chunying sword, hoping to borrow it from us. What a fanciful notion! The burly Chen Jinbei's eyes widened in anger. Damn it. These scholars are truly despicable, filled with malice, even daring to covet our treasured sword, and no need to pay them any mind. Chen Jinan waved his hand slightly. Understood. Chen Jinbei nodded, then awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Brother, I recently did a favor for the county office, and the conditions offered by Master Pu were quite favorable. I would like to take a portion. Headmaster Chen Jinan appeared somewhat fatigued, replying, You can manage the work you take on. With so many mouths to feed at Chunying Martial Arts School, revenue is crucial. Plus, the school operates brothels, gambling houses, and escort services. These all require connections with the county office. Thus, working for the county office brings only benefits, no drawbacks. Even if Jinbei takes a little, it is of no consequence. Besides, he is my own brother. Would he do anything detrimental to Chunying Martial Arts School? Thank you, Brother Dai. I have an appointment with Master Pu's son, so I won't keep you any longer. Chen Jinbei smiled broadly, cupping his hands in farewell as he departed. Chen Jinan shook his head, closed his eyes, and began humming a tune. The sound of drums and horns bursts forth, stirring my lofty ambitions, recalling the valiant days when I rode with might at the tavern in Yingyang County. Uncle Chen, I raise this glass to you. Your skills are truly unparalleled, as Ning Shui couldn't even withstand a single move. You are indeed. Pu Guochang raised his glass towards the martial artist Chen Jinan, offering praise with a thumbs up. Noble nephew, you flatter me. Come, let me return the toast. May you enjoy a splendid night at Chengxiafang and achieve success in the imperial examinations next year. Chen Jinan chuckled, returning the toast to Pu Guochang. Although Pu Guochang's prowess did not warrant such a gesture, his father was a close aide to the county magistrate of Yingyang County, known in the community as the second county magistrate. This was because the magistrate, Zhao Huayu, was rather indifferent, leaving most matters to Master Pu to handle. Thus, Pu Guochang had his father intervene, leveraging the martial arts school's influence to deal with the Ning family. After all, Pu Guochang had been beaten nearly to death by the young master of the Ning family at the academy. Such a grudge was not easily forgotten. It was said that Pu Guochang had even reported the Shud Academy to the educational authorities of Nanxiang province due to this incident. With your uncle's good wishes, Chengxiafang, cough cough. Do you have any more demure and elegant young ladies available? Park Guochang, feeling both desire and embarrassment, cast a glance at Chen Jinan. Uncle, could you arrange something for me? At that moment, riding swiftly along the path back to the academy, the young scholar Xiao Shui grew increasingly agitated, berating himself for his cowardice. Xiao Shui, remember, the other party is merely an 8th-tier cheer-refining martial artist. You would not withstand even 2 of his punches. Escaping to lodge a complaint is the mark of a true hero. The young scholar repeatedly reassured himself, gradually alleviating his sense of humiliation. Humph, my young master is now a prominent figure at the academy. What can I do against him? What can my young master do against them? As evening fell, the Confucian Hall and the Institute of Rites concluded their daily lessons, and many scholars rushed out, hurrying to the dining hall, anxious not to lag behind at a tea this time. Fang Qingxue looked toward Ning Hao and inquired, Shall we go for a meal together? Senior Han has yet to finish copying. Perhaps Scholar Fang could go ahead? Ning Hao, still occupied with his lessons, wished to verify something. Fang Qingxue smiled, I will wait for you. Very well. Then let us wait for Senior Han to complete his work first. Tonight, I shall treat you and Senior Han to dinner. Ning Hao proposed. Fang Qingxue nodded slightly. What a wonderful girl. Ning Hao thought to himself, yet his attention quickly shifted back to Han Zili, the head of the Institute of Rites, who was diligently transcribing a certain article for him. Whether he could fulfill the daily course requirements depended on Han Zili's work. Han Zili smiled and said, Ning Xiong and Scholar Fang may go ahead. I will deliver the completed work to you afterward. He continued to focus intently on his writing, demonstrating great responsibility. No worries. Watching you transcribe is a pleasure in itself. Ning Hao chuckled. Is that so? Han Zili perked up. Indeed. Ning Hao nodded with a smile, observing Han Zili's fluent writing, effortlessly producing a piece of over 1,000 characters, leaving him in admiration. If it were him, he would struggle to memorize even a few hundred characters. Qingxue, why haven't you gone to eat yet? At that moment, the young scholar Hu Lanlan approached, eager to take Fang Qingxue to the dining hall. Fang Qingxue instinctively glanced at Ning Hao, understanding her gaze. Ning Hao smiled at Hu Lanlan and said, Sister Hu, I still have some questions to discuss with Scholar Fang. You may go ahead. Yes, Ning Hao has some questions he does not understand. Lanlan, you should go first. Fang Qingxue nodded earnestly. You both. Woo Hu Lanlan, glancing at the handsome Ning Hao and the beautiful Fang Qingxue, left the Confucian Hall with a heavy heart, feeling out of place. Outside, Wang Tang, Yi Chun, and Xiao Yu, 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, peeked in to observe Han Zili engrossed in his writing, their fingers digging into the wooden surface in frustration. He really ought to be punished. Absolutely insufferable. The trio seethed with anger. Having planned to progress gradually, yet Han Zili had taken an unanticipated leap. Chapter 42. The talented Han Zili, swearing loyalty to Ning Hao in the dining hall at this moment. Han Zili in the Confucian Hall finally set down his pen, exhaling deeply as he wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Ning Hao. I have fulfilled my promise. This article is one I greatly admire, taken from the collection of 9 weights by the contemporary saint of the Academy, Tang Hu, comprising a total of 2,118 characters. Please accept it, Ning Xiong. There was a hint of pride in Han Zili's demeanor, as not everyone could boast of memorizing such a lengthy piece. Ning Hao solemnly accepted the article, and at that instant, a system notification appeared. Daily transcription completed. Over 2,000 characters with no errors or omissions. Reward: 10 points of righteousness. Righteousness: 40 points. Today's course requirements have all been fulfilled. The system is indeed abstract. Having someone else transcribe the article for me still allows me to complete the task. This way, while others study, I gain. Ning Hao's heart swelled with joy, resolving to employ Han Zili as his designated scribe for introductory course articles. Senior Han, you may simply call me Junior Brother. Ning Hao placed the article down and warmly grasped Han Zili's hands, akin to a leader bestowing trust and responsibility. Han Zili's body trembled, recalling the tales of scholars, and his heart raced with excitement. I made the right bet. Ning Junior Brother. Senior Han, Ning Junior Brother. Let us not be overly sentimental. It is already dark, and we should head to dinner. Ning Hao found the sentimentality a bit excessive and noted the dimming light outside the Confucian Hall. Realizing that the dining hall would soon close, Fang Qingxue commented, Ning Hao, at this hour, the dining hall should be closed. Is that so? It should still be early. Let us go check, Ning Hao replied with a smile. Then turned serious. After all, I promised to treat you and Senior Han to dinner. I cannot break my word, as it pertains to integrity. Han Zili quickly added, it is no trouble. This is not due to Ning Junior Brother, but rather because of my own situation with the dining hall. We can always come again tomorrow. Gurgled just as Han Zili finished speaking. Perhaps due to the fatigue of writing, his stomach protested audibly. Let us go. We cannot allow Senior Han to go hungry. Ning Hao thought to himself that he would need Han Zili to transcribe for him daily, and he couldn't let him feel unappreciated. So he insisted on bringing Han Zili along with Fang Qingxue to the dining hall. In the dining hall, several kitchen helpers were tallying the list of scholars dining. Suddenly, one helper exclaimed, Scholar Ning Hao has not come for dinner. What? The head chef, startled, quickly commanded, hurry, reignite the flames, and prepare the dishes that the chef has specified. What if Ning Hao and his scribe do not arrive? If they do not come, then send the meal to Scholar Ning. The chef has emphasized that Ning Hao's meals must be well attended to, with a balanced diet, and not a single meal can be missed. No slacking off. I'll prepare the ingredients. I'll go greet them at the door. The dining hall, which had originally dimmed the lights, once again defied the Academy's rules, lighting up for a certain tardy martial artist. The kitchen flames roared to life, and a dining area was specially cleared. At the entrance, 2 helpers smiled as they watched the night deepen. Before long, 3 figures emerged from the darkness, and the 2 kitchen helpers' eyes brightened. One rushed to the kitchen to inform them. These 3 were none other than Ning Hao, Fang Qingxue, and Han Zili, who had come to the dining hall. Scholar Fang, Senior Han, I was not mistaken. The dining hall is very diligent and will not let any scholar go hungry. Ning Hao led the 2 toward the dining hall. Fang Qingxue felt puzzled, but Han Zili, after a moment of realization, understood. The Academy's prize scholar had not dined, and the dining hall dared not extinguish the lights or close the doors. However, Han Zili also recognized that Ning Hao deserved such treatment. Should Ning Hao become displeased and choose to leave Should Academy, his remarkable talent in poetry and prose would surely open the gates of the Saint Academy for him. Ning Hao scholar. You have arrived. The kitchen helper smiled and approached, but upon seeing Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, he straightened his face and said, "Dinner time has passed. You two scholars should return." Fang Qingxue subtly tugged at Ning Hao's robe, helplessly saying, "See, I told you, the Academy's rules are quite strict. Even I cannot open this back door." "Uncle, please make an exception. They are with me," Ning Hao explained. "Oh, in that case, please go ahead." The helper nodded in agreement, ushering the three into the dining hall and closing the door behind them. "Wait, Ning Hao, why?" Fang Qingxue's mind momentarily blanked, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why did Ning Hao's words carry such weight? More so than her own status as the Academy's top scholar? Surely the chef would not go so far as to grant Ning Hao special privileges. If other scholars were to discover this, they would undoubtedly report it. However, Fang Qingxue was unaware that the names of those who had complained about Ning Hao were already posted on the Academy's criticism board. Meanwhile, the young scholar Xiao Shuai, finally arriving at the Academy, gasped for breath as he returned to the rules hall, crying out, "Young master, young master." The headmaster, Zheng El, descended from the second floor and, seeing Xiao Shuai's distressed state, frowned and asked, "Xiao Shuai, why are you crying?" Xiao Shuai replied, "My young master is missing. Where could he have gone?" The headmaster glanced at the darkening sky and said, "He should still be dining." Gurgle Xiao Shuai paused, rubbed his belly, and wiped away his tears. "I'm not hungry at all. I'm going to find my young master." He disregarded his earlier distress and dashed out of the rules hall. This little fellow hadn't even informed me whether the plaque had arrived at the Ning residence, or if the letter had reached the Chunyang Martial Hall, or if the Chunyang sword had made it up the mountain. The headmaster, Zheng El, sighed, contemplating how Ning Hao had ended up with such a scribe. He shook his head, intending to have a thorough talk with Xiao Shuai upon his return. Meanwhile, Ning Hao, Fang Qingxue, and Han Zili sat contentedly, having satisfied their appetites. Han Zili could not help but express, "Ning junior brother, I truly envy you." "Envy me?" Ning Hao was somewhat puzzled, as he considered himself rather ordinary. Although from a scholarly family, his background paled in comparison to Han Zili and Fang Qingxue. His academic prowess was likely inferior as well. The only area where he could compete was in martial arts. But what was there to envy? Indeed, Han Zili remarked, "The dean and the venerable master of the academy hold you in high regard. To be honest, were I to possess even half the talent of Brother Ning, I would willingly forfeit 30 years of my life." After having consumed a bit of wine, he could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. "I possess no such talent. Your words are far too generous. Han Shixiang, damn, why learning pales in comparison to yours." Ning Hao was taken aback. The original host could hardly recognize all the characters, let alone this transmigrator, who could not recite a text of over 2,000 characters. What talent could I possibly claim? Such humility. Han Zili refrained from further comment, raising his cup and downing its contents in one go. "I am truly honored to share a table with Brother Ning in this revelry. May we continue to have such opportunities in the future. He must be so." Ning Hao was certain of this, considering he was a scribe privileged to transcribe imperial documents. Han Zili promptly filled his cup anew, standing to declare, "I, Han Zili, scholar of Should Academy, vow from this day forth to forever follow Scholar Ning Hao, never to betray him." With that, he downed another cup, showcasing his unwavering loyalty. This startled Ning Hao. Had he truly become Han Zili's person? Fang Qingxue furrowed her brow, sensing she had overlooked some vital information. It seemed Han Zili had undergone a sudden transformation. Prior to this, he was the proud leader among the 4 great kings of the Confucian Hall. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the dining hall, followed by the wailing of someone. "Young master, the master is so hungry. No, young master, the master is in dire straits." The one entering the dining hall was none other than the bookboy Xiao Shuai, who, upon seeing Ning Hao, could not contain his tears and began to sob uncontrollably. Chapter 43. In ancient times, it took 7 steps to compose poetry. Today, it takes 7 steps to attain the 8th rank. What is happening? Ning Hao's expression shifted. He knew Xiao Shuai was to return to the Ning residence today to deliver a plaque and send a message to the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall. The moment Xiao Shuai returned, he cried that the master was hungry. No, that the master was in a terrible state. Clearly, something had changed at home. Gurgle. Xiao Shuai rubbed his stomach and said, "Young master, I've traveled all day. May I have a couple of bowls of rice first? Let's discuss the matter at hand. Did you not say that the greatest thing in the world is to eat? Then eat." Ning Hao slightly regretted instilling some misguided thoughts into the book boy. With Xiao Shuai's simple-mindedness, he indeed prioritized eating over the family crisis. Fang Qingxue and Han Zili exchanged grave glances, both eager to understand what had transpired in Ning Hao's household. However, this book boy seemed rather dim-witted. Yet he could still manage to eat. Fortunately, Xiao Shuai consumed his meal swiftly, finishing 2 bowls in no time, his mouth glistening with grease. "Young master, it is like this," burp Xiao Shuai belched, clutching a pig trotter in his hand, and angrily declared, "The master was beaten." "What?" Ning Hao rose abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury. Who could have the audacity to harm his father? Who was responsible? Ning Hao resolved to descend the mountain. Regardless of the adversary, he would not let them go unpunished. Han Zili, fueled by alcohol, spoke coldly, "Brother Ning, I shall accompany you down the mountain. We will ensure they kneel and apologize." Fang Qingxue remained relatively composed. As a scholar of Should Academy, Ning Hao's household was under the Academy's protection. The Academy would not stand idly by. When the time came, a letter would be sent, and the assailant would inevitably come to apologize and offer compensation. "Thank you, Han Shixiao. Let us first ascertain who the perpetrator is." Ning Hao clasped his fists in gratitude. Han Zili was taken aback by the honor and quickly returned the gesture. The bookboy Xiao Shuai gritted his teeth and said, "It was the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall. As for who specifically, I do not know. I initially went to seek revenge for the master, but there were too many of them. I could not possibly contend. So I hurried back up the mountain. Young master, the master is bedridden, and our home has been partially demolished. Fortunately, the mistress and my parents were not at home. Otherwise, their fate would surely have been the same as the master's. Woo-woo, young master. You must help avenge the master." After Xiao Shuai finished crying, he resumed devouring his meal, smacking his lips, not forgetting to add, "Young master, this braised pig trotter is truly delicious. We must have it again next time." Ning Hao paid no heed to Xiao Shuai, his expression grave. The assailants were indeed from the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall. Ning Hao pondered deeply, unable to fathom any grievance between the Ning family and the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall that could lead to such violence and destruction. What animosity could exist? Fang Shuesher, Han Shixiao, I must take my leave for now. We shall meet again in due time. Ning Hao rose, bidding farewell to Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, calling for the bookboy Xiao Shuai, and directly departed from the dining hall. "Young master, wait for me." Xiao Shuai, clutching the braised pig trotter, chased after him while eating. Han Zili turned to Fang Qingxue and said, "Fang Shiji, your family." Fang Qingxue shook her head, stating, "There is no time. Tomorrow I will request leave from the master to descend the mountain to seek out County Magistrate Zhao." "Indeed." Han Zili nodded, and my father and County Magistrate Zhao were once classmates. "I can speak with him as well that I plan to descend tonight." "Tonight?" "Yes, this is the last opportunity for our Han family. If we seize it, we shall undoubtedly rise again." Han Zili possessed the sagacity to pinpoint the subtle shifts of fate among countless choices. Fang Qingxue blinked and looked at Han Zili, asking, "Tell me, do you know of a secret regarding Ning Hao? Do you wish to know? Still keeping me in suspense?" Fang Shiji, the poem that stirred the academy. "Do you know who composed it?" Han Zili merely gazed at Fang Qingxue, a faint smile gracing his lips. Could it be Ning Hao? Fang Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath quickening, her expression one of incredulity. Han Zili remained silent, simply nodding calmly. Fang Qingxue shivered, momentarily lost in thought, as vivid memories surfaced in her mind. It was a summer when she was 15, visiting her uncle, who ran a study in Yingyang County. With her mother, due to her playful nature, she accidentally fell into the water. That time, many people were present on the bank, yet only 12-year-old Ning Hao bravely leaped into the water, transforming into a white streak among the waves. Rescuing her, the boy had told her that he never sought fame for his good deeds. Just call him Ning Hao. Overwhelmed with fear at the time, her spirits were lifted by Ning Hao's words, and she remembered him ever since. Later, when her family faced turmoil, her mother sent her to Should Academy to study, and she encountered Ning Hao once more. However, it seemed Ning Hao had forgotten her. Feeling a bit miffed, she refrained from seeking him out at the academy, only occasionally observing him from afar. Just a few days ago, she had met Ning Hao again in the literary and martial study, only to find him transformed into a martial artist, which left her disappointed. How could one so willingly abandon the scholarly path for martial pursuits? It was only now that Feng Qingxue realized. She had misunderstood Ning Hao and had never truly sought to understand him. The poem that stirred the hearts of scholars. How many learned individuals would be fortunate enough to encounter such a work in their lifetime? Yet Ning Hao had composed a piece of such caliber. The key was that it was a poem advocating learning, a rare auspice for any academy, promising to elevate its status from county level to that of a provincial one if included in the Holy Academy's records. It was not that Ning Hao had fallen from grace or lacked ambition. Rather, he was so exceptional that he could traverse both the realms of Confucianism and martial arts, appreciating the scenery in both. Feng Qingxue gazed at the night sky beyond the dining hall, as if envisioning a young man with 8-pack abs, smiling mischievously at her, saying, "Feng Xuesher, I have conquered the realm of Confucianism. I may yet test my mettle in martial arts." "Young master, this is not the way down the mountain." Xiao Shui, noticing Ning Hao's ascent, felt puzzled. Ning Hao retorted, "Xiao Shui, tell me, is the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall vast?" Xiao Shui nodded, "Indeed, it is larger than the academy, and there are many people." Ning Hao inquired further, "Are we their rivals?" The book boy shook his head decisively, "Certainly not." "Then should we seek reinforcements?" After stating this, Ning Hao lapsed into silence, quickening his pace up the mountain, while silently invoking the system interface. Blood Qi, 844, can be enhanced, martial realm, 9th rank body refining, talent value, 900, 1000, cultural realm, 9th rank awakening next realm, 8th rank establishing destiny, upright Qi, 40, system guidance, at 48. One knows their destiny. Now is the time to start anew, choose your enhancements. Enough with the guidance, it is time to utilize you. Converting 100 points of talent value. Activate. As Ning Hao walked, he mentally recited the enhancement. The bookboy Xiao Shui, trailing behind, suddenly halted, staring blankly at Ning Hao's figure. He felt as though Ning Hao had transformed into light. Indeed, it was light. However, it was the brilliance of talent following the breakthrough in the realm of Confucianism. In ancient times, Chaoji composed poetry in 7 steps. Today, Ning Hao ascended to the 8th rank in 7 steps. Talent value, 1,000, 10,000, cultural realm, 8th rank establishing destiny next realm, 7th rank benevolent, chapter 44, Ning Hao seeks to ensnare while yielding, but fails to sway. Had he truly reached the 8th rank? Although Ning Hao is not a traditional scholar, he understood that ascending to the 8th rank of establishing destiny required a specific process. This involved registering with the Holy Academy and undergoing an inquiry from the Academy regarding his grand aspirations. What great ambition do you hold? Establishing destiny entails setting forth such ambitions. Once recognized by the Holy Academy and the cultural realm, a scholar's behavior would be influenced by that ambition. Should one act in contradiction to their ambition, they would suffer the backlash of the cultural realm. Yet rules are rigid, while humans are dynamic. For example, some scholars set grand ambitions to elevate their family's status. The Sacred Academy and the literary path consider this to be quite simple, acknowledging the grand aspirations of scholars. However, when scholars later resort to murder and arson, committing heinous crimes, they remain unscathed by the repercussions of the literary path. For the scholars assert, my acts of murder and arson are solely for the purpose of glorifying my ancestors. What of it? Subsequently, the Sacred Academy and the Great Yu's Mirror Bureau detained individuals, and through interrogation, it was revealed that this scholar's family had risen through a legacy of robbery and banditry, with ancestors who were indeed brigands. Thus, their acts of murder and arson truly do serve to honor their lineage. Henceforth, the elevation of the scholar to the 8th rank became merely a procedural formality, and the inquiries from the Sacred Academy and the literary path were essentially a mere formality. One would take it seriously. My entry into the ranks of the literary path has only been a matter of days. The Sacred Academy has likely not yet registered my name, so the formalities of elevation have yet to occur. Ning Hao is not anxious. Whether he is formally elevated or not does not affect his current status as an 8th rank Confucian scholar. Having achieved the rank of an 8th rank Confucian scholar, he is considered a true disciple of the Sacred Academy. and thus the pure young martial academy would not dare to openly confront him. Ning Hao is a cautious individual, never engaging in battles without certainty of victory. This time, with his father Ning Shi harmed, he vows to ensure that the pure young martial academy pays in blood for their transgressions. An 8th rank is insufficient. He must rally support. At this moment, in the 2nd floor of the academy's regulation hall, the esteemed Master Zheng Lu is diligently transcribing a collection of essays and poems. Suddenly, his expression shifts, and he exclaims in surprise. A scholar has ascended to the 8th rank, indeed. With Ning Hao's encouragement of poetic scholarship, the academy's literary spirit has surged. One wonders which scholar has made such grand ambitions. Master Zheng Lu nods slightly, and in his elevated mood, his pen flows with even greater vigor. Master. At that moment, Ning Hao's voice echoes from the 1st floor of the regulation hall. It is Ning Hao. Please come up. Master Zheng Lu sets aside his writing instruments, patiently awaiting Ning Hao's ascent. Disciple has pressing matters to attend to, thus I shall not ascend, but I wish to request a few days' leave. Ning Hao states, if fortune does not favor me, I may never return. Ning Hao speaks with sincerity. If he cannot secure the support of the academy's masters, it is highly likely he truly will not return. A single individual attempting to contend with the pure young martial academy is nothing but a futile dream. However, with his father Ning Shi assaulted as a son, he cannot remain indifferent. A man's anger may spill blood in his wake, even if it is his own. What? Not returning? Master Zheng Lu is taken aback, hurriedly descending from the 2nd floor. Upon seeing Ning Hao's reddened eyes, as if he had been weeping, his heart tightens, and he promptly inquires, Ning Hao? If you wish to take leave, I can grant it. If you wish to rest for a few days, so be it. But why do you not wish to return? Has the academy failed you in some way? Or is the dining hall not providing you with proper meals? Ning Hao shakes his head. No. Or is it that another academy has sent you a message? Master Zheng Lu contemplates this possibility, his forehead tightening with veins, his eyes harboring anger. If this were the case, once he uncovers who assisted in delivering messages to other academies, he would ensure their literary ambitions are eradicated, and their entire family brought to ruin. Neither. Ning Hao shakes his head once more, bowing in deference. Master, please do not inquire further. I do not wish to trouble you. I kindly ask for your approval, as the hour is still early, and I must ascend the mountain swiftly. Be by the way. Ning Hao suddenly seems to recall something, asking, Master, have I been registered at the Sacred Academy? Why do you ask this? Master Zheng furrows his brow. Feeling an ominous premonition, Ning Hao's inquiry must stem from his recent entry into the 9th rank, and the Sacred Academy has yet to record him, leaving his affiliation with the Academy in limbo, allowing for arbitrary selection. Thus, he is hastily requesting leave to descend the mountain and seek another academy. Yes, it must be so. I have only just entered the 8th rank, and the literary path's inquiries have not yet manifested. Hence my question, Ning Hao explains. What? You have just entered the 8th rank? Master Zheng Lu's eyes widen, his internal shock overwhelming him, his speech faltering. If memory serves, Ning Hao entered the 9th rank during the gowning ceremony. And how long ago was that? It has barely been a month since that gowning ceremony. Within a mere month to ascend from the 9th to the 8th rank is unprecedented, unheard of. This means that the literary breakthrough he sensed earlier stemmed from Ning Hao, a genius, a prodigy. Master Zheng Lu clutches his chest, his literary spirit in disarray. Master, I shall take my leave now. Ning Hao does not linger with idle chatter. Bowing deeply, preparing to depart. His poetic talent and record-breaking ascent from the 9th to the 8th rank at the age of 18. This is his current value. As long as Master Zheng Lu is not a fool, he will undoubtedly seek ways to retain him. Ning Hao, Master Zheng Lu suddenly calls out sharply. Ning Hao startles, having just turned to leave when a shadow flashes before him, and he sees Master Zheng Lu whip out a cord, coiling it around him like a serpent, swiftly binding him to the pillar of the regulation hall. Ning Hao, what are you doing? Let me go. Ning Hao exclaims in alarm. Something is amiss. Why is Master Zheng Lu not following the expected course of action? Shouldn't he be appealing to emotion, reasoning with him about why he wishes to leave the academy, and pleading for him to remain at the Should Academy? Why has he resorted to binding him? Ning Hao recognizes the whip. It is one of the instruments of punishment kept on the 1st floor. A leather whip. At least it's not a spiked club. Ning Hao feels an inexplicable sense of relief. Master Zheng Lu waves his hand, shutting the door of the regulation hall and, with reddened eyes, declares, Ning Hao, you cannot leave. If you wish to abandon the academy, that is out of the question. This master shall not permit it. With soft measures proving ineffective, he resorts to stronger tactics. Ning Hao, feeling helpless, voluntarily discloses, Master, why do you not inquire why I wish to descend the mountain? The master, still agitated, responds with reddened eyes, You just said not to ask. Ning Hao considers this, realizing he had indeed made that statement. Master, you may inquire now, Ning Hao says earnestly. Master Zheng Lu pauses, his emotions stabilizing, and asks, Then why do you wish to descend the mountain? My father has been assaulted. I seek vengeance, Ning Hao replies. What? Master Zheng Lu is taken aback. Is it not that another academy wishes to poach you? Not at all. With a swift motion, Master Zheng Lu releases the whip and rushes to support Ning Hao, apologizing. Ning Hao, why did you not say so sooner? I apologize. Do not take it to heart. I thought you were considering transferring to another academy, which is why I acted in haste. Rest assured, if you have grievances, speak to this master. Striking your father is akin to striking me. Tell me, who has wronged you? I will ensure they pay dearly. A fierce glint of vengeance ignites in Master Zheng Lu's eyes. Ning Hao gazes at him, momentarily questioning. Could he also be a martial artist? His aura of wrath surpasses even his own, as if it were his own father who had been wronged. Chapter 45. Ning Hao harbors no grudges. He repays enmities on the same night. The master is not to be trifled with. Ning Hao decides to provoke Master Zheng Lu further, shaking his head in a display of disappointment. Nonsense. In this Yingyang County, there is no one this master cannot confront. Just tell me who it is, Master Zheng Lu boasts, exuding an air of arrogance, ready to descend the mountain and exact revenge. The Pure Yang Martial Academy, Master Zheng Lu's imposing demeanor slightly diminishes as he gazes at Ning Hao in astonishment. The Pure Yang Martial Academy harmed your father? Is that true? Those who can study at the Should Academy are undoubtedly from prestigious families. Chen Jinan of the Pure Yang Martial Academy is no fool. There is no reason for him to confront the Should Academy. Even if Ning Hao's father had inadvertently disgraced the martial hall, Chen Jinan would carefully weigh his options. Indeed, it is true. The specifics will only be revealed once I descend the mountain, which is also why I seek leave. Ning Hao admits, still lacking the full details and needing to return home to understand the situation. Very well, you shall return home. Tomorrow, this master shall accompany you to the martial hall, Master Zheng Lu states calmly. You are not backing down, are you? Ning Hao senses that his attempts to rally support have come to naught. All right, Ning Hao bids farewell to Master Zheng Lu, accompanied by the book boy Xiao Shuai. As they descend the mountain under the cover of night, on the way down, the book boy Xiao Shuai inquires, Young master, did you not say you would summon reinforcements? Where are they? Ning Hao pauses, his expression darkening. Do not speak? Understood. Xiao Shuai falls silent, and they continue in silence. Several hours later, with the identity of a Should Academy scholar and a few shouts of general, Ning Hao successfully persuades the gate guards to open the city gates and returns to the Ning residence. At this moment, Ning Hao and Xiao Shuai stand before the family door. Both gaze up at the plaque above, only to find that the sign bearing Ning residence has vanished, replaced by Home of the Poetry Champion. Xiao Shuai, when you brought the plaque back, was it intact or damaged? Ning Hao inquires, noticing that the plaque, edged in gold, appears to have been forcibly split in two. It was intact. Xiao Shuai clenches his fists, gritting his teeth. It must have been the work of the Pure Yang Martial Academy. Young master, what does the saying go? If this grudge is not avenged, one is not a gentleman. Ning Hao feels weary, correcting him. It is said that if this grudge is not avenged, one is not a nobleman. Yes, yes, Xiao Shuai, undeterred by embarrassment, nods vigorously. Young master knows so much. Let us enter. Ning Hao returns to his familiar home, his expression growing increasingly grim. With the aid of the flickering lights, Ning Hao discovered that the courtyard had suffered considerable damage. The rockery and pond were destroyed, and a portion of the gray courtyard wall had collapsed, leaving behind remnants of shattered walls and debris scattered everywhere. Dried bloodstains marred the ground, starkly visible in the illumination, evoking a visceral reaction. Alas! Ning Hao even heard the mournful cries of Ning Shuyi echoing from within the courtyard, causing his heart to constrict painfully. What is the purpose of cultivating martial arts? The notion of transcending the mundane through martial prowess is mere fantasy, a phrase often employed by every traveler lost in their own delusions. The true essence lies in securing one's existence in this world where Confucianism, martial prowess, and demonic forces coexist, safeguarding one's modest domain, as well as one's parents and future family. But if one cannot even protect these, what value does martial cultivation hold? Even scholarly pursuits are akin. The imperial examinations, ascending to ranks and wielding power, all serve to ensure the safety of the common folk within a territory. The eternal significance of cultivation invariably revolves around the concept of protection. Now, with his father being beaten and their home in ruins, Ning Hao felt acutely the disparity between his desires and his capabilities. The pure young martial hall was a colossal entity with intricate connections, closely allied with the county office. Within the hall, 9th grade martial artists were abundant, while 8th grade martial artists were few, and even several 7th grade martial artists could be found. And what did the Ning family possess? An ancestral plaque commemorating a scholar and a 3rd grade official, alongside a struggling bookstore. What else was there? His vision blurred slightly, and Ning Hao sorrowfully rubbed his eyes, realizing it was not tears obscuring his sight, but rather a new task from the system that had emerged. Random task. 30 years ago, Chen Jinbei, the vice-master of Pure Yang Martial Hall, under the instigation of the then County Secretary Pu Zhengshuang and his son Pu Guochang, severely injured your father Ning Shuyi and demolished your home. You harbored resentment, and in a fit of rage, blood was splattered all over you. Feeling despondent, you exhausted your family's wealth to purchase martial arts elixirs, and became a petty dealer. Now, returning to your father Ning Shuyi's grave, you recall past events with regret, resolving to seek vengeance against Pure Yang Martial Hall. A gentleman avenges himself. 40 years is not too late. Please deepen your hatred, and after achieving sanctity, trample down Pure Yang Martial Hall, avenging past grievances, breaking the cane of the aged Pu Zhengshuang, stripping the father and son of their literary prestige, and bringing solace to the spirit of Ning Shuyi. Task duration, no limits, reward. Based on the severity of the downfall of Pure Yang Martial Hall and the Pu family, a richly varied amount of righteous qi, 1 to 100. Ning Hao stared blankly at the panel before him, seemingly glimpsing his future self. In a fit of rage, blood splattered all over him. Surely, this was the life of the former host. 40 years is not too late. Unlike me, who bears no grudge, avenging wrongs on the same night. Ning Hao chuckled coldly, however. From the task prompt, he discerned that the system had, astonishingly, foreknowledge of future events. It was clear who had beaten Ning Shuyi and who had instigated it. If he were to enter the court as an official in the future, would he not be a master of investigation? Thud. Ning Hao knocked on Ning Shuyi's door. Soon, the voice of Ning Shuyi could be heard from within. Old Detzi, are you changing the dressing again? We just did it during the day. It hurts, father, Ning Hao called out. How? You returned? Ning Shuyi, startled, displayed a hint of unease. Lu Shi, his wife, opened the door and suddenly burst into tears before Ning Hao. What are you crying for? Ning Shuyi scolded his wife, enduring the pain while smiling at Ning Hao. I've been beaten, but it's all right. The one who struck your father has already been apprehended by the county office, and they even compensated us handsomely. Resolving the matter satisfactorily, you have not disappointed me. I received the plaque from the academy. Well done. Your father will have your mother prepare some silver. It's time to buy and spend. We have plenty of money. Ha. Hiss. Ning Shuyi attempted to laugh heartily, but inadvertently pulled at his injury, grimacing in pain. As long as the matter is resolved, it is certainly a sign of good fortune. Rest well, it's nothing serious. Right? Ning Hao sighed in relief, smiling at Ning Shuyi. Yet, beneath that smile lay a deep-seated, almost tangible intent to kill. What could be serious? It's all due to Father's loose tongue, boasting that my son has become a 9th grade Confucian scholar. Inciting jealousy, hee. Ning Shuyi's swollen face was filled with pride. Ning Hao smiled and said, Not 9th grade, huh? I saw it with my own eyes. Ning Shuyi began, but Ning Hao interrupted, smiling. That was before. Now I am an 8th grade scholar. What? Ning Shuyi's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ning Hao. Is that true? How can this be? Would I deceive you, father? Ning Hao gently patted Ning Shuyi's hand. Father, you should rest early. I'm a bit tired after descending the mountain. So I'll return to rest now and come to see you again tomorrow. Ning Hao stood, exiting the room amidst Ning Shuyi's confused and dazed gaze. Pu Jingshuang, Pu Guochang, Chun Jinbei, Pure Yang Martial Hall. Ning Hao narrowed his eyes. He had no experience in contending with such a colossal entity. Yet, every endeavor in this world begins from nothing. One must try at least once. Some might say, you, an 8th grade Confucian scholar and a 9th grade martial artist. What right do you have? Ning Hao pondered seriously. Perhaps it is the legacy of the sages ingrained within the very soul of every child of Huaxia. As a single poem. Talent surpassing the court, sufficient? Not enough. Then let it be 2, or 3, if that still falls short, I shall compose another piece, talent resounding through the court. Would that suffice? I merely wish to be a humble martial artist in peace. Why must I be compelled to become a literary scribe? Must it truly be talent subduing the nation for satisfaction? Clang. Just then, the door of the Ning residence was kicked open, startling Ning Hao. Immediately, a group of youths clad in red and white Confucian robes surged in, each exuding an imposing presence. The leader of the group raised a piece of red-headed parchment and shouted, "The Supervisory Academy is conducting an investigation. Where is Ning Hao? My younger sister, fish playing in water, wishes everyone a happy new year with her new book. May all your wishes come true." Chapter 46. The King Covers the Earth, Chicken Stews with Mushrooms. Where is Ning Hao? The leader of the Confucian-clad youths called out twice into the desolate courtyard. But no reply came. Who are you looking for? At this moment, Ning Hao emerged from the inner courtyard, his brow furrowed upon seeing the group from the Supervisory Academy. As expected, this group was likely the enforcement team of the Supervisory Academy, an institution under the Great Yu Sacred Academy, akin to a certain inspection group in Huaxia. Every prefecture of Great Yu is equipped with a Supervisory Academy, possessing the authority to oversee academies and scholars. For those academies that fail to cultivate scholars adequately, or for scholars who violate the regulations of the Sacred Academy, the Supervisory Academy has the right to apprehend and judge. For instance, should a scholar commit murder, arson, or other crimes, the enforcement team of the Supervisory Academy would be dispatched to investigate. If the scholar's guilt is established, the Supervisory Academy would first punish them according to regulations, after which the case would be handed over to the Su New Jerseying S for further action. The Su New Jerseying S is an institution under the Great Yu Court, dedicated to handling both literary and martial practitioners. Ordinary criminals are dealt with by the local magistrate's office. Ning Hao? Where are you? The leader of the Confucian youth spotted Ning Hao, but noticing Ning Hao was dressed in a well-fitting Confucian robe, he assumed him to be a youthful scholar. Young scholars are not a rare sight, merely uncommon in Ningyang County. What business do you have with him? Ning Hao inquired, not hastily revealing his identity. What business? The Confucian youth coldly snorted. I am Lin Yi from the Supervisory Academy of Nanxiang Prefecture. Recently, the Supervisory Academy received information stating that scholar Ning Hao from Shud Academy has been practicing martial arts, in violation of the Sacred Academy's regulations, hence I am here to investigate. Where is Ning Hao? Bring him out for questioning. Based on the informant's clues, it has been reported that he has returned to Ning's residence. Ning Hao was taken aback. Even the Supervisory Academy was aware of his martial training? Who reported it? Ning Hao instinctively inquired. The privacy of the informant is not to be disclosed. I do not acknowledge unfounded accusations without evidence. Here is the inspection order signed by the esteemed academic official. Quickly summon Ning Hao. Ning Hao glanced at the inspection order, shaking his head. The handwriting can be forged. Only with a genuine informant will I believe it. Otherwise, you shall not see Ning Hao. Impudent. Which academy are you a scholar of? Impeding the enforcement of the Supervisory Academy could cost you your position as a scholar. The Confucian youth was quite furious, yet seeing Ning Hao remain unperturbed, he couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. Tio remained composed in the face of the Supervisory Academy's enforcement team. This young scholar must have some background. Lin Yi merely wished to swiftly complete the task assigned by the academic official without complications. So he truthfully revealed. It was Pu Guochang who reported you. Ah, I see. Ning Hao nodded, voluntarily extending his hands and stating, I am Ning Hao. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, recovering his composure only to erupt in fury. Are you mocking me? Seize him. Swish, swish, several enforcement scholars in red and white robes swiftly bound Ning Hao. Take him away. Lin Yi waved his hand, his chest heaving with anger, coldly declaring, As a scholar, you display such shamelessness. Practicing the lowly martial arts and even stealing a scholar's robe, obstructing the enforcement of the supervisory academy. These 3 charges alone will ensure you face severe consequences. Ning Hao remained calm. I have one question. What is the penalty for false reporting by the informant? According to the severity of the reported circumstances and the extent of the victimization of the parties involved, punishments such as corporal punishment, imprisonment, expulsion from the academy, or execution may be imposed. Lin Yi abruptly halted mid-sentence, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What is your purpose in asking this? Are you implying that you have not cultivated martial arts? Is Scholar Pu making false accusations?" "Not at all. Look at my blood vitality." Ning Hao instinctively activated the blood energy within his dantian, causing it to surge violently in an instant. Lin Yi and the enforcer's expressions shifted dramatically. Indeed, a martial artist. Lin Yi inexplicably felt exhilarated and nodded repeatedly. What boldness. This solidifies your guilt. There is no need for a trial. You will be temporarily escorted to the county jail, where you will await the arrival of the esteemed scholar tomorrow to appreciate the authentic works of the academy. After which you will be judged by him, Ning Hao inquired. Is it to appreciate the poem that demonstrates remarkable talent from Yongyang County? Naturally. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed with admiration and anticipation before he turned to glare at Ning Hao. As a mere martial artist, what do you understand of such matters? Speak less nonsense. I have a suggestion. Ning Hao had something to express. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What suggestion? It would be best to administer harsh punishment. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to confess honestly. Ning Hao offered a kind reminder. Rest assured, it will certainly be severe. Lin Yi chuckled coldly. Within the inner courtyard of the Ning residence, alarm bells rang. Young master has been captured. The young attendant, Xiao Shuai, witnessed Ning Hao's capture firsthand. Initially, he intended to rush forth heroically to rescue him. However, realizing the overwhelming numbers of the supervisory academy, he thought better of it and decided to inform the master. After all, if he were captured too, who would alert the master? In the room, upon learning of Ning Hao's capture, Ning Shuyi trembled with agitation, shouting to rise, his eyes reddening with fury. What a waste! The young attendant, Xiao Shuai, wiped his tears and protested. How could the master be a waste? I won't allow such slander. I meant you. Ning Shuyi pointed at the young attendant. Xiao Shuai froze, his face flushed crimson. Clenching his fists, very well, I shall go rescue the young master. Master, tell my father that I am no coward. The young attendant dashed out of the room, tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, the steward of the Ning household, Ning Yud, appeared outside a residential building. He knocked 3 times, paused for 2 breaths, then knocked once more. The king covers the earth with a tiger. A coded response emerged from within, tinged with surprise. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Ning Yud responded to the code, his demeanor slightly off-kilter. Creak, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair, who exclaimed in astonishment, Ning Gonggong? It is I? Ning Yud nodded slightly, entering the courtyard. Whereupon the door closed behind him, he immediately stated, within 3 days, the Pure Yang Martial Arts School shall vanish from Yongyang County. Do not inquire as to the reason. The old man paused in confusion. Ning Gonggong? I am the Grandmaster at the Pure Yang Martial Arts School. Must I assume another identity? Ning Yud narrowed his eyes. We have yet to discuss your masquerade as a beggar last month. Deceiving my young master into practicing martial arts. The elderly man was drenched in sweat. That went quite well. Ha, how could a royal descendant engage in scholarly pursuits? Wouldn't that make him a disciple of the Holy Academy? Ning Yud shot a sidelong glance at the white-haired elder. After the Pure Yang Martial Arts School disappears, you will take its place. Very well. What martial technique is my young master practicing? I have gathered the 5 beast techniques, flying crane palm, tiger form fist, and leopard wind legs. Sold to the proprietor lay of the writings and martial arts studied. I am unaware of which one the prince ultimately selected. Ning Yud nodded slightly, speaking earnestly. Do not engage excessively with my young master, nor disclose any information. The time has not yet come. The elder nodded. Understood. Ning Gonggong, do not worry. Chapter 47. Flattening the Pure Yang Martial Arts School. Demonstrating the virtue of righteousness and benevolence in the dead of night, at the Shud Academy. Due to Ning Hao's absence, the scholars' nocturnal studies proceeded uninterrupted, free from the roars of tigers, allowing for a smooth session. Each praised the master for his astonishing efficiency. However, within the dean's study, aside from Master Li of the main Confucian Studies Hall and Master Zhang Dong of the External Knowledge Hall, several other masters gathered alongside the dean. The hour was drawing near. How prepared is everyone? Master Jing El inquired of Dean Chendaji and the other masters. Dean Chendaji nodded, stating solemnly, I have brought the Confucian anthology of the former dean, so that these uncouth martial artists may experience the might of the Confucian way, daring to insult the father of Ning Hao. Is this not akin to slapping my face? Master Chen coldly remarked. The treasures of scholarly learning can compel martial artists to kneel in repentance. I am fully prepared, Master Deng added. The treasures of scholarly learning, disciples' regulations, can ensure martial artists are obedient, Master Lu declared. All is ready. I have brought family heirlooms to ensure the pure young martial arts school bows in submission. The other three masters, who were brothers, spoke little but indicated they too had brought valuable items. Excellent, Master Jing El nodded slightly, addressing the assembly. You should all be aware of the significance of Ning Hao to our Should Academy. Within a single academic term, transitioning from a common scholar to a rank of the 9th grade, and producing remarkable poetry and prose, in just a few days ascending to the 8th grade. Soon to be appointed. Such talent is unparalleled in the southern Xiang prefecture. Yesterday, Ning Hao's father was beaten. Ning Hao, worried for his father's injuries, descended the mountain overnight, looking to confront the pure young martial arts school. Now, as Ning Hao's masters, do we not have a duty to intervene in his defense? Dean Shandaji's gaze hardened. To injure Ning Hao's father is to harm Ning Hao himself. Those who harm him are akin to killing my father. The pure young martial arts school must be eradicated. Flatten the pure young martial arts school. Flatten the pure young martial arts school, demonstrating the virtue of righteousness and benevolence. Master Jing El nodded. Producing a yellowed, tattered tome from his robe, he then flipped to a certain page, tore it out, pinching the paper between his right index and middle fingers, a glint of azure light flickering in his eyes. As he declared, I stand in the house of poetic leaders of Yongyang County. Sizzle the paper in Master Jing El's hand instantaneously transformed into a white light, enveloping him and the gathered masters. The next moment, the study was completely empty, the masters having vanished in Yongyang County. On the Yang River within the city, a flower boat named House of Poetic Leaders suddenly bore the presence of 8 scholars clad in Confucian robes. Many of the flower boat's women were struck with fear, while several students from Should Academy dove straight into the river in fright. Master Jing El maintained a stern expression, while Dean Shendaji and Master Deng turned crimson. Instinctively glancing at Master Jing El, perhaps the treasure has encountered a minor issue, given its considerable age. Dean Shendaji chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, one may stumble, just as horses may falter. Several masters, worried about Master Jing El's embarrassment, hastily offered to divert attention. Master Jing El looked up at the plaque of the flower boat, House of Poetic Leaders, and calmly stated, Who allowed you to adopt such a name? The boatess madam. Drenched in sweat, realized these were masters from the academy and quickly replied, Masters, we run a modest business. Without such a name, how could we inflate prices? Absurd, Master Jing El said in a deep voice. Hurry to the shore. Quietly, yes, yes. The madam nodded repeatedly, urging the crew to turn the boat toward the shore. Fortunately, it was late at night. When the masters of Should Academy disembarked, they were not noticed. Otherwise, the next day, rumors would spread that the entire faculty of Should Academy had gone to revel on a flower boat. If the supervisory academy were to learn of this, the enforcement team would undoubtedly be thrilled. Brothers, we have work to do. Winding through the night until dawn, the masters, who rarely descended the mountain, finally located the Ning residence. They gazed at the plaque above the Ning residence, indeed the House of Poetic Leaders bestowed by the academy. However, it appeared the plaque had been carelessly broken, the marks evident. The pure young martial arts school is too bold, even daring to lay hands on the plaque bestowed by our academy. This is truly trampling on our dignity. Dean Shendaji trembled with rage. Let the pure young martial arts school linger a while longer. We must visit Ning Hao and his father. Master Jing El knocked on the door. The one who opened it was Steward Ning Yud, who appeared surprised upon seeing the 8 masters from the academy. Masters, are you looking for my young master? Dean Shendaji stepped forward, nodding with a smile. Is this the home of Ning Hao? Yes, Ning Yud nodded affirmatively. Dean Shendaji continued. We learned that Ning Hao's father was injured. so we specifically descended the mountain to pay a visit. Ning Yu discernibly felt astonished. Does my young master hold such influence? The fact that Ning Shuyi was injured prompted the Shud Academy to send so many masters, almost emptying their ranks. What treatment? Ning Yu sighed. My master has sustained some injuries, but with prompt treatment. It is not serious. By the way, esteemed masters, please come in quickly. Excellent. Let us proceed. Dean Chendaji led the masters into the Ning residence. Steward Ning Yu remarked, Esteemed masters, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. But regrettably, my young master was taken away last night by the enforcement team of the Supervisory Academy and is currently detained at the county office. If only to, esteemed masters, why are you not coming in to sit? Allow my master to host you. Where are you all headed? Before Ning Yu could finish speaking, he saw the masters from Shud Academy turn and leave, showing no inclination to linger. Master Jing'el did not look back. We are going to the county office to rescue Ning Hao. Ning Yu gazed blankly at the departing scholars, a smile gradually appearing on his face. The Shud Academy has descended from the mountains. It seems my actions here may have been somewhat superfluous. Yet, I cannot fathom why the young master wields such influence. When did the 9th-rank scholar in literary and martial arts become such a cherished gem? Ning Yud was perplexed. At this moment, Ning Hao found himself confined within the dungeons of the Yingyang County Yamen for several hours. Throughout this time, he was subjected to the great torture, having consumed neither food nor water. What are you all doing? Why have you yet to inflict punishment upon me? The heavier, the better. I have forsaken literature for martial prowess. A grave sin indeed. Come, execute your tortures upon me, swiftly. Ning Hao uttered these words until his mouth grew parched. However, the 2 scholars from the enforcement team and the jailers were engrossed in a game of Pai Gao. Spare me your noise. What use is punishment? The matter of your being a martial man is already settled. Once the academic governor arrives, you shall be directly taken for execution. There is no need for further ado. One of the enforcement scholars cast a disdainful glance at Ning Hao and resumed his game with the jailer. Young Master Pu, what brings you here? At that moment, a sycophantic voice echoed from the entrance of the dungeon. Chapter 48. Ning Hao's Trial. Gathering of academic governors and prefects at the county Yamen. Ning Hao raised an eyebrow. Shortly thereafter, Pu Guochang, accompanied by his servant Pu Shisan, hobbled into the room. Upon seeing Ning Hao, Pu Guochang's expression soured, akin to an enemy encountering a rival. Ning Hao, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Now that you are in my grasp, let's see how you meet your end. Pu Guochang's glare was filled with fury, his teeth clenched in anger. The enforcement scholar stood up and interjected, Pu scholar, do not act rashly. Without the orders of Brother Lin, none may lay a hand on him. What are you? My father is the 2nd county magistrate. Pu Guochang disregarded the enforcement scholar's warning entirely and seized a heated branding iron from the dungeon, aiming to sear it onto Ning Hao's face. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for that visage. Why must it belong to Ning Hao? Yet, Ning Hao merely lifted his foot and kicked, sending the branding iron crashing into Pu Guochang's brow. Pu Guochang's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind blank, the sound of sizzling flesh filled the air, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning skin. In an instant, the dungeon was filled with Pu Guochang's pig-like screams, a clear traitor mark now emblazoned upon his forehead. This sudden turn of events startled Pu Shisan, the enforcement scholars, and the jailers alike. Ning Hao scoffed, Here I am, my hands bound, standing here inviting you to strike, and yet you cannot even manage that. Just wait. If I am freed from these restraints, your fate will be even more dire, be damned. How dare you harm my young master? Pu Shisan, about to act, was interrupted by Lin Yi's excited voice echoing through the dungeon. The academic governor has arrived at the county Yamen. Quickly bring Ning Hao to trial. Ning Hao's eyes lit up. The performance segment was finally about to commence. He then cast a sympathetic glance at Pu Guochang, saying, We could have settled this with minor skirmishes. But now look what you've done, you've implicated your father as well. No. You two are indeed both unsavory characters. Ning Hao recalled the cunning battle of wits with the tiger demon, who had previously revealed Pu Zhengshuang's collusion with the demons. Pu Guochang clutched his forehead in agony, shrieking, Pu Shisan, what are you waiting for? Finish him off? Yes. Pu Shisan's expression turned ghastly as he lunged toward Ning Hao. Bang! Ning Hao delivered a swift kick that lodged Pu Shisan's body between the bars of the dungeon, rendering him unconscious. Such overreach! Ning Hao wore a look of disdain. With his current 844 blood chi, he was comparable to an 8th-rank martial artist. How dare a mere 99-point blood chi foe martial artist attempt to provoke him? Remarkable physical strength, akin to that of an 8th-rank martial artist. One of the enforcement scholars muttered in astonishment. He clearly had the opportunity to evade capture. The other enforcement scholar murmured in disbelief, surprised that Ning Hao would voluntarily submit to arrest. Unlike others who forsook literature for martial arts, desperate to escape punishment, Ning Hao was an exception. Moreover, he truly possessed the ability to escape. Ning Hao required no escort from the enforcement scholars and walked out voluntarily. As he passed by Pu Guochang, the latter recoiled in fear, pressing himself against the wall, trembling in terror, his eyes betraying his dread. He felt as though Ning Hao could send him to meet the Pu family matriarch with a mere kick. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Yingyang County Yamen, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu occupied the main seat, flanked on the left by the academic governor Su Mu of the Nanshang Prefecture, and on the right by the principal of the 6 major academies of Yong'an Prefecture. Originally, Su Mu had come to observe the genuine works of poetry and literature from the Guanfu, but unexpectedly, the enforcement team had detained a martial scholar, thus necessitating a reprimand. After all, it was said that the county Yamen's clerk Pu Zhengshuang and his son were responsible for the report. So a modicum of respect was warranted. Clerk Pu Zhengshuang stood by County Magistrate Zhao's side, holding a folding fan, slightly bowing as if he were a dog lying beside its master. County Magistrate Zhao. Yingyang County truly deserves its reputation as a bastion of literary and martial excellence. Since my arrival, the air feels significantly sweeter. One of the academy principals laughed and flattered. Indeed, as I journeyed here, the populace appeared content and prosperous, the streets clean and orderly, with no theft to be found. It is evident that County Magistrate Zhao governs with great skill. I admire you greatly. Ha ha ha, Principal Zhang, you flatter me. Principal Zhang chuckled heartily. This was music to his ears. However, Academic Governor Su Mu, curious, inquired, while the 6 major academies of Yong'an Prefecture are represented here, why is one principal absent? Is it possible they are uninterested in the genuine works of Guanfu poetry? County Magistrate Zhao turned to Clerk Pu Zhengshuang. Academic Governor, it is as follows. This Guanfu poetry is related to the Should Academy, and the genuine works have long been thoroughly studied. It is no small feat for the county magistrate to have procured these genuine pieces. Clerk Pu Zhengshuang provided an explanation on behalf of County Magistrate Zhao Huayu. A County Magistrate Zhao Huayu nodded repeatedly. Academic Governor Su, when you return to the Holy Academy, do speak favorably of the Should Academy on behalf of Yingyang County. Academic Governor Su Mu nodded. It is the duty of the Enforcement Academy to select the virtuous and recruit talent. After observing the genuine works, I shall certainly report back to the Holy Academy. At that moment, a constable hurriedly approached, reporting to County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, my lord, the head of the Han family, Han Zhengying, requests an audience. Han Zhengying has arrived. Quickly, summon him. Zhao Huayu's eyes brightened. He and Han Zhengying had been classmates for many years, and he owed much to Han Zhengying during their studies. Thus, he felt particularly excited upon seeing him. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, accompanied by a youth, entered the grand hall of the county yamen. The youth was none other than Han Zili, the head of the Should Academy's Confucian Studies Hall. Huayu, my brother. Zhengying, my dear brother, please take a seat. Soon we shall appreciate the genuine works of poetry from the Guanfu that Clerk Pu has brought from the Should Academy. Ha ha, Zhao Huayu rose, gesturing for Han Zhengying to take a seat. Han Zili furrowed his brow. How could Ning Hao's genuine works of Guanfu poetry end up in Clerk Pu's possession? However, Han Zili did not dwell on it. Whispering to his father, Father, remember to speak on behalf of Ning Hao's father, urging the head of the Chunyang Martial Arts School to apologize to the Ning family. Fear not, I will handle it. Han Zhengying was well aware that this was not the time. He reassured Han Zili. When Han Zili returned home last night, he had informed his father that Ning Hao was indeed the talented individual behind the Guanfu poetry, while also revealing matters concerning Ning Hao's father. Subsequently, he had praised Han Zili's choice, recognizing it as the Han family's final hope. Academic Governor Su Mu glanced at Han Zhengying but paid him no mind. It was natural for County Magistrate Zhao to invite a few friends to appreciate the day's genuine works of poetry. The principals of the 6 major academies were, however, fixated on Han Zili. Their gazes filled with admiration. The governor has arrived. Not long after Han Zhengying's entrance, a constable outside the county yamen shouted loudly. Swish! Everyone within the yamen, including Academic Governor Su Mu, promptly stood up. The assembly was astonished, clearly not expecting the governor to personally attend today. What a coincidence! Soon, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in white, accompanied by a young girl, entering the hall. The white-clad man was none other than Song Jiming, the governor of Nanshang Prefecture, and the girl following him was none other than Fang Qingxue, the pride of the Should Academy. Upon seeing Fang Qingxue, Han Zili froze momentarily, and when their eyes met, he discreetly gave her a thumbs up. The matter concerning Ning Hao's father would surely be resolved satisfactorily. Chapter 49. Academic Governor, let all be punished. I, Zhao Huayu, the county magistrate of Yingyang, pay my respects to the governor. Upon seeing the governor's presence at the county yamen, Zhao Huayu hastily stepped out from behind the desk, bowing deeply in greeting. The principals of the 6 major academies also quickly bowed, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the governor." Academic Governor Su Mu clasped his hands together. Governor, what a delight it is to see you here to appreciate the genuine works of Guanfu poetry. Haha, Academic Governor Su, you are here too. Governor Song Jiming chuckled lightly. Given the rarity of the Guanfu poetry in the past few decades, as the governor, how could I not come to appreciate it? Academic Governor Su Mu nodded slightly, casting a glance at Fang Qingxue. This must be the Fang scholar mentioned by Song Zheng. Fang Qingxue, is it? Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful, with a heart as fragrant as orchids. If she were to succeed in the provincial examinations, she could aspire to the rank of a 6th-grade scholar. Eloquently expressing herself, with just a glance at Fang Qingxue, Academic Governor Su Mu discerned many qualities about her. She was indeed a rare talent in the realm of literature and martial arts. Qingxue, allow me to introduce you to the newly appointed academic chief of Nanshangfu Supervisory Academy, Lord Su Mu. Governor Song Jiming introduced Su Mu to Fang Qingxue. Fang Qingxue slightly inclined her body and performed a respectful gesture, saying, Fang Qingxue pays her respects to the academic chief. No need for such formalities, Su Mu replied with a faint smile. Fang Qingxue then positioned herself beside Han Zili, who lowered his voice and said, You even invited the governor? Not at all. The governor came to appreciate the authentic poetry and literature of Guanfushi and happened to run into me, Fang Qingxue hurriedly clarified. Han Zili was skeptical. Who didn't he know that Fang Qingxue was the future daughter-in-law appointed by Governor Song? Governor, please take a seat. Once Academic Chief Su finishes questioning a case, we shall begin our appreciation of the authentic works of Guanfushi. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu offered his seat. Really? There is a case to be examined? Is there a scholar committing murder, arson, or heinous crimes? Governor Song, upon taking his seat, wore a grim expression as he looked at Academic Chief Su Mu. Su Mu replied with a wry smile, A scholar of poor character has forsaken the martial arts for literature, stolen the Confucian robe, and obstructed the enforcement of the Academy's laws. I happen to be here, and will take care of it promptly. It shan't take long, Fang Qingxue, Han Zili. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingxue and Han Zili instinctively exchanged glances. Why did that sound so familiar? At that moment, the voice of Lin Yi from the enforcement team rang out. Bring in the criminal Ning Hao from Should Academy. He led Ning Hao into the county court. The term criminal refers to a guilty scholar. Suddenly, the court fell silent. The gazes of the 6 academy heads, Academic Chief Su Mu, Governor Song Jiming, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, Han Family Head Han Zhengying, Han Zili, Fang Qingxue, and Pu Zhengshuang all converged upon Ning Hao. Aside from Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, the others were filled with curiosity. In this age where everything is deemed inferior to scholarly pursuits, how could someone abandon literature for martial arts? One must have their head kicked by a donkey to make such a choice. Han Zhengying instinctively looked at his son Han Zili and muttered, Is it him? How did he become a criminal? Ah. Han Zili was equally perplexed. I don't know. Ning, the disciple, shouldn't have practiced martial arts. Perhaps this is a false accusation. Fang Qingxue, Han Zili, they are also here. Are they here to save me? Ning Hao pondered. The entire court was filled with unfamiliar faces. Aside from his 2 classmates, he recognized no one. Likewise, Fang Qingxue felt particularly bewildered. Why was Ning Hao arrested? How did the Supervisory Academy learn of his martial arts training? Bold criminal, upon seeing the governor, the academic chief, and the county magistrate, you do not kneel. The county clerk Pu Zhengshuang snapped his fan shut and glared at Ning Hao. I do not recognize them. Ning Hao shook his head, indicating he did not know a single one, and suggested, "Please make introductions." A commotion erupted among the law enforcement officers and the enforcement team present in the court. "What a brazen fellow! Someone, bring him 50 strokes." Pu Zhengshuang waved his hand violently, intending to assert his authority. Ning Hao stared at Pu Zhengshuang, calmly replying, "Are you the county magistrate? Or the governor? Or the academic chief?" I am the clerk of Ingyang County." Pu Zhengshuang frowned. "The governor, the academic chief, and the county magistrate have not spoken. What qualifications do you have to shout here? Get out." Ning Hao wore a cold smile. He had intended to perform in front of the academic chief and reveal his identity as the author of the authentic works of Guanfushi, shocking everyone. However, with so many people in the county court, it was even more crucial to plunge Pu Zhengshuang and his son into despair. Boldly, "You a criminal," Pu Zhengshuang was provoked and was about to issue another command when Governor Song Jiming said indifferently, "Since this is a matter concerning scholars, let the supervisory academy handle it. The county court should not interfere." As soon as he spoke, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu quickly glared at Pu Zhengshuang. "Pu Zhengshuang, what are you still dawdling for? Step aside." Yes, Pu Zhengshuang was reluctant but obediently retreated to the side. Lin Yi from the enforcement team bowed to Academic Chief Su Mu. "Academic Chief, my disciples and the enforcement team have investigated overnight, uncovering numerous leads, and successfully apprehended the criminal Ning Hao from Shud Academy. We request the Academic Chief to pass judgment." Academic Chief Su Mu slightly nodded, his deep-set eyes fixed on Ning Hao. As if a brilliance of talent was shifting within, Ning Hao felt as though all his secrets were laid bare under Su Mu's gaze, leaving him exposed. Nevertheless, Ning Hao remained undaunted, having prepared numerous responses, awaiting the Academic Chief's judgment. However, "Take him down, behead him," Academic Chief Su Mu directly declared. Ning Hao was momentarily stunned. This was not the direction he had envisioned. Shouldn't Su Mu inquire if he had practiced martial arts? To which he would resolutely shake his head and prove his identity as an 8th-rank Confucian scholar. Then Pu Zhengshuang would be astonished, and the academic chief and Lin Yi would feel they had been played by Pu's father and son, leading to a series of follow-ups. Yet, despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated that academic chief Su Mu would not even question him and would directly call for his execution. "Uncle Song." Fang Qingxue was taken aback, hastily looking towards Governor Song Jiming. Song Jiming waved his hand slightly. Han Zili was also anxious. Had he just pledged his allegiance, and now the person was to be executed? As Lin Yi had just instructed the enforcement scholars to take Ning Hao away, he decisively called out, "Wait!" Several enforcement scholars, accustomed to such remarks, remained unfazed and dragged him off. Ning Hao turned to academic chief Su Mu, suddenly laughing. "So this is what they call an academic chief of the supervisory academy. Truly laughable, unable to discern loyalty from treachery, believing the slander of petty individuals and harming scholars. You, a presumptuous academic chief, deserve to be condemned by all." The court erupted in an uproar. Even Fang Qingxue and Han Zili were left dumbfounded. Such words were akin to a lethal strike. The key point was that this was directed at the academic chief overseeing the scholars of Nanshangfu. What academic chief could endure such an evaluation, especially in the presence of the 6 heads of the academies and the county magistrate and governor? The criminal is audacious. Lin Yi, terrified, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He was about to invoke Confucian techniques to silence Ning Hao. Yet academic chief Su Mu spoke calmly. "How is it that I cannot discern loyalty from treachery? How have I believed the slander of petty individuals and harmed scholars?" Beneath Su Mu's seemingly calm words lay a tempest of fury, ready to erupt. Chapter 50. The road is long and arduous, and I shall seek it tirelessly. Academic Chief. Lin Yi looked at Su Mu. "These are merely the ramblings of a criminal before death. There's no need to pay them any mind. I shall take him down and impose the utmost punishment." Su Mu calmly waved his hand, wearing a somewhat mocking expression as he gazed at Ning Hao. "This academic chief believes I have handled the matter appropriately. You entered the sage's teachings, learning from the former sages, yet you have whimsically turned to martial arts. This is disloyal. For a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. You received the sage's teachings but stole the sage's robe, secretly practicing martial arts, thereby implicating the academy's sage. This is unfilial. As the academic chief of a province, tasked with selecting the worthy for the sage, perceiving truth through Confucianism, yet you slander this academic chief. This is unjust. You a person lacking in loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness. What merit do you have to be served by the tiger-headed guillotine? This declaration directly sealed Ning Hao's fate, leaving no one capable of rebuttal. Fang Qingshue's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Han Zili felt as if struck by lightning. Governor Song Jiming shook his head slightly, looking at Fang Qingxue with a hint of disappointment. Was this the highly talented youth you spoke of? Fang Qingxue was at a loss for words, because Ning Hao had indeed practiced martial arts, and with academic chief Su Mu's capabilities, he would surely see through it at a glance. Thus, her prepared remarks felt utterly inadequate. Very well, academic chief, you possess eloquence. No wonder you could emerge from the sacred academy and become an academic chief. Ning Hao nodded in approval, bitterly smiling. Fortunately, the academic chief's words are nothing but absurdities. Otherwise, I would have truly borne the infamy of disloyalty, injustice, and unfiliality, leaving a stench for eternity. I have a word. I ask the academic chief and all the esteemed officials to listen. I, Ning Hao, a local of Ingyang County. My father runs a bookstore, and our life cannot be deemed affluent, yet we do not worry about food and clothing, and there is some surplus for me to pursue my studies. My father has always hoped that I could bring honor to our family, just like my grandfather, who rose to the third rank into you, serving the country and the people. As these words emerged, the crowd in the county court gained a general understanding of Ning Hao's background. So he was a descendant of a third-rank official, from a scholarly family. Their attitude towards Ning Hao began to shift slightly, and they were willing to listen further. Ning Hao continued without pausing. However, I have been foolish and headstrong since childhood, acting recklessly, well aware that Confucian teachings are vast and profound, perhaps beyond my reach to enter the sage's door. Yet my father's lifelong aspiration is for me to join the academy and seek the true teachings of Confucianism. Thus, even knowing my own limitations and the arduous path of Confucianism, I still sought knowledge at Should Academy. The road is long and arduous, and I shall seek it tirelessly. Buzz upon these words. The atmosphere trembled as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Governor Song Jiming, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, the 6 academy heads, Fang Qingxue, Han Zili, Han Zhengying, and others, all felt a profound shock. Ning Hao's words seemed to resonate with the very essence of heaven and earth. It was as if the spirit of the sage was watching over the county court, observing this young man. Even academic chief Su Mu's brow twitched unexpectedly. Many ponder the profound words of Ning Hao. The road is long and arduous, yet I shall seek diligently in every direction. Their hearts are deeply moved, as if they behold a seemingly dull-witted Confucian scholar, relentlessly pursuing the wisdom of the sages with unwavering determination and tireless effort. Another portent? Victory is assured. Ning Hao marvels internally, seizing the moment to continue. Since childhood, I have been frail and unwell. Go better cultivate the Confucian classics and acquire the knowledge of the sages. I have turned to martial arts to strengthen my body and sharpen my will. In my heart, Confucian teachings are paramount. I have never harbored thoughts of inconsistency, nor have I ever betrayed the teachings of the sages. Therefore, I believe I have not been disloyal. Regarding the accusation from the esteemed scholar that I stole the master's Confucian robe, it is utterly baseless. I, lacking in talent, recently found favor with the sages and produced poetry of remarkable merit, which led to the master's increased affection. Upon learning that I had no warm garments for the winter, he draped his robe over my shoulders. I was so touched by the master's kindness that I could not cast it aside, even knowing it was against the rules, as a gesture of gratitude. Hence, how could it be said that I stole? I maintain that I have not been unfilial. Upon hearing these words, all present in the county office, including the governor Song Jiming, stood in unison, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at Ning Hao. They had never anticipated that the poetry they had traveled hundreds of miles to admire would originate from the very hands of this culprit. You claim he is a mere martial artist? I dare say not. The heads of the 6 academies felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the scholar Su Mu, nearly condemning such a talent to ruin. Su Mu's complexion paled, his gaze locking onto Ning Hao. Murmuring in disbelief, "It is you." The enforcers led by Lin Yi were equally taken aback, suddenly recalling Ning Hao's earlier suggestion regarding severe punishment. Turned out he had long been orchestrating this. With everything under his control, this youth is truly extraordinary. However, Ning Hao's words were not finished. Facing the scholar Su Mu, he continued, I am well aware of your esteemed position as a scholar of this province and your reverence for Confucian teachings and adherence to the rules of the academy, for which I hold great admiration. Yet, I am disheartened that you would presume my disloyalty, unfiliality, and injustice based solely on the slander of a petty individual, without any inquiry or evidence, and hastily condemn me to death. I appeal against this injustice, and I ask, where have I acted unjustly? Ning Hao meticulously articulated the accusations of disloyalty, unfiliality, and injustice leveled against him. He bowed deeply 4 times to the assembled crowd in the county office, stating, I have spoken my piece. If the scholar must condemn me to death, as a Confucian disciple, I must accept my fate. Throughout history, who has not faced death? I shall leave my loyal heart to illuminate the annals of time. I only hope that my demise may inspire you, esteemed scholar, to exercise more tolerance and patience in your future governance, and to minimize injustices. Ning Hao closed his eyes, confident in his resolve. He could not believe that the scholar Su Mu would dare to act against him. In an instant, the already tumultuous energies of the county surged together, swirling above the county office, refusing to disperse, at the same time. A chilling aura began to coalesce ominously. The crowd within the office felt their hairs stand on end, as if death itself was fixating upon them. Lin Yi, drenched in sweat, trembled and stammered. The divine judgment of heaven and earth. Ning Hao's plight moves heaven and earth, compelling them to intervene. Thus the literary path manifests divinely to adjudicate this injustice. What? The clerk Pu Zhengshuang collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Governor Song Jiming struggled to regain his composure, his gaze toward Ning Hao filled with admiration, respect, and the hint of wariness. This youth possesses a resonance with the very heavens. Chapter 51. The heavens unleash their wrath. The scholar acknowledges his mistake, the divine judgment of heaven and earth. Fang Qingxue gasped in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, while Han Zili was thoroughly impressed. Only Su Mu, seated beside County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, appeared pale as a ghost, his demeanor rife with trepidation. How could this be? After a brief moment of shock, Su Mu trembled as he stood, resembling a remorseful student before Ning Hao. His spirit visibly deflated. Su Mu, the scholar of Nanxiang Province, offers his sincere apologies to you, Scholar Ning. Su Mu bowed deeply in contrition. The murderous aura conjured by the heavens was not directed at anyone else but him. Su Mu, with the heavens unleashing their wrath, who could stand in opposition? Su Mu understood that all he could do was to mitigate the impending calamity. Otherwise, even as the scholar of Nanxiang Province, he would face annihilation under the divine literary judgment. Yet, Su Mu could not fathom why this seemingly ninth-tier martial artist would resonate with the literary path and be favored by it. Was it truly due to that remarkable poem? Within the county office, an eerie silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Su Mu, who was apologizing to Ning Hao. Clerk Pu Zhengshuang was drenched in cold sweat, his body shaking uncontrollably. Guochang was finished, Ning Hao inquired. Esteemed scholar, did you not intend to behead me? Su Mu, brimming with arrogance, had assumed Ning Hao was merely a martial artist, hastily concluding his guilt regarding the robe without understanding the full circumstances. He acknowledged his error in judgment. Feeling the weight of the heavenly threat, Su Mu cautiously replied, I will ensure a fair verdict and will not permit Scholar Ning to fall victim to the slanders of others. Likewise, those who have wronged Scholar Ning shall face due retribution. The divine judgment of heaven and earth seems to be a formidable force, even feared by the scholar. But how did I conjure it? Ning Hao was astounded. He realized that Su Mu's attitude was a direct result of the heavenly judgment scrutiny. If handled improperly, it could lead to his demise. The literary path is no wonder that all pursuits pale in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge. Very well, esteemed scholar, please expedite the restoration of my honor. Ning Hao stood tall, his back straight. Su Mu inhaled deeply, also straightening his posture, facing the eastern direction, the birthplace of sages, and declared, I, Su Mu, the scholar of Nanxiang Province, have wrongfully judged a case, causing distress to this scholar, thereby disturbing the spirits of the sages. I am deeply ashamed. I acknowledge my grave mistake and am willing to accept the divine judgment. But before that, I implore you to grant justice to the scholar who has suffered injustice. Upon Su Mu's declaration, the oppressive aura indeed weakened, yet it remained palpable, laden with a sense of vigilance. This world is far more complex than I had imagined. The realm of literature is truly enigmatic. Ning Hao felt a twinge of concern, pondering whether the literary path could accommodate a martial artist like him. Lin Yi. Su Mu fixed his gaze upon the enforcer Lin Yi. I am here. Lin Yi, garbed in a red and white scholarly robe, stood at attention, not daring to show any sign of carelessness. Do you recall who reported Scholar Ning Hao of Shud Academy for practicing martial arts? Su Mu inquired. Did I remember? It was the son of clerk Pu Zhengshuang, Pu Guochang. Lin Yi promptly responded. Where is Pu Guochang? Su Mu pressed further. Currently in the county jail. Before Lin Yi could finish, a raucous voice burst into the office. Damn it, we must kill this Ning Hao. So many people interrogating him. Ha! He is doomed. Pu Guochang, with the character traitor emblazoned upon his forehead, bore a frenzied expression. Governor Song Jiming furrowed his brow, wondering if this man was also a Confucian scholar. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu turned to Pu Zhengshuang and stated in a low voice, You have raised a fine son? Pu Zhengshuang remained silent, unable to retort. Lin Yi, noticing Pu Guochang's arrival, announced, Esteemed scholar, this is Pu Guochang. Arrest him, Su Mu commanded. Just as Pu Guochang stepped into the office, he was immediately apprehended by the enforcement team and brought to kneel in the hall. Witnessing this, Pu Zhengshuang felt the world spin around him, realizing that a grave situation was unfolding. Pu Guochang was momentarily stunned, then looked up to meet Su Mu's gaze before turning to Lin Yi and asking, Lin brother, what is the meaning of this? Why have I been apprehended? Shouldn't it be Ning Hao? Silence. Who is your Lin brother? Lin Yi, startled, quickly distanced himself. Su Mu fixed his gaze upon Pu Guochang and asked, Pu Guochang, do you have any evidence for your accusations against Scholar Ning Hao regarding his martial practices and for alleging that Shud Academy condones such behavior among its scholars? How can I provide evidence for that? Pu Guochang replied, perplexed, Isn't it sufficient for you to verify? Such a simple matter requires no evidence. Ning Hao interjected. Su Mu turned his eyes toward Ning Hao, who calmly stated, Practicing martial arts is merely about strengthening the body. I am, in fact, an 8th-tier scholar. With a thought, his aura manifested, revealing the unique presence of an 8th-tier scholar, with the fragrance of literature wafting around him. Su Mu inhaled sharply, realizing, no wonder this youth was so fearless. He had already reached the 8th tier. How could he be merely a martial artist? Pu Guochang gasped, astonished. How can he possibly be at the 8th tier? Fang Qingxue and Han Zili stared wide-eyed, recalling that just yesterday, Ning Hao had been a 9th tier. Now, after a single night, he had ascended to the 8th tier. What a remarkable speed! Yet, considering that Ning Hao could compose such exceptional poetry, perhaps the 8th tier was not out of reach after all. Su Mu nodded and turned to Pu Guochang. Do you understand the consequences of slanderous accusations? And no, I do not. The lightest punishment is a beating or imprisonment. The heaviest is the loss of one's literary heart. Followed by the guillotine. Ning Hao is indeed a martial man, as he just confessed. The students did not falsely accuse him, Park Guochang hastily explained. Still trying to argue, Scholar Su Mu reprimanded sternly. A scholar has always been able to exercise his body, strengthen his physique, and hone his will. These concepts are entirely distinct from martial training. Have you ever seen a martial man who could cultivate both the sea of qi and the ocean of knowledge to achieve the rank of an 8th-grade scholar? Park Guochang's mind buzzed, and he instinctively shook his head, saying, No, I have not seen. If you have not seen, why then accuse Scholar Ning? Moreover, do you know who penned the brilliant poetry from Mingyang County? Yes, I know. It was Ning Hao, Park Guochang admitted, completely unable to lie. Since you know this, why do you still accuse him? Do you believe a martial man could compose such enlightening poetry? Scholar Su Mu pressed further. He could not. I believe that is an ancestral poem that has not seen the light of day. Park Guochang hurriedly explained, claiming he had heard Ning Hao recite the brilliant verses. Yet, he thought it was a piece handed down from Ning Hao's ancestors. After all, if Ning Hao were truly so talented, why would he need to study at Shud Academy? He would have long since entered the Sage's Academy. So, based on your assumptions and judgments, you determined that Scholar Ning had committed a grave crime and reported him? Scholar Su Mu inquired. Yes, that is correct. Park Guochang nodded repeatedly. He indeed acted on certain assumptions and judgments, combined with the words of the innkeeper Lay from the martial and literary study, and in a fit of anger, reported him to the supervisory academy. Excellent. Scholar Sumu nodded and said solemnly, according to the regulations of the Sages Academy, those who falsely accuse a scholar who has made significant contributions to the literary path shall be punished by the removal of their literary heart and expelled from the sage's teachings. Ah? Park Guochang felt a sudden ringing in his head, as if struck, and quickly exclaimed, I did not falsely accuse. He is a martial man and even purchased the martial technique Tiger Form Fist. I have witnesses. Chapter 52. The Sage's Judgment, downgraded by 1 rank. Ning Hao was somewhat surprised that Park Guochang even knew this. It was likely related to the innkeeper Lay from the martial and literary study. However, Ning Hao did not feel concerned. It was normal for the son of a steward to inquire about what books he had purchased. Nevertheless, Ning Hao speculated that due to Lay's greedy nature, he must have extorted a considerable sum from Park Guochang. Perhaps he could share some of that later. Are you truly certain? Scholar Ning purchased the Tiger Form Fist martial technique? Scholar Sumu asked earnestly. Absolutely, I am willing to bet my life on it. Park Guochang's confidence soared. Good. Scholar Sumu waved his hand, ordering, seize Park Guochang, the unlawful scholar who falsely accused the 8th grade scholar, and take him away for execution. Yes, Linny was elated and immediately led the way. Buzz, however, Park Guochang's mind went blank, and he slumped to the ground, his pants soaked. No, father, save me, what have I done? Why am I to be executed? Park Guochang, terrified, cried out for his father, Park Xingshuang. Ning Hao, at this moment, was also quite taken aback. He had indeed purchased the Tiger Form Fist, so in a sense, Park Guochang's accusation was not entirely unfounded. But Scholar Su Mu's direct order for execution was truly an outrageous act. Wait, Park Xingshuang could not remain idle while watching his son face execution. He clasped his fists towards Scholar Su Mu and said, Scholar, my son has not falsely accused anyone. It is understandable for scholars to exercise and strengthen their bodies. But practicing martial techniques that affect other scholars, that would completely betray the teachings of the sage and is a grave crime. The judgment of the literary path still holds. Do not let it mislead you. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu looked at Steward Park Xingshuang in astonishment and angrily remarked, Park Xingshuang, how dare you challenge the authority of the scholar? This dog dares to bark at the scholar. Completely reversing the heavens, Park Guochang ignored Zhao Huayu, deciding not to play the dog for now. Ha ha ha! Scholar Su Mu sneered repeatedly, having long harbored a belly full of grievances. Ning Hao's questioning was one thing. This young man was indeed talented, possessing a literary heart that resonated with heaven and earth. But what is a mere steward of the county to challenge him? How dare you speak such accusations? Scholar Su Mu spoke coldly. Tiger Form Fist is a high-level martial art, invaluable. Given Scholar Ning's background, even if he were to sell everything, he might not be able to afford it. Park Guochang's claim that Ning Hao purchased Tiger Form Fist is more absurd than your becoming the governor. You know nothing of the martial path. As a steward of the county, how could you be ignorant of martial arts? How could you offer counsel to Magistrate Zhao on governing the county? It is utterly foolish. Scholar Su Mu articulated the reasoning behind his words, speaking icily. Park Guochang aimed to frame Scholar Ning, even boasting that he would bet his life on it, merely to incite me to harm Scholar Ning. Such intentions are worthy of execution. His crimes warrant punishment. Lin Yi, why are you still hesitating? Take him away and execute him. Clang clang. Park Xingshuang was taken aback by these words and retreated repeatedly. The martial technique book bought for 18 taels of silver is invaluable. Ning Hao was filled with questions. Was Scholar Su Mu truly returning to the right path to protect him, intentionally declaring Tiger Form Fist to be a high-level martial art? Or had he genuinely stumbled upon a treasure? Lei, you have misled me. Park Guochang felt deceived and began to weep bitterly as he was seized by the enforcement team of the supervisory academy. He cried out in terror, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Father, save me. Park Guochang was dragged away, struggling and emitting sounds akin to a pig's squeal, but soon the sounds abruptly ceased. Park Xingshuang appeared dazed, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. After Scholar Su Mu concluded the case, he once again faced the east and clasped his hands, stating, I have fulfilled my duty. I have executed the unlawful scholar Park Guochang, restoring the honor and justice of Scholar Ning Hao of Shud Academy. I have no regrets. May the sage grant judgment. The atmosphere of murderous intent that had enveloped the county office gradually dissipated. Yet it seemed as if a heavenly sound resonated in everyone's hearts. Scholar Su Mu of the Southern Xiang Prefecture, the realm of literary path has been downgraded by 1 rank. In the next moment, Ning Hao and the others in the hall witnessed Scholar Su Mu's spirit and energy instantly fade, as if something had been stripped away. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Scholar Su Mu continued to clasp his hands and said, "Thank you for the judgment. I accept my punishment." He was demoted from the 5th rank of virtue to the 6th rank of scholar. Only then did the oppressive atmosphere fully dissipate. Everyone in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. The literary path can be played this way, the power of rules. Fortunately, I am a martial man. Ning Hao felt a sense of relief. Scholars cultivate the literary path using the talents of heaven and earth, mastering extraordinary powers, yet they are also constrained by the literary path. Hence, how could studying compare to martial training? As for the matter of Scholar Ning being falsely accused, it had reached a temporary conclusion, just as the true author of the brilliant poetry was present in the hall. Magistrate Zhao, please present the authentic manuscript of the poetry for all present to appreciate. Governor Song Jiming did not put on airs, casting a friendly smile toward Ning Hao. The directors of the 6 academies, upon hearing this, instantly became agitated. Magistrate Zhao, what are you waiting for? Quickly, allow everyone to appreciate it. I have taught for half my life and have never been so close to the brilliant poetry. I must observe, comprehend, and transcribe it for the Academy's plaque, so future generations may sing its praises. Hurry, I can hardly contain my excitement, ha. The directors were already rubbing their hands together, eager with anticipation. However, at that moment, Zhao Huayu, I curse you. Do you truly think being a county magistrate is something grand? You dare to arrest the disciples of Should Academy. Do you believe I won't tear down your county office? Director Chen Detzi's voice resounded abruptly in the county office. Those waiting to admire the authentic manuscript of the poetry were startled by Chen Detzi's words. How did Director Chen come down from the mountain? Ning Hao was somewhat surprised, but the concern and protection in Director Chen's words warmed his heart. Soon after, Ning Hao observed Director Chen Detzi along with Master Jing'el and several others, including Master Deng, Master Chen, and Master Lu, storming into the hall. Zhao, Director Chen Detzi, filled with fury, was about to unleash a scolding on County Magistrate Zhao Huayu when he noticed the familiar faces in the hall, causing him to momentarily pause. Scholar Su Mu from the Supervisory Academy, Governor Song Jiming, the 6 Academy directors, Fang Qingxue, Han Zili, Han Zhengying. Why are so many people here? Ning Hao, Master Jing'el, upon seeing the haggard Ning Hao, disregarded the scholars and magistrates in the hall, instinctively checking him over no missing limbs, no lost teeth, his tongue unburned, still pure young body, no treachery on him. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Master Jing'el, at this moment, bore no semblance to the living Yamia of the academy but resembled a fiercely protective old cow. Ning Hao, it's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. We just came down from the mountain and went to your home. It was your steward who informed us that you had been taken to the county office. So we rushed over without delay. Ning Hao, who captured you? What were the charges? Damn it. If you are guilty, then there is not a single scholar in the entire world who is innocent. The scholars from Should Academy surrounded Ning Hao, showering him with concern and inquiries. This scene left Governor Song Jiming, Scholar Su Mu, and the various academy directors, as well as County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of treasure is this? When the multitude beheld the concerned scholars, each clutching their treasured writings and literary artifacts, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. Were they come to seize the execution grounds? Chapter 53. Departure for the Pure Young Martial Academy. The student was innocent. It was merely a case of false accusation against him. Fortunately, the esteemed scholar Su Mu had assisted in clearing his name. Ning Hao, feeling the weight of the scholar's concern, found himself somewhat embarrassed. Just a month prior, he was an inconspicuous figure, a name scarcely recalled by the scholars. Yet, a month later, he had become the cherished pupil of the Academy's masters, a truly ironic twist of fate. Nevertheless, Ning Hao felt that it was the protection of the ancient sages of Huaxia, allowing the knowledge he bore to find its resonance in this world. The noble scholar Su Mu, a paragon of virtue, commanded admiration from Chen Detzi, the dean. Then, in astonishment, he remarked, "Wait, isn't scholar Su of the 5th rank? How has he suddenly ascended to the same rank as myself? A sixth-rank Confucian? Cough. Cough. Scholar Su Mu began to cough. Is there an ailment afflicting you, esteemed sir? I happen to have brought numerous medicinal pills from the academy. Dinshin Detzi wished to express his gratitude for Su Mu's assistance to Ning Hao. However, before he could finish, Scholar Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. I am fine, merely a residual effect of the divine judgment. You have been subjected to divine judgment? Dinshin Detzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Scholar Su Mu's lips twitched slightly. Accustomed to a life of ease, he had grown overly proud. Chan Detzi exclaimed, How unfortunate for you. Scholar Su, one must reflect upon oneself frequently. It is I who must engage in self-reflection thrice daily. Scholar Su Mu corrected him, his expression darkening. Dinshin Detzi chose to remain silent. After all, Scholar Su Mu held the position of inspector of the academy, and any display of ignorance could lead to criticism. Master Zheng Lu turned to Ning Hao and inquired, Who accused you falsely? Ning Hao replied, Pu Guochang. Where is he now? Master Zheng Lu's countenance darkened. His expression grim. He should have been dealt with appropriately at the academy's gate. He is truly a scourge upon the ages. Upon hearing that Pu Guochang was the perpetrator, the scholars erupted in outrage, with Master Lu from the Confucian Hall exclaiming, Where is Pu Guochang? I shall not let him escape unscathed. The other scholars, their brows furrowed with fury, looked as if they would relish the chance to feast upon Pu Guochang's flesh. Ning Hao interjected, He was just executed by the esteemed scholar. The scholars paused in surprise. Well done, Master Zheng Lu declared with a solemn tone. If a child is uneducated, it is the father's fault. How could he dare to slander without his father's backing? Dinshin Detzi, being straightforward, remarked, Pu Guochang's father is the county magistrate secretary, correct? Who is the county magistrate secretary? County magistrate Zhao Huayu, witnessing the scholar's ire, pointed at Pu Zhengshuang. He is here. Dinshin Detzi glared at Pu Zhengshuang, his voice rising with anger. Your son, whom you have raised so well, dares to slander my student, Zhao Huayu. I demand him. Scholar Su Mu interjected. Dinshin, do not act rashly. The accused, Pu Guochang, has already met justice. The sins do not extend to his family. Seeing Scholar Su Mu intervening, Dinshin Detzi relented slightly but pointedly gestured towards Pu Zhengshuang with a warning. Ning Hao, let us depart. Master Zheng Lu called to Ning Hao, intending to leave the county office. Whereto Ning Hao thought that Scholar Su Mu, along with Prefect Song, County Magistrate Zhao, and the other academy deans, were there to witness his literary works. Could he forego such an opportunity to showcase his talents? To the pure young martial academy, Master Zheng Lu replied. With a sudden change in expression, Ning Hao nodded gravely. Let us go. Then he seemed to recall something and turned to County Magistrate Zhao, keep a close watch on Pu's secretary. The pure young martial academy, under the influence of Pu Zhengshuang, had assaulted his father and dismantled his home. Although Pu Guochang had met his end, Pu Zhengshuang and the academy had yet to face justice. To apprehend Pu Zhengshuang, they must first subdue the pure young martial academy to extract the whereabouts of Pu Zhengshuang. Otherwise, as just witnessed, when Dinshin Detzi attempted to confront Pu Zhengshuang, Scholar Su Mu had intervened, viewing Pu Zhengshuang merely as a negligent parent, with no other criminal conduct. Thus, the priority was to first dismantle the pure young martial academy. Let us proceed. With that, Dinshin Detzi and the other scholars gathered their literary treasures and followed Master Zheng Lu and Ning Hao out of the county office, leaving behind a stunned Scholar Su Mu, the prefect, the county magistrate, and the other deans. Gulpan Zili watched as the academy scholars led Ning Hao away from the county office, unable to suppress a gulp. The pure young martial academy was doomed. Initially, he and Feng Qingxue had descended the mountain to seek aid, to assist Ning Hao and his father in seeking justice against the pure young martial academy. However, with the academy's considerable resources, Han Zili pondered whether the Han family would be merely throwing stones against an iron wall. He contemplated seeking help from County Magistrate Zhao Huayu. Yet, to his dismay, just as he arrived, the incident of Pu Guochang's false accusation against Ning Hao unfolded, preventing him from seeking Zhao Huayu's assistance. However, Han Zili noticed that aside from Master Li and Master Zhang, all the other scholars had descended from the mountain, signaling the impending doom of the pure young martial academy. Prefect Song Jimin chuckled wryly. See, it is not that Scholar Ning Hao is a martial artist, but rather the atmosphere of the academy that shapes them. Look at the scholars of Should Academy. Who among them does not resemble a brash warrior? Scholar Sumu sighed. It seems I have not seen enough. A miscalculation on my part, a lack of foresight. I can only assume the Sacred Institute is aware of my divine judgment. Song Jimin replied, it is of little consequence. We can make amends. We shall wait for next year's provincial examination, hoping for a few prodigies and some literary masterpieces. Enough of this. Let us appreciate the literary works of Scholar Ning Hao. Scholar Su Mu suggested, noting the absence of their subject, yet the works remained. What of Pu Zhengshuang? Is he not merely a father who has lost a son? Shall he not soon conceive another with his wife? Bring forth Scholar Ning Hao's works. Where is he? Pu Zhengshuang. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu called for Secretary Pu Zhengshuang, but upon turning, he found the county office already devoid of his presence. That scoundrel, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu trembled with rage, and then smiled at Scholars Su Mu and Song Jimin. Please wait a moment. Pu Zhengshuang may have gone to retrieve the literary works. This time, securing the authentic pieces was largely due to his efforts, though it cost me a considerable sum. Prefect, next year. This expenditure must be reimbursed by the government. At that moment, a constable rushed into the county office, hastily approaching County Magistrate Zhao Huayu to whisper urgently in his ear. What? By heaven, he fled that quickly? County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, seething with fury, stood and declared to Prefect Song and Scholar Su Mu, Song Darren, Su Darren, the authentic literary works are gone. Pu Zhengshuang has stolen them and injured several constables. Employing the 8 steeds of the ink treasure. What? The 6 academy deans nearly had their eyes pop out, while Prefect Song and Scholar Su Mu's expressions darkened ominously. Scholar Su Mu gritted his teeth. Truly a den of thieves, like father, like son. Chapter 54. Dean Chun's fury, thunderous retribution upon the Martial Academy County Magistrate Zhao. Why do you remain idle? Swiftly initiate a pursuit for the literary works. Time is of the essence. It is imperative to use the ink treasure to make the entire county aware, in matters concerning the literary works. No expense should be spared. The 6 academy deans urged County Magistrate Zhao Huayu to commence the pursuit for the literary works, advocating for the use of the ink treasure to issue a wanted notice, which would be supplemented with the official seal of the magistrate, thus manifesting the notice in the void. Pu Zhengshuang was destined to be cornered. Prefect Song Jimin furrowed his brow, saying, County Magistrate Zhao, should the authentic literary works be lost, I cannot guarantee your safety. You must apprehend Pu Zhengshuang swiftly to preserve the authenticity. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, drenched in sweat, nodded, yes, I understand. With a swift motion, Prefect Song rose and turned to leave. Fang Qingxue exchanged a brief farewell with Han Zili before departing in haste. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu ground his teeth in frustration. That old dog Pu Zhengshuang has caused me great distress. At this moment, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu was seething with rage. Initially, to curry favor with the prefect and Scholar Su Mu, he had expended a staggering 10,000 taels of silver to secure the authentic literary works. Pu Zhengshuang had claimed it was a result of his bargaining, ultimately securing 7 days for observation. Yet today, just as they were prepared to appreciate the works, Pu Zhengshuang had audaciously stolen them. I shall issue a pursuit for the literary works and capture that dog. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away from Yingyang County, across a river from the capital, stood a majestic mountain, shrouded in the aura of talent. As if enwrapped in sacred light, its radiance flowing like a divine presence. Atop this mountain lay the sacred ground of the Du Confucian practitioners, the Sacred Institute. The Sacred Institute boasts an ancient legacy, tracing back to the primordial era, having birthed a staggering 48 sages throughout its history. In the lengthy annals of literary tradition, the number of second-rank sub-sages is beyond counting. This moment, atop the sacred mountain, within a structure resembling a Confucian temple, an elderly man with flowing white hair emanated a luminous glow, as if he were a being composed of talent itself. Standing on the 8th floor of the edifice, he gazed southward, his eyes shimmering, profound like the vast ocean, as if stars were being extinguished and reborn within them. He surveyed the mortal realm. Divine judgment of the literary path, in such a barren land as Nanxiang Prefecture. A scholar of this caliber has emerged? The white-haired elder appeared to perceive certain truths, yet seemed to lack clarity, his brow furrowing slightly. The heavens conceal their secrets. He bears a righteous spirit. Su Mu has faced divine judgment, his literary realm diminished by 1 rank. A stroke of misfortune turned fortuitous. The sacred judgment is not something that can be summoned by just anyone, let alone the sacred judgment that resonates with the heavens and the earth. In the past, Doi suffered injustice, resonating with the cosmos, resulting in snow falling in June, while the Great Yu's efforts to fend off demons beyond the Great Wall led to its collapse. The scholars who contributed to the emergence of such grievances met with grim fates, nearly all meeting a tragic end. His Majesty the Great Yu was filled with wrath, and the 10 clans of the implicated scholars were executed. Shocking the realm. Now, once again, the sacred judgment that resonates with the heavens and the earth has appeared. Yet the fate of the academic official Su Mu is far less severe, merely demoted by 1 rank. This individual was born to pursue the path of literature and virtue. A century of upheaval is unfolding, with the first signs beginning to emerge. At this moment, within the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall of Inyang County, the hall master, Chen Jinan, and his brother, Chen Jinbei, had just finished their breakfast when Chen Jinan suddenly inquired, "Why hasn't our master come by?" Chen Jinbei replied, "Master came by this morning, mentioned he had matters to attend to, and would return in 3 days. Did he mention what those matters were?" "Not at all. You know how our master is. He does as he pleases, brother. You really should keep an eye on him." Chen Jinbei seemed rather dissatisfied with their master. "How can I keep an eye on him? It is a blessing for us that he deigns to be our master at the martial arts hall. With his 6th rank spirit refining realm, do you not understand what that represents? 1 punch could shake mountains." Chen Jinan shot a glare at Chen Jinbei. "Very well." Chen Jinbei dared not speak further and quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, brother, old Master Pu's son is quite a fierce one, possessing great potential to be a martial artist." "Indeed," Chen Jinbei continued, "old Master Pu asked me to entertain his son a few days ago, and I helped him with some matters. I didn't expect that this young man would be so ruthless. He not only beat me but also intended to harm another's son. I've heard that the government's supervisory academy has sent people, and the situation has escalated quite dramatically." Chen Jinbei briefly recounted the events. "The supervisory academy?" Chen Jinan turned to his brother, frowning. "You took on personal work, and it involved beating a scholar's father? Brother, please don't react like that. It's really nothing serious." Pu Guochang claimed that that fellow is a traitor to Confucianism, and besides, no one was killed. Startled by his brother's expression, Chen Jinbei hastily explained, "How many times have I told you not to provoke scholars?" Chen Jinan retorted angrily, All right. I won't take on any more personal work related to scholars in the future." "Brother, please don't be angry. Calm down." Chen Jinbei nodded vigorously, signaling his brother to ease his temper. However, at that moment, a thunderous voice boomed from above the martial arts hall. "Bold martial artist, you have harmed the family of my academy's disciple. I shall destroy your martial arts hall. Who is it?" Hall Master Chen Jinan sprang to his feet and took a few strides forward, only to suddenly sense a tremendous wave of righteous energy, upright and unyielding, accompanied by a howling wind. Chen Jinan's expression changed dramatically as he seemed to realize something. This is bad. He sprang off the ground, pulling Chen Jinbei back as they retreated swiftly. Just as Chen Jinbei was filled with confusion, a dark cloud materialized above the martial arts hall, brimming with thunder, boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The thunder within the cloud struck the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall directly. Buildings crumbled under the force of the thunder, and countless martial artists fled in panic. Yet, it appeared the thunder targeted only the structures, sparing the innocent martial artists. No wonder martial artists are looked down upon in the eyes of scholars. Outside the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall, Ning Hao was prepared to knock on the door to question the hall regarding the situation when he discovered that the director, Chen Detzi, was behaving quite unusually. He took out an ancient tome, yellowed with age, from his robe, tore out a page, and intoned, "The heart of Confucianism resonates with the heavens and the earth. Thunder, heed my command." Then, that page spontaneously ignited, and the luminescence of righteous energy erupted, followed by thunder appearing above the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall, enveloping the entire establishment. Ning Hao had expected a moment of build-up, but to his shock, the thunder struck down immediately, causing the entire structure of the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall to collapse, kicking up clouds of dust. What a dimensional strike! Ning Hao suddenly felt that the tiger form fist was rather unappealing. He glanced at the director, Chen Detzi, and the scholar Jing'el, along with the other scholars, observing them standing tall, holding their literary treasures, ink, and tomes. their Confucian robes billowing in the wind, each one exuding an air of utmost pride. Heavenly retribution, the divine punishment has descended. Run for your lives. After the thunder passed, many vigorous martial artists emerged from the ruins of the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall, clutching their heads in panic. Simultaneously, several figures bursting with vitality leapt out from the debris, soaring 7 to 8 meters high, landing with a thud that created a deep crater in the ground. These martial artists, brimming with vitality, emanated a fearsome and domineering aura, akin to human-shaped behemoths. Notably, the leader, a middle-aged man clad in a loose martial robe, glared at the scholars from the academy, his face dark with fury. It was none other than the hall master. Chun Jinan. Ning Hao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, thankfully, the martial artists are not lacking. He scrutinized these martial artists and noticed numerical values appearing above their heads: 8700, 6780, 7400, 24600. Ning Hao recognized these as the health points of the top figures of the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall. Indeed, they were impressively strong. His own vitality was merely 844, barely a fraction of theirs, as the system indicated. According to the normal historical trajectory, his vengeance for his father would indeed lead to a swift and bloody end. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek diligently in every direction. Having witnessed such exaggerated Confucian techniques, Ning Hao resolved to pursue both literary and martial excellence to the fullest. The righteous energy shall elevate my martial path, while composing poetry shall enhance my Confucian path. A judicious arrangement, and both shall attain sanctity. Chapter 55. With a single punch, Ning Hao, an 8th-rank martial artist, has fallen. Director Chindetsi, I wish to know what this means. The hall master of the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall, Chun Jinan, coldly fixed his gaze upon Chindetsi. How ruthless to reduce the martial arts hall to rubble over a mere disagreement. What does this mean? Director Chindetsi scoffed. Whoever has wronged the family of my academy's disciples, let them step forward and take their own life. Otherwise, I shall raise your Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall to the ground. Ning Hao interjected, Director, it has already been leveled. It's merely the buildings that have been destroyed. The people remain unharmed. Do not worry, Director. I, along with the esteemed scholars, have come to eliminate any future threats. In Chindetsi's eyes, there was no regard for the martial artists of the Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall. Gulp. The burly Chun Jinbei swallowed hard. This was directed at him. Chun Jinan asserted, I do not know what Director Chun is implying. The Pure Yang Martial Arts Hall is populated by virtuous individuals. We never bully the common folk, let alone the family of your academy's disciples. This is slander. You have destroyed my hall. I must seek the county magistrate's ruling. And you, should academy, shall compensate for all losses. Chun Jinan suspected a certain possibility, yet he could not admit it. Once he did, the hall would have been obliterated for naught. Seizing the moment, Chun Jinbei spoke to the martial artist beside him. Go fetch our master. Yes, a martial artist of 8th rank with a health point of 6780 turned and dashed off in a particular direction, moving with great speed. However, one of the scholars from the academy's triplet of siblings produced a tome of Confucian literature and tore a page from it. Martial artists trapped in the mire. With a whoosh, the torn page ignited instantly, summoning forth righteous energy that seemed to alter the very rules of the environment. The next moment, the fleeing martial artist, too, found the ground beneath him transformed into a mire. Half of his body sinking, rendering him unable to escape despite his utmost effort. Moreover, within the area encompassed by this Confucian technique, any martial artist would find half their body ensnared within the earth. Neither Chen Jinan nor Chen Jinbei were exempt from this fate. Ning Hao, having witnessed this, thought to himself, do you now see the power of Confucianism? Martial artists have become lambs awaiting slaughter. Of course, these were some of the Confucian techniques collected by the academy. Only Confucian scholars of 6th rank or higher could inscribe them. Director Chindetsi did not forget to explain this to Ning Hao. His demeanor quite relaxed. Impressive, Ning Hao sincerely admired. The formidable Confucian scholars could transcribe certain techniques into written form, preserving them in books, existing in the form of literary treasures. However, such techniques were typically one-time use. Once utilized, they would vanish. Yet, Ning Hao found it peculiar that, as a martial artist himself, he was not affected by the Confucian technique. Though not be too overbearing, should academy. Chen Jianan's half-buried body raised his head to glare at the group of scholars, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yet, deep within his eyes lay a profound trepidation. Why not be overbearing? It is only just that I destroy your martial hall for insulting the family of my academy's scholars. Chen Jinan gritted his teeth. Produce evidence. At that moment, a youth dressed as a scholar's attendant crawled out from the ruins, his face bruised and battered, clearly having been beaten. Ning Hao found the voice somewhat familiar, yet the appearance did not match. Asking, "Who are you?" I am Xiao Shuai, and I am not a coward. I came to rescue the young master, but they said you were not here and beat me up instead. Wounded, it hurts. Xiao Shuai cried out in grievance. Ning Hao scolded Chen Jinan. Is this what you call virtuous individuals at the Pure Young Martial Arts Hall? Director Chen Detzi beamed with delight and scolded. Chun, you wanted evidence, did you not? This is your evidence. Chen Jianan's face darkened. He is merely a servant, Director Chen Detzi retorted. A servant is still part of the family. Xiao Shuai, tell the young master, who was it that beat you? Ning Hao inquired with concern. It was him. The attendant pointed at Chen Jinbei, expressing his grievances. Not only did he beat me, but he also wanted to remove my trousers. Young master, Chen Jinbei's face turned a shade akin to that of a liver. Chen Jinan glared at his younger brother Chen Jinbei and admonished in a hushed tone. When will you ever amend this inclination of yours? Elder brother. Chen Jinbei attempted to explain, yet the intensity of his elder brother's gaze rendered him speechless. How crude! The director, Chen Detzi, instinctively clenched his legs together. Ning Hao consoled the attendant, inhaled deeply, and coldly fixed his gaze upon Chen Jinbei. I see you, who goes by Chen Jinbei, with grievances having their origins and debts having their owners. Ning Hao sought out the one who had assaulted and vandalized, Chen Jinbei. Whether the martial arts hall was leveled or not was inconsequential. Such was the esteem due to the scholars, deserving of reverence. I shall not change my name nor alter my surname. I am indeed Chen Jinbei. Chen Jinbei, upon hearing his name uttered by Ning Hao, assumed a heroic demeanor. The esteemed scholar, the director. It was he who destroyed my family and assaulted my father. Ning Hao pointed at Chen Jinbei. Excellent, the director, Chen Detzi, thought nothing of it, believing this to be Ning Hao's father revealing the true culprit. He stepped forward to Chen Jinbei, harnessed his energy, and directly sealed the blood energy of the 8th grade martial artist Chen Jinbei, rendering him unable to mobilize his vitality. Thereafter, he pulled Chen Jinbei from the mire and tossed him before Ning Hao, declaring, "It is your responsibility to deal with him. Whether to kill or to mutilate is entirely up to you." You dare! Chen Jinbei's eyes blazed with fury, wide as copper bells, attempting to intimidate Ning Hao. Bang! Ning Hao uttered not a word, raising his fist and striking directly at Chen Jinbei's face. Blood energy, 844-27, 871. Righteous Qi, 27. 3 lines of numbers floated past Ning Hao's vision, indicating the damage inflicted by his punch, simultaneously converting 3 points into righteous Qi. However, he realized he had not exerted his full strength. 8673, 8700. Ning Hao glanced at the blood bar above Chen Jinbei's head. Feeling rather unsatisfied, go beat him to death without using full strength was no different from mere scraping. A frail scholar. Exert yourself a little. For what difference does it make than mere tickling? Ha ha ha. After being struck by Ning Hao, Chen Jinbei felt as if his skin had not even been breached. Director, esteemed scholar, may I retaliate? Ning Hao inquired of the director and Zheng Lu. Of course you may. The director, Chen Detzi, replied earnestly. Use whatever means you deem fit. Zheng Lu, the esteemed scholar, replied calmly. Very well. With the director and esteemed scholar Zheng Lu's approval, Ning Hao felt unburdened. The blood energy surged into his meridians, building momentum. Roar! It was as if the roar of a tiger emanated from within Ning Hao, akin to having consumed a fierce tiger. The expression on Zheng Lu's face shifted dramatically. Chen Detzi, the director, was momentarily taken aback. Even the head of the Chunying Martial Arts Hall, Chen Jinan, could not help but feel his heart race. This was a martial arts supernatural ability. The distinction between martial skills and supernatural abilities was vast. Martial skills were akin to ordinary Confucian arts, transforming talent into sword or converting talent into various offensive means. However, supernatural abilities were comparable to the eloquence of Confucian scholars, wielding words like weapons, with their utterances manifesting law. Yet, martial arts supernatural abilities were exceedingly rare, especially high-level supernatural abilities, which were worth their weight in gold. Any one of them could stir a tempest in the martial world. Bang! This time, Ning Hao did not simply throw a regular punch. This strike landed directly upon Qian Jinbei's head. 8710. Ning Hao seemed to witness a series of numbers materializing above Qian Jinbei's forehead. Precisely tenfold the value of his blood energy. Then, with his head tilted, Qian Jinbei gazed at Ning Hao, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Ning Hao instinctively glanced at the blood bar above Qian Jinbei's head. Minus 3710,000. A negative value. Was he dead? Ning Hao was taken aback. Chapter 56. The Director's Teaching. A scholar should kill. Ning Hao had never considered that his martial skill, the tiger form fist, could yield such a formidable enhancement. He thought it would amount to only a few hundred points of blood energy at most. Little did he know it would unleash tenfold the power of his own blood energy. Blood energy reflects a person's vitality. If both I and my opponent are ordinary individuals with 50 points, then in a brawl, exerting full force and striking vital points could indeed result in a single blow to the death, depleting the opponent's blood bar. Ning Hao rapidly analyzed this in his mind, for such practical experience and skills were crucial for future confrontations. It was common knowledge that martial skills could amplify a martial artist's strength. The greater the amplification, the higher the rank of the martial skill. His previous blood energy was 871 points, and with full exertion, his maximum strength was 871. However, employing the tiger form fist against Qian Jinbei's head resulted in tenfold damage, depleting the opponent's blood bar. Quite reasonable. At this moment, Ning Hao subconsciously compared it to Confucian arts. The director and the scholars engaged in heated debates, wielding ink and Confucian arts, yet could not defeat these martial artists. Yet, as a martial artist, he could knock one down with a single punch. Young master, incredible. The attendant, with a swollen face, grinned, his eyes squinting into slits. The esteemed scholar Zhang Lu, the director Chen Detzi, and the other scholars all stared at Ning Hao in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, they sensed an extraordinarily potent blood energy emanating from Ning Hao, far surpassing that of an ordinary 8th-grade martial artist. He had even dispatched Qian Jinbei, the vice-director of the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall, with a single punch. At that moment, Qian Jinan, the head of the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall, seeing the life force of his younger brother Qian Jinbei rapidly waning, roared in fury. Protect Ning Hao. The esteemed scholar Zhang Lu maintained a calm demeanor. Shielding Ning Hao behind him, Director Chen Detzi, along with the other scholars, brandished their literary treasures. As Qian Jinan sought to extricate himself, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, forcefully pinning him back into the mire. Qian Jinan became frantic, struggling to break free, but as a 7th-grade martial artist, how could he contend against 8 6th-grade Confucian scholars? Like a trapped swine, he was pressed to the ground. Qian Jinbei is guilty of heinous crimes, deserving of death. Do you still wish to seek revenge? Director Chen Detzi looked to esteemed scholar Zhang Lu, proposing, Qian Jinbei destroyed Ning Hao's home and nearly killed his father. He is deserving of death. However, I believe Qian Jinan is also complicit, along with his past crimes. Hence, should they be eradicated together? Esteemed scholar Zhang Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Director Chen Detzi, having received the green light, intended to carry out his lethal intentions immediately. Director Chen, wait. We are scholars. Is this truly appropriate? Ning Hao felt a twinge of conscience. After all, it was Qian Jinbei who had inflicted harm. He was already dead, and the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall had been reduced to rubble, which could be construed as a clean slate. Kill another. Ning Hao's noble character dissuaded him from such an act. In contrast, Director Chen Detzi and esteemed scholar Zhang Lu were eager to see Qian Jinan eliminated on the spot. Ning Hao understood that the scholars and the director were acting to protect him, ensuring that future threats were extinguished. Yet, precisely because they were so considerate, Ning Hao was reluctant to let them face the wrath of the literary code due to him, an edict that even the education official Su Mu feared. Ning Hao, I forgot to mention that the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall is notorious. Since Qian Jinan and his brother established the hall, they have kidnapped 17 young girls, selling them into the brothels they operate, and have murdered 13 civilians, receiving 173 complaints from merchants. Director Chen Detzi enumerated Qian Jinan's offenses on the spot. What? At hearing this, Ning Hao's body jolted, astonished as he looked at Director Chen Detzi. The county office does nothing? Ning Hao's voice trembled. If this were indeed the case, the brothers Chen Jinan deserved to die 100 times over. The Chunyang Martial Arts Hall monopolized lucrative enterprises in the county, providing the county office with substantial benefits each month. How could they not intervene? Chen Detzi scoffed. Chen Jinan, pinned to the ground, struggled and roared, yet to no avail. Does the governor know? Ning Hao pressed further. The director is uncertain about that. I shall show you the complaints from the people of Ingyang County regarding the persecution by the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall. The common folk, having no avenue for redress, turn to our Should Academy. Chen Detzi sighed. However, our academy is subordinate to the Sacred Academy. While martial halls fall under the jurisdiction of the Diyu Court S County Office, we have no authority to intervene, only to secretly gather evidence. When the time comes that we can no longer stand idly by, we will raise the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall to the ground. They might have lived a little longer, but they harmed your father, thus becoming enemies of Should Academy. We will reckon old and new grievances together. Ning Hao, tell me, should they be executed? Director Chen Detzi, a playful old man in the academy, was ruthless when outside. Ning Hao's face darkened. They deserve death. 1,000 cuts would not be excessive. After their demise, their crimes must be made public. The director and the scholars acted to rid the populace of harm. Having just traversed into this world, Ning Hao had yet to glimpse its darker side. Now, as Director Chen Detzi detailed the crimes of the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall, he comprehended the grim reality of this predatory world. The county office remained indifferent, delegating authority to the clerks. The martial halls, while ostensibly instructing and guiding wayward martial artists, were, in truth, cultivating power for profit, indulging in murder and arson. And the academy, fully aware of these misdeeds, could only watch helplessly due to its lack of jurisdiction. Esteemed scholar Zhang Lu remarked calmly, originally, I had penned a letter to the Chunyang Martial Arts Hall, requesting the use of the Chunyang sword, hoping to grant them a little more time. However, it seems they did not grant me this courtesy. Dean Chen Detzi imparted wisdom through both words and actions, stating, Ning Hao, for a scholar, the pursuit of knowledge is not solely for the cultivation of Confucian virtues, but also to attain official positions through the imperial examinations, thereby transforming this world. Yet, many scholars, upon reaching that juncture, abandon their original intentions. You possess immense talent, a celestial spirit graced upon you, and I, the dean, am acutely aware of your virtuous character. Out of compassion for both myself and the sages, you are reluctant to indulge in bloodshed. Thus, I recount to you the transgressions of the Chunyang Martial Academy, hoping you may glean some understanding. The benevolent, at times, must also wield the sword. Ning Hao was indeed profoundly shaken. Nodding earnestly, I understand. Esteemed Dean Good, Dean Chen Detzi turned towards Master Lu of the Confucian Hall and commanded, Capture the moment. Understood. Master Lu hurriedly produced a blank scroll from his robe, positioning it towards Dean Chen Detzi and Chan Jinan, as their essence flowed onto the scroll, swiftly capturing their likenesses. Every movement they made was meticulously documented by the unfolding scroll. Is this akin to recording a video? Ning Hao's mouth slightly agape. He realized that this world of literature and martial arts was truly fascinating, with an abundance of intriguing methods. Dean Chen Detzi retrieved a collection of Confucian texts from his pocket. Tearing out a page to channel his essence, he questioned Chen Jinan. Chen Jinan, do you acknowledge your crimes? He began enumerating the offenses committed by the Chunyang Martial Academy. Chen Jinan, a 7th-grade martial artist, swayed unsteadily, his eyes devoid of spirit, akin to a puppet under control. He began to recount the crimes of the Chunyang Martial Academy. Ning Hao listened with bated breath, as his revelations mirrored precisely what Dean Chen Detzi had articulated. This is utterly despicable. No wonder the system demanded he eradicate the Martial Academy after reaching sainthood. It was not mere vengeance, but a necessity for the Chunyang Martial Academy to be obliterated. Chapter 57. The arrival of the mirror inspectors. Is there anything else you wish to disclose? Dean Chen Detzi appeared intent on further delving into the matter. Empowered by his essence, he intensified his inquiries, transforming himself into an imposing figure. Chen Jinan trembled like a leaf, wavering between rationality and honesty. Ultimately, honesty prevailed, as he confessed, My brother, Chen Jinbei, instructed by the county magistrate's assistant, Pu Zhengshuang, sought to annihilate the entire Ning Hao family. Chen Jinbei further asserted that Pu Guochang had falsely accused the scholar Ning Hao to the supervisory academy, aiming to eliminate him. After uttering these words, Chen Jinan seemed utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. As the effects of the martial man in the quagmire dissipated, however, Chen Jinan and another martial artist remained suppressed by the scholars, and Pu Zhengshuang. Very well, I shall personally see to his demise at the county office. Dean Shen Detzi snickered coldly. Master Liu, have the evidence secured? All secured, without omission. Not a single detail has been altered. Excellent, Master Chen, the ruler's baton. Dean Shun extended his hand, and Master Chen, responsible for academic affairs, handed him the scholarly ruler. Ning Hao exhaled in relief. The transgressions committed by Chen Jinan warranted a punishment beyond mere death. Dean, pleased, do not kill me. I possess wealth, and I have the treasure Chunying sword that specifically counters demons. Surely, the academy could find it useful. I can offer it to you. Chen Jinan, recovering his senses, hastily pleaded for mercy. Simultaneously, he regretted not having borrowed the sword. Did he truly believe that his connection with the county magistrate would afford him safety? And Chen Jinbei, who had warned against provoking scholars, why did he choose to antagonize this deranged group? It is morality and justice that have condemned you. Dean Detzi resolutely raised the ruler, his essence shimmering with brilliant light, seemingly imbued with immense power. Halt! At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Ning Hao turned to see a group of individuals clad in attire akin to that of the great Yu's martial generals. Hastening towards them, each one radiated with formidable vitality, clearly martial artists, the mirror inspectors. Ning Hao's expression shifted, for the mirror inspectors were not subject to the jurisdiction of the magistrate's office. They specifically handled cases involving scholars of literature and martial arts. They also bore the grave responsibility of exterminating demons and upholding the principles of the Great Yu. Among the populace and scholars, they were referred to as the mirror inspectors. Chen Jianan's face lit up with joy. Gazing at Dean Shen Detzi, Dean, I shall not perish, humph. Dean Shen Detzi cast a dismissive glance at the mirror inspectors, his disdain palpable, as he brought the ruler down. Crack! The essence erupted forth, sending a wave of potent energy rippling outward. How could? Chen Jianan's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance etched with shock, before blood seeped from a fissure in his brow, trickling down his face. He fell lifeless to the ground, devoid of vitality. Ning Hao's heart raced. Dean was undeniably ruthless, striking without hesitation, embodying the very essence of a martial artist. Subsequently, a notification panel materialized before him. You have successfully eradicated the Chunying Martial Academy. The head and deputy head have perished. Reward: 50 points of righteous qi. You have successfully eliminated Pu Guochang's literary essence, now deceased. Reward: 20 points of righteous qi. Pu Zhengshuang, fearing punishment, has fled, hiding in the county office's underground. You have not severed his staff, nor eliminated his literary essence. Ning Shuyi's spirit remains unappeased. Ning Hao's lips twitched. How could Pu Zhengshuang escape from such a place? Densely populated with people? Nevertheless, this time the rewards would likely amount to a full 100 points, granting him 1,000 points of vitality. Combined with the earlier blow that had dispatched Chen Jinbei, his vitality surged to 1144 points. If he continued to inflict 1,000 points of damage upon martial artists or demons, his vitality would immediately escalate to 2144 points. Delightful. Although Ning Hao remained at the 9th grade, he could easily dominate martial artists newly entered into the 8th grade. Would it be too much to claim he was a prodigy in martial arts? Chen Detzi. The mirror inspectors surged forward. The leader, a middle-aged man, glared fiercely at Chen Detzi, the veins on his forehead pulsating. This man bore a silver mirror at his waist, his teeth clenched in anger, as if he longed to devour Dean Chen Detzi whole. The other mirror inspectors, upon arrival, subtly reached for the copper mirrors at their waists. Sunbing, what is it you want from me? By the way, why are you all here in Ying'an County instead of staying in Yong'an Prefecture? Dean Chen Detzi evidently recognized the mirror inspectors. Sunbing, the one in charge, pointed a finger at Chen Jinan's corpse, glaring at Dean Chen Detzi. I warned you to cease your actions. Why did you not stop? To kill in the streets using the essence of Confucian texts. Do you dare to believe I will have you all arrested? I shall not cease. Dean Chen Detzi shrugged, unconcerned, even casting a sidelong glance at Sunbing and the other mirror inspectors. Sneering, what? Are you considering a fight with me? The mirror inspectors, hands hovering near their copper mirrors, clearly showed signs of readiness to engage. The senior scholars, led by Zheng LV, shielded Ning Hao protectively. Yet Ning Hao craned his neck, eager to witness the unfolding drama die in his eyes. The mirror inspectors bore resemblance to the imperial guards of the Ming dynasty, directly serving the emperor of the Great Yu. However, the mirror inspectors had a superior who reported directly to the emperor. "Stand down," Sun Bing commanded, and the mirror inspectors relinquished their grip on their copper mirrors, collectively exhaling in relief. The brawl? They knew they could not contend with the scholars. That's more like it, Master Lu. Hand over the recording scroll to Lord Sunday. Let him see for himself the chaos that has erupted in Ying'an County, of which he was entirely unaware. Had it not been for us, I fear Lord Sun's attire would not have remained intact. Dean Chen Detzi instructed Master Lu to present the recording scroll to Sun Bing. Upon receiving it, Sun Bing's gaze fell upon the scroll, which began to animate. Though no sound emerged, characters from the Great Yu materialized, perfectly synchronizing with Chan Jinan's confessions. There was no semblance of forgery. Sun Bing's expression darkened as he handed the scroll to a fellow copper mirror inspector. Turning back to Dean Chen Detzi, he remarked, "Even if the accused has committed these crimes, they must be submitted to my mirror inspectors for judgment." His tone lost its earlier bravado. After all, Dean Chen Detzi was correct. The mirror inspectors had been entirely oblivious to Chen Jinan's numerous offenses, which was indeed a grave dereliction of duty. Should Dean Chen Detzi decide to file a complaint with the mirror inspectors in the capital, Sun Bing would undoubtedly find himself stripped of his mirror inspector garb and imprisoned. In truth, their visit to Ying'an County was to track down a notorious villain. They had only been drawn here by the commotion caused by the Confucian scholars. Dean Chen Detzi responded calmly, "Song Jiming happens to be in Ying'an County. I wonder if I should inform him." "Sun Bing, I believe Song Jiming is rather acquainted with your superior, Chun Ping'an." Sun Bing paused, the veins on his forehead throbbing with anger. Yet he managed to reply, "Let this be a warning. The death of Chen Jinan will be regarded as the work of my mirror inspectors, delivering justice." "Very well." Dean Chen Detzi smiled and nodded in agreement. Ning Hao chimed in, "The county magistrate's assistant, Pu Zhengshuang, is one of the masterminds behind the harm done to my family. You would do well to capture him, as it would aid in resolving the case." Ning Hao directed this statement towards the mirror inspectors, believing that as long as he provided the lead, the mirror inspectors would apprehend the culprit, thus fulfilling his own task. "By the way, I seem to know where he is." Ning Hao glanced at the mirror inspector Sun Bing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 58. A talented scholar. "Who are you?" At this moment, Sun Bing finally noticed Ning Hao. Raising an eyebrow, he coolly remarked, "You are quite the handsome one." As he discreetly licked his lips, Ning Hao instinctively took 2 steps back, questioning whether this Sun Bing, with a health bar of 30,000, might be a homosexual MY disciple, the disciple of this academy's head. Old Man S. Master Zheng LV, along with the headmaster Chen Detzi and numerous other scholars, simultaneously claimed Ning Hao as their own. Sun Bing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. He gazed deeply at Ning Hao and subsequently said, "Rest assured, since he is the scribe of the Yingyang County office, he shall naturally be found at the county office. The Sioux New Jersey Ing Division can directly go there to apprehend him. I take my leave." After accepting the scroll left by Lu Fuzz, Sun Bing indeed did not pursue the matter of the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy being flattened. He swiftly departed the scene, accompanied by the Sioux New Jersey Ing team and the corpses of the Chen brothers. Pu Zhengshuang is indeed at the county office, but not on the ground. You will be running in vain. Ning Hao refrained from informing the Sioux New Jersey Ing personnel. After all, if he were to directly divulge the hiding place, he would certainly be questioned about how he came to know such information. Therefore, it was preferable to wait until the Sioux New Jersey Ing Division could not locate him before revealing his insight, as that would yield a more impactful result. Let us return to the academy. Headmaster Chen Detzi put away the Confucian texts, preparing to head back to the mountain. "Wait a moment." Master Zheng LV directly ventured to the ruins of the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy. Just as Ning Hao was filled with curiosity, he witnessed Master Zheng seemingly employing some form of Confucian technique, excavating an ancient sword box from the debris. The Pure Yang sword. Ning Hao understood that Master Zheng had always harbored lingering thoughts about the Tiger Demon's spirit from the academy. If the Martial Arts Academy would not lend him a sword, then he would take one from the ruins after flattening it. The outcome remained the same. "Ning Hao, catch!" Master Zheng LV tossed the sword box to Ning Hao. Stunned, Ning Hao caught the pure yang sword, noticing it was surprisingly heavy for a sword forged by a single man. Ning Hao looked at Master Zheng in confusion. Master, is this the pure yang sword? Indeed, with it, the tiger demon Essene spirit will be dispelled and shall no longer torment you, allowing the scholars of the academy to study through the night in peace. Master Zheng LV then turned to Headmaster Chen Detzi and the other scholars, suggesting, with Pu Jingshuang and his son facing justice, in the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy having been leveled, the Sioux New Jersey Ing Division will naturally handle the aftermath. Shall we accompany Ning Hao to his home to pay a visit to his father? Yes, indeed. We must express our gratitude to Ning Hao's father for raising such an exceptional scholar. Headmaster Chen Detzi nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of the proposal. How could I possibly accept this? My accomplishments are entirely due to the guidance of my masters. Ning Hao hastily offered his modesty. The masters were quite generous. With their support, how could Ning Shuyi still doubt his turning from literature to martial arts? In the future, even if he practiced martial arts in front of him, Ning Shuyi would likely think my son is merely strengthening his physique and sharpening his will. Indeed. At the Ning residence, the steward Ning Yud was tidying up the courtyard when suddenly, a dart shot past his leg. With an unflappable expression, Ning Yud picked up the dart, twisted the tail, and retrieved a small note inside. Ning Gonggong, the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy has been flattened. We are of no further use. Ning Yud chuckled, crumpling the note into shreds and sweeping it into the refuse in the courtyard. Father! At that moment, the bruised and battered young Shuai dashed into the courtyard, wailing as he ran to Ning Yud's side. Father, I am not useless. What more could Ning Yud say? The master had informed him of young Shuai's attempt to rescue his master from the Pure Yang Martial Arts Academy. And he comforted, Father understands, you are indeed not useless, truly not useless. Uncle Ning. At this juncture, Ning Hao entered the courtyard alongside the headmaster of Shud Academy and the other scholars. Young master, you have returned? Ning Yud's gaze fell on Ning Hao, and he became instantly excited, rushing into the inner courtyard, calling out, Master, Madam, the young master has returned. Hair! My hair! Ning Shuyi, leaning on his cane and supported by his wife, Lu Shi, emerged from the room, coincidentally encountering Ning Hao and the scholars as they entered the inner courtyard. Seeing that there were no marks on Ning Hao's face, Ning Shuyi let out a sigh of relief, then glanced at the scholars in confusion. Who are they? Ning Laoi, please allow me to pay my respects. Headmaster Chen Detzi approached Ning Shuyi with a solemn expression and performed a deep bow. Ah, no, that won't do. I am uncertain how to address you, esteemed elder. Ning Shuyi attempted to assist him, nearly dropping his cane in the process. Chen Detzi replied earnestly, I am Chen Detzi, headmaster of Shud Academy. You may simply call me Lao Detzi. Ning Yud was momentarily taken aback. Is that not his name? Ning Shuyi was startled by Chen Detzi's words, exclaiming, You are the headmaster of Shud Academy? Quickly, come inside and have a seat. Madam, hurry, prepare some refreshments. The walls shimmered with brilliance, indeed. How splendid! And perhaps check on the ancestral tomb to see how many feet of smoke are rising. To send a plaque is one thing, but the person has come in person. Could it be that my youthful poetry has astounded the headmaster of the academy? Ning Hao gazed at Ning Shuyi in a daze, pondering. Is this family truly of scholarly descent? Such a humble abode now shines bright. Master Zheng LV kindly reminded and added, Ning Laoi need not trouble himself. We shall be heading back to the mountain shortly, as there are many scholars awaiting us at the academy. We hurried down without preparing any gifts. Please accept this 500 taels of silver as a token of our appreciation. Ning Shuyi's expression changed dramatically. That is unacceptable, truly unacceptable. His hands instinctively received the 500 taels of silver from the Great Yu Bank's exchange ticket. Ning Hao felt a pang of regret. Had he known silver would be delivered to his door, he could have simply accepted it directly. Master Zheng LV smiled slightly, stating, It is but a token of goodwill. Far inferior to Ning Laoi's contributions, is that so? Ning Shuyi inquired curiously, by the way, which of my youthful poems has captured the attention of you esteemed scholars? Master Zheng LV chuckled, It is your son. Ah? Ning Shuyi's face turned crimson in an instant, feeling embarrassed to the point of wanting to find a hole to hide in, however. Realizing that Ning Hao could indeed compose poetry, he was somewhat taken aback. How could he not be aware of his son's poetic talents? Masters, is my hair well behaved at the academy? Lu Shi asked. He is of excellent character, respectful to his teachers, performs outstandingly, and possesses the talent of a top scholar. Headmaster Chen Detzi provided his evaluation. His Ning Shui could not help but inhale sharply, trembling with excitement. So, he is able to participate in examinations before the emperor in the court. Indeed, Headmaster Chen chuckled. Stroking his beard, my son is truly talented. Splendid. Ning Shui, exhilarated, trembled so much that he nearly dropped his cane. Turning to his wife Lu Shi, Madam, prepare incense and paper money. We shall visit the ancestral tomb. A top scholar, the headmaster truly dares to say so. However, if it brings joy to the elderly couple, that is quite good. A paternal smile graced Ning Hao's face. Master Zheng Lv, along with Headmaster Chen and the other scholars, did not linger at the Ning residence, exchanging pleasantries and reminding the elderly couple to take care of their health before taking their leave. Before departing, Master Zheng inquired whether Ning Hao would remain behind or join them in ascending the mountain. Ning Hao naturally expressed his desire to stay, wishing to care for his father for a while. Even when Ning Shui insisted he take up the burden and go to the mountain, Ning Hao remained steadfast. This display of filial piety brought tears to the eyes of Master Zheng and Headmaster Chen, who ultimately persuaded Ning Shui. It is of no concern, truly, in the end. Ning Hao successfully remained at home. It was not that he did not want to ascend the mountain, but rather that Pu Zhengshuang's cane had yet to be broken. Until this task was completed, the righteous spirit could not be obtained. Ning Hao felt quite unsettled. Chapter 59. Requesting Ning Hao to solve a case. Ning Hao, along with his family, bid farewell to Master Zheng and Headmaster Chen as they departed. Once they left, Ning Shui immediately inquired of Ning Hao, "Heir, what poem have you composed to warrant the Academy sending a plaque?" I thought, was it my poetry that astounded the Academy? Ning Hao replied, "Father, is your heart still well? Why do you ask this? Is there something wrong with your heart? What nonsense are you spouting?" Had Ning Shui not been leaning on his cane, he would have kicked Ning Hao's backside for his insolence. Impertinent! The steward Ning Yud observed this exchange with a smile. Thinking how wonderful such days were, he picked up a ladle and drank some water, feeling reassured about the boy. Ning Hao looked at Ning Shui seriously. It is not anything grand, merely a poem of considerable talent. But steward Ning Yud spat out his water, staring at Ning Hao in disbelief. A poem of considerable talent. Merely. What was going on? Just days ago, the poem that spanned the southern Xiang prefecture had been penned by Ning Hao. Where exactly were the ancestors of the Ning family buried? Could it be proposed to relocate the great Yu imperial tomb here? You. Ning Shui trembled as he pointed at Ning Hao, his expression one of shock. His mouth quivering uncontrollably, then suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted straight away. "Father! Master! Master!" The crowd hurriedly rushed to carry the fainted Ning Shui into the room. Meanwhile, the entire Yingyang County was on high alert, with the county guards and officers patrolling the city, some even searching outside the city. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, pacing back and forth in the courthouse. It was bad enough that Pu Zhengshuang had escaped, but to think he had taken the authentic manuscript of the Guanef poetry with him made it impossible for Zhao to account for this. That wretched Pu Zhengshuang. If I catch him, I shall dismember him. County Magistrate Zhao felt murderous intent rising within him. The county clerk dared not approach, each one rendered mute with fear. At that moment, a constable hurriedly entered the yamen. Magistrate Zhao exclaimed with excitement, "Is there news?" No, the constable shook his head, and just as Magistrate Zhao was about to erupt in anger, the constable quickly added, "Lord Sun from the Sioux, New Jersey NGS has arrived." "What?" Magistrate Zhao was momentarily taken aback and quickly said, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry, please invite him in." Who is the Sioux, New Jersey NGS? They are close ministers of the emperor, even if it is just a branch office of the Sioux, New Jersey NGS in Yong'an Prefecture. It is still directly governed by the emperor. The crucial point is that the Sioux, New Jersey NGS possesses the authority to handle matters directly. Magistrate Zhao felt a surge of fear, worrying that the Sioux, New Jersey NGS was here for him. Involuntarily, he picked up his official robe and wiped the sweat from his brow. Lord Zhao. Sun Bing from the Sioux, New Jersey NGS entered the yamen, accompanied by 2 Sioux, New Jersey Ing personnel adorned with bronze mirrors. "I am Zhao Huayu, and I pay my respects to Lord Sunday." Zhao Huayu bowed deeply and gestured for Lord Sun and his companions to take their seats, I am currently dealing with a case related to the Chunning Martial Arts Academy and have discovered that your county's legal advisor, Pu Zhengshuang, is a major suspect. We are here to apprehend him. Sun Bing turned to Zhao Huayu and said, "Please hand him over to us." Magistrate Zhao's mouth fell open, his throat dry and cold sweat pouring down as he stammered an explanation. Pu Zhengshuang is not in the yamen. He has fled, to be honest. I am also in the midst of pursuing him. Not here. Sun Bing's brows furrowed into a shape as he spoke in a deep voice. Who tipped him off? How could Magistrate Zhao dare to admit that? He quickly replied, "It's not that someone tipped him off, but rather Pu Zhengshuang's son was executed by the Education Commissioner. And he harbored resentment, taking the authentic manuscript of the Guanf poetry with him, denying both myself and the Education Commissioner, as well as the prefect, the opportunity to appraise it. This was the most reasonable conjecture that Magistrate Zhao could come up with. The authentic manuscript of the Guanf poetry? Is that the poem that stirred the entire prefecture recently?" Sun Bing instinctively asked. "Precisely," Zhao Huayu responded without delay. Sun Bing's expression shifted. The emergence of that remarkable poem had captured the attention of everyone in Nexiying Prefecture, from officials and scholars to common martial artists and ordinary citizens. It was unexpected that this investigation into a nefarious figure would lead to the county where the Guanf poetry manuscript was located, coinciding with a theft case involving it. Coincidentally, it was also linked to Pu Zhengshuang, who had plotted against the scholar Ning Hao from the SHD Academy. How many crimes did this man commit? Plotting against an academy scholar, stealing the authentic manuscript of the Guanf poetry. Heinous indeed. Who authored the Guanf poetry? Sun Bing inquired with curiosity. It was scholar Ning Hao from the SHD Academy, Zhao Huayu replied. Ning Hao again. Sun Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. The two Sioux, New Jersey personnel exchanged astonished glances. The downfall of the Chunning Martial Arts Academy was related to Ning Hao, and now the authentic manuscript of the Guanf poetry was also tied to him. Zhao Huayu hesitated for a moment and quietly asked, "Lord Sun, do you know this Ning Hao?" "Of course," Sun Bing replied, unflinchingly, "I know him well enough. The lad is not just handsome. He is also remarkably talented. I have suffered greatly at the hands of Pu Zhengshuang. Lord Sun, please be sure to assist in capturing him and bringing him to justice. No one pursued him when Pu Zhengshuang fled." Sun Bing glanced at Zhao Huayu. He employed the ink masterpiece 8 steeds. I couldn't keep up and didn't even know which direction he ran in. Magistrate Zhao was drenched in sweat, increasingly feeling like a failure in his position. "You are doing quite well as a magistrate," Sun Bing remarked with a cold smile. "He used an ink masterpiece to escape. How could we possibly catch him?" Yes, no, I have not performed well. I have neglected my duties." Magistrate Zhao was sweating profusely. "In truth, capturing Pu Zhengshuang was not an insurmountable task. I may have a solution," Sun Bing suddenly said. "Ah? Does the Lord have a plan?" Zhao Huayu's eyes brightened up. If he could capture Pu Zhengshuang and recover the authentic manuscript of the Guanf poetry, he could securely maintain his position as magistrate. Everything would return to its original state. Since Pu Zhengshuang had stolen the manuscript, all that was needed was to find the manuscript's owner, and the Sioux, New Jersey NGS would naturally have a way to ascertain his whereabouts. A smile graced Sun Bing's face as he looked at Zhao Huayu. "Send someone to invite Scholar Ning Hao to come. Is there truly a way?" Zhao Huayu was skeptical. If scholars possess such means, the Education Commissioner and Prefect Song would have already enlisted Ning Hao's assistance. Why would they allow him to leave? The significance of the first emergence of the authentic manuscript of the Guanf poetry was entirely different from the second writing. This was also the reason why the aforementioned officials and the 6 academy heads had not forcibly retained Ning Hao from the hands of the SHD Academy's scholars and headmaster. "What? Are you familiar with the Sioux, New Jersey Ings's methods, Lord Zhao?" Sun Bing asked with a smirk. No, I will send someone to invite him." Zhao Huayu quickly shook his head and then called for a constable. "Commanding, you all hasten to Scholar Ning Hao's residence at the SHD Academy and invite him to the county yamen. Remember, use a sedan chair." Chapter 60. The Radiance of Righteousness, at the entrance of the Ning residence. "Young master, have you been standing at the door since the teacher left? Are you waiting for someone?" The book boy, with his head wrapped in bandages, curiously inquired of Ning Hao, who stood at the entrance. "Do not ask," Ning Hao replied. The book boy wouldn't understand even if he spoke. He was waiting for the Sioux, New Jersey Ings's personnel. However, it had been some time, and no one had arrived. Did they not intend to apprehend Pu Zhengshuang and conclude the case? Or could they not find his residence? If they did not come, this task would remain unfinished, resulting in a loss of at least 30 points of righteous chi point 300 points of vitality. Plus, he had yet to complete the introductory course for today, which would be a significant loss. Very well. The book boy, Xiao Shuai, did not ask further. He picked up a stick and began to play with the ants on the ground. Just then, a group of constables in official garb approached, carrying a sedan chair, and halted before Ning Hao. They've arrived. Ning Hao was somewhat surprised. Instead of the Sioux, New Jersey Ing's personnel, it was the county Yaman's people who had come. Xiao Shuai, with his swollen face, protectively positioned himself in front of Ning Hao, stating, "Young master, I am not useless." His legs trembled violently, wanting to run but unable to. The leading constable smiled and respectfully addressed the obviously noble-looking Ning Hao. "Are you Master Ning Hao of the Ning residence?" "I am." "What is the matter?" Ning Hao inquired. "I am here on the orders of the magistrate to invite Master Ning to the county Yaman to assist in the apprehension of the suspect." "Pu Zhengshuang," the constable said, clasping his fists in respect. "Lead the way." Since he was going to earn righteous chi, Ning Hao would not be overly sentimental. "Master Ning, please board the sedan." Ning Hao was invited into the sedan chair and departed without hesitation. Xiao Shuai's chest heaved violently, and he suddenly dashed into the house, shouting, "Master, it's bad. The young master has been taken away again. Father, tell the master, Xiao Shuai is not useless today." The young master was carried away in a sedan. "Ah, they said they are inviting the young master to assist in capturing someone." "Father, do not hit me, woo woo." The inner courtyard was instantly thrown into disarray, accompanied by the anguished cries of Xiao Shuai. He had been beaten. Within the county Yaman, Magistrate Zhao Huayu was in a state of anxiety, glancing outside the hall from time to time, his palms sweating profusely. Why hasn't Scholar Ning arrived yet? This is truly driving me to distraction. Sun Bing from the Sioux, New Jersey NGS sipped his tea, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Let him put on a show. Officials with inadequate abilities often excel in acting. And Zhao Huayu was certainly one of them. My lord, Scholar Ning Hao has arrived. A constable hurriedly entered the hall, followed by Ning Hao, dressed in a white scholarly robe. "What do you mean by has arrived?" "You should say has been invited." Zhao Huayu glared at the constable and quickly stepped forward to warmly grasp Ning Hao's hand. "Scholar Ning, it is truly wonderful that you could come. Please, take a seat. Lord Sun from the Sioux, New Jersey NGS requires your assistance in solving this case. If Pu Zhengshuang was not apprehended, his official hat might truly be in jeopardy. He could only place his hopes on Scholar Ning Hao." At this moment, Zhao Huayu felt somewhat fortunate that when Pu Zhengshuang fled, he had taken with him the authentic manuscript of the Guanef poetry belonging to Scholar Ning Hao, which had become the key clue to solving the case. So much sweat. Ning Hao retracted his hand and discreetly wiped it on his sleeve, saying, "Lord Zhao, let us not waste any more time. Please take me to meet Lord Sun." Yes, Scholar Ning is absolutely right." Zhao Huayu nodded repeatedly, leading Ning Hao before Sun Bing, saying, "Lord Sun, Scholar Ning has arrived. Please, let us swiftly capture the criminal Pu Zhengshuang." Sun Bing gazed at Ning Hao with a smile. "Scholar Ning, it is good to see you again." "Lord Sun." Ning Hao was not well acquainted with Sun Bing, and the latter's gaze felt rather unsettling, akin to that of a lascivious character. "You previously said that Pu Zhengshuang was in the county Yaman, but unfortunately, he has already fled." Sun Bing wasted no time with pleasantries and stated directly, "This time, I summoned you at the behest of Magistrate Zhao because he claimed you were the author of the Guanef poetry. Coincidentally, Pu Zhengshuang has stolen your manuscript, so I wish to use your assistance to locate the manuscript and subsequently apprehend Pu Zhengshuang." "Are you saying that my manuscript of the poem urging study is in Pu Zhengshuang's possession?" Ning Hao furrowed his brows, looking at Zhao Huayu. What kind of joke is this? Given the attitude of Dean Shindaji and the other scholars toward the manuscript, how could it possibly be lent to Pu Zhengshuang? Who does he think he is? Exactly, Zhao Huayu lamented. I have long admired Scholar Ning and yearned to see the authentic manuscript, which is why I sent Pu Zhengshuang to the SHD Academy to request a viewing. Pu Zhengshuang has never been to the Academy. Ning Hao pondered carefully. Since the publication of the Encouragement to Study poem until his descent from the mountain with the scholars, he had never heard of Park Jong-soo visiting Shud Academy. Magistrate Zhao had been deceived. What? Zhao Huayu's eyes widened in shock. his thoughts racing to the possibility that Park Jong-soo had absconded with his substantial sum of silver. Without the authentic manuscript of Ning Hao's poetry, how would the Zhuangqing division locate and apprehend the culprit? Zhao Huayu suddenly appeared, as if he had lost his soul, collapsing into a chair, his gaze vacant. Ning Hao calmly remarked, moreover, given the attitude of the dean and the scholars, it is impossible for the authentic manuscript of that poem to be loaned out. Zhao Darren, you have been duped by that scoundrel Park Jong-soo. Park Jong-soo, curse him. Zhao Huayu erupted with furious expletives, his body trembling with rage. He then turned to Sun Bing of the Zhuangqing division and asked, Sun Darren, if Park Jong-soo does not possess the authentic manuscript, can we still track him down? Sun Bing furrowed his brow deeply, shaking his head in response. No. Zhao Huayu let out a wretched cry, then inquired, what crime has Park Jong-soo committed? If he merely fled in fear of being exposed before the magistrate and the academic official, that would not warrant severe punishment. Let it be considered a loss of 10,000 taels of silver. Sun Bing looked at Zhao Huayu and explained, Park Jong-soo has engaged in numerous illegal activities with the Chunyang Martial Arts Academy over the years, implicating over 10 lives. If we cannot capture Park Jong-soo, as his superior, you, Zhao Darren, will have to take responsibility and face investigation. Magistrate Zhao was taken aback, exclaiming, we must capture Park Jong-soo at all costs. This is no longer simply a matter of 10,000 taels of silver. It concerns my very life and livelihood. Ning Hao remained silent, yet he had fully comprehended why Zhao Huayu had summoned him. It was indeed Sun Bing from the Zhuangqing division who sought his assistance in pinpointing the location of the authentic manuscript, in other words, a tracking endeavor. Unfortunately, the genuine manuscript of the encouragement to study was still at Should Academy, severing the leads for both Sun Bing and Magistrate Zhao. Trigger Random Task 2. 30 years ago, Park Jong-soo, the secretary of Yingyang County, colluded with demons. Upon the Zhuangqing division's arrival in Yong'an Prefecture, they received a sound transmission from the demons, feigning an escape from the county, while actually hiding in a cave beneath the county office, thus evading capture by the Zhuangqing division. After years of investigation, the Zhuangqing division discovered that Park Jong-soo was a disciple of the demonic sect, colluding with a great demon to prey upon the flesh and blood of scholars, and he was responsible for absorbing their talents, committing numerous atrocities. Now, Park Jong-soo has grown old, pretending to be a wealthy man of the secular world. You are tasked with upholding the responsibilities of a scholar, punishing evil, and eliminating harm to the people. Capture Park Jong-soo and bring him to justice. Time limit, 1 month. Reward. Based on the length of time taken, a bountiful reward of Howren righteousness, 10 to 100 points will be granted. The system harbors a great resentment towards Park Jong-soo. Could it be the embodiment of righteousness? Ning Hao couldn't help but speculate, especially since the system had hastily issued the task to eliminate Park Jong-soo. Forcing him to abandon martial pursuits for scholarly endeavors was one thing, but compelling him to become a beacon of righteousness was quite another. It was quite burdensome. Chapter 61. Ning Hao, you are lying. Sun Darren, Zhao Darren, the leads have been severed? Observing the two men, one deep in thought with a stern expression and the other looking as if he had lost everything, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, Ning Hao recognized their predicament. How could he naturally reveal Park Jong-soo's hiding place? He certainly could not simply state, gentlemen, I suspect Park Jong-soo is hiding within the county office. Whether they believed him was one matter. When questioned how he knew, what could he say? A guess. Such a revelation would paint him as a fool in their eyes. This task must be completed. At the very least, I must secure 30 points of Howren righteousness. If Park Jong-soo were to evade justice, it would be the common folk who suffer in the end. Ning Hao was not here to be a savior, but under circumstances where he could avert a crisis yet chose not to. That was not his character. Sun Bing furrowed his brow and stated, the authentic manuscript of the poem is the only lead. Without it, there are no clues. All we can do now is issue a county-wide wanted notice, or request the court's esteemed scholars to intervene, using their scholarly arts to directly lock onto the fate. But clearly, Park Jong-soo does not possess such privilege. Thud Zhao Huayu slumped back into his chair, his gaze vacant, constantly murmuring, what to do? What to do? How shall we proceed? Ning Hao contemplated for a moment and inquired, Zhao Darren, how did Park Jong-soo manage to escape right under the noses of the magistrate and the academic official? Zhao Huayu, already in a state of panic, replied despondently at that time. Everyone was watching as you departed with the scholars from the academy, lamenting your extraordinary talent, just as they were about to appreciate your authentic work. When we discovered Park Jong-soo had vanished, the exact moment he slipped away is unclear, but the constables reported afterward that Park Jong-soo had fled, using the calligraphy of the eight steeds. The eight steeds. What kind of artwork is that? Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback, yet now he was hardly surprised. Even if a weasel were to appear at his waist, he would not find it odd. Have you inquired about the constables within the county office? Ning Hao asked. Certainly not very well, as I have been in office for just over a year. Zhao Huayu's voice grew increasingly faint, instinctively glancing at Sun Bing from the Zhuangqing division. A year is not a long duration? Yet from what I know, Park Jong-soo has outlasted 3 or 4 magistrates in the county office, thoroughly familiar with every nook and cranny, especially with the clerks and constables of the county office. To the point of being inseparable, Ning Hao thoughtfully stroked his chin, feigning a sudden stroke of genius as he said, Darren, might we summon the constable who witnessed Park Jong-soo's escape for questioning? Zhao Huayu paused for a moment, then exclaimed, Does Ning Xuesher have an idea? He felt a jolt of inspiration and clapped his hands together. Yes, yes, with Ning Xuesher's brilliance, you must have conceived something. Someone, quickly, bring forth the constable who witnessed Park Jong-soo fleeing the county office. Several constables exchanged glances, yet only a few ventured out. Zhao Huayu, seeing that the constables were unresponsive, erupted in fury. What are you doing? What is going on? Is my command of no consequence? Ning Hao was also surprised by Zhao Huayu's incompetence. As a county magistrate, he could not even command his underlings. It was highly likely that they had been bribed by Park Jong-soo. This brought to mind a previous scene in the prison, where Park Guochang had directly claimed before the enforcement team, my father is the second magistrate. Wrong. His father, Park Jong-soo, should be the first magistrate, and this Zhao Darren was merely a lapdog. Sun Bing's eyes lit up with understanding. He gazed at Ning Hao with newfound appreciation. Drawing from years of investigative experience, he deduced that Ning Hao was gathering and organizing leads, and the constable's reactions were indicative of some underlying conspiracy. This Ning Hao could be of great use to me. It's a pity he is not a martial artist, merely a scholar. One constable ventured, Darren, which constable are you referring to? Tell me, who was the one that witnessed Park Jong-soo flee in fear of justice? Zhao Huayu demanded, Darren, I do not know which constable you speak of. Yes, I too am unaware of which brother you mean. So where shall I go to call upon him? The constables appeared helpless. Seemingly unaware of which constable Zhao Huayu sought to summon. How much did Park Jong-soo offer you? Zhao Huayu glared furiously. The constables within the hall hung their heads low. Someone, bring forth the punishment. Several constables brandishing their rods approached, feigning restraint, yet their strikes lacked force, akin to a mere massage. Zhao Huayu felt as though he would explode with rage. Without probing their true intentions, how can one question them in such a manner? Who would admit to having taken bribes and working for Park Jong-soo? Ning Hao felt exasperated observing Zhao Huayu's incompetence. As time slipped away, he could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Darren, may I pose a few questions? Zhao Huayu was momentarily taken aback, but held little hope. If the magistrate could not manage the situation, how could he? He nodded very well. Ning Hao turned to the constables. Then suddenly bowed to Sun Bing from the Zhuangqing division, declaring, Sun Darren, Park Jong-soo has colluded with demons, and these constables are his accomplices. I believe they should be immediately detained, their homes searched, assets confiscated, and their families executed. Zhao Huayu was taken aback, his official hat nearly flying off as he stared in disbelief at Ning Hao and Sun Bing's eyes. A glimmer of enlightenment sparked, as he instantly understood Ning Hao's intent. Nodding in agreement, colluding with demons is a capital offense, punishable by extermination of the 9 clans. Excellent. Someone. Thud before Sun Bing could finish his sentence, the constables immediately felt their defenses crumble, falling to their knees in unison. Darren, we truly have not colluded with demons. Please spare us, we have no ties to Master Park. The constables had long benefited from Park Jong-soo's generosity, profiting from various illicit dealings. Thus, in a critical moment, they sought to delay time for him. Yet, to be accused of colluding with demons, that was utterly beyond their limits. If they faced extermination of their families for merely stalling, even Park Jong-soo's parents would not be worth such a sacrifice. Ning Hao spoke sternly. Then do you now know who you brought forth? Yes, we know. We know. The constables nodded vigorously, and the more astute among them rushed to fetch the individual. Seeing this, Zhao Huayu's gaze toward Ning Hao transformed. He was indeed a prodigious talent capable of authoring authentic manuscripts. With just a few words, he had managed to effectively subdue the constables. The charge of colluding with demons carried significant weight. Yet, the outcome was remarkably effective. He had learned a valuable lesson. Sun Bing, meanwhile, leisurely sipped his tea, growing increasingly appreciative of Ning Hao. With just the phrase, one captures the essence of the Sioux New Jersey NGS, demonstrating an innate talent that is truly rare. Scholars can be quite clever. Before long, the constable who witnessed Park Zhengshuang's escape was brought forth. Master, what has transpired? The constable, thin as a rail, appeared flustered and somewhat dazed. Just as County Magistrate Zhao was about to speak, Ning Hao interjected, "You claim to have seen Park Zhengshuang utilizing the Confucian Inc. work eight-legged horse to flee the county office." Indeed, the constable, unfamiliar with Ning Hao, nevertheless answered honestly. "You are lying." Ning Hao pointed at the constable, enunciating each word with precision. Fueled by his vigor, his gaze was sharp as a blade, exuding a formidable aura that left the constable feeling dizzy. Chapter 62. Sioux New Jersey Ing's recruitment. Listening to melodies at the brothel. Sun Bing of Sioux New Jersey NGS was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. A martial artist? Previously, Ning Hao's vigor had not been apparent. And clad in a scholar's robe, Sun Bing had not scrutinized him closely. Now, witnessing the manifestation of Ning Hao's formidable energy, it was clear he was at least an 8th-tier martial artist. Yet, this very 8th-tier martial artist was eagerly claimed as a disciple by the headmaster of Shud Academy and the other Confucian scholars. It was indeed a remarkable moment for martial artists. Just at the right time, Sioux New Jersey NGS was in need of martial prowess. With a thud, the constable, terrified by Ning Hao, collapsed to the ground. I did not lie. Did not lie? Ning Hao sneered. Then tell me, how did you know that the Confucian art was the eight-legged horse from the ink work? Are you a Confucian scholar? I am not. I heard Master Park exclaim eight-legged horse. The constable stammered. How long are the 8 legs? Ning Hao fixed his gaze on the constable. The constable, already paralyzed with fear, his mind in disarray, faltered. For legs in front, for legs in the back. Do you step with the left leg first, or the right? Left leg first. How many steps with the left leg? The constable was drenched in cold sweat, his body temperature rising, his head seemingly smoking. Admitting 1 step. You still insist you haven't lied. How can there be only 1 step with 8 legs? Someone, take this colluding constable away and execute him. Ning Hao appeared to have entered a dramatic state of judgment. Issuing the order to behead the constable, County Magistrate Zhao watched in stunned silence, experiencing a sensation akin to being a scribe with Ning Hao as the magistrate. How imposing. I did not collude with demons. The constable vehemently shook his head. Park Zhengshuang colluded with demons, and you shielded him. Is that not collusion with demons? Ning Hao scoffed. What? I say. Park Zhengshuang did not leave the county office. I have never seen him depart. The constable quickly confessed, his face pale, lamenting, Master, I truly did not collude with demons. I did not. Ning Hao, satisfied, clasped his hands toward County Magistrate Zhao, saying, Master, it seems Park Zhengshuang is still within the county office. Therefore, please issue an immediate order to seal the county office, allowing no entries or exits, and search every corner of the office. I believe we shall surely capture Park Zhengshuang. County Magistrate Zhao was particularly elated. Feeling invigorated, and promptly commanded, Good. Relay the order to seal the county office. Anyone who leaks information or allows Park Zhengshuang to escape shall be treated as colluding with demons, and their entire family shall face execution. Fearing that some constables might still harbor hopes of evasion, he directly held them accountable as well. Thus, for the sake of their family's survival, they could supervise one another. The constables, now wary, hurriedly set about their tasks. Mobilizing all clerks and auxiliary officials to seal off all entrances and exits of the office, in the hall remained only Sun Bing of Sioux New Jersey NGS, 2 Sioux New Jersey officials, and County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, alongside Ning Hao. Sun Bing set down his teacup and turned to Ning Hao, saying, Ning Scholar, How did you determine that Park Xingshuang is still within the county office? The system informed me. Ning Hao squinted, feigning an air of mystery. Often, the most perilous places are the safest. I, in the presence of the governor, the educational commissioner, and the heads of 6 academies, Park Xingshuang, no matter how audacious, would not dare to recklessly venture out. Thus, he would likely conceal himself in the midst of the confusion of his escape. I believe this is the most prudent course of action. With the preliminary evidence provided by the constable, coupled with the information from the system, one could deduce the rest, couldn't one? A fine statement indeed, that the most dangerous place is often the safest, a unique perspective. Should Park Xingshuang truly be apprehended within the county office? Ning Hao, esteemed scholar, I could recommend you to SU New Jersey NGS, inviting you to join us without the need for imperial examinations, granting you an official position. What say you? Sun Bing of SU New Jersey NGS was genuinely thrilled. Not only was he a martial artist, but also a remarkable intellectual. The key was his innovative thinking. Unlike the pedantic scholars, adept at navigating the intricacies. If only his strength were greater, he was truly destined to be a SU New Jersey NGS official. No imperial examinations required? Ning Hao felt a stir of ambition. He certainly couldn't succeed in the examinations. The knowledge required demanded too much energy to learn and comprehend, and he lacked the patience for it. Furthermore, who wouldn't desire an official position? The ultimate goal of scholars is to secure a position, and for martial artists, is it not to obtain amnesty? Indeed, and SU New Jersey NGS is directly under the emperor's jurisdiction, free from the constraints of local officials and the Sacred Institute, solely accountable to superiors and the emperor. Sun Bing, seizing the opportunity, added, moreover, SU New Jersey NGS possesses the highest martial arts secrets from DU. With sufficient merit, one can cultivate these skills. The salary is also quite generous, and there's the opportunity to enjoy melodies at the brothel. The prospect of enjoying melodies at the brothel was a thought that had crossed Ning Hao's mind upon his arrival in this realm. Albeit an expensive one, he felt a surge of temptation. However, this matter required consultation with the headmaster and the scholars, for one must adhere to their conscience. Master Sun, since Park Xingshuang has yet to be captured, my conjecture may not necessarily be accurate. Ning Hao neither agreed nor refused but sought to elevate his own worth. Indeed. Sun Bing pondered for a moment, finding Ning Hao's reasoning sound. Everything remained conjecture. Soon, every corner of the county office had been thoroughly searched. All constables were diligent, even probing beneath the latrines. Yet, no trace of Park Xingshuang was found. A constable entered the hall to report, "Master, we have searched every inch of the county office and found no sign of Park Xingshuang. Even the latrines have been examined. Found nothing?" Zhao Huayu, filled with hope, slumped once more, pacing anxiously. "What shall we do now? What shall we do?" Sun Bing of SU New Jersey NGS was also taken aback, glancing at Ning Hao. "It appears, Scholar Ning, that your deduction may have been incorrect." Ning Hao, however, maintained a calm demeanor, addressing the constable. "Have you searched the ground thoroughly? What of beneath it?" "Ah?" The constable blinked in confusion. "How does one search beneath the ground?" Yet County Magistrate Zhao Huayu suddenly trembled, as if a thought had struck him, though his expression was conflicted. Caught in turmoil, just then, Ning Hao astutely seized upon this fleeting change, smiling at County Magistrate Zhao. "Master Zhao, at this juncture, there should be no more concealment. Park Xingshuang's involvement may endanger numerous lives, and he could genuinely be colluding with demons. This is no trivial matter." The spirit of County Magistrate Zhao seemed drained, as he sat in his chair, glancing at Ning Hao, and said to Sun Bing of SU New Jersey NGS, "There is one place we have yet to search. If Park Xingshuang is indeed within the county office, he is likely there." Sun Bing of SU New Jersey NGS sprang to his feet, declaring, "Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way, Master Sun." I too was momentarily confused. "I have been deceived by that scoundrel Park Xingshuang." County Magistrate Zhao spoke as if in a dream, hinting at forthcoming revelations of his secrets. Chapter 63. The original poem for encouraging study is truly within the county office. Is there a mole within the academy? Sun Bing of SU New Jersey NGS gazed at County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, narrowing his eyes, and remarked, "Perhaps redemption for your misdeeds awaits." "Very well." County Magistrate Zhao Huayu wiped away his sweat, bowing to Sun Bing. "Please, follow me, Ning Scholar, come along." Sun Bing smiled at Ning Hao, growing increasingly appreciative. Clearly, Tracking down the demon in Yingyang County was a fortuitous case, and the conclusion was imminent. Ning Hao followed closely behind Sun Bing. As two Sioux, New Jersey officials donned with bronze mirrors greeted him. "Ning Scholar, it seems the chief has taken a liking to you. Would you care to join us in our endeavors? After the shift, we could enjoy some melodies at the brothel together." One of the Sioux, New Jersey officials, seemingly under the influence of wine, draped an arm over Ning Hao's shoulder, winking. "Is there much overtime?" Ning Hao inquired. The Sioux, New Jersey official, somewhat puzzled by the phrasing, nevertheless understood the intent, grinning. "We handle cases as they arise. When there's none, we enjoy free time in the office, plus, we have 8 days off each month without needing to report to duty. It's quite relaxed, such a privilege. And what do I call you, good sir?" Ning Hao felt a surge of excitement. Joining Sioux, New Jersey NGS not only frees one from the constraints of the Sacred Institute and local officials, but also offers the chance to cultivate martial arts and enjoy melodies at the brothel, though the latter is of lesser importance. More crucially, it provides a formal position. Scholars pursue officialdom through examinations, and martial artists seek amnesty. Now, there lies an opportunity to bypass a decade of detours. What a boon! Ha ha, just call me Zhou Jinfeng, said the Sioux, New Jersey official with a smile. The other Sioux, New Jersey official, seemingly less talkative, added, "You can refer to me as Lu Zuxian." The name Zuxian reminded Ning Hao of Xiao Qian. He returned the greeting. "Brother Zhou, Brother Zuxian, greetings, polite." Shortly thereafter, Ning Hao and others followed the lead of the county magistrate Zhao Huayu, making a series of left and right turns until they finally arrived at the grand courtyard of the county office. The group halted before a faux rock formation. Gulp. Magistrate Zhao swallowed nervously, glancing at Sun Bing, and was about to speak when Sun Duran calmly interjected. "I have stated that I will redeem my mistakes through merit. I will do my utmost to protect you." "Thank you, Duran." The inner turmoil of Magistrate Zhao turned as he fiddled with a miniature wooden carving on the rock formation, and with the sound of stones rolling, a stone door slowly creaked open. "This is an underground chamber that existed before I took office in Yingyang County, capable of shielding against Confucian divination. It was disclosed to me by Pu Zhengshuang, who mentioned that all previous county magistrates were aware of its existence." Zhao Magistrate led the way ahead. Sun Bing appeared to be apprehensive. He reached out and smashed the wooden carving, thereby dismantling the mechanism of the foam mountain. Sun Jaleo seems to have suffered from similar misfortunes. His thoughts align with mine. There is no sense of security regarding uncontrollable matters. The mechanism must be destroyed. Ning Hao felt reassured as he followed the group into the foam mountain. It was a descending passageway, transformed from a natural underground cavern, just as Ning Hao speculated on how Pu Zhengshuang, hiding within, would react upon seeing them. A sudden noise echoed. Something seemed to have been knocked over. "Lu Zuxian, go!" The suspended mirror officer Zhou Jinfeng called out and dashed toward the source of the sound. Lu Zuxian followed closely, their blood surging, and soon the sounds of punches and kicks filled the air. Ning Hao felt a rush of excitement. The thrill of physical confrontation spurred him on, and he quickened his pace. Soon gaining a clear view of the situation within the dark chamber of the foam mountain at that moment, the secretary Pu Zhengshuang was indeed hiding there, being pummeled into submission by the suspended mirror officers Lu Zuxian and Zhou Jinfeng. Within moments, Pu Zhengshuang was gasping for breath. "Pu Zhengshuang, I curse you. You truly are hiding here." Upon seeing Pu Zhengshuang, Magistrate Zhao Huayu erupted into a barrage of curses, just as he was about to channel his energy for a finishing blow. Sun Bing interjected unexpectedly, "Duran Zhao, this small treasury. Quite impressive." Ning Hao had not paid much attention, but upon Sun Bing's reminder, he took a glance around the dark chamber and could not help but gasp in astonishment. So many chests of silver, along with calligraphy and paintings, tiger skins, treasured swords and daggers. Oh my, they are all mine. Ning Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, but unfortunately, with the suspended mirror officers present, he knew he was destined to remain separated from this wealth. How greedy! I despise corrupt officials. Ning Hao silently cursed, vehemently condemning Zhao Huayu and Pu Zhengshuang. Thud Magistrate Zhao Huayu suddenly knelt before Sun Bing, weeping, "Duran son, they are all here. I am but a farmer's child. I have not dared to spend a single tael of silver. I am terrified of poverty." Ning Hao found Zhao Magistrate's words oddly familiar, especially since they both bore the surname Zhao. The suspended mirror officer Lu Bing cast a cold glance at Zhao Huayu, his right hand resting on the silver mirror at his waist. a surge of blood energy flickering with a red glow. Ning Hao then noticed that the suspended mirror officers Zhou Jinfeng and Lu Zuxian also had their copper mirrors gleaming at their waists. This object seems to function like a tracking device. Ning Hao speculated about the mirror's purpose. Before long, other suspended mirror officers arrived, as if guided by a navigation system, directly locating the chamber to run. The suspended mirror officers took note of the scene within the dark chamber, and someone exclaimed in surprise, "Who placed the silver from the suspended mirror office here?" Sun Bing maintained a stern expression and waved his hand. "Arrest County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, Daren's son. I will never dare again." Zhao Huayu had long anticipated this outcome, only hoping that it would not lead to any accusations of murder. He truly had never harmed anyone. He merely harbored a peculiar obsession with hoarding silver. Sun Bing approached Pu Zhengshuang, towering over him as he spoke. "You are Pu Zhengshuang? Commoner?" "Indeed, I am." Pu Zhengshuang trembled violently. From the moment he spotted the suspended mirror officers, he was completely taken aback. Why were the suspended mirror officers here to apprehend him? The suspended mirror office dealt with cases involving martial artists, scholars, and demons. He was merely a nameless secretary. If anyone were to bring charges, it should be the county office. Sun Bing's voice turned grave. "Do you know your crimes?" "I, a commoner, am aware of my transgressions. I should not have stolen the genuine artifacts of the Guanfu." Before Pu Zhengshuang could finish, Ning Hao sneered coldly, saying, "Still defiant even as death approaches, stealing the genuine artifacts of the Guanfu? You have stolen a mere twist of dough." Yet, to Ning Hao's astonishment, Pu Zhengshuang actually pulled out a scroll of poetry from his bosom and slowly unfurled it. That moment, the brilliance of his talent radiated through the paper, illuminating the entire dark chamber. Ning Hao stood frozen, hastily stepping forward to seize the authentic poetry, his expression shifting dramatically. "This truly is my genuine work. Why would the authentic scroll advocating for learning be in Pu Zhengshuang's possession? It should have been in Zhang Lutong, indicating that there must be a traitor within the academy." A flurry of thoughts raced through Ning Hao's mind. This was indeed his genuine work, for the style of handwriting was such that even Yu had not been able to produce similar writings. "Where did you acquire this?" Ning Hao demanded. "Naturally, I spent 10,000 taels of silver to exchange it from the teacher at Shud Academy." Pu Zhengshuang, with reddened eyes, pleaded to Sun Bing and Magistrate Zhao. "I lack literary talent. Thus I became infatuated with the genuine artifacts of the Guanfu, unable to restrain my greed, wishing to claim them as my own. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Magistrate Zhao glared at Pu Zhengshuang, his body trembling uncontrollably, scolding. "I have been severely harmed by you. You claim it was for the genuine artifacts of the Guanfu, yet you have brought such disgrace upon me, exposing this chamber before the suspended mirror office. How could you be so foolish?" Chapter 64. Breaking the cane, successfully appeasing the spirits above the matter of the Guanfu's genuine artifacts must be set aside. Sun Bing's face was etched with frost, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The dealings you and the two brothers of the Chunyang Martial Arts School have conducted over the years, resulting in countless lives lost, the suspended mirror office has gathered ample evidence. The specifics will be examined one by one at the suspended mirror office. Pu Zhengshuang's complexion paled. "Why the hell did you betray me?" Just as Ning Hao was about to speak, Sun Bing preempted him. "You and your son Pu Guochang instructed the Chunyang Martial Arts School to harm the family of scholar Ning Hao. Unfortunately, the academy's teacher was overly protective, and the Chunyang Martial Arts School was obliterated. Shud Academy conveniently possessed numerous accusations against the Chunyang Martial Arts School, and the academy's teacher questioned their conscience. The head of the Chunyang Martial Arts School, Chun Jianong, confessed everything and implicated you." Sun Bing's face bore a cold smile. "Do you have anything else to say?" "Darin, I confess." Pu Zhengshuang, seemingly devoid of other options, sighed in resignation and voluntarily confessed. Just as Sun Bing was about to have Pu Zhengshuang taken away, Ning Hao unexpectedly produced a cane from somewhere and placed it before Pu Zhengshuang, saying, "Secretary Pu, please take the cane first. Then I will enumerate what other crimes you have committed." Pu Zhengshuang glanced at the cane Ning Hao offered, momentarily stunned. "What does this mean? Are you worried that I might not stand steady later? Please take it." Have facing the enemy responsible for his son's death, Pu Zhengshuang gritted his teeth and said, "Why should I take it?" "Ning Hao, do not get too pleased with yourself. The hatred for my son is irreconcilable. You, silence." Ning Hao sharply rebuked, channeling his energy, which struck directly at Pu Zhengshuang's spirit, causing him to shudder and rendering him speechless. You, a person guilty of heinous crimes, have no right to howl in front of me, scholar. Ning Hao's voice turned icy. Do you think your crime is merely stealing the genuine artifacts of the Guanfu? Collaborating with the Chunyang martial arts school to commit murder and robbery? You are dreaming. You conspired with demons, practiced demonic arts, seeking to defy fate. Do you truly think I am unaware? Buzz at this. Pu Zhengshuang's mind buzzed, his body collapsing halfway, his face as pale as paper. How does he know? How could he possibly know? This was the greatest secret even his son Pu Guochang was unaware of. Sun Bing's eyes were cold as he fixed an unyielding gaze upon Pu Zhengshuang. Collaborating with demons? Nonsense. I, Pu, may be greedy, but I would never betray my ancestors. My son directed the Chunyang martial arts school to harm your entire family. Yet he paid with his life. What more do you want? Why must you slander me? Do you wish for my entire family to perish before you feel at ease? Pu Zhengshuang's eyes were bloodshot. Resembling a ferocious wolf, exuding an aura that suggested he would tear Ning Hao to shreds if it meant ensuring his own survival. The kneeling Zhao magistrate murmured, This scoundrel Pu Zhengshuang is but a dog. He would never dare collude with demons. Zhao magistrate felt a rising panic, fearing he might also be implicated in any association with demons. Demons feast on the flesh and blood of martial artists and scholars to enhance their own power. Practicing demonic arts to plunder the talents of scholars strengthens oneself. Just associating with any of these could lead to a death sentence for the entire family, with no room for negotiation. It could be said that one could be captured in the morning, executed by noon, and have their entire family wiped out by afternoon. Ning Hao kindly advised, Magistrate Zhao, do not speak on behalf of Pu Zhengshuang. If you think to help him mitigate his charges, you risk lightening your own sentence, but if you misjudge, that would be harboring, and it is a grave crime to harbor those who collude with demons. Zhao magistrate was startled by Ning Hao's words, increasingly sensing that Ning Hao was the true magistrate while he was merely a criminal. Ning Hao then turned to Pu Zhengshuang. Do you remember the incident with the 7th grade tiger demon outside the city a few days ago? Pu Zhengshuang's eyes flickered. Ning Hao chuckled coldly. You possess quite a bit of audacity, colluding with the tiger demon and exploiting the incident of the scholars receiving their robes from the academy to orchestrate the assassination of scholars and the academy's masters. Your intention is to seize the talents of the scholars to enhance your dark powers and alter your fate. Alas, that tiger demon was unfortunate and met its demise. As his words fell, Pu Zhengshuang appeared as if all his strength had been drained, his body limp as a rag, entirely reliant on the mirror holder for support. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu's eyes widened to an astonishing degree. Comparable to bronze bells, while Sun Bing of the Mirror Bureau wore an even darker expression, as if water could drip from his face. In truth, Ning Hao had deduced this from the tiger demon's inadvertent slip of the tongue. In addition to the events of that day related to the scholars, coupled with the precise predictions from the system from the future, I had already warned you to take the cane. Here, Ning Hao forcibly thrust the cane into Pu Zhengshuang's hand. At that moment, Pu Zhengshuang's mind was blank, trembling as he leaned on the cane, his gaze devoid of luster as he looked up at Ning Hao and asked, How do you know all this? Your tiger demon brother told me directly. Ning Hao replied calmly, At that time, your tiger demon brother was gravely injured by the academy's master and fled into the mountains. I ventured alone into the tiger's den, outsmarted the spirits and the tiger demon, extracting some information from his lips. You know, I am a Confucian scholar. I have many methods. Pu Zhengshuang was utterly despondent and suddenly began to weep. Take County Magistrate Zhao and Pu Zhengshuang to the Mirror Bureau in Yong'an Prefecture and seal this hidden chamber. ASA Silver Mirror of the Yong'an Prefecture's Mirror Bureau. Sun Bing was well aware of Zhao Huayu's transgressions and immediately ordered the sealing of assets and the apprehension of the individuals involved. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, envisioning the moment of commendation before his superiors. Initially thinking it was merely a murder case involving the Pure Yang Martial Academy, he was astonished to discover it was a major case of collusion between the county office's clerk and demons. Truly, a stroke of fortune had descended from the heavens, unstoppable by any means. Sun Bing looked at Ning Hao, convinced that he was his lucky star. Such a person truly needed to personally visit the academy to communicate with the masters, thereby demonstrating his sincerity. Wait a moment, Ning Hao suddenly interjected. Scholar Ning Hao, is there something else? Sun Bing hastily called for the mirror holders to stop and turned to Ning Hao. It won't delay your time. My lord. Ning Hao approached the dazed Pu Zhengshuang, snatched the cane from his grasp, broke it with a snap, and tossed it aside. Clapping his hands, Ning Hao cupped his fists towards Sun Bing and said, My lord, that will suffice. Sun Bing was momentarily taken aback. If he intended to break the cane, why had he given it to him in the first place? What kind of mind does this scholar possess? In that brief moment following the breaking of the cane, a panel appeared in Ning Hao's vision. You have successfully broken Pu Zhengshuang's cane, severing his literary spirit. The spirit of Ning Shuyi has found solace. Reward: Righteous Qi, 30 points. You have successfully undertaken the responsibility of punishing evil and eliminating harm for the scholars, apprehending the demon disciple Pu Zhengshuang. Random Task 2 has been completed. Completion time limit: 1 day. Reward: Righteous Qi, 100 points, fully granted. Current Righteous Qi, 200 points. Chapter 65. Ning Hao, have I become the county magistrate? The rewards from this descent were simply astounding. 200 points of Righteous Qi, equivalent to 2,000 points of vitality. Once the conversion is complete, my vitality will soar to 3,144 points. It has only been a few days. Ning Hao was exceedingly pleased with his martial progress. His literary path had already reached the 8th rank, just a step away from establishing a grand aspiration. His martial path was also at the 8th rank, and with a few more such tasks, he estimated he could reach the 7th rank, at which point he would be comparable to a superhuman. Well done, Scholar Ning Hao. I, son, will certainly recommend you to the Mirror Bureau. Sun Bing subsequently mentioned. Furthermore, regarding the authentic works of poetry from the Guan Prefecture, I will assist in the investigation, as it may involve the demon disciples. Ning Hao, listening intently, suddenly became lost in thought. It was not Sun Bing's words that lulled him into a trance, but rather, the system seemed to have triggered a new task. Random Task 3 triggered. 30 years ago, a demon disciple infiltrated the Should Academy, remaining inconspicuous while attempting to steal the demon arts collected from various regions. However, they left in disappointment due to their low rank, yet their presence in the academy caused immeasurable losses. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. Heaven's way is a cycle, if you don't believe it. Look up, who can escape the heavens? 30 years have passed, and this demon disciple has inherited their father's position. They have now become a prominent figure in the southern Xiang Prefecture's demon sect. Wielding great power, please defeat and slay them to manifest heaven's retribution. Completion time limit: unrestricted. Reward: depending on the length of the completion time, a variable reward of Righteous Qi, 10 to 100 points. Scholar Ning Hao, are you listening? Sun Bing waved his hand in front of Ning Hao. Ning Hao snapped back to attention and replied, I am listening. I am contemplating how to apprehend the demon disciple hiding within the academy. Sun Bing could not help but exclaim, Scholar Ning Hao, you are truly born to serve the Mirror Bureau. The bright mirror hangs high, illuminating the righteous path. Ning Hao felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise and humbly responded, My lord, you flatter me. It is merely a sincere heart that seeks to eliminate harm for the people, hoping for a world devoid of demons. Upon hearing these words, Sun Bing could not help but take a sharp breath. Raising his thumb in admiration, Scholar Ning's grand aspiration truly inspires me. Time was of the essence, and Sun Bing still needed to escort Pu Zhengshuang and Zhao Huayu back to the Mirror Bureau. Tomorrow, I shall return to accompany you up the mountain. Ning Hao nodded in appreciation. Thank you for your hard work, my lord. Not at all. Sun Bing increasingly admired Ning Hao, his tongue licking his lips more frequently. Just then, County Magistrate Zhao Huayu suddenly interjected, My lord, the prefect and the director of education, along with the 6 heads of the major academies, are currently in Ying'an County, awaiting to appreciate the authentic works of poetry from the Guan Prefecture. If I am taken away, how will the authenticity be evaluated? How will the county office maintain its operations? May I stay for one more day? 1 day's time was sufficient for him to plead with Prefect Song Jiming for leniency. His distant cousin was an official at the Imperial Academy, which could be somewhat useful. Sun Bing frowned slightly, nodding thoughtfully, that is indeed a problem. However, he glanced at Ning Hao. Scholar Ning Hao, the county office is involved in a case concerning demons, and the Bureau will temporarily take control. I will grant you the position of acting county magistrate of Ying'an County, representing the Mirror Bureau and hosting the Director of Education and the Prefect until the Bureau arrives to take over. What? Not only was County Magistrate Zhao Huayu shocked, but even Ning Hao was taken aback to be appointed as the temporary county magistrate. It was akin to a college student taking a leave of absence to visit a sick relative, only to be directly appointed as the acting county chief for helping to solve a major case. This was truly surreal. Is this really all right? Ning Hao felt somewhat uneasy. Did the Mirror Bureau, directly under the emperor, possess such vast authority? The joy of the Mirror Bureau was beyond imagination. Scholar Ning Hao. Sun Bing smiled meaningfully at Ning Hao, waving his hand. Let us go, my lord. There must be some token, right? Ning Hao resigned himself to the fact that being the county magistrate for a day was not a significant issue. However, he needed something to lend him credibility. Here Sun Bing, under the astonished gazes of the mirror holders, tossed the silver mirror from his waist directly to Ning Hao, saying, "For any matters, just use your vitality to activate the silver mirror." After leaving these words, Sun Bing no longer lingered and led the team to escort Zhao Huayu and Pu Zhengshuang away. Meanwhile, the treasures from the hidden chamber were all packed away into the mirror holders' waste mirrors. The mirror is a storage treasure, Ning Hao realized belatedly. Once everyone had departed, Ning Hao also exited the cave's hidden chamber, feeling the silver mirror in his hand and marveling at the surreal nature of it all. Am I really the county chief now? Even if it is a temporary position, it is still a position of power. Ning Hao sat before the public desk in the county office of Ying'an County, idly toying with the judge's wood block. Inside the court, a group of officers and clerks remained silent, acutely aware that this young scholar before them was the one who had sent County Magistrate Zhao and Pu Zhengshuang to the Mirror Bureau. For this reason, the esteemed Lord Son of the Mirror Bureau had granted this young scholar the temporary position of County Magistrate. Although the Mirror Bureau lacked the authority to govern the county office, the involvement of demons in the case meant that the Mirror Bureau had the final say. The officers and clerks, bearing a sense of guilt, regarded Ning Hao with a blend of respect and flattery. What time is it? Ning Hao suddenly recalled that he still had lessons to complete today. It's in the hour of shun. One of the officers remarked. The officers in the court were divided into 3 shifts. Those responsible for standing guard were known as the Zhao class. Those supervising the warehouse and prisoners were the Zhuang class, and those tasked with investigation and capture were the Kuai class. Additionally, the county office had, aside from the county magistrate and the 3 classes of officers, assistant officials, including the county deputy responsible for taxation and resources, the chief clerk handling documents and registrations, and the officer managing prison affairs. Furthermore, there were also 6 clerks in various departments. In short, the county office had numerous responsibilities, encompassing all aspects of civil life. Indeed, with greater power comes greater responsibility. If a county office had so many matters to attend to, how much more would an emperor have to manage? Ning Hao felt fortunate to only be serving as county magistrate for a day. If one were to persist in this endeavor for an extended period without the support of trusted allies, it would surely lead to exhaustion. Now, someone should make a trip to the Han family and invite Han Zili from Shud Academy, while also inquiring about the whereabouts of Feng Qingxue, so that they can be brought to the county office together. Ning Hao set down the gavel and turned his gaze towards the fast class constables. The fast class has dedicated informants, making it the most suitable for such tasks. You few, go. A few constables from the fast class stepped forward, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. Excellent. Ning Hao casually retrieved a silver tael from the drawer of the official desk and tossed it to the leading constable. Use it to buy some wine for the brothers later. Is it enough? 1 tael of silver is equivalent to the purchasing power of 400 coins. A meal should not be a problem. Ning Hao mused to himself. Moreover, since he is not truly the county magistrate at present, he must not skimp on small favors to ensure their loyalty. Thank you, my lord. This is more than sufficient. The constables felt profoundly moved, recalling that even when Master Pu was present, he had never been this generous. They felt compelled to ensure that the matters concerning the young lord were handled appropriately. If Han Zili and Feng Qingxue did not come, they would have to bring them by force. Chapter 66. Han Zili. Who is in charge of the county office now? Ning Hao. I am in charge. Within a certain tea house in Ying'an County, Han Zili and Feng Qingxue had arranged to meet, preparing to visit Ning Hao's father together before returning to the academy. Have you heard? Upon meeting, Han Zili sat down and quickly gulped down 2 bowls of cold tea, clearly having arrived in haste, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Heard what? Feng Qingxue replied, her face awash with confusion. The Chunyang martial arts school has been razed to the ground. Who did it? Ning Hao. No, rather, it was the support of the dean and the master who stood behind him. Han Zili's expression betrayed his astonishment as he recounted. I went to the site. It was truly a scene of devastation. The Chunyang Martial Arts School, occupying hundreds of acres, has been completely flattened. Reduced to a mere ruin, Fang Qingxue stood there, momentarily lost in thought, before eventually coming to her senses. This matter is beyond the jurisdiction of the county office, but the enmity between the academy and the martial arts school will surely attract the attention of the suspended mirror division. They have already intervened. Han Zili interjected, continuing to drink his tea, stating, the head and deputy head of the Chunyang Martial Arts School have colluded with Pu Guochang's father, Pu Zhengshuang, over the years, forcibly abducting 17 young women and selling them to Chengxiafang, while also murdering 13 innocent civilians. The dean provided the suspended mirror division with the documented crimes of Chen Jinan, and as a result, the division did not hold the academy accountable. The suspended mirror division has gained merit without any cost. However, the dean and the master have acted commendably, which is truly satisfying. Fang Qingxue nodded slightly. Her face clouded with frost. Unfortunately, Pu Zhengshuang has stolen the genuine manuscripts of Ning's poetry. Now both the county office and the suspended mirror division are pursuing him. Han Zili sighed, puzzled, wondering why the dean and the master would agree to hand over Ning's authentic manuscripts to Pu Zhengshuang. Let us not speculate on the matters concerning the dean and the master. Should we depart for Ning Hao's residence now? Fang Qingxue expressed her concern for Ning Hao's state, thinking that with his father injured, he must be feeling a sense of guilt and anguish. Let us leave at once. Just as Han Zili stood up, a commotion outside announced the arrival of a group of fast-class constables. While Han Zili and Fang Qingxue were still bewildered, the constables approached them directly. Is this young Master Han? The leading constable clasped his fists in greeting. Han Zili, fearing that the fast-class constables might have mistaken him, he introduced himself fully. The head of the fast-class constables smiled and said, I know the esteemed name of young Master. The informant just informed me that you entered the tea house. I am here at the behest of the county magistrate to specially invite you to the county office. If young Master Han has any knowledge of Scholar Fang's whereabouts, it would be best to bring her along as well. Han Zili was somewhat taken aback. Why would his father's classmate Zhao Huayu seek him out? And why involve Fang Qingxue? What is the matter? Did the county magistrate say anything specific? Han Zili inquired. The magistrate did not provide specifics, only instructed me to invite young Master Han and Scholar Fang. The head of the fast-class constables shook his head. Han Zili turned to Fang Qingxue. What do you think, Fang Shiji? Let us go. Fang Qingxue also wished to know why County Magistrate Zhao had summoned her and Han Zili. And since both were scholars from the academy, the county office could hardly impose any restrictions on them. It was likely related to Ning Hao's genuine manuscripts. Han Zili turned to the head of the fast-class constables. This is Scholar Fang. Please lead the way. The sedan is waiting outside. Esteemed scholars, please. The head of the fast-class constables clasped his fists. Han Zili and Fang Qingxue were taken aback that they were being invited with such courtesy, and they followed the constables to the county office. This moment, Ning Hao is also perusing books, selecting a few relatively simple poems. He advanced to the 8th rank in literary skills and his vitality increased. He found that his memory had improved significantly. Memorizing poetry was no longer a challenge. However, the system was particularly abstract, and the poetry he memorized seemed to yield no results. Initially, Ning Hao thought the poems might have been too simple, so he chose obscure verses with no rhythm or meter. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. The system simply did not prompt. Daily poetry memorization completed. System, I have memorized the poetry. The system offered no response, nor any indication, as if it had vanished entirely. Yet, when Ning Hao silently recalled the panel, it would reappear in any case. The system was quite abstract. It seemed that only Fang Qingxue and Han Zili could be of assistance now. My lord, young Master Han and Scholar Fang have arrived. Just then, the head of the fast-class constables entered the hall to report before retreating to the side, as Han Zili and Fang Qingxue stepped into the main hall. As they were contemplating their next move and were about to greet Ning Hao, they noticed him approaching from behind the official desk. Han Zili and Fang Qingxue's mouths fell open in surprise, clearly bewildered as to why Ning Hao was present. Scholar Fang, Han Shixiang, please take a seat. Ning Hao gestured for them to sit, exuding an air akin to that of a genuine youthful county magistrate. Ning Shidi. No, where is County Magistrate Zhao? Han Zili sat down in a daze, still feeling somewhat dizzy. This was the county office, not Master Jingel's law hall. How could Ning Hao be so at ease? Moreover, Ning Hao did not even share the surname Zhao, so he could not be considered the son of County Magistrate Zhao. It was truly hard to explain. Ning Hao sighed and said, County Magistrate Zhao's secret dealings have been exposed, and he has now been taken to the suspended mirror division alongside Pu Zhengshuang. Pu Zhengshuang has not only committed numerous crimes against the Chunyang Martial Arts School, but has also colluded with demons. Ning Hao briefly explained the situations of Pu Zhengshuang and County Magistrate Zhao Huayu. Fang Qingxue remarked, Truly, the suspended mirror division is to be commended. Their investigations are remarkably thorough, and they have even managed to apprehend Pu Zhengshuang. Han Zili nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is said that the methods of the suspended mirror division are unfathomable. This is truly a first-hand experience. It was I who solved the case and found the evidence. Ning Hao affirmed. Han Zili was momentarily taken aback, then he shook his head with a wry smile. Ning Shidi, please do not jest, by the way. Now that County Magistrate Zhao has been taken by the suspended mirror division, who is temporarily in charge of the office? I am in charge. Han Zili found it difficult to respond further and simply asked, Enough of this. Ning Shidi, the fast-class constables mentioned that the county magistrate invited me and Scholar Fong over. Which county magistrate? It is I. Ning Hao felt a slight headache. He was speaking the truth, yet Han Zili did not believe him, leaving him with no recourse. Ning Shidi. Han Zili held a deep admiration for Ning Hao's poetic talent and understood that capturing Ning Hao meant securing the future of the Han family. However, Ning Hao's current actions were truly juvenile and absurd. The county office was no place for trifling matters, and it was imperative to assist Ning Hao in achieving scholarly success, allowing him to become a high-ranking official in the future. Han Shixiang, is there something you wish to discuss? Please, speak. Ning Hao's expression turned solemn as he listened intently. Shixiang knows that you have produced the authentic manuscripts of the poetry, and your talent is indeed extraordinary. However, there are many prodigies in the realm of Du. Many young talents have achieved fame early on with their poetry, yet if such talent is not directed towards the right path, it will ultimately result in nothing more than a futile endeavor. Han Zili gazed earnestly at Ning Hao, emphasizing, Ning Shidi, the dean, the master, and both Fong and I hold your poetic talent in high regard. And we have high hopes for you. Do not let us down in the future. When you take the imperial examination and become an official, do not rush into it. Before Han Zili could finish, a clerk suddenly entered the hall and bowed to Ning Hao. My lord, the pastries you ordered from the kitchen are ready. Shall we bring them in? Chapter 67 Ning Hao examines Fong. Han Shu when Han Zili was taken aback. What is happening here? Fang Qingshue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Ning Hao, blinking in disbelief. County Magistrate, did you not say you would host your classmates? Why the need to ask? Quickly, bring them in. After dismissing the clerk, Ning Hao turned to Han Zili with a serious expression, nodding emphatically. What Han Shixiang said is correct. I will certainly strive to study diligently and not disappoint everyone. No, wait Ning Shidi. Why does he refer to you as County Magistrate? Han Zili stammered, his mind reeling from the shock. After earnestly advising for so long, he had hoped Ning Hao would return to the right path and earnestly focus on his studies, rather than squander his talent. Given such a desire to hold office, one should adhere to the proper path of the imperial examination, for that is the righteous way. Yet, who could have foreseen? Ning Hao truly is the county magistrate. Han Zili's face turned as awkward as could be, flushed crimson, feeling like a mere jester. Fang Qingxue turned her gaze towards Ning Hao. Thus, the case of Pu Zhengshuang was indeed solved by you? Subsequently, the Xianjing took away County Magistrate Zhao, and the county office cannot be without a master for even a single day. The esteemed officials of Xianjing hold you in high regard. So they have temporarily appointed you to oversee the county office in place of the magistrate, and it was indeed you who invited me and Han Zili to the county office. County Magistrate Ning, her lips curled into a smile, her eyes like blooming peach blossoms, radiating a warmth akin to the melting of winter snow and the blossoming of spring. Enchantingly beautiful, Ning Hao regarded Fang Qingxue with a smile. Nodding. No wonder you are Fang Xuesher. You have discerned everything correctly. I hadn't intended to, but Lord Sun from Xianjing insisted I take on this role. Thankfully, it is only for a day. So it is of little consequence. Shortly thereafter, the constables presented delicacies, and Ning Hao gestured for Fang Qingxue and Han Zili to take their seats. Noticing Han Zili standing still, Ning Hao inquired, puzzled, Han Shixiang, why do you not sit? Han Zili bowed, saying, Ning Shidi, just now, in my eagerness, I spoke out of turn. I hope you do not take it to heart. With such words from Han Shixiang, does Shidi still remain unaware of your good intentions? You are only looking out for Shidi. Ning Hao patted Han Zili on the shoulder, settling down to enjoy the pastries while also observing whether you and Feng Shuesher have been diligent in your studies. Han Zili straightened his posture, asserting, certainly not. Though Shixiang has descended the mountain to skip classes, my studies have never been neglected. Is that so? Ning Hao promptly summoned the constable in black to prepare ink and brushes, declaring, I wish to assess the scholarly knowledge of Han Gongzi on the spot. Yes, my lord. The constable withdrew, soon returning with the 4 treasures of the study, placing them on the table. Han Zili asked, what aspect of knowledge does Ning Shidi wish to evaluate? Naturally, it is in writing. Today's writing assignment must be completed by you. Ning Hao personally prepared the ink for Han Zili, laughing. Let us compose an article from memory. Ah, just this? Han Zili was momentarily taken aback, having expected a more rigorous assessment, only to find it was merely a task of transcription. What difficulty could there be in that? Do not underestimate it. Shidi can discern from the writing whether Shixiang has been diligent in his studies, such as the neatness of the characters and the presence of any mistakes or omissions. Ning Hao certainly hoped Han Zili would produce a flawless piece. After all, the system would provide evaluations, and the higher the evaluation, the more points of righteous energy would be rewarded. Very well, then I must perform well before Ning Shidi. Han Zili swiftly entered the zone, taking up the brush before the table, contemplating briefly, then deftly began transcribing the article. How wonderful it is to possess talent. Ning Hao could not help but exclaim. In his previous life, he had spent half his days immersed in books. Even working in a library, truly, he no longer wished to study. If he were to pursue education, even the top scholar of Dayu would likely pale in comparison to him. After all, he too had emerged victorious from the throngs of the Gaokao. Having achieved the title of city's top liberal arts student, it was precisely because he had already possessed certain things that Ning Hao did not wish to pursue them again, as they had lost their challenge. Feng Qingxue quietly savored the pastries nearby, her gaze predominantly fixed upon Ning Hao. The more she observed him, the more she felt he was an enigmatic individual, immensely talented yet appearing remarkably reckless. Could this be what they refer to as the realm of simplicity and freedom? In her youth, a great Confucian had visited her home, and she recalled hearing him utter, holding the highest position beneath the heavens, wielding great power to decide life and death, one could do as one pleases, yet this does not equate to freedom. True freedom should be the ability to refrain from doing what one does not wish to do. The current emperor holds a high position, being the foremost in the world, yet he still cannot find freedom at that time. Feng Qingxue did not understand, but now she vaguely comprehended a fraction of it. Thus, she perceived a hint of that unrestrained freedom in Ning Hao. With his remarkable talent manifesting in poetry and prose, within the Should Academy, he could choose to do as he pleased, if he wished to practice martial arts. The dean and the teachers could choose to overlook it, even lending their support. Feng Shuesher, why are you suddenly lost in thought? Ning Hao seated himself beside Feng Qingxue, taking a bite of the pastry. His cheeks puffed. This pastry is quite delightful. Yes, it is rather tasty. Feng Qingxue had tasted better but smiled lightly. Since you treated me to a meal, I shall have the opportunity to invite you to enjoy even better pastries. That sounds splendid, Ning Hao readily agreed, then suddenly asked with utmost seriousness. Last time, you recited poetry in the Confucian Hall rather well. Could you recite another? Ah? Feng Qingxue stared at Ning Hao in surprise, her cheeks flushing slightly as she gently bit her lip. We were discussing pastries. Why have you suddenly asked me to recite poetry? Are you testing me? Feng Shuesher, you are already a 7th-rank benevolent scholar. What could I possibly test you on? I simply wish to hear you recite poetry. Ning Hao stated earnestly. You. Feng Qingxue noticed a seemingly invasive glint in Ning Hao's eyes, her heart racing as she dared not meet his gaze. Her face tinged with crimson, entirely shedding her icy demeanor, appearing instead like a budding fairy. Please do not misunderstand, Feng Shuesher. If the system does not fulfill the daily curriculum, it will sap my vitality. Ning Hao clumsily wiped his face, intentionally making a comical expression, inquiring, Feng Shuesher, is there anything dirty on my face? No, no. Feng Qingxue was amused by Ning Hao's antics, stifling her laughter as she nodded. I will recite. I will recite. Han Zili, who was engrossed in transcribing at the table, happened to witness this flirtatious exchange, feeling as though he had been fed something dog food. Ning Shidi and Feng Shuesher truly are a match made in heaven. Seeing them like this, why do I feel a sweetness? Han Zili shook his head, returning to his writing, suddenly alarmed. Oh no, what was the next line? Darn it, I truly have been neglecting my studies. Think. Was it this line? It should be. Yes, that S right. Meanwhile, Feng Qingxue, before Ning Hao, recited a piece of poetry. Is that satisfactory? Do you have any insights? Ning Hao praised. You recited excellently. I do have some insights, but not many. Allow me to return and transcribe them for further contemplation. Daily recitation of poetry completed, fluent and proficient, reward of righteous energy. 10 points, righteous energy. 210 points. How abstract, in Chapter 68. As the temporary county magistrate, I encountered a situation where grievances were raised. I painstakingly memorized several poems, simple and complex, epic and hellish. Yet you provided not a hint, while Feng Qingxue recited with such fluency. Ning Hao mused, abstract. So abstract, 210 points of righteous energy, when converted to vitality, equates to 2,100 points. Progress is made daily. This is a promising start. Feng Qingxue, her cheeks flushed, asked, would you like to see the original of this poem? Although it lacks a resonance of talent, it could still aid in enhancing your own. Yes, of course. I await your generous offering of literary resources. Dear Dayu Female Minister. Ning Hao feigned eagerness, yet hesitated, asking, is it convenient? Yes, it is convenient. Feng Qingxue nodded emphatically, seemingly wishing to alleviate Ning Hao's worries, explaining, I have many such poems. How could I possibly accept? Ning Hao felt a twinge of guilt, having nothing to offer Feng Qingxue in return. It's no trouble. Feng Qingxue suddenly turned to Ning Hao, saying, if one day in the future you could write a poem for me, that would be splendid. As soon as she uttered this, the ice-cold goddess's face was once again tinged with red. Certainly, Ning Hao readily agreed. As a man, how could he remain shameless while constantly accepting favors from Feng Qingxue? He resolved to present her with a poem from the ancient sages of Huaxia, in gratitude for her assistance. Besides, it is clear that she is destined to become the female minister of Dayu. Cultivating this relationship now bodes well for the future. Really? Feng Qingxue's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes. Ning Hao smiled lightly, contemplating whether to invoke Li by the clouds and vision the garments, flowers the countenance. As spring breezes brush the railing, dew is plentiful, or perhaps Li Qingzhao's with embroidered face like a lotus in bloom. The ducklings fly askew over the village fields. Alternatively, he could choose a piece that conveys love and fidelity, such as once I crossed the vast seas, no water compares, except for the clouds of Wushan. Or perhaps the unnamed poet of the pre-Qin era, the Osprey's Call, where the riverbank meets the isle, a graceful lady, is a gentleman's ideal match. Why do I have so many poems about beautiful women in my head? If I were to visit a brothel, wouldn't that be a freebie? Ning Hao was taken aback by his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Ning Shidi, you have not disgraced your mission. You have completed an article from memory and now seek Ning Shidi's review. Han Zili beamed with a hint of pride. Being able to receive acknowledgement for a piece crafted with remarkable talent is indeed an honor. This is also why he was more than willing to accept Ning Hao's evaluation. Let me take a look. Ning Hao promptly moved towards the righteous energy points. Not bad. Ning Hao observed the dense script, noting the absence of corrections, and immediately recognized that this article was undoubtedly perfect, indeed. The daily transcription of the article remains unfinished, riddled with flaws, hastily pieced together. Please take your daily lessons seriously. It pertains to whether you can make a remarkable turnaround. The following content contains significant errors. Indeed, a grave mistake. The smile that once adorned Ning Hao's face instantly vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as he gazed at the self-satisfied Han Zili, stating, Senior Brother Han, please rewrite it once more. Huh? Han Zili's body trembled slightly, first taken aback, then inquired with confusion, Junior Brother Ning, is there something wrong with my transcription? This is an article that I have deeply contemplated. It is not available in the academy or on the market, I cannot be mistaken. Han Zili's implication was clear. This article could not be purchased, and Ning Hao had certainly not seen it. Yet, as he reflected, he was confident of his assertion. Ning Hao indeed had never encountered the article Han Zili transcribed, but the system that had. Senior Brother Han, here and here, there are numerous errors. Should it not be its acceptance by heaven is far superior to that of talented individuals, instead of thus its virtue is evident. Also, this section, this should belong to another article. Senior Brother Han, please ponder it again and rewrite it. Ning Hao meticulously pointed out the inaccuracies in Han Zili's transcription, following the system's guidance. Fang Qingxue, who observed from the side, was utterly astonished. How could Han Zili's article contain mistakes? Given both his affluent background and extensive reading, Han Zili was not someone Ning Hao could compare with. Yet, Ning Hao had identified the flaws in Han Zili's work and even knew precisely where they lay. This signified that Ning Hao could indeed recite the entire piece and was genuinely testing Han Zili, junior brother Ning. Han Zili, upon Ning Hao's pointed observations, felt his body tremble with excitement. He then clasped his fists and declared, "My poetic talent pales in comparison to yours, junior brother, and my writing is even more inadequate. I am truly ashamed. From now on, I shall not be negligent in my studies and will learn from you. I shall rewrite it immediately. Thank you for your guidance." Junior brother, Han Zili had intended to showcase his skills, but after Ning Hao's insights, he realized Ning Hao had already ascended to a level higher than his own. This article was not available in the market, and ordinary scholars would have no way of knowing it. Yet Ning Hao could pinpoint his errors. Han Zili was thoroughly convinced this time. He also recognized that being by Ning Hao's side was undoubtedly a significant opportunity to change his destiny, one that he could not afford to miss. Senior Brother Han, you flatter me. You are too modest. Please continue with your transcription, Ning Hao replied with a gentle smile. How could it be arduous? Thankfully, Junior Brother Ning pointed out the issues. Otherwise, I would have thought everything was correct. I have read too much and become confused. How shameful. Han Zili chuckled ruefully and resumed his transcription. Ning Hao offered him some pastries, but Han Zili shook his head, indicating he wished to complete the article before eating. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed. Suddenly, a loud drumbeat resonated from outside the county office. The unexpected sound startled Han Zili, Fang Qingxue, and Ning Hao. The yamen runners within the hall trembled at the sound. Drumming for justice, drumming for justice. Ning Hao exchanged glances with Han Zili and Fang Qingxue, and they simultaneously uttered these words. Outside the county office stood a drum, typically struck only by the common folk when faced with grave injustices. Under normal circumstances, it would rarely be sounded. According to the laws of Dayu, the drum for justice outside the yamen would first warrant 30 lashes, regardless of the legitimacy of the complaint, after which the grievances could be stated. If the investigation proved valid, justice would be rendered. However, if it were a false accusation or the truth did not align with the facts, the drummer could face an additional 100 lashes or even banishment. I am but a temporary county magistrate. When the common folk beat the drum for justice, should I respond or not? Awaiting an answer, Ning Hao engaged in a brief internal struggle before arriving at a resolution. He immediately assumed a solemn demeanor and commanded, "Bring forth the drummer." Since Sun Bing of the suspended mirror department had entrusted him with the temporary role of county magistrate, he must honor this position. Chapter 69. Justice, though delayed, is never absent. The yamen runners hastened to the county entrance to retrieve the individual. Han Zili quickly gathered his writing materials, offering his place to Ning Hao, and asked, "Junior Brother Ning, should Fang Qingxue and I step aside?" "No need," Ning Hao replied earnestly. "Senior Brother Han and Scholar Fang are both learned individuals. You will inevitably seek official positions through the imperial examinations. So consider this a preliminary experience." Lacking experience in governance himself, Ning Hao had 2 assistants by his side and could seek their opinions as needed. Based on his understanding, the examination of a case merely involved receiving the complaint of the drumming individual, determining whether to file the case, collecting evidence, conducting a trial, and ultimately rendering a judgment or ruling based on the gathered evidence. Finally, execution of the judgment would follow. Before long, the yamen runners brought forth the individual who had beaten the drum for justice. "My lord, the person who beat the drum for justice is here." Ning Hao, Fang Qingxue, and Han Zili's gazes immediately fell upon the 2 individuals brought into the hall. They were 2 young girls, their eyes swollen from crying, accompanied by a small child. The older girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, similar to Ning Hao, and had a delicate appearance. The young child looked to be 4 or 5 years old, with chubby cheeks. Judging by their attire, they were not from the lowest social stratum, but rather the children of a well-to-do family, my lord. Upon entering the county office, the young girl opened her mouth and, upon seeing Ning Hao's youthful visage, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the magistrate to be so young. Bang! Ning Hao, envisioning the scenes from dramas where the magistrate presides over cases, struck the judge's block and declared, "Who is present? And why do you beat the drum for justice?" The girl trembled at the sound of the block and, kneeling with the child, choked out, "I, a humble woman, bear a tremendous grievance. Please, esteemed magistrate, grant us your assistance." "What grievance do you have? Speak it forth." Ning Hao replied earnestly, "I am Kai Xiaohua, and this is my younger brother Kai Xiaoguan. We are from Pingni Lane in the county town. Our father, Kai Qingzhang, was murdered by bandits not long ago, and before his remains had even cooled, the creditors of my father's past debts came to claim their dues, forcibly seizing our home, and even our stepmother was taken as collateral. The creditors expelled my brother and me, leaving us homeless. We have not eaten for 2 days, and we have been weeping constantly. I do not know whom to turn to for help, and I recalled that the master next door once mentioned, if there is a grievance, one can beat the drum at the yamen, and the county magistrate will deliver justice for the people. Esteemed magistrate, please help my brother and me." Thud, thud. The girl, Kai Xiaohua, continued to bow her head towards Ning Hao, causing him to hastily rise and support her. As she felt Ning Hao's support, Kai Xiaohua's tears flowed freely, and her body leaned into Ning Hao's embrace. Fang Qingxue beside them widened her eyes, pouting slightly as if disapproving of the girl's actions. Superficial. The gentle warmth enveloping him startled Ning Hao, prompting him to quickly right the girl's posture and assert, "My dear girl, you need not bow any further. It is a fundamental principle that debts should be repaid. Yet your father's creditors forcibly seized your home and abducted a lady, which is a blatant disregard for the laws of Dayu. I will investigate the facts, and if they prove true, I shall ensure your family receives justice. Thank you, my lord." The frail girl wiped her tears and bowed in gratitude towards Ning Hao. She then took her brother's hand and stood in the hall. Ning Hao returned to his desk, deep in thought. This case appeared relatively straightforward. All that was needed was to apprehend Kai Qingzhang's creditor, administer a few lashes, and then explain the law to him, guiding him to return the home and stepmother promptly. The subsequent debt owed by Kai Qingzhang would depend on who inherited the Kai family's assets and who was responsible for the debts. If the Kai family lacked the means to repay, it would be determined whether the home could serve as collateral. If not, further plans would be made. Ning Hao grasped the judge's block, preparing to summon the quick clerks to fetch the individuals, when suddenly a system panel appeared before his eyes. Though justice may be delayed, it is never absent. Task 4. 30 years ago, a miscarriage of justice occurred in Yingyang County. The honest merchant Kai Qingzhang raised a pair of children, and after his original wife passed away due to illness, he invited his wife's niece, Pan Xiaolian, to care for his children. However, living under the same roof, Pan Xiaolian sought to seduce him, ultimately leading Kai Qingzhang to fall into her embrace. Yet, Pan Xiaolian, being fickle, began an affair with Zhou Jian, the son of the neighbor, and took advantage of Kai Qingzhang's absence to engage in clandestine meetings. Not long after, Pan Xiaolian became pregnant, and Kai Qingzhang was overjoyed. However, upon returning unexpectedly from a business trip, he discovered the affair between Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian, which incited his wrath, ultimately leading to his demise in a pool of blood. Afterward, Pan Xiaolian reported to the authorities that her home had been robbed and her husband murdered. County Magistrate Zhao Huayu, following the advice of Pu Zhengshuang, hastily concluded the case by framing a beggar as the thief. Now, 30 years have passed, and the real culprits, Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian, roam freely, while Kai Qingzhang's children have been left destitute for many years. Please gather evidence, apprehend the perpetrators, bring them to justice, and comfort the spirits of the Kai family in the afterlife, demonstrating the righteousness of heaven. Completion deadline: 1 year. Rewards: based on the time taken by the host to complete the task, various rewards of moral integrity, 10 to 100 points, will be granted. Ning Hao found himself unable to strike the judge's block. This is not merely a case of creditors forcibly seizing a home and abducting a young woman. It is a great miscarriage of justice. Ning Hao suddenly stood up, struck the block with force, and declared solemnly, gather the quick clerks. We shall go to the Kai residence to apprehend the individuals. Ning Hao's expression was particularly grim. He had never anticipated that what seemed to be a mere case of debt collection and eviction would unravel into a scandalous murder tied to infidelity. The system, existing 30 years into the future, laid bare the intricate details of the case without hesitation. Although the narrative appeared straightforward, delving into it 3 decades later would prove exceptionally challenging. The first step was to gather evidence of the crime, followed by the apprehension of Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian. However, after 30 years, much of the evidence had long since vanished, and the 2 individuals had likely disappeared completely. Fortuitously, the current timeline was still 30 years prior. There was still time. Lord Xie. Kai Xiaohua mistakenly believed that the young county magistrate was there to assist her and her brother in reclaiming their home. She quickly pressed her brother's head down in a gesture of respect and bowed in gratitude to Ning Hao. You 2 siblings will remain in the county office. Feng Xuesher, Han Shixiang, you should accompany me to the Kai residence. We may require your assistance later. Ning Hao instructed the constables to keep a close watch on the Kai siblings and summoned Feng Qingxue and Han Zili to follow the swift-footed constables to the Kai household. On the way, Han Zili inquired, Ning Shidi, are we about to evict someone? While repaying debts is indeed a righteous act, the forcible occupation of a woman's home is utterly detestable. Ning Hao pondered for a moment and replied, I believe this is no ordinary case. It may be entangled with a murder. What? Han Zili's mouth fell agape as he stared at Ning Hao in disbelief. Ning Shidi, how did you deduce that? He began to contemplate earnestly, stating, Kai Xiaohua did mention that her father was slain by robbers. This is indeed a murder case, but it appears that the culprits have already met their just deserts. Otherwise, Kai Xiaohua would be lamenting the murder of her father instead of being driven out by a creditor. Feng Qingxue nodded discreetly, acknowledging Han Zili's analysis. Perhaps we should examine the case files related to Kai Qingzhang. Without the system's guidance, Ning Hao would have certainly taken a glance at the files. However, the system from 30 years in the future had already indicated that the thieves responsible for Kai Qingzhang's death were merely scapegoats used by the county office. The true culprits were Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian. This was already common knowledge. Chapter 70. The Kai family's capture and scene investigation. It's too late to review the case files. I already know the outcome. Ning Hao stated calmly, I have perused the files, but I suspect they contain discrepancies. Furthermore, Kai Xiaohua's mention of the creditor usurping her stepmother and the family home raises suspicions. What suspicions? What do you mean? Feng Qingxue and Han Zili asked in unison. Their curiosity piqued as they regarded Ning Hao. Why is it that the one beating the drum for justice is not Kai Qingzhang's wife, but rather his children, unless she is complicit? Ning Hao narrowed his eyes, surmising that this creditor must be Zhou Jian, the very murderer of Kai Qingzhang. Feng Qingxue and Han Zili were taken aback. Upon reflection, they realized the truth in Ning Hao's conjecture. How heartless and selfish must one be to remain indifferent while their children, regardless of their mother's previous marriage, were cast out of their home to starve? And such a self-serving individual would remain silent when their husband's creditor encroached upon their life. Clearly, something was amiss. The way Feng Qingxue and Han Zili looked at Ning Hao shifted once more. Particularly for Han Zili, who felt Ning Hao's presence had grown significantly more imposing. Feng Qingxue remarked, no wonder the officials of the Zhuangqing division hold you in such high regard. If you can solve a murder case during your tenure as acting county magistrate, Ning Hao, you will surely make a name for yourself in the Nanshang prefecture. Many scholars spend their entire lives dreaming of such a feat, and it seemed Ning Hao was on the verge of achieving it. My lord, up ahead lies the residence of the one crying for justice, Kai Xiaohua. The lead constable from the swift-footed team pointed toward a house not far down the street, where a robbery had recently occurred. Culminating in a tragic death, it was a minor case that had been investigated by the diligent Pu Zhengshuang, resulting in the confession of the thief, who had since been executed on the spot. Ning Hao asked, you weren't involved in the capture of the thief, were you? The swift-footed constable hesitated for a moment before sheepishly admitting, I am ashamed to say, my skills were insufficient. Based on the traces at the scene, it was evident that the thief had committed murder only after being discovered during a robbery, but I do not know who it was. Ning Hao chuckled lightly, your luck is quite favorable. What? The lead constable looked momentarily bewildered, unsure of how one could be fortunate without capturing the thief. Ning Hao, along with Han Zili and Feng Qingxue, arrived at the entrance of the Kai residence. He gestured for the constables to seal off all exits, including the dog hole. He then knocked on the door of the Kai household. Initially, there was no response, so he knocked again. "Who is it?" A woman's voice finally emerged from within, sultry yet somewhat hoarse, as if she had just awakened. Creaking open the door, the woman was immediately captivated by the sight of Ning Hao, dressed in scholarly robes. "Master, whom do you seek?" Fang Qingshue's brow furrowed slightly. Disliking the way the woman gazed at Ning Hao, however, upon noticing the indifference in Ning Hao's eyes, she felt a sense of relief. "But the Kai family?" Ning Hao interjected. "It used to belong to the Kai family, but now it belongs to the Zhou family." The young woman began to speak, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, Ning Hao thought to himself, confirming his suspicions. The so-called creditor was Zhou Jian, and it was clear that this pair of illicit lovers had conspired a scheme long ago. Kai Chengzhang had been wronged in his death. If the system had not descended 30 years prior, the two siblings would soon meet a tragic fate. "But what of Pan Xiaolian?" Ning Hao inquired further. "How do you know my name, young master?" The young woman looked at Ning Hao in astonishment. "Seize her." Without hesitation, Ning Hao commanded. With a swift motion, the lead constable signaled, and several constables rushed from either side of the courtyard, promptly apprehending Pan Xiaolian. "Esteemed officials, what is happening? Why treat a common woman in such a manner?" Pan Xiaolian's complexion turned pale. "Spare the pleasantries. The master has ordered your arrest, and there are reasons for it," the lead constable retorted coldly. Han Zili and Fang Qingxue were equally astonished, staring at Ning Hao in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had so suddenly taken action against Pan Xiaolian. Moments later, Ning Hao fixed his gaze on Pan Xiaolian. "Zhou Jian is still inside the residence, isn't he?" Pan Xiaolian felt a chill run down her spine under Ning Hao's piercing gaze. "Esteemed master, what crime has this humble woman committed? What crime? You should be more aware than anyone." Ning Hao glared coldly at Pan Xiaolian, acknowledging her beauty yet noting her venomous heart, and then instructed, "Go inside and apprehend Zhou Jian as well. Bring him back to the county office for further examination of the Kai Chengzhang case." "Understood." The swift-footed constables dashed into the Kai residence, and shortly thereafter, a young man dressed in white undergarments was brought out. As he was pushed forward, he shouted angrily, "Release me! What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am a scholar from the Yuelu Academy of Xinwen County. You have no right to arrest me. Pu Zhengshuang calls me Zhou Gongzi." Han Zili discreetly reminded Ning Hao. "Ning Shidi, it seems the county office lacks the authority to interrogate scholars. That falls under the jurisdiction of the academy, I know." Ning Hao nodded. When Zhou Jian was brought before him, he revealed the silver mirror of the Zhuangqing division, speaking in a deep voice, "You claim to be a scholar. The county office may not have the authority to detain you, but the Zhuangqing division surely does." Han Zili. Fang Qingshue's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the sight of the Zhuangqing division's silver mirror. Was the once defiant expression on Zhou Jian's face faded upon seeing the silver mirror? But he still stubbornly retorted, "What crime have I committed?" Ning Hao replied coldly, "What crime? You know better than anyone else. Take Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian to the county office. Leave behind those who were responsible for the investigation into Kai Chengzhang's death." "Understood." The swift-footed constables promptly shackled Pan Xiaolian and Zhou Jian, escorting them to the county office, while the lead constable and two others remained behind, having previously handled the investigation into Kai Chengzhang's death. Just as Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian were taken away, a young servant from the Zhou household next door, pale-faced with fear, hurried off to report the news. "Ning Shidi, Pan Xiaolian is Kai Chengzhang's wife and the stepmother of the siblings crying for justice. Why would she be apprehended by her creditor?" Han Zili racked his brain, unable to fathom why Ning Hao had chosen to detain Pan Xiaolian. Even the scholars from the nearby Yuelu Academy had been taken into custody without cause. If such actions were taken lightly, it could lead to significant trouble. Ning Hao posed a question. "Pan Xiaolian just lost her husband, yet she has taken up residence with the creditor, presenting herself as the lady of the house. Don't you find that suspicious, Han Shixiang?" Han Zili's eyes began to brighten as he suddenly clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "So, this scholar from Yuelu Academy is the creditor? There's definitely something amiss between them." Fang Qingxue, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought, increasingly unable to comprehend Ning Hao. She sensed that a mysterious veil was beginning to envelop him. How had he deduced such a conclusion? Could it be that at a certain level of intellect, one could possess such extraordinary insight? At this moment, Ning Hao turned to the lead constable and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Zhao Long." The head constable began with a self-introduction, gesturing towards the two constables beside him, stating, "This is Zhang Hu, and this is Wang Han." The names sounded somewhat familiar, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Ning Hao cut straight to the chase, declaring, "Zhao Long, lead us to the scene of Kai Chengzhang's demise, and kindly elaborate on the circumstances and the traces left at the scene. Once the facts are ascertained, it suffices to reverse engineer the scenario. Such is the simplicity of the matter." Chapter 71. Accompanied by a beauty? Engaging with ink and blade, my lord, Zhao Long turned to Ning Hao, clasping his fists in respect. It has been some time since the incident. The scene has likely been compromised. Furthermore, did you not review the case files? The records and evidence are securely stored in the magistrate's archives. Ning Hao replied, "Since we are here, it is only fitting that I inspect the site personally, compare it with the documentation, and validate my theories." "Lead the way." "Yes." Zhao Long, the head constable, refrained from further comments and guided Ning Hao, along with Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, into the Kai residence that moment, within the opulent confines of the Sihai Tavern in Yingyang County. Master Zhou was hosting a banquet for the heads of the 6 prestigious academies, also inviting 7 enchanting maidens from Chengxiafeng. Amidst the clinking of cups and jovial laughter, Master Zhou was commended. "Ah, Master Zhou, you truly know how to entertain. After taking a health sabbatical for the past 2 years, you seem to have regained your vigor. When shall you return to the academy to impart knowledge upon the scholars?" The head of Yuelu Academy, with his hair now silver, embraced a young maiden of tender age, his face glowing with youthful exuberance, as if he had shed decades. Such pleasures were a rarity within the austere walls of the academy. Being summoned back would surely tarnish one's reputation. Yet here, within the private revelry of the tavern, there was no such concern, and admiration for Master Zhou's meticulous arrangements grew. Master Zhou sighed, "My son, Zhou Jian, has brought shame upon our family at the academy. I lack the face to remain there." The head of Yuelu Academy paused, recollecting Zhou Jian's misdeeds from 2 years prior, when he had audaciously pursued a female scholar and, in a moment of youthful folly, had besmirched her honor. The academy had been outraged, demanding severe punishment, but due to Master Zhou's esteemed position and his earnest apologies to the scholar's family, the matter was ultimately downplayed. Master Zhou, burdened by guilt, had returned home in disgrace. Young men are often impulsive, the head of Yuelu Academy mused. Let us not dwell on past grievances. Esteemed colleagues, if my hospitality has been lacking, I beg your forgiveness. Furthermore, let us spend the night in this tavern, with lovely companions to engage in merriment and art. Wouldn't that be delightful? Master Zhou stroked his beard, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. The head of Yuelu Academy glanced at the maiden beside him, nodding in agreement, praising, Master Zhou, your use of idioms is commendable, engaging in martial and literary pursuits. Master Zhou, I invite you to teach at my academy during your leisure. My institution would be honored to host you as well. And I shall ensure you are treated with the utmost respect. All the academy heads expressed their satisfaction with Master Zhou's affability, although they had yet to appreciate the nuances of poetry and prose from the Guanfu. They had indeed savored the exquisite seafood at the Sihai Tavern, which was a delightful experience in itself. Excellent. Master Zhou raised his cup, adding, I shall impose upon you all later, but do expect the presence of some ladies. Why the inclusion of ladies? One remarked. From Chengxiafeng, perhaps? Ha ha, splendid, Master Zhou. You truly know how to navigate such matters. The assembly of heads was left in awe of Master Zhou's tact. Some even suggested he should be a permanent fixture at the academy. However, just then, an intrusion disrupted the private gathering. A young attendant from the Zhou residence burst in, breathless and alarmed. Master, dire news. The young man, drenched in sweat and visibly distressed, caught Master Zhou's attention. Do you know where you are? How rude it is to storm in unannounced. Forgive me, Master, but there are urgent matters at home. Indeed, the heads of the academies, immersed in their merriment, were suddenly drawn back to reality. Speak. Master Zhou fixed his gaze upon the attendant. The boy, relieved to be given a chance to speak, hurriedly explained, Young Master has been taken by the magistrate's men. What? Master Zhou shot to his feet, eyes fixed on the attendant. Why? Is Zhou Jian causing trouble again? Master, I assure you, the young master has reformed. He has done nothing wrong. Then why would the magistrate apprehend him? I do not know. but it may be related to the debts owed by Kai Chengzhong. The attendant, having been at home, had no knowledge of the specifics of Zhou Jian's arrest but could affirm that during this time, the young master had been staying put, pursuing the repayment of debts owed by Kai Chengzhong. It is only natural to seek repayment. Why would the magistrate intervene? Master Zhou began to piece together the situation, suspecting it was indeed related to the Kai family's affairs. He bowed to the gathered heads, expressing his regret. Esteemed colleagues, my family is embroiled in scandal, and I must take my leave to the county office to understand the situation and subsequently offer my apologies. Just as he was about to depart, the head of Yuelu Academy rose and suggested, "Let us go together." The magistrate, having lost the authentic works from Guanfu, is likely seething with frustration. Zhou Jian may have encountered misfortune, inadvertently drawing the magistrate's ire. The other heads chimed in, "There is merit in that, Master Zhou. The wine can wait. We must act swiftly to secure his release." Indeed, how dare the magistrate detain a scholar? Zhao, the magistrate, is truly lacking in judgment. Master Zhou gazed at the determined heads of the academies, feeling a swell of gratitude. "I am indebted to you all for your willingness to stand by my wayward son. Fear not." Thus, Master Zhou and the heads of the 6 academies departed the tavern, making their way directly to the Yingyang County office. Before leaving, however, arrangements were made for the maidens of Chengxiafeng to tidy up and await good news. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the Kai residence, Head Constable Zhao Long was diligently pointing out clues at the crime scene of Kai Chengzhong's murder for Ning Hao.my lord. According to the eyewitness Pan Xiaolian, on that fateful evening, after bathing, she was preparing for sleep when she suddenly heard a commotion. Thinking it was her husband returning home, she called out a few times, but received no response. Upon stepping out of her room, she noticed a shadow attempting to scale the wall. Realizing they were being robbed, she cried out for help. Her husband, Kai Chengzhong, rushed in response to her cries, engaging in a struggle with the masked intruder. Alas, Kai Chengzhong, being over 50 and lacking martial skills, was ultimately slain by the assailant, suffering a fatal blow to the back of his head, delivered by a stone. Zhao Long recounted Pan Xiaolian's testimony, moving towards the courtyard wall, stating, "My lord, observe these faint footprints on the wall. They indicate 2 attempts to scale the wall. The first was made by the thief attempting to escape, which was then followed by Kai Chengzhong's confrontation, leading to his death, and subsequently, another footprint was left behind as the assailant fled. The perpetrator, during interrogation, confessed to the sequence of events, initially intending to commit theft, which tragically escalated to manslaughter. However, according to the Great Yu Code, home invasion leading to murder is punishable by death, and even accidental killings are treated as homicide, resulting in the magistrate ordering execution to serve as a deterrent. The 2 constables, Zhang Hu and Wang Han, supplemented the account, affirming that the evidence chain was robust, comprising witness testimony, physical evidence, and the assailant's confession, rendering the case an unequivocal conviction. Chapter 72. Ning Hao's reasoning and the role of the constables upon hearing this. Fang Qingxue and Han Zili endeavored to analyze the situation from various angles. Yet, regardless of their assessments, they concluded that this was indeed the complete and absolute truth. Thus, it seemed Ning Hao had misidentified the culprit. This was a solid case, not an instance of wrongful conviction. Could it be that the system has truly malfunctioned? Ning Hao pondered, but quickly dismissed the notion. The system had transformed him, a mere scholar without literary talent, into a Confucian scholar, and his vigor had increased inexplicably. Kyo suggests the system had erred was akin to claiming this was merely a dream. Therefore, the case of Kai Chengzhong was indeed one of injustice. Chenemo observed the footprints on the wall, recalling the system's task prompt from 30 years prior. No, merely days ago. Zhou Jian had engaged in an illicit affair with Pan Xiaolian, only to be caught in the act by the returning Kai Chengzhong, leading to an explosive confrontation that ended in bloodshed. This was the system's depiction of the incident, the truth behind it all. While Pan Xiaolian's testimony indicated that Kai Chengzhong had returned home and discovered the thief, the specifics shifted to a struggle with the burglar, resulting in the thief's accidental murder before fleeing. Suddenly, as Ning Hao gazed at the indistinct footprints, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He turned to Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, inquiring, "Dear scholars, I pose a question for your intuition." "Ask away." "Very well," Ning Hao continued. "If you were the intruding burglars, would you enter the Kai residence through the front door or scale the wall?" Han Zili instinctively replied, if I were a thief, I would certainly use the stealthy route, scaling the wall. Who leaves their front door open at night? Fang Qingxue blushed slightly, responding, I have never been a thief. So it would depend on what I was stealing. Ning Hao pressed on, let us suppose, for the sake of argument, that you were a thief of hearts, a thief of hearts. Fang Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at Ning Hao before remarking, if it were a matter of stealing hearts, I would stride confidently through the front door. Climbing walls is the act of a thief. Han Zili's eyes widened in surprise. To crack a case, must they also be subjected to a dose of romantic drama? Ning Hao regarded Fang Qingxue with a smile, nodding in approval. That response is exceptionally astute, of course. Brother Han's answer is equally valid. Ning Hao then made a summative statement to the Swift class officers Zhao Long, Zhang Hu, and Wang Han, saying, I have a proposition. I hope you will indulge me in a simulation. Your extensive experience in handling cases surely equips you to deduce some truths. Zhao Long nodded affirmatively. Please, my lord, speak freely. Zhang Hu and Wang Han also became fully attentive. Ning Hao addressed the officers. Imagine if Zhao Long were the thief, Zhang Hu were Kai Qingzhang, and Wang Han were Pan Xiaolian. How would each of you navigate this case? Zhao Long, Zhang Hu, and Wang Han exchanged glances. Zhao Hu declared, I am a vagabond, presently without a penny to my name. Upon learning that the Kai family is affluent, I resolve to pilfer some silver, thus I scale the walls to enter the Kai residence. Wang Han interjected as Pan Xiaolian, having just emerged from my bath, I hear commotion within. Realizing it is not my husband Kai Qingzhang, I leave my chamber and discover a thief. Fear grips me, and I call for my husband. Zhang Hu quickly joined in, stating, as Kai Qingzhang, I am in the front courtyard reconciling accounts when I suddenly hear my dear wife's cries. I rush towards her, only to find the thief attempting to escape over the wall. I confront him, and in the ensuing struggle, I, an aging man, ultimately fall victim to the thief's deadly intent. The three men engaged in this role play, utilizing the crime scene and testimonies to enact a remarkable performance. A smile graced Ning Hao's face as he continued. Now that I require you to assume different identities. Zhao Long will be Zhou Jian, entangled in an affair with Pan Xiaolian, the two of them seizing the opportunity to indulge while her husband Kai Qingzhang is away. Unexpectedly, Kai Qingzhang returns home and witnesses the infidelity. Fang Qingxue's beautiful eyes lit up with understanding. She instantly grasped Ning Hao's intention behind questioning Han Zili and herself. Han Zili had responded as a thief, while Ning Hao urged her to respond as a heart stealer. The prior roleplay involved a thief, and now they were to portray heart stealers. Han Zili, belatedly realizing the shift, trembled in astonishment, his gaze towards Ning Hao transforming into one of reverence. Zhao Long, true to his position as the head of the Swift class, sensed a new revelation dawning upon him and immediately adopted his role. I am Zhou Jian, a scholar from Yulu Academy. I have been exchanging glances with Kai Qingzhang's lovely wife, Pan Xiaolian, and we have arranged a clandestine meeting to discuss our future. Who would have thought that Pan Xiaolian's husband would return unexpectedly, catching us in the act? Terrified, I attempt to flee, but he recognizes me. Leading to a struggle, Zhang Hu swiftly followed suit. I am Kai Qingzhang. I had planned to take my wife Pan Xiaolian out today, but I returned unexpectedly midway through my errands and discovered her in a secret meeting with Zhou Jian. Enraged, I confront him, and we engage in a fierce struggle. Wang Han hesitated for a moment but grew bolder. I am Pan Xiaolian, consumed by loneliness, and I rendezvous with the handsome Zhou Jian in private. To my shock, my husband Kai Qingzhang returns midway and engages Zhou Jian in a scuffle. When the affair is exposed, fear grips me. Zhou Jian and Kai Qingzhang implore my assistance. I find myself torn between the two, but ultimately choose Zhou Jian, for my heart lies with him. In a moment of desperation, I seize a stone and strike Kai Qingzhang down. Wang Han, embodying the perspective of the unfaithful woman, crafted a narrative based on the unfolding events. Afterward, he inhaled sharply, gazing incredulously at Zhao Long and Zhang Hu, stammering, am I truly capable of such cruelty? However, as this role-play concluded, Ning Hao, Fang Qingxue, Han Zili, Zhao Long, and Zhang Hu fell into a contemplative silence. Fang Qingxue instinctively glanced at Ning Hao, observing a glint in his eyes as sharp as a blade, as if he had already discerned the entire truth, employing this method to garner acceptance for their deductions. If he had not possessed such insight, how could he have first apprehended Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian? Fang Qingshua's heart raced slightly. It felt as though Ning Hao radiated an extraordinary aura. An incident involving a young girl seeking justice had unexpectedly transformed into a scandalous murder case under Ning Hao's guidance. Should it be proven that Kai Qingzhang's demise was a miscarriage of justice, the Xianjing division would surely hold Ning Hao in even higher esteem. What kind of intellect allows one to unearth such truths? Ning Hao turned to Zhao Long and stated, "Zhao Long, the simulation has concluded. Based on the clues you possess, what is your perspective?" Zhao Long inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully to Ning Hao. "Your meticulous thought process and ability to discern the subtle nuances are truly admirable, my lord. From the interactions and reactions of Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian just now, I deduce this is indeed a case of collusion and murder between Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian." Zhang Hu and Wang Han nodded in agreement. Chapter 73. The truth is on the verge of revelation finally. Everyone's reasoning aligns with mine. Ning Hao nodded in satisfaction. Now that we have established a hypothesis, what must we do next? He looked once more at Zhao Long, Wang Han, and Zhang Hu. Zhao Long responded earnestly, "We must seek evidence to substantiate our conjecture." Ning Hao's surprise was quickly replaced by a gentle smile as he nodded, "Precisely." A hint of pride appeared on Zhao Long's face as he felt he was finally in sync with Ning Hao's line of thought. Ning Hao continued, "Having conducted a simulation, let us now examine the crime scene. Are there any signs of entry via the walls?" Zhao Long's breath quickened. He sprang to his feet, using his toes to propel himself against the courtyard wall. Landing deftly atop it, his eyes scanned the area, and with a swift motion, he descended, clasping his fists in salute. "My lord, there are no traces on the courtyard wall. This indicates that the thief indeed entered through the front gate, thus confirming the affair between Pan Xiaolian and Zhou Jian. Your foresight is unparalleled, my lord." Ning Hao patted Zhao Long on the shoulder, acknowledging, "Excellent. It seems we are one step closer to the truth." Zhao Long's chest swelled with emotion, his physique trembling slightly. No one had ever recognized him in such a manner before, stirring within him a desire to dedicate himself to this newfound ally. Though his education was modest, he had always yearned for such an encounter. Fang Qingxue and Han Zili could hardly conceal their astonishment. It was evident that Ning Hao had perceived the truth long ago. The entire case must have been clear in his mind from the outset, albeit lacking critical evidence to support it. Now, he was guiding them in uncovering the hidden truths of the case. Should Ning Hao succeed in revealing the truth, it would mean that County Magistrate Zhao Huayu had wrongfully condemned an innocent person while allowing the true perpetrator to evade justice. Ultimately, Ning Hao would restore the absent justice. In this case, that would undoubtedly resonate throughout Nanxiang Prefecture. Ning Hao paused in contemplation before addressing Zhao Long again. "Zhao Long, I command you to investigate Kai Qingzhang's whereabouts on the day of his death. Was he at home or out conducting business? If he was away, it would strongly suggest that the murderer was indeed having an affair with Pan Xiaolian, returning home unexpectedly to catch them in the act, which led to his tragic demise." Zhao Long nodded emphatically. "I understand." The transition from little man to humble servant signified a genuine admiration for Ning Hao. He promptly instructed Zhang Hu and Wang Han to heed Ning Hao's orders and investigate Kai Qingzhang's movements that day. "Scholar Fang, Han Zili, let us return to the county office and await news. The truth of this case is destined to be revealed." Observing that everyone's thoughts had aligned, Ning Hao deemed it unnecessary to linger further and signaled for the group to return to the office, simultaneously sealing off the Kai residence. Along the way, Fang Qingxue and Han Zili remained silent, sensing the weight of Ning Hao's mood. His gaze was sharp, as if harboring a long-simmering anger. "Ning Shidi, how did you connect the expulsion of Kai Xiaohua and her brother from their home to Kai Qingzhang's death?" Han Zili voiced his confusion, as his own thought process had not ventured in that direction. "I learned of it 30 years later." Ning Hao replied calmly, "Read more books?" "Huh?" Han Zili was momentarily stunned. He had read a considerable number of books, having been literate since 3, mastering elementary texts, and reciting poetry from Diyu by the age of 4. Now in his 20s, among the scholars of Shud Academy, only Fang Qingxue could rival his breadth of knowledge. Yet, Ning Hao still urged him to read more. Did this mean that Ning Hao had read even more? As this thought crossed his mind, Han Zili recalled the essay he had just transcribed, which Ning Hao had quickly pinpointed the errors within. Coupled with the current injustice surrounding the Kai family siblings, it became clear that Ning Hao rapidly discerned the truth. This suggested that if Han Zili's knowledge was 2 stories high, Ning Hao's was at least 3 beside them. Fang Qingxue felt a tremor in her heart. lost in contemplation and self-doubt. At that moment. Outside the county office, Master Zhou and the heads of the 6 major academies hurriedly arrived but were obstructed at the entrance. Master Zhou declared sternly, "I am the master of Yulu Academy." Accompanied by the heads of the 6 major academies of Yong'an Prefecture, "We have urgent matters to discuss with your county magistrate." The officer at the door replied, "The county magistrate is not present. Until his return, no one but those within the county office may enter." This was a directive from Ning Hao before he departed, aimed at preventing any unforeseen complications. When will the county magistrate return? Master Zhou maintained his composure, awaiting a response. The constable glanced at Master Zhou and shook his head, saying, "He won't be coming back." Master Zhou was instantly enraged. "Are you implying that I, along with the esteemed heads of the academies, am fated to be barred from entering this county office?" The constable, sensing the master's fury, did not dare to respond in such a manner. Instead, he clasped his hands together and explained, "What I meant to convey is that once the county magistrate returns, you and the esteemed heads will indeed have the opportunity to meet with him. I beseech you, do not make things difficult for me." Yet you just stated that Magistrate Zhao would not return. He was taken away by the suspended mirror division. Master Zhou was momentarily taken aback. What was the implication? The heads of the 6 great academies were equally bewildered. On one hand, they were told that the magistrate had returned, enabling their entry, while on the other, they were informed that Magistrate Zhao had been taken away and would not be returning. This. The constable looked at Master Zhou with suspicion, seemingly doubting his scholarly prowess, and clarified, "What I meant is that Magistrate Zhao has been taken away by the suspended mirror division and will not return, while another magistrate, temporarily acting in his stead, has gone out on a case but will return shortly. Thus, once the magistrate is back, you and the esteemed heads may enter." "I trust that is now abundantly clear, Master." "Is he truly a master?" chuckled several constables at the county office's entrance, stifling their laughter. Master Zhou's forehead was throbbing with anger, and the heads of the 6 academies wore equally displeased expressions. However, given their esteemed status, they could not stoop to the level of mere constables. At that moment, Ning Hao, along with Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, fortuitously returned to the county office, coincidentally encountering the heads of the 6 academies. "Esteemed heads, what brings you here as well?" Han Zili approached, somewhat surprised. "Ah, it is Scholar Han, along with Scholar Fang and Dado, the head of Yuelu Academy." The head of Yuelu Academy nodded slightly, and upon seeing Ning Hao, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "The prodigy of Guanfu, Ning Hao." In the eyes of the heads of the 6 academies, Ning Hao is a prodigy, a term signifying admiration and approval. Ning Hao, unaware of the purpose behind the gathering of these academies and a stranger's presence, nonetheless offered a respectful bow, saying, "I am Ning Hao, honored to meet all esteemed heads. Ning Hao, do make time to visit our academy and enlighten the younger scholars on the art of poetry." Another head remarked, "Indeed, there is a poetry gathering in Yong'an Prefecture in half a month's time, with invitations extended to scholars from surrounding prefectures. You must certainly attend." Yet another head added, "Scholar Ning, we were quite disappointed not to have seen your poetic masterpieces when you left in haste with the master of Shud Academy." The heads expressed both admiration and a hint of jealousy towards Ning Hao. It was as if they were lamenting, "Why is such a prodigy not among our scholars? What merit does Shud Academy possess? It is truly frustrating that he is not a scholar from our own institution, though we must concede his poetic talent." This sentiment reflected the true thoughts of the heads. As for the poetry gathering, the academy will handle the arrangements. Might I inquire, esteemed heads, what brings you to the county office? Ning Hao was oblivious to the poetry gathering. His only desire was to bring Zhou Jian and Pan Shaolian to justice. Chapter 74, Royal Bloodline? There is no particular matter. We merely heard from Master Zhou that his son Zhou Jian has been apprehended by the county office, and we came to see. The head of Yuelu Academy glanced at Master Zhou, stroking his beard with a chuckle. "Master Zhou?" Ning Hao's expression darkened. This individual must be the neighbor mentioned by the system, Kai Chengzhang, and the father of Zhou Jian did not anticipate that he would possess such influence, able to summon the heads of the 6 academies for support. However, Ning Hao felt no fear, only a resolute conviction. Justice has been delayed. How could it remain absent? If not for the outcry of Kai Xiaohua and her brother, triggering the system's light of righteousness function, the world would have witnessed 2 more unjust souls. The perpetrators would continue to roam free, emboldening their arrogance, and many others would suffer as a result. But since this matter had fallen into Ning Hao's hands, he would pursue justice relentlessly, regardless of the adversary's status. I am Zhou Buiyuan, master of Yuelu Academy, and I have come to see the prodigy of Guanfu. Master Zhou also offered a respectful bow to Ning Hao, indicating a degree of familiarity. Ning Hao inclined his head slightly, shifting the conversation. So, you are here to exert pressure for the release of your son. Master Zhou was momentarily taken aback. While it was true, such a sentiment should not be openly expressed. Haha, ahem, the heads all shared an awkward laugh. The head of Yuelu Academy quickly changed the subject, saying, "We are yet to learn of the matters that brought Scholar Ning, Scholar Fong, and Scholar Han here, and why you are accompanied by a contingent of constables. Are you perhaps also being questioned?" The expressions of the heads shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The county office was indeed targeting scholars. Master Zhou was incensed, declaring, "This is an outrageous affront. The prefect and the director of education are present in Yingyang County. I shall lodge a complaint regarding this humiliation of scholars." Ning Hao observed Master Zhou and the heads, chuckling softly. "It is not as dire as all that. The county office will not unjustly apprehend individuals. Since all esteemed heads are present, why not enter the county office to hear about Zhou Jian's case?" The head of Yuelu Academy sighed with a bitter smile. Magistrate Zhao has been taken away by the suspended Mirror Division, and the acting magistrate has gone out on a case. He has yet to return. So entry is presently impossible. Is that so? Ning Hao was quite pleased with the constable's response at the entrance. He remarked lightly, "The acting magistrate has just returned." "Where? I see no one here." Master Zhou and the heads turned toward the county office's entrance, finding no one other than Ning Hao and his companions. "But I am standing right here." Ning Hao smiled slightly as he passed by Master Zhou and the heads, entering the county office amidst the constable's repeated humble declarations of the magistrate has returned. "He." The head of Yuelu Academy pointed at Ning Hao's retreating figure, astonished. How did Scholar Ning become the acting magistrate? This. The other masters were equally taken aback. Only Master Zhou's face turned an ominous shade. Knowing full well that his son Zhou Jian had been apprehended by Ning Hao, "Esteemed heads, I implore you to seek justice for my son. Do not allow any favoritism simply because Scholar Ning is the prodigy of Guanfu." Master Zhou pleaded. The heads wore uneasy expressions. This was a hot potato. To oppose Ning Hao, the prodigy of Guanfu, over Zhou Jian and Master Zhou would clearly be unwise. However, acting as intermediaries without favoring either side would not pose a significant issue. Moreover, the presence of the heads of the 6 academies overseeing the case could indeed be seen as a commendable act. Very well. The head of Yuelu Academy was the first to step into the office, followed by the others. Meanwhile, in the private tea room of the Nanxiang Prefecture, the director of education, Su Mu, was sipping tea with the prefect. Song Jiminji.Su Mu appeared fatigued, gulping down a bowl of tea as he silently gazed at the ginkgo tree outside the room. The golden leaves added a splash of color to his otherwise gray world. "Song Jiming, have I erred?" Su Mu inquired of Song Jiming. Song Jiming smiled slightly, nodding, "Indeed, you have erred. Yes, even Wenda has pronounced judgment upon me. I have indeed made a mistake. Yet I cannot fathom why Ning Hao resonates with the heavens and earth." Su Mu remained perplexed, his gaze lingering on the golden ginkgo leaves. This power was traditionally possessed only by the royal bloodline of Dayu, the foundation upon which the emperor established his supremacy. But how could an obscure scholar from a remote corner possess such capabilities? Or is it that the royal bloodline itself is merely a legend? Song Jiming narrowed his eyes, signaling Su Mu to refrain from speaking recklessly about the royal family. "You, as a newly appointed official, must tread carefully. Your fiery temperament has led you to misjudge the situation. The 18-year-old prodigy of Guanfu is among the rarest of talents in Dayu, and such otherworldly abilities are not entirely impossible. Let us drink tea." Song Jiming chuckled softly. Just then, a servant entered the tea room and whispered something in Song Jiming's ear before respectfully exiting. Standing up, Song Jiming smiled at Su Mu. "Would you care to accompany me to the county office?" "What business is there at the county office?" "It is a place of sorrow," Su Mu replied bitterly. Zhao Huayu was taken away by the suspended Mirror Division due to the case involving Pu Zhengshuang, and the acting magistrate is none other than Ning Hao. Song Jiming smiled, moreover, upon assuming the role of acting magistrate. Ning Hao has encountered a case of unjust accusation, apprehending the son of Master Zhou from Yuelu Academy, who is currently under investigation, with the heads of the 6 academies overseeing the proceedings. As the Director of Education, are you truly not interested in attending? Su Mu leapt to his feet, his eyes sparkling. Indeed. The young magistrate is adjudicating a case involving the Academy's masters. Ning Hao is truly ever captivating my heart. Song Jiming could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, now this is the Su Mu I know. Be a little more carefree. Lend your support to Ning Hao. Cultivating good relations may even elevate your rank. Su Mu remained aloof, choosing not to respond at this moment. Within the Yingyang County office, Chen Mo had instructed the delivery of the case files regarding Kai Chengzhang. Along with relevant evidence, the blood-stained stone, he also brought forth Kai Chengzhang's daughter, Kai Xiaohua, his son Kai Xiaoquan, as well as Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian, all of whom were brought into the court. The heads of the 6 academies stood on either side of the court, while Master Zhou Buyan wore a dark expression, standing beside the constables. Han Zili and Fang Qingxue were treated as aides. Standing on either side of Ning Hao quickly skimmed through the case files, striving to ensure he did not overlook any details, including some of Pan Xiaolian's testimonies, as well as the charges and confession of the vagrant who had been wrongly accused. The more he read, the heavier his heart grew. The death of the vagrant was indeed a grave injustice. Kai Chengzhang met a most tragic fate. A man of integrity ought not to end up in such dire circumstances. Had Park Zhongsang lived, and Zhao Huayu continued his incompetence, it is likely that Yingyang County would have become a realm ruled solely by the Park family. In their eyes, human life appears so utterly worthless. As a passionate youth educated in modern ideals, Ning Hao could not abide the sordid practices of the county office. Is it true that wealth grants one the license to act without restraint? That riches can lead to the trampling of lives? That affluence allows for lawlessness? To hell with it all! In a fit of rage, Ning Hao seized the gavel from the table and brought it down with a resounding crash. Zhou Jian, Pan Xiaolian, are you aware of your crimes? Ning Hao's eyes blazed with intensity as he coldly regarded the illicit couple. Chapter 75. The Courtroom Interrogation. Zhou Jian, Pan Xiaolian, are you aware of your crimes? Ning Hao's voice reverberated throughout the courtroom, startling everyone present. Pan Xiaolian collapsed to the floor, her naturally alluring face drained of color, in stark contrast. Zhou Jian appeared unfazed, standing resolutely, disdainfully challenging Ning Hao with a retort. What crimes have I committed? Is it not the natural order to repay debts? I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. What is the issue? With that, he abruptly turned to glare at Kai Xiaohua and Kai Xiaoquan. Scoffing, you little brats, how bold of you to learn to complain. Your father owes me a considerable sum. Perhaps I shall sell you both to become servants, and surely I would gain some silver in return. Kai Xiaohua and Kai Xiaoquan turned pale with fright, huddling together, trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Jian erupted in laughter, reveling in the chaos, emboldened by the presence of his father Zhou Fuji and the 6 esteemed heads of the academies who supported him. What was there to fear? In the courtroom, he boasted, bring forth 30 lashes. With a crack, Ning Hao hurled the imperial edict to the ground. The bailiffs, responding to the order, advanced with their clubs and swiftly subdued Zhou Jian, pinning him to the floor. Just as the bailiffs were about to strike, Zhou Fuji, unable to contain himself any longer, bellowed, "Who dares to lay a hand?" The bailiffs hesitated, intimidated by Zhou Fuji's imposing presence, and turned to Ning Hao for direction. Zhou Jian smirked maliciously, fixing his glare on Ning Hao. Strike! Ning Hao remained unyielding, holding firm with the authority of the Zuanzangxi's silver mirror. The bailiffs proceeded to strike Zhou Jian's back with their clubs, eliciting cries of pain. This is outrageous. The county office dares to punish a scholar. Zhou Fuji's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Hao. Scholar Ning Hao? You claim to act in place of the county magistrate, but do you possess an official appointment from the higher authorities? I suspect you are impersonating the magistrate and employing extrajudicial punishment. By law, I should strip you of your scholar status, extinguish your literary aspirations, and banish you 3,000 miles. Ning Hao cast the silver mirror onto the table and coldly fixed his gaze upon Zhou Fuji. I will address 2 points. First, I represent the Zuanzangxi, not the county office. Second, the criminal Zhou Jian has shown contempt for this court and spoken insolently. The Zuanzangxi is fully within its rights to administer punishment. What objection can you possibly raise? He added with a sneer directed at Zhou Fuji, "Should you attempt to obstruct my judgment, I shall see to it that you are punished as well." Zhou Fuji's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white as he fixated on the silver mirror on the table. Astonished that the Zhuangzi had entrusted it to Ning Hao'd it was a grave matter. Even the heads of the academies could be directly interrogated. The 6 heads of the academies, originally intent on mediating, fell silent, their gazes shifting inward. "Father, it hurts. Stop, please." Zhou Jian, who had been so boastful moments ago, was now subdued, crying out in agony under the bailiff's relentless blows. Pan Xiaolian trembled beside him, tears soaking her garments. Zhou Fuji's expression darkened ominously. Ning Hao showed no signs of relenting. Zhou Jian's earlier threats against the Kai siblings had crossed a line. What was this threat? It was a matter of life and death, and had it not been for the re-examination of Kai Chengzhang's case, he would have been tempted to execute Zhou Jian on the spot. At that moment, amidst the commotion in the county office, how could no one have come to inform me? Governor Song Jiming entered slowly, accompanied by the taciturn scholar Su Mu. "Governor, scholar, your arrival is most fortuitous." Zhou Fuji immediately prostrated himself on the ground, tears streaming down his face, crawling before Governor Song and Scholar Su, lamenting, "Scholar Ning Hao of Shud Academy has employed torture against an innocent scholar in the capacity of the Zhuangzi. I beseech you, my lords, to deliver justice for my son." Zhou Jian played along, shouting, "This is a grave injustice." Ning Hao had not anticipated that his case would draw the attention of both Governor Song and Scholar Su. It was clear they were not summoned by Zhou Fuji nor the officials of the county office. They likely had their own informants. Nevertheless, whether they came or not mattered little. Their presence would only serve to entertain them with a fine spectacle. Whether there was injustice or not, let us not jump to conclusions. Let us listen attentively to Scholar Ning Hao's examination. Scholar Su, having gained experience, refrained from prematurely concluding matters, casually finding a seat in the courtroom. I have always presided over cases. It is a first to witness a scholar adjudicating. This should be quite enlightening." Governor Song took a seat beside Scholar Su, wearing a smile. Han Zili's heart raced, and he couldn't help but reflect, if Brother Ning succeeds in this case, he shall surely gain renown throughout the Nanxiang prefecture. Meanwhile, Fang Qingxue felt a twinge of worry, concerned that Ning Hao might not succeed. For all that had transpired was hypothetical, reliant on evidence. "Governor, scholar, I shall dispense with pleasantries." Ning Hao addressed Governor Song Jiming and Scholar Su Mu with a slight bow, redirecting his gaze to Zhou Jian. "Zhou Jian? Have you come to a decision? Are you aware of your crimes? Should you confess honestly, I may show leniency." Zhou Jian, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and replied, "I have committed no crime. Why should I contemplate such matters? I wish to see what authority you, a mere stand-in magistrate, possess to declare me guilty. Is it because I expelled this brother and sister from the Kai household? Ha, I reiterate, debts must be repaid. This is the natural order. And even the King of Heaven cannot declare me guilty." "Ha!" Ning Hao scoffed coldly, his voice icy. "When did I ever say this was a matter of debt?" Zhou Jian faltered. "Then what is it?" "A case of murder." Ning Hao's voice was frigid. Zhou Jian's mind reeled with shock, rendered speechless. His lover Pan Xiaolian's eyes widened in panic. The 6 heads of the academies could not contain their astonishment. It was no mere debt case, but a murder case? Zhou Fuji's eyes bulged, refuting, "This is absurd. How could my son possibly be a murderer?" Crack! Ning Hao slammed the gavel once more, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Fuji. "Should you continue to obstruct my judgment, I will have you thrown out. You." Zhou Fuji's face flushed with indignation, torn between rage and silence. He flung his sleeve in a display of frustration. Ning Hao turned his attention back to Zhou Jian. "Do you recall now? Will you confess voluntarily for a lighter sentence?" Zhou Jian suddenly laughed, shaking his head. "I thought your means of debt collection were somewhat harsh. I did not bribe you, yet you seek to make my life difficult. I never expected to be accused of murder. This is the height of absurdity. I did not kill anyone." Zhou Jian lifted his head defiantly, as if to assert his righteousness. "Fine. I have extended an opportunity to you. You have squandered it." Crack! Ning Hao struck the gavel again, shifting his focus to Pan Xiaolian. "Pan Xiaolian, I ask you, where were you at the hour of the dog on the 7th day of September?" Chapter 76. The Truth Revealed, the Sentence of Death. Pan Xiaolian's enchanting eyes darted away, unable to meet Ning Hao's gaze. The time he inquired about was one she knew all too well. It was the very night her husband, Kai Chengzhong, had perished. Your Honor, I shall never forget that day. It was the very night my husband, Kai Chengzhong, met with misfortune. Pan Xiaolian wiped away her tears with her sleeve, her voice trembling. On that evening, I was at home, having not ventured outside. I had just bathed and was preparing for bed, warming the blankets for my husband. As she spoke, a hint of feminine shyness colored her voice, growing softer. The 6 heads of the academies coughed lightly to ease the tension. However, as she recounted the burglary at her home, her voice grew louder, filled with anger. Little did I know that a thief had entered my home, seeking to steal my possessions. Initially, I thought it was my husband, and I called out, but when no one answered, I stepped outside to find a masked robber. I screamed for help. My husband, Kai Chengzhong, rushed to confront the intruder, who attempted to flee over the wall. They struggled together, but alas, my husband, being of advanced age, was no match for the thief, who brutally took his life. The thief sought only riches, yet in the end, he claimed my husband's life. Fortunately, the astute clerk Park Jongsang and County Magistrate Zhao swiftly uncovered the truth, apprehending the villain responsible for my husband's murder, and he was executed on the spot. Once Pan Xiaolian finished her tale, she could no longer contain her sorrow, breaking down into tears. Kai Chengzhong's 2 children clung to each other, weeping, calling out, "Do not cry, stepmother." The lament of the pitiable Xiao Hua and Xiao Kuan tugged at the heartstrings, evoking genuine sympathy among the 6 heads of the academies, who regarded Pan Xiaolian with compassion, feeling her plight deeply. Even stirred with the thought of bringing Pan Xiaolian back to the academy for proper care. Very well, this official is aware. Ning Hao did not inquire further about Pan Xiaolian, but turned to Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian, so where were you at the hour of the dog on the 7th day of September? Zhou Jian's palms began to sweat within his sleeves. In fact, the death of Kai Chengzhong had not been traced back to him by the authorities. Yet, Ning Hao had set his sights on him. Why? The case of Kai Chengzhong was already a solid conviction. Even the thief had been executed. Why was Ning Hao resurrecting it? What are you thinking? Answer this official, bang. Ning Hao slammed the gavel, jolting Zhou Jian from his chaotic thoughts, who quickly replied, I was practicing calligraphy at home. What characters were you practicing? I cannot recall. You are afraid this official will ask for your calligraphy sheets, which you cannot provide. Even if you did, the scholars could discern when those characters were inscribed. Thus you did not practice calligraphy that night at all. Ning Hao sneered coldly at Zhou Jian. Not only did you not practice calligraphy, but you were also at Kai Chengzhong's residence, clandestinely meeting with his young wife, Pan Xiaolian, am I correct? Zhou Jian's mind buzzed, his face stricken with horror as he gazed at Ning Hao. How did he know? Pan Xiaolian's face turned pale, her red lips slightly parted, clearly stunned by Ning Hao's revelation. While the 6 heads of the academies gasped in unison at this explosive news. Just moments ago, Pan Xiaolian spoke of a robbery at her home, yet now Ning Hao claimed that Zhou Jian, the son of Master Zhou, was having an affair with the wife of Kai Chengzhong. This implied that Kai Chengzhong was not killed by a thief, but perhaps Zhou Jian's infidelity had been exposed, leading to murder. The heads of the academies could not help but gasp in shock. Scholar Su Mu and Governor Song Jiming's expressions also grew grave. From the testimony of the commoner Pan Xiaolian, it seemed the death of her husband had been resolved as a solid case, with the murderer already executed. Yet, Ning Hao had reopened the case, evidently to seek a retrial, and he possessed new evidence. The way the 2 men looked at Ning Hao underwent a profound transformation. Truly, a prodigy of the government. Master Zhou trembled all over, hastily retorting, Impossible. My son is a scholar. How could he possibly fancy a woman like Pan Xiaolian? Ning Hao glared at Master Zhou and commanded, Expel Master Zhou from the courtroom. Yes, the constables immediately ejected Master Zhou, and the courtroom fell silent. Zhou Jian, sensing his father's absence, panicked and shouted, Nonsense. I am not acquainted with Pan Xiaolian at all. I am a scholar, and she is a married woman, older than me. Why would I be interested? My family is well regarded, wealthy. What kind of woman have I not encountered? In his frantic attempt to distance himself from Pan Xiaolian, he inadvertently left her stunned. Wide-eyed in disbelief, she instinctively touched her abdomen, gazing incredulously at Zhou Jian. Why? Ning Hao's sharp gaze caught this fleeting change, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ning Hao continued, If that is indeed the case, why did you expel Kai Qingzhang's children from his home after his death, and even occupy his wife, Pan Xiaolian? Zhou Jian explained. It is only right to settle debts. Kai Qingzhang owed me money, so I took his house as compensation and had his wife as collateral beside me. What is wrong with that? Ha Ninghao scoffed, turning to Pan Xiaolian. You willingly chose to be with him, did you not? Hence, you did not report to the authorities. You were willing to watch your husband's children, your own nephews and nieces, be driven from Kai's home to become homeless. Do you know that Kai Xiaohua and Kai Xiaokuan beat the drums to cry for help? Hoping to rescue you from this entanglement, Pan Xiaolian's body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Mother, Kai Xiaohua and Kai Xiaokuan called out to Pan Xiaolian, "My lady, I acknowledge my mistakes. I have lost my husband and my place to stay. Thus I had no choice but to sacrifice myself to repay my husband's debts," Pan Xiaolian explained. Sigh, Ninghao lamented, shaking his head. Why do you always resort to evasion? Why do you dare to act but not to admit? Just then, outside the courtroom, the constable Zhao Long, investigating Kai Qingzhang's whereabouts on the day of his death, entered. My lord, I have uncovered the truth." Fang Qingxue and Han Zili were taken aback. Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian were momentarily stunned. Zhao Long continued. On the 7th day of September, Kai Qingzhang indeed went out for business, instructing his wife Pan Xiaolian to care for the children. However, before he could depart, Kai Qingzhang discovered issues with the goods and decided not to proceed with the transaction. He went to the fabric shop to negotiate a return, and ultimately returned home that evening at the hour of the dog. Shortly after his return, he was found dead in his own home, which aligns perfectly with your deductions. Furthermore, I have eyewitness testimony from a homeless individual who witnessed Zhou Jian entering Kai's home through the front door and leaving over the wall, tattered and bloodied. Unfortunately, the homeless man has already been executed as the prime suspect, but his testimony remains. Zhao Long's eyes glimmered with admiration for Ning Hao Bang. Upon hearing Zhao Long's findings, Ning Hao slammed the gavel and glared at Pan Xiaolian. Pan Xiaolian, what do you have to say? You were clandestinely meeting with your lover Zhou Jian at home, and when your husband Kai Qingzhang stumbled upon you, you both conspired to kill him, fabricating testimonies and bribing the authorities. Is that not the case? You, the adulterous couple, have tarnished moral integrity, sullied virtue, disregarding propriety and righteousness. It is indeed a transgression that angers both man and heaven, and cannot be tolerated. Guards, seize these two and execute them. Chapter 77. Confession in the courtroom. Ning Hao commanded execution without hesitation, causing Zhou Jian to wet himself in panic, exclaiming, "No, I did not kill anyone." Pan Xiaolian seemed to have had all her spirit drained. Collapsing to the ground, her eyes vacant. Young Kai Xiaohua trembled, staring at Pan Xiaolian. "Stepmother, did you truly kill my father?" Pan Xiaolian was frightened by the girl's gaze, hastily looking down, unable to meet their eyes. The constables approached to take them away, and Zhou Jian struggled violently, glaring at Ning Hao. "I did not kill anyone. Why should I be executed? Evidence and witness testimonies exist. Do you still wish to argue?" Ning Hao chuckled coldly. Zhou Jian saw that the 6 heads of the academies, along with the governor and the scholar, bore serious expressions, showing no signs of support. Resolutely, he bit his lip and declared, "It was not me. Pan Xiaolian killed him." Wow! The 6 heads of the academies gasped dramatically, while Scholar Su and Governor Song raised their brows. Pan Xiaolian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian, seeing Ning Hao halt the constables, quickly confessed, "I admit to having an affair with Pan Xiaolian, but she was the one who seduced me, that day, when Kai Qingzhang left for business. She secretly told me as she saw him off to return to her home at the hour of the dog, and that the door would be ajar." Pan Xiaolian sat on the ground, despairingly saying, "Stop talking. For the sake of the child in my belly, please do not say any more. Now that matters have come to this, would it not be better for us to go to the underworld as a loving couple? To hell with your loving couple. Who knows whose bastard is in your belly? Kai Qingzhang was killed by you. Do not drag me down with you." Zhou Jian's eyes brimmed with hatred for Pan Xiaolian as he told Ning Hao, that night. After Pan Xiaolian finished bathing, she eagerly wanted to engage in illicit activities with me. Who would have known that Kai Qingzhang returned unexpectedly? Kai Qingzhang and I fought, and I offered to pay him off. But he refused to let go. I am merely a scholar without martial skills and could not overpower Kai Qingzhang, so I had Pan Xiaolian assist me in pulling him away. Who would have guessed that Pan Xiaolian was ruthless enough to pick up a stone and directly crush her husband Kai Chengzhong to death? Pan Xiaolian wept bitterly, pleading, "Stop saying it. I must speak." Zhou Jian, desperate to survive, continued detailing. "After Kai Chengzhong's death, I was terrified. After all, I am a scholar and understand that killing someone means paying with one's life. But that wretched woman, Pan Xiaolian, she said she could no longer endure Kai Chengzhong's foul breath and the stench of his sweat, just wanting to be with me. She even suggested we forge a fake loan document, transferring all of Kai's estate to me, and then I could drive Kai Chengzhong's children away under the pretext of debt collection, thereby occupying Kai's home and rightfully possessing her." After saying all this, Zhou Jian earnestly looked at Ning Hao. "My lord, I have been honest. I truly did not kill anyone. It was all Pan Xiaolian's doing. I might have committed some minor offenses, but they do not warrant death." "My lord," upon hearing Zhou Jian's lengthy account, Ning Hao finally felt the weight lift from his heart. What had initially seemed like insufficient evidence was now bolstered by his confession in the courtroom. The 6 heads of the academy sighed in pity, while Governor Song and Scholar Su lamented the tragic fate of Kai Chengzhong. He died wrongfully and pitifully, murdered by his wife and her lover, only for his children to be cast out. Fang Qingxue and Han Zili had suspected the truth, but hearing it directly from Zhou Jian still left them disheartened. Fortunately, Ning Hao aided in exonerating Kai Chengzhong and unveiled the truth behind this hidden injustice. "Stepmother, did you truly kill my father?" Kai Xiaohua's frail body trembled uncontrollably as she interrogated Pan Xiaolian. "Yes." Pan Xiaolian could not bear to meet the gaze of Kai Xiaohua and her brother. "Return my father to me! Return my father to me! Woo-woo!" Kai Xiaohua lunged directly at Pan Xiaolian, grasping wildly at her, while Pan Xiaolian offered no resistance, her hair falling into disarray in an instant. Ning Hao waved his hand slightly, instructing the officers to take Kai Xiaohua and Kai Xiaokuan aside. "Pan Xiaolian," Ning Hao fixed his gaze upon her and said, "Is it still your intention to shield such a heartless and unfeeling individual? It was she who incited you to lift the stone and slay Kai Chengzhong. It was he who proposed to share a life with you, coveting the assets of the Kai family. Am I correct? After your aunt's passing, Kai Chengzhong placed his trust in you, entrusting you with the care of his children and his substantial estate. He was sincerely devoted to you. Kai Chengzhong, a simple and honest man, labored tirelessly in trade, all for the future of you and the 2 children. Now, in his old age, having fathered children late in life, he merely wished to earn a little more silver to ensure a secure life for you and the children. What wrong did he commit? He died bearing the weight of injustice, leaving his children destitute. They may not survive this winter." As Ning Hao spoke, tears welled in his eyes, their redness barely concealed. He understood that Zhou Jian was the principal perpetrator. Yet without Pan Xiaolian's testimony, Zhou Jian would face no capital punishment. The system indicated that both Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian were complicit, rather than implicating Pan Xiaolian alone. Ning Hao was determined to ensure Zhou Jian faced justice. Thus he needed to persuade Pan Xiaolian. Finally, upon hearing Ning Hao's words, Pan Xiaolian seemed to recall the past, bursting into tears. "I'm sorry, truly sorry. I was wrong. I was so wrong." Pan Xiaolian sobbed, striking the ground, clutching her abdomen and heart, her voice choked with emotion. "Yes, it was Zhou Jian who urged me to kill Chengzhong, telling me to think of the child in my womb. I was terrified. And thus I believed his words and took action against Chengzhong." Zhou Jian's body went limp. Had it not been for the officers holding him up, he would have collapsed to the ground. After Pan Xiaolian confessed, seemingly aware of her fate, she turned to the Kai siblings, kneeling before them, her forehead pressed against the ground. "I'm sorry, the stepmother deserves her punishment. Xiaokuan, I leave it to you to take care of your sister." After uttering these words, Pan Xiaolian appeared to have made a resolute decision, suddenly lunging at Zhou Jian, a flash of silver gleaming in her hand. "Stop!" Ning Hao noticed the golden hairpin in Pan Xiaolian's grasp and shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. Su Xuezhen, Governor Song, and the 6 heads of the academies were utterly unprepared for this scene. "You wretched woman, what are you trying to do?" Zhou Jian's words were cut off as Pan Xiaolian drove the hairpin into his neck. Stabbing him 2 or 3 times, he attempted to push her away, but his body gradually weakened, blood pouring from his mouth. The officers hurried to separate the 2, but they only succeeded in parting 2 individuals on the brink of death. The hairpin lodged in Pan Xiaolian's own heart, She mustered her last strength to look at Ning Hao standing before the table. I'm sorry, Cheng Zhang. And his children, please, take care of Dong Wai burial, beside Cheng Zhang. As I repent. Thank you, Dong Wai Lord. With that, Pan Xiaolian closed her eyes forever. You vile wretch. Save. The governor. Save me. Zhou Jian convulsed, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, no one rose to assist him. The head of Yuelu Academy sighed. Had we known this day would come, would we have acted differently? As his words fell, Zhou Jian kicked his legs, succumbing to death. Yet his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. Chapter 78. The case closed. The sage reveals his truth. The 8th rank takes its place. Ning Hao witnessed everything, momentarily lost in thought. He had expected both to face execution. Unexpectedly, in the end, Pan Xiaolian had a moment of realization, concluding her life and Zhou Jian's in her own way. Why only regret at the end? Ning Hao slowly shook his head, his mind shaken. At that moment, a prompt appeared in his view. Justice may be delayed, but never absent. Task 4. The net of heaven is vast and wide. And Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian, who evaded punishment, have, through your efforts, both met their demise, and the 30-year-old case of injustice has been cleared, bringing solace to the spirit of Kai Chengzhang. Congratulations, task completed. Completion deadline. 1 day. Task exceeded. Gaining 100 points of righteous energy, fully granted. Righteous energy. 310 points. Ning Hao glanced at the bodies of Zhou Jian and Pan Xiaolian lying in the courtroom, inhaling deeply, then commanded, return Zhou Jian's body to his father. Zhou Fuzi and Pan Xiaolian's body. Bury it beside Kai Chengzhang's grave. Let her repent well. After making these arrangements, Ning Hao approached Kai Xiaohua and Kai Xiaoquan. Noticing Kai Xiaohua's red-rimmed eyes, he knelt down to the young Kai Xiaoquan. From now on, you must rely on your sister, listen to her, do not cry or cause trouble, study diligently in the future, and repay your sister, understand? Kai Xiaoquan, though somewhat confused, nodded earnestly. I will remember. Ning Hao then stood up. Looking at Kai Xiaohua, your father owes no debts to anyone. The Kai family is still your home. Take your brother back. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may come to Ning's residence to find me. If I'm not there, seek out Ning Shuyi. Ning Shuyi would surely be willing to assist the orphan Kai siblings. Ning Hao thought. He was not a do-gooder, merely feeling compelled to offer help within his capabilities. Yes, Kai Xiaohua wiped her tears, nodding with a choked voice, then knelt before Ning Hao. Thank you, my lord. When Xiaoquan grows up, I am willing to serve you for life, as a slave or a maid. No, that is unnecessary. Ning Hao is taken aback. Take good care of your brother. Life will improve. Zhang Hu, take a few brothers to escort Kai Xiaohua and her brother home and assist in settling family matters. Ning Hao promptly issued his orders. Yes, Zhang Hu stepped forward to obey, leading Kai Xiaohua and her brother away. At this moment, the courtroom was left with only the officers, the 6 academy heads, Governor Su, Governor Song, Han Zili, and Fang Qingsheng. At this point, Governor Song Jiming stood up, unprecedentedly bowing to Ning Hao. Scholar Ning, you are truly formidable. Today's courtroom proceedings have brought great satisfaction to me. Though you serve as a temporary official for the Shuangguang Bureau, in this case, you have demonstrated wisdom and fairness, unraveling the dense fog of this case and revealing the truth to the world. Even more commendable is the courage and profound humanity you've exhibited in court, which is indeed rare and precious. Scholar Ning, though you are merely acting as county magistrate, you have displayed a level of responsibility and sentiment far exceeding your position. I firmly believe that given time, you will surely achieve success and become a pillar of the Dayu kingdom, a blessing for the people. The 6 academy heads gasped in astonishment, deeply moved by Governor Song's evaluation. Yet, upon reflection, they recognized that had they been in charge of this case, it might not have been resolved. Ning Hao's capabilities and character were evident in this case. He possessed not only courage and compassion, but also wisdom and a heart for justice. Such is the way of scholars. The head of Yuelu Academy rose and clasped his hands to Ning Hao. Scholar Ning, I admire your actions greatly. I request your permission to promote your deeds within the academy, so that scholars may learn from you. Indeed, I too share this sentiment. Scholar Ning, would you consent? The various heads spoke in unison, seeking his approval. Ning Hao felt his face redden from the praise. He believed he had merely done what was right. In his position, one must perform their duties, bear their responsibilities, and fulfill their tasks. Ning Hao returned the gesture respectfully. What a fine saying, to perform one's duties in their position. Scholar Sumu also felt compelled to speak. Previously, I harbored many misunderstandings about Scholar Ning, nearly resulting in an eternal miscarriage of justice. I hope you will forgive me. Observing your judgment today has left me quite reflective. It is evident that Scholar Ning is a person of both virtue and talent. A model for scholars. You have demonstrated not only the compassion and responsibility of a scholar, but also their humility. Through your actions, you have illustrated why we scholars pursue learning and strive for the wisdom of the sages. Sumu concluded with a sigh. I wonder what grand ambitions Scholar Ning harbors for the 8th rank. Surely, you must be in the process of realizing them. Fang Qingxing and Han Zili also turned to Ning Hao. Eager to learn of his ambitions, Ning Hao, for the first time, nodded affirmatively. Until now, he had devoted his heart solely to martial arts, yet he understood that with the system's arrival, focusing on literary pursuits would greatly accelerate his progress. However, such swift advancement might overturn the understanding of the heads and sages, potentially leading to suspicion of him being associated with dark practices, as only those practitioners advanced so quickly. Thus, Ning Hao's intention was to cultivate both arts. While honing his martial skills, he would be prepared to break through in the literary realm when the time was ripe. His recent entry into the 8th rank was to address matters concerning Ning Shui, aiming to enhance his value to the Shuite Academy and garner support. However, at that moment, he had not established any grand ambitions. Now, having experienced so much, his mindset had significantly transformed since his arrival in this world. Coupled with the influence of the literary works of great sages of Huaxia, his change in status, and the cases involving the Pu family and Kai family, he felt that it was time to set a grand aspiration. Consider it a step forward in life after crossing into this world. What would it be? Su Shuezhen was keen to know, sensing that Ning Hao might pursue an official career rather than develop within the academy. The academy had yet to register, and thus there was no literary inquiry. Ning Hao gently shook his head as Din Chun Detzi dreaming. How could he delay the scholar's establishment of grand ambitions? Scholar Sumu was deeply alarmed, as were the others, their expressions shifting. Not establishing one's ambitions upon entering the 8th rank could lead to a gradual stagnation of one's literary aspirations. For it is after establishing one's ambitions that the spirit, energy, and aspirations harmoniously coexist, fostering the emergence of an academy dedicated to realizing those aspirations. Without the establishment of a mandate, the heart of the literary path cannot connect with the essence of spirit, resulting in the deprivation of nourishment from the academy, leading to silence. Sumu, without uttering a word, produced the edict of the academy, faced eastward, and declared in a resonant voice, I, Sumu, the academic official of Nanxiang Prefecture, beseech the Confucian sages of the 8th rank who have yet to establish their mandates, to call upon the manifestation of the literary path, aiding the scholars in their mandates and consolidating the academy. At that moment, the edict emanated a radiant white light, and a stream of pure energy surged skyward, stirring the talents of this realm. Amidst the turbulence of talents, it seemed as if auspicious clouds were gathering, quickly coalescing above the county office into a mass of ethereal clouds. Upon these clouds, a shadow of a sage formed, as if embodying the Taoist representation of heaven and earth. Who will establish the mandate? A deep, resonant voice echoed above the county office, reminiscent of thunder, striking fear into the hearts of those present. Is it truly possible? Ning Hao momentarily lost his composure, realizing that Confucianism and Taoism were indeed remarkable phenomena. Chapter 79. The Sage? No, it is a fellow villager. It is the lingering shadow of a sage remaining in the mortal realm. Scholar Ning Hao is fortunate, the president of Yuelu Academy remarked with awe. Indeed, for an ordinary scholar at the 8th rank to establish a mandate, it requires the academy to utilize the literary treasures of the sacred academy to record the grand aspirations of the scholar and bestow blessings. The greater the aspiration, the mightier the academy. I have never witnessed a manifestation of a sage aiding in the establishment of a mandate before. Another academy president, filled with envy, felt a pang of bitterness. I wish to establish my mandate once more, another president exclaimed. Scholar Ning is a prodigy of the prefecture. The manifestation of the sage in aiding his mandate is, in my opinion, a true acknowledgement of the Confucian prodigy. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Several other academy presidents concurred, affirming that Ning Hao was deserving of such favor. Han Zili felt his teeth nearly shatter from clenching them. Look at Scholar Ning, at the 8th rank. He receives the aid of a manifested sage in establishing his mandate. Previously, only those designated as quasi-saints by the Sacred Academy enjoyed such privilege. Could it be that Scholar Su intends to recommend Ning Hao as a quasi-saint of the Sacred Academy? Han Zili contemplated this possibility, his breath quickening. If Ning Hao were to become a saint of the Sacred Academy, then even Ning Hao's attendant could ascend to greatness. Ning Hao's attendant is merely an ordinary person. I am far more suited. Han Zili resolved within himself. Fang Qingxue, too, found herself momentarily dazed, staring blankly at the shadow of the sage above the county office. As the sage's shadow fully materialized, the onlookers noticed something peculiar. In his hands, he did not wield sacred texts or a ruler, but rather crossed his arms, holding a sword. Indeed, a sword. Furthermore, his physique appeared somewhat robust, with faint outlines of muscle visible. Su Mu, the academic official, found himself momentarily perplexed, unable to recognize which sage this was. The sages typically summoned by the edict were renowned figures throughout history, their names and images well documented in the Sacred Academy's temple. Yet, he did not recognize this particular sage, having never seen him in the temple. Who will establish the mandate? The sage's thunderous voice resonated once more, causing Su Mu's throat to feel sweetened with pressure. He was the one who had summoned him. The burden rested entirely on him. Su Mu hurriedly addressed Ning Hao. Scholar Ning, swiftly seize this opportunity. The sage inquires about your grand aspiration. Should he assist you in consolidating the academy? You shall at least commence your journey as a Grand Confucian. With the system of reversal at my disposal, commencing as a Grand Confucian is indeed no exaggeration. Ning Hao mused inwardly. He then stepped forward. Exiting the eaves of the hall, standing in the open space of the county office, gazing up at the shadow of the sage upon the auspicious clouds, and bowed, declaring, Student Ning Hao desires to establish his mandate at the 8th rank. At the moment his words fell, the ethereal sword in the sage's grasp seemed to tremble and hum. A martial artist. The sage's shadow gazed down, its emotionless voice resounding. Ning Hao felt as though he were being scrutinized by an unseen rule. With no secrets left to conceal, what manner of existence was this sage's shadow? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Governor Song and the various academy presidents were equally bewildered. This sage was meddling, according to past records. Sages possessed no personal will. They were remnants of emotion left behind after a sage's transcendence. Their talents returned to the heavens and were meant to assist in maintaining the operation of the literary path rules. Yet this imposing, muscular sage seemed to exhibit a hint of emotion. Faced with the sage's inquiry, Ning Hao maintained his composure, bowing respectfully. Student practices martial arts, aiming to strengthen the physique and temper the will. Ha ha ha! The sage upon the clouds suddenly erupted into laughter, seemingly filled with admiration, gazing down at Ning Hao and inquiring, Speak. What grand aspiration do you wish to establish? Ning Hao pondered. How many can I establish? Su Mu's mouth twitched slightly. How many? A scholar expending all his effort to fulfill a single grand aspiration may not succeed, ultimately finding it difficult to enter the realm of sages, remaining confined to the 3rd rank of Grand Confucianism for a lifetime. Yet, Ning Hao dares to ask how many he can establish. The 6 academy presidents discreetly wiped their brows, having momentarily forgotten what a grand aspiration was. If he were to establish multiple, they would struggle to recall which one to pursue. Today's youth certainly had a way of playing do as you wish. In any case, you will not fulfill them, the sage's shadow calmly stated. Ning Hao felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Was this the demeanor of a sage? The others in the hall were equally dumbfounded. This sage seemed somewhat unreliable. Which sage from the Sacred Academy's temple could this be? What do you mean? The goal of a student practicing the literary path is to become a sage like yourself. How could one not fulfill a grand aspiration? I will not tolerate the sage insulting me. Ning Hao also sought to preserve his dignity. With so many eminent figures watching, to directly imply he would not fulfill a grand aspiration was an affront. The sage smiled disdainfully, as if he had long seen through Ning Hao, responding coolly. To become a sage like me? The path you must tread is still far and long. The journey is long and arduous. Ning Hao began to recite his catchphrase, only to find the shadow of the sage halting for a moment, murmuring, I shall seek both above and below. Huh? Ning Hao stared blankly at the shadow of the sage in the void, his body involuntarily trembling. A fellow villager? Is that you? Ning Hao tentatively inquired. Prosperity, democracy. The sage upon the clouds responded. Civilization, harmony. I can't believe it. Ning Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. It was indeed a coincidence of monumental proportions. Someone had arrived even before him, and had even become a sage. Yet, it seemed he had met an untimely demise. How unfortunate, however. If that were the case, wouldn't the poetry and writings of the sages of Huaxia have all been appropriated by this person, leaving only a few remnants for himself? Academic official Su Mu, Governor Song, and the 6 academy presidents observed this scene with bewilderment. Why was Ning Hao conversing with the remnants of a sage? What were prosperity and democracy? Do not waste time. Otherwise, the academy you consolidate will be nothing more than a shell. Do not blame me, the shadow of the sage urged, as if time was running short. Ning Hao replied, Big brother, could you offer some advice? Wow! The 6 academy presidents stared, dumbfounded. As a chill ran up their spines, Su Mu was sweating profusely. Big brother? You dare to address a sage as big brother? This is disastrous. He is likely to be judged by the sage. Fang Qingxue and Han Zili were already left speechless by the shock. However, the sage seemed unfazed and even willingly offered advice. Xingziu. Ning Hao exclaimed in surprise. You are not using it? Could it be? In the world of Confucianism and Taoism, if one does not employ the 4 sentences of Xingziu, how could he become a sage? The martial sage is unnecessary. Ning Hao was left speechless. Just as he was about to propose something akin to a sound transmission, the sage interjected. What you do not wish for them to hear. They cannot hear. Then I can rest assured. Big brother, how did you become a martial sage? Nothing much. Several thousand years ago, someone urged me to abandon martial pursuits for literature, which I refused. I deceived many good things using it, directly aiding my martial path to divine realization, becoming invincible. The sage spoke with pride. Ning Hao could not help but applaud. Resonating with his current thoughts, he speculated that the fellow villager also possessed a system for achieving sagehood through literature, and could not resist asking, what happened afterward? Later, I uninstalled it. Ah, one can uninstall? And afterward? Then I died. Ning Hao's eyes widened in shock. This answer was somewhat unexpected, quite sudden. Chapter 80. Is it truly the 4 sentences of Xingziu? Surprising? The sage gazed down at Ning Hao, a self-deprecating smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, there is nothing to be surprised about. After achieving sagehood, that individual continued to chatter away, insisting I abandon literature for martial pursuits. The key was that all martial resources, gifts, 9-turn elixirs, and all treasures from the marketplace had been completely exhausted by me. Why keep it for the new year after uninstalling it? Ning Hao found this reasoning quite sound, exclaiming, that makes sense. So, after you uninstalled it, did it lead to your demise? Not exactly. It lacked the capability. After all, by the time I uninstalled it, it had already been rendered useless, having lost all its treasures, only retaining the righteous energy of literature, leaving it to harass others. The sage recounted this matter in a calm manner, glancing at Ning Hao. I was killed by the lover of the sacred academy. Ning Hao fell silent. So, it turns out this brother's system was the same as his own. No wonder he was puzzled about why there were no system gifts and no lottery functions. There was only the completion of tasks to earn righteous energy, it, turned out to be a half-baked product. As for the matters of the heart, Ning Hao preferred to avoid such terrifying tales. Even a martial sage could meet his end. I have many lovers, you know? During my cultivation, I listened to performances without spending a dime. You exchange for it using the poetry and writings of the sages? Ning Hao felt a chill run down his spine. To have his system reduced to a half-baked product was one thing, but to be denied even a sip of soup from the poetry and writings? However, that is not the case. I am the factory brother, and I only remember a few nursery rhymes. The key is that I am rather handsome. It seems you are naturally suited for martial arts. Ning Hao could not help but praise. Haha, indeed. Time is of the essence. I shall establish my destiny. Ning Hao felt it prudent to first consolidate the academy, lest it truly devolve into a bare shell institution, which would be a great loss. He was on the path of dual cultivation, and martial arts depended on the system's rewards to transform righteousness into vitality. Therefore, he must diligently fulfill the system's mandates. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. The remnants of my presence in this world. I wonder why they were suddenly awakened. Perhaps it is because you and I are of the same celestial sphere. The first sage could not help but exclaim. And then reminded. You may continue to temper your vitality in martial arts, but it seems you will not be able to break through the realm. For the system has been so angered that it has directly locked your martial realm. Why didn't you die sooner? Ning Hao clenched his fists. Damn it. No wonder he could not elevate his martial realm. It turned out to be the doing of this fellow countryman. Truly, a countryman sees another countryman and stabs him in the back. You knew I had this system too? Ning Hao inquired. I could tell at first glance, replied the first sage. The system claims I'm 48 years old and still a 9th grade martial artist. Ning Hao wanted to ask if that were true. The first sage nodded. You can trust this unconditionally. It should be a manifestation of the heavenly way, and nothing can conceal itself from it. Unless it transcends this world. Ning Hao's remaining glimmers of hope were utterly shattered, and he resigned himself completely. The first sage comforted. Do not be disheartened. Martial arts are arduous. Consider it a means to strengthen your physique and temper your will. Focus diligently according to the system's guidance, and we shall meet at the pinnacle sooner or later. Were you not dead? Yes, after your demise, you will likely leave remnants in this world, and we shall surely meet again then. I seek immortality. Ning Hao is no longer interested in the fellow countryman's ramblings and cut to the chase. Are you certain the 4 sentences of Hongqiu are useful? I have read some novels. This is particularly formidable. If I had not practiced martial arts back then, I would have wanted to flaunt this. The first sage urged, do not overthink. Just this, and I shall lend you a hand when the time comes. Boosting your effects to the maximum, Ning Hao found himself somewhat swayed by these words. But then he thought, what he truly desired was Confucius's cultivating oneself, regulating the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. Mainly because the 4 sentences of Hongqiu were rather commonplace. However, hearing the first sage say this, the prestige of the 4 sentences of Hongqiu was undeniable. Very well, let us begin. Ning Hao took a deep breath, steeling himself, gradually entering a state of readiness. That moment. The ethereal figure of the first sage on the auspicious cloud also exited the private chat with Ning Hao, and only then did Ning Hao realize it seemed that during his conversation with the fellow countryman, time had hardly progressed. 8th grade scholar Ning Hao, this Holy One asks you, what is the purpose of your destiny? The first sage inquired reverently. The celestial energy surged violently, forming a whirlwind. The entire Yingyang County could see auspicious energy descending from the direction of the county office, illuminating the sky with rosy light. This was a sign of a sage manifesting. The people in the office held their breath, eager to know how this prodigy, who had dedicated years to study and cultivation, envisioned his future, what thoughts he harbored. Ning Hao took a moment to compose himself, standing tall with conviction, and proclaimed, to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. Buzz, a celestial sound abruptly resonated between heaven and earth, akin to an explosion occurring somewhere in the 9 skies. Su Shuezhen and Governor Song's expressions changed. Establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. This aspiration is indeed grand, implying that Ning Hao would resolve to diligently pursue knowledge, seeking the principles of all creation, thereby manifesting the heavenly waypoint. One could say this aspiration is exceptionally admirable. With this aspiration, the academy and the literary spirit shall complement each other, and surely there will be achievements in the literary path. Ning scholar, your aspiration is truly, Su Shuezhen's praise had yet to escape his lips when Ning Hao continued with the next line. To establish destiny for the living. Rumble as soon as these words were uttered. A cascade of colorful light suddenly coalesced in the 9 heavens, resembling the aurora hanging at the edge of the sky. This moment, the hundreds of thousands of residents of Yingyang County witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. One by one, they knelt, shouting, Celestial auspice has descended. Celestial auspice has descended. Dean Chun of Shud Academy and the various scholars stood in stunned silence. Who is establishing destiny? So terrifying at Ning Hao? It must be. The scholars were lost in thought. If it were not for Ning Hao, what would they do? They would be utterly despondent. Although the literary works were powerful, compared to this earth-shaking establishment of destiny, it was truly inferior. The anomalies continued. It was not only Yingyang County. Within Yong'an Prefecture, within Nanxiang Prefecture, all the surrounding states, Even the citizens, officials, and scholars of nearby states witnessed the auspicious light surging from the direction of Yingyang County. What has happened in the direction of Nanxiang Prefecture? Some officials looked aghast, hastily recording this scene, preparing to report to the court, deeming it a great auspice of Du. The atmosphere of destiny. This is a scholar establishing destiny. Why heavens? What kind of grand aspiration has this scholar set forth to cause the heavens to resonate? The scholars were so shocked that their beards trembled. Other prefectures supervising scholars decided to document this scene and report it to the Holy Court. The people in the county office were nearly beside themselves. The deans of the 6 major academies were so astonished they trembled. Their mouths agape, enough to fit an entire duck egg. Whose scholar has established such an exaggerated destiny? It feels even more terrifying than the literary works. Su Xuezhen and Governor Song were left speechless. While Fang Qingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and Han Zili stood in a daze. Tio, establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to establish destiny for the living. Is this truly Ning Hao's grand aspiration? Compared to him, the difference is like that between a firefly and the bright moon. Han Zili's desire to be Ning Hao's attendant grew stronger, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Chapter 81. Emperor Du, the Imperial Astronomer. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to establish destiny for the living. Splendid, splendid aspiration. Scholar Su Mu praised loudly, asserting, Ning Scholar is a model for all scholars. Ning Scholar, your aspiration is exceptionally. Not yet finished, Su Xuezhen intended to step forward with praise, but to his surprise, Ning Hao spoke again, to carry forward the teachings of the ancients. Rumble at this moment, the celestial energy became chaotic, and the skies above Yingyang County seemed to stir with a tempest of energy, swirling the clouds of the 9 heavens. Golden light pierced through the layers of cloud, and in that golden radiance, people seemed to glimpse countless ethereal figures of sages clad in Confucian robes appearing from the 9th heaven. They gazed down upon the mortal realm, as if placing great hope upon the one who established destiny. What a magnificent aspiration to carry forward the teachings of the ancients! It actually evoked the remnants of the literary saints, a grand ambition unprecedented in history. Ning Scholar could be the contemporary Holy Son. Scholar Su Mu was nearly beside himself with excitement. He hurriedly documented this scene, determined to report it to the Holy Court. The people in the county office were taken aback by Su Mu's reaction. But this was not the end. The fellow countryman is truly impressive. Ning Hao also did not expect the prestige of the 4 sentences of Hongqiu to be so daunting. And this was only the 3rd sentence. After briefly collecting his emotions, Ning Hao seized the moment, spreading his arms wide as if to expel the impurities within him. The 4th sentence emerged with perfect timing. To open peace, for all ages. Rumble, crackle, wail, the thunder of the literary heavens erupted. And it seemed as if the firmament itself had been torn apart, showering down a cascade of golden brilliance. The ethereal figures of sages flickered in and out, all gazing down upon the mortal realm. A tempest of energy swept across heaven and earth, resembling the might of the heavens. The myriad creatures of the mortal realm trembled uncontrollably, fearing that a mere peep would result in being struck by the literary thunder. The disciples of demonic sects were so frightened they wet their pants, hiding beneath their beds, their eyes filled with terror. Officials and scholars from various regions were already left dumbfounded by the shock. This was their first encounter with such celestial phenomena. Those unaware might mistakenly believe a semi-saint had attained full sainthood. Meanwhile, a staggering distance away in the capital of Du, within the imperial palace, a eunuch clad in palace attire hurriedly clutched a scroll, rolling and crawling towards the astronomical office. Your Majesty, the astronomical office, a governmental agency, was responsible for monitoring celestial phenomena, calculating the national fortune, and overseeing public grievances. At this moment, the handsome and regal emperor of Du, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe and wearing a crown, was fixated on the south alongside the chief astronomer, Nan Huiran, both oblivious to the eunuch kneeling behind them. After a long while, the white-haired Nan Huiran withdrew his gaze, turning to the emperor, and with a bow, remarked, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations! The sky over Du is radiant with auspicious light. Thousands of strands of luck descend, and the remnants of a sage appear. This is a sign of great national fortune." The emperor of Du chuckled lightly, saying little else, and turned to the kneeling eunuch. "What is the matter?" The memorial from the Prince of Southern Defense, urgent report. The eunuch knelt, holding the scroll aloft. Oh! The Emperor of Du took the memorial and opened it, finding it recorded numerous anomalies. Simultaneously, words appeared, seemingly a message from the Prince of Southern Defense. Your Majesty? A scholar of 8th grade has established destiny in Nanxiang Prefecture, shaking heaven and earth, and the sages have manifested. This is an auspicious omen, a prime opportunity to mobilize forces southward and strike at the demon nation. The Emperor of Du frowned. The Prince of Southern Defense has gone mad with his obsession for war. A scholar establishing destiny at 8th grade is also touted as a good opportunity for battle. Warfare affects the entire nation, and you are so eager for glory, yet it is my soldiers and common people who suffer. He tossed the memorial to the kneeling eunuch and suddenly turned to Chief Astronomer Nan Huiran. Do you have any leads on my son? Nan Huiran shook his head in the blink of an eye. It has been 18 years. If he were alive, he should have been influenced by his bloodline, becoming a martial artist and entering the 8th grade chi refining realm. Capturing this trace of energy should not be difficult. Emperor Dayu's countenance betrayed an undeniable weariness. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince yet lives, Nan Huiran reassured. Then why has he not pursued martial cultivation? Why has he not entered the 8th rank chi refinement realm? At 18, Dam Y's 6th son achieved the 6th rank spirit refinement realm at merely 16. He is the legitimate eldest son. The expression on Emperor Dayu's face darkened, a subtle aura of authority radiating from him, causing the eunuch to bow deeply in trepidation. Nan Huiran sighed and remarked, the Crown Prince grew up among the common folk. He is unaware of the circumstances and should not be compared to the eldest and 6th princes. Emperor Dayu shook his head slightly and waved his hand, saying, let us not dwell on this, by the way. The scholar mentioned by King Zhenan, with his extraordinary destiny, is it related to the celestial phenomena we observed earlier? Nan Huiran chuckled softly. Indeed, Emperor Dayu pondered. Does this imply that the demon kingdom is capable of striking? Yet, they have just offered a considerable amount of gold, silver, and rare treasures to us. Huiran, let us observe further. Yes, Nan Huiran bowed respectfully. Emperor Dayu then departed from the astronomical bureau, and the eunuch quickly rose to pay his respects before hastening to follow in the Nanxiang Prefecture, Yong'an Prefecture, within the county hall of Yingyang. Ning Hao finally completed his declaration, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his palms clammy with anxiety. The pressure was immense. With such high stakes, if he were to underperform in the future, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Ning Hao addressed the ethereal figure of the sage in the void. I have set forth my grand ambition. The sage's spectral presence, imbued with authority, loomed above on a cloud, gazing down at Ning Hao. The 4 verses of Henku are indeed extravagant. I suddenly regret having embarked upon the martial path. Are you going to have a private chat with me again? Please, I must establish an academy. Ning Hao hastily interjected. Brother, stop jesting, you are deceased. Grant the living a chance to assist me in founding the academy. Why the rush? The phenomena from the 4 verses of Henku have replenished my energy. I can persist for a while longer. It has been ages since I last spoke. The sage cast a disapproving glance at Ning Hao. Isn't this effect you're doing? I am somewhat perplexed. The effects I create don't consume energy. They replenish it. This is rather abstract. Oh, it is not your effect. It is indeed the result of the 4 verses of Henku. The martial sage clarified. Ning Hao fell silent, realizing that the phenomena were indeed of his own making, and he had worried for naught. However, he was genuinely astonished. The rich cultural heritage of Huaxia, when introduced to this world, felt like a dimensional shock, but soon, he grasped that this was because it represented the quintessence of a world's culture. That which endures the grinding of history must be the essence of essence, especially the profound influence of the 4 verses of Henku, which would undoubtedly be staggering in this realm. I envy you. I have endured much hardship in martial cultivation, whereas you, in the pursuit of literary studies, are bolstered by the assistance of Huaxia's sages, destined to soar and earn renown across the lands. Alas! The martial sage appeared somewhat dejected, sighing heavily. Brother, you still suffer? You have caused the system to lock my martial realm. To be honest, why am I so obsessed with martial arts? After witnessing the remarkable effects of Confucianism, I yearn to devote myself solely to literary studies, yet the blood in my veins constantly reminds me. Only through martial practice can one ascend to the heavens. Ning Hao seized the opportunity to voice his doubts. After all, the being before him was the true martial sage, possessing significant authority, even in death. Chapter 82. The Academy. The gentleman's sword quite normal. It relates to the bloodline within you, essentially a matter of physique. The martial sage stated. Pure young physique? Ning Hao recalled the physique of a single man. If that were the case, perhaps he could find a partner. Fang Qingxue would likely not mind, as she remained steadfast in her affections despite becoming a female prime minister after 30. What pure young physique? I have not heard of it. The martial sage frowned. Then what is my physique? Ning Hao became increasingly excited, realizing he was indeed a prodigy in martial arts. You truly do not know? I have transmigrated. I see. I cannot disclose that to you. Your physique is extraordinarily formidable. If the heavens were to punish you, I would truly perish, and I am eagerly awaiting our meeting at the pinnacle. The martial sage shook his head, unwilling to reveal Ning Hao's physique. Brother, encountering an old friend in a foreign land is rare. Please tell me, you have a point. I shall tell you. Actually, you are white. No, this is bad. The celestial rules are watching me. I must take my leave. The martial sage's words were abruptly cut short as if he had received some warning, and he prepared to vanish in fear. Brother, please do not abandon me. I have just made my declaration. At the very least, assist me in solidifying the academy. I genuinely wish to study. Ning Hao is utterly bewildered. Do not let my martial realm be sealed by the system, nor my literary declaration fail. Otherwise, I would truly be a helpless old man at 48, bullied by the village children. There is no time, then this sword I shall bestow it upon you. The martial sage seemed to feel a twinge of guilt towards Ning Hao and decisively threw the sword he had been holding into Ning Hao's hands before his form dissipated from the clouds. The clouds, along with the celestial phenomena, also vanished. Ning Hao instinctively caught the sword, only to find that as soon as his hand touched it, it vanished entirely. Ning Hao was left utterly stunned. This sword seemed to be an ethereal remnant of the martial sage. Not a tangible object. What use would it be to him? Ning Hao nearly ground his teeth in frustration. The martial sage not only failed to divulge his physique, but also left him without assistance in establishing the academy. What was the purpose of such an old acquaintance? Congratulations, Scholar Ning. Congratulations, Scholar Ning. The academy has been established, and henceforth, your literary path shall soar to new heights. You truly resemble one of my friends. The imperial scholar Sumu approached with a knowing smile. Increasingly convinced that Ning Hao bore a striking resemblance to a friend of his. What is there to congratulate? Ning Hao remained dazed, instinctively asking which friend. I have forgotten. Sumu could not recall but quickly laughed it off, saying, regardless, since you resemble my friend so closely, why not become friends across the ages? Ning Hao understood that the imperial scholar was seeking to establish a connection with him, using a rather flimsy excuse. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Imperial scholar, how many times can one make a declaration? I feel there is still some regret. Sumu's eyes widened in surprise. What? An unprecedented declaration, shaking the ages, striking at the soul. And you still feel regret? My academy seems very strong. I have never seen one like yours, yet it perfectly aligns with your character and talent. Sumu gazed thoughtfully at Ning Hao, contemplating, Ning Hao touched his forehead. Finding nothing unusual. Imperial scholar, what do you mean? Can you see my academy? I can see it. However, it has faded from view. This is precisely an indication that your academy has been successfully established. Congratulations, Scholar Ning. Sumu smiled warmly. It is an honor to have helped you pay respects to the sage and assisted you in solidifying your academy's success. From now on, you may consider yourself half a student of this imperial scholar. Of course, this imperial scholar hopes to be your friend across the ages. Ning Hao did not fully catch what Sumu had said, as his mind was filled with the thought of the successful establishment of his academy. Could it truly match his character? Was there a variety of academies tailored to individual personalities? Imperial scholar. You may simply call me Su brother. Ning Hao was momentarily taken aback. He noticed the 6 deans of the various academies, along with Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, each wearing expressions of shock. Was it truly appropriate to address the imperial scholar so informally? In truth, it was perfectly fitting. The stories of scholars who were once adversaries but later became inseparable friends are well known. Brother Su, I seem unable to perceive my academy. I do not know what it is. Ning Hao inquired with curiosity. Meanwhile, Song Jiming, along with the 6 deans and Fang Qingxue and Han Zili, were equally intrigued about the nature of Ning Hao's academy. There are countless types of academies, each uniquely established, yet all embodying the essence and character of the scholar. Most individuals possess a book-shaped academy, symbolizing considerable knowledge. Those with greater talent may have a library, signifying the capacity to contain a wealth of knowledge, demonstrating the potential of a great scholar. The highest level is a true academy, akin to a Confucian temple, representing extraordinary potential, akin to that of a sub-sage. Additionally, there exist some rare and unique academies, but they are uncommon, yet certainly not indicative of low talent. Rather, they symbolize limitless potential. Xu Mu smiled and declared, "It is a sword." A sword? Ning Hao was taken aback at the very sword held by the martial sage's old acquaintance. It resembles the supreme treasure from a Chinese odyssey. Indeed, I prefer to refer to it as the gentleman's sword, Xu Mu stated earnestly. The gentleman's sword. Ning Hao murmured softly. Originally, the academy he established should have been a true academy. Otherwise, the martial sage would not have mentioned anything about a shell of a house. Yet now, it had transformed into the gentleman's sword. Brother Hao, I initially believed you would consolidate a Confucian temple academy. I did not expect it to be a unique academy. Do you realize this also possesses the potential of a sub-sage? Xu Mu asserted. Wow! The 6 deans gasped in astonishment, exchanging glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Potential of a sub-sage? The gentleman's sword? How so? Ning Hao inquired. The academies of the saints' disciples are indeed like measuring rods. Xu Mu continued, and measuring rods, inkstones, brushes, and the gentleman's sword are all essential tools for scholars. The gentleman's sword signifies that a scholar possesses noble character and a spirit of chivalry. You see, you study at the Should Academy, which aims to cultivate virtuous character in scholars, and you clearly embody that. The spirit of chivalry, as exemplified in the case of Kai Chengzhong, cannot possibly uphold justice and vindicate the wronged without such noble ideals. Su Xuezhen earnestly shared this wisdom with Ning Hao. Oh, it is. Ning Hao nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that what scholar Xu Mu said was indeed quite reasonable. What else can the academy do besides nurturing literary talent? Ning Hao inquired further. After all, the sword of the martial sage, which belonged to his hometown, had become his academy, and he mused that there must be additional purposes it serves. The essence of literature can drive one to slay enemies. This is the Confucian practice of one's innate abilities. Moreover, there exists the ancient saying of the gentleman's sword, capable of striking down foes from 1,000 miles away, indicating that your learning will extend far and wide. Scholar Xu Mu explained earnestly. Governor Song Jiming interjected. So soon has he become the Ning Chue? Chapter 83. Is the entire world forcing me to study? Read. Ning Hao felt a surge of excitement. He suddenly found martial arts less appealing. Perhaps, for him, martial arts were indeed merely a means to strengthen his physique and temper his will. Excellent. Scholar Su Xuezhen nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. Thank you, Brother Su, for enlightening me. Ning Hao had initially intended to call him Scholar Su, but the other's gaze seemed to anticipate his calling of Brother Su. No worries at all. Regarding your 8th grade aspirations, I shall report to the Sacred Academy and recommend you as a holy son. Scholar Xu Mu stated with solemnity. The matter of the holy son is not urgent, Ning Hao exclaimed in surprise, quickly advising against it. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and knew that should he become a holy son, a mere examination of his knowledge would lay bare his inadequacies. It would be wiser to develop quietly, waiting until the system had sufficiently cultivated him before stepping into the light. I understand your concerns. Fear not, I will take care of everything. Scholar Xu Mu gently patted Ning Hao's shoulder. Ning Hao refrained from saying more. He had a great deal on his plate. He had yet to complete his daily lessons, and he had not captured the traitor among the demon disciples at the academy at that moment. The 6 academy heads, seeing that Scholar Xu Mu had expressed his stance, approached Ning Hao one by one to offer their congratulations. Congratulations? Scholar Ning, on establishing your aspirations and achieving the rank of 8th grade scholar, with a flawless foundation in literary pursuits. The gentleman's sword of the academy heralds boundless prospects ahead. Congratulations, Scholar Ning. It is a rare honor to witness you set forth such grand ambitions that shake the heavens. Scholar Ning, might I inquire if there is a lady of your fancy? I have a granddaughter of prime age. Old fellow, what are you doing? Your granddaughter was promised to my grandson. Time changes many things. And one must speak of fate. How dare you? The several heads of the academy, initially gathered to congratulate, soon found themselves embroiled in disputes over marital alliances. Ning Hao felt sweat bead on his forehead. Such predatory old men. Thank you, esteemed heads of the academy, for your kindness. I am deeply honored. I shall continue to study earnestly and contribute to the literary endeavors of Yong'an Prefecture. Ning Hao bowed in gratitude. The heads of the academy stroked their beards, nodding in approval, increasingly impressed by Ning Hao. His humility and admirable character indicated that the emergence of such a prodigy in Yong'an Prefecture was likely tied to their own efforts in fostering its literary prosperity. In rounding up, should Ning Hao achieve greatness, would they not share in the glory? The heads of the academies were already elated. Ning Hao then seemed to recall something and suddenly turned to the head of the Yulu Academy. Inquiring, "Dear head, might I ask how many scholars currently attend the Yulu Academy?" The head's eyes widened in astonishment, thinking Ning Hao wished to visit the academy, and he excitedly replied, "Over 2,000 students. With more than 200 Confucian scholars, and the female scholars are as beautiful as flowers." "How far is it?" 300 li. Is travel convenient? Quite so. If Scholar Ning wishes to visit, I can use Confucian teachings to transport you 300 li in an instant. The head of the Yulu Academy trembled with excitement. Should Ning Hao come to study at Yulu Academy, it would undoubtedly bring them great prestige. He could then take the opportunity to let the female scholars employ their charms. Could he not and perhaps retain Ning Hao? Daily Confucian QA completed. The Confucian's mood is positively elated. Reward of righteous energy. 10 points. Righteous energy. 320 points. C. The system bewildered by the locals is indeed abstract. Ning Hao had never considered going to Yulu Academy. He merely sought to test the responses, wondering if the system was sufficiently abstract. The results proved to be quite abstract. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a visit to seek counsel from the Confucian and the head, Ning Hao stated earnestly. Excellent. By the way, the Yong'an Prefecture Poetry Conference will be held in the New Yuan County where my Yulu Academy is located. Scholar Ning, you must come and provide guidance to the scholars of Yong'an Prefecture. I shall lead the Academy scholars to welcome you outside the city. The head of Yulu Academy rubbed his hands together, practically bursting with eagerness for Ning Hao to agree. He had even prepared introductions for some old friends. This is the prodigy of Guanfang, Ning Hao, whom I personally witnessed establish his aspirations. Certainly, I will make time to attend, Ning Hao replied politely and cordially. The so-called poetry conference serves as a platform for scholars to make their names known, akin to a wealthy man not returning home. Like a brocade-clad figure walking through the night, a scholar cannot boast at a poetry conference. What then is the value of studying? Governor Song Jiming was the last to step forward and congratulate. Smiling at Ning Hao, saying, "In truth, what I am most concerned about is your talent for adjudication. Pursue the imperial examinations. You can realize your grand ambition of establishing yourself for the people and bringing peace for generations to come." Scholar Su Shuezhen added, "Entering the Sacred Academy can allow you to set your heart for heaven and earth and continue the teachings of the ancients." Seeing Scholar Su Mu and Governor Song Jiming engaged in a spirited debate, Ning Hao hastily intervened, saying, "I am not thinking too far ahead. I merely wish to quietly study and cultivate myself. I am grateful for the advice from Brothers Su and Governor. I have it in mind." Governor Song Jiming nodded slightly and said, "No more. In that case, I shall take my leave." He bowed to those in the hall and turned to depart. The 6 heads of the academies, noting Ning Hao's intent to send them off, did not linger and soon bid farewell after some pleasantries. "Wait for brother to bring you good news," Scholar Su Shuezhen declared as he left, asserting that he would ensure Ning Hao became a holy son of the Sacred Academy. This declaration startled Fang Qingxue and Han Zili. Both were intensely envious. Ning Hao then turned to Han Zili. "Brother Han, do not neglect your writings." Han Zili was eager to serve as Ning Hao's attendant and promptly stood straight, saying, "Brother, I will continue to transcribe my writings. Please guide me." Ning Hao nodded, then turned to Fang Qingxue. "Scholar Fang, I am currently eager for knowledge. If there are suitable literary resources, I would appreciate your assistance in gathering them. The entire world is compelling me to study. Thus, I shall study for your benefit." At that moment, outside the county office, Zhou Jin's father, having witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon, was astonished, pondering whether his son Zhou Jian had indeed achieved the 8th grade. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought, realizing his son had yet to reach even the 9th grade. But he was uncertain of who the individual was. Just then, as Governor Song Jiming emerged, Zhou Fusher hurried forward, bowing and asking, "Governor, how is my son Zhou Jian?" "Quite well. Once the paperwork is completed, you may take him home." Song Jiming offered little further explanation and boarded his carriage, leaving the county office. "Excellent. I know my son Zhou Jian's character well. Would he ever take a fancy to an elderly and faded woman?" Zhou Fusher scoffed. Soon after, the 6 heads of the academies exited the county office. Zhou Fusher promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed heads. Had it not been for your presence in the hall, my son would surely have suffered greatly. Once he is released, let us all go to the Seahai Tavern for some revelry and seafood." However, the head of Yulu frowned and admonished, "Zhou Fusher, what do you take me for? I am a man of integrity and do not comprehend your nonsense about revelry and seafood." "Zhou Fusher, we shall have no further dealings." The prior discussions regarding teaching at the academy were no longer applicable. The academy was too small to accommodate a great Confucian like Zhou Fusher. The heads of the academies were incensed by Ninghao's grand ambition, perceiving Zhou Fusher's suggestion as an affront to their dignity. Moreover, Zhou Fusher's son was of poor character. Associating closely with Zhou Fusher would reflect poorly upon them. Misery loves company. Esteemed heads, what has transpired? Zhou Fusher was bewildered, watching the heads deliberately distance themselves from him, feeling utterly lost. "Come, take your son home," came the voice of the officer. "All right, if Jian has no issues." Zhou Fusher turned. But before he could finish, he was struck dumb, plopping down in shock, his face ashen and his body trembling uncontrollably. The agreement with the brothers has been fulfilled. An additional update is delivered. Chapter 84, Zhou Fusher. This grudge will not go unpunished. "I swear I shall not be human, my son." Zhou Fusher wept over Zhou Jian's lifeless body, his tears flowing freely as he glared at the officer Zhao Long, gritting his teeth and demanding, "What crime has my son committed? What sin has he committed to warrant his execution at the county office?" Zhao Long replied coldly, "He conspired with his mistress Pan Xiaolian to murder the merchant Kai Chengzhong and fabricated a debt note to seize the deceased property. Endangering his children, according to the law, he is to be executed. However, your son ultimately died at the hands of his mistress. The magistrate has shown leniency and allowed you to keep your son's remains." Zhao Long had no fondness for Zhou Fusher, believing a father who raised such a son could not be of high moral standing. "You will regret this, Ning Hao." Zhou Fusher's expression darkened. This grudge will not go unpunished. He truly believes he is just an ordinary teacher at the academy? Inside the hall, "Dear Brother Ning, the essay has been copied down. Please provide your corrections." Han Zili finally completed the writing and glanced over with a sense of pride at Ning Hao, who was engrossed in discussing academic matters with Fang Qingxue so soon. "Let me take a look." Ning Hao approached, picked up the essay from the desk, and observed, "Daily copy of the essay is complete. Over 1,000 words with no errors or omissions, reward for Howren righteousness. 10 points, Howren righteousness. 330 points. Quite impressive. The essay is neat and flawless, and the reward is a delightful dish." Ning Hao discreetly wiped his brow, almost becoming a mere echo of the system. Han Zili stood tall, convinced that when it came to copying essays, he was second to none in Shud Academy. "How wonderful! I have long wished to visit your esteemed family, Brother Ning. Today, I was indeed planning to go to your house with Fang Qingxue." Han Zili eagerly expressed his desire to visit the Ning residence. He also intended to discuss matters with Ning Hao's servant, Xiao Shui, leaving those tasks to him. Ning Hao felt a surge of gratitude, thanking Han Shixiang and Fang Xuesher for their concern. "It just so happens that my duty is about to end. Let us dine at my home tonight. That would be splendid." Han Zili replied joyfully. "All right then." Fang Qingxue's face flushed slightly, seemingly realizing that this could be seen as meeting the parents. Time swiftly passed until the end of work. Ning Hao could have left without a word, but after some contemplation, he decided to summon the 3 shifts of constables. "My lord, what are your orders?" The constables were unsure of Ning Hao's intentions. Previously, when Zhao Huayu was present, such gatherings had never occurred. "Today, I am delighted to work alongside you all and resolve a case, which could not have been accomplished without everyone's support," Ning Hao stated, retrieving 100 taels of silver from the drawer and handing it to Zhao Long, saying, "Zhao Long, Take this 100 taels to exchange and distribute it among the brothers. Consider it a reward for assisting me today." Fang Qingxue and Han Zili were initially taken aback, but soon smiled that it is no easy feat to temporarily serve as the county magistrate. Ning Hao's ability to lead the constables clearly indicates his competence. "My lord, we are but humble servants. What merit do we possess? Handling cases is merely part of our duties." Zhao Long and the other constables recognized Ning Hao's grand ambitions, knowing he was no ordinary individual. He would undoubtedly leap over the Dragon Gate in the future, becoming a valued minister under Emperor Dayu. Should Ning Hao remember them in the future, they would surely have a chance to forge their own paths. Therefore, it was imperative not to leave a greedy impression in his heart. "This official insists you accept it. It is my sincere intention," Ning Hao stated earnestly. "This, very well." Seeing Ning Hao's seriousness, Zhao Long stepped forward to accept the silver exchange, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." The constables, deeply moved, expressed their gratitude in unison. Ning Hao waved his hand slightly and addressed the constables. "I have been appointed as the acting county magistrate by Lord Liu of the suspended Mirror Department. But ultimately, I am not the magistrate of Ing County. I may not return tomorrow, and in the future, I hope you will consider the welfare of the common people, empathize with their plight. On behalf of the elders and townsfolk of Ing County, I extend my gratitude." Ning Hao clasped his fists in a bow to the constables. Throughout the ages in China, tyrannical officials have always existed, and Dayu was no exception. There is a saying that it is easier to meet the king of hell than to deal with minor officials, implying that soliciting the aid of lower-ranking clerks is often more challenging than appealing to officials. Ning Hao's actions could be seen as a small step toward realizing his grand aspirations. Thus, realizing aspirations, reward of Haoran righteousness. 1 point, Haoran righteousness. 331. Zhao Long hurriedly returned the gesture, stating earnestly, "My lord, rest assured, we shall diligently fulfill our duties, never oppressing the good, and strive to alleviate the concerns of the people. My lord, we shall uphold your trust." The constables appeared solemn. Ning Hao smiled. He did not expect a few words could change the status quo at the very least, perhaps one day in the future. They would suddenly recall his words, which might influence them and impose some restraint. Let us consider this a seed planted, class dismissed. With that, Ning Hao bid farewell to Zhao Long and the others, leading Fang Qingxue and Han Zili out of the county office. However, the 3 shifts of constables lined the path to see them off, escorting them out of the county office. Ning Hao understood that the constables were watching him depart and waved his hand nonchalantly. He was not enamored with power. He simply wished to study and hone his martial skills, following in the footsteps of the Sage of War, perhaps achieving the ultimate goal of a scholar in China, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to open a path to peace for all generations. Meanwhile, in a corner outside the county office, a figure clad in the finery of the suspended Mirror Department emerged. Scholar Ning is no ordinary individual. He has a remarkable knack for solving cases and has established an astonishing ambition. My lord has stumbled upon a treasure. He pulled out a page of paper from a bronze mirror and recited softly, "My legs are swift as the wind." With a whoosh, the page ignited and transformed into energy, merging into the legs of the figure, who vanished like the wind beyond the county office. At the Poetry King's residence, the bruised servant sat on the doorstep, amusing himself by teasing the ants on the ground with a peach tree branch, appearing rather simple-hearted. "Xiao Shui, what are you doing here?" The steward, Ning Yud, approached him. "I am waiting for the young master to return." "Ah, how thoughtful of you, father. What is it?" "I wish to study." Just now, the ethereal figure of a sage appeared over Ing County, and it felt particularly familiar. That was the Sage of War. "Ah, then I shall practice martial arts. I am surely gifted like the young master. Elevate your pillow higher tonight for better dreams." Ning Yud smiled lovingly, patting Xiao Shui on the shoulder, then added, "Do not sit on the doorstep. It will disturb the feng shui of the young master's home." Xiao Shui paused, then shifted his position to squat on the stone pedestal at the entrance, gazing innocently at the street corner. When Ning Hao, Fang Qingxue, and Han Zili appeared, Xiao Shui rubbed his eyes and exclaimed with delight, "The young master has returned, and he has brought the young mistress home." The excited servant jumped up and rushed inside, shouting with glee, "Young mistress?" Ning Shuyi, who was recuperating, quivered in anger upon hearing this. Unfilial son, having just made progress. And now you think of romantic entanglements? I have sent him to study, not to sire children. Chapter 85. Fang Qingxue, daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Moreover, what family's daughter is so shameless as to mislead my son? Madam, bring out the silver notes. That girl must be driven away from Howard. Ning Shuyi was indeed quite furious. The future of the Ning family under his stewardship heavily depended on whether Ning Hao could enter the court and receive the examination of Emperor Dayu. No matter what, he had to ensure Ning Hao succeeded. This was a secret known only to him. Madame Lu paused for a moment before asking, "How much?" 100 taels. So much? Himph. For Howard's future. Spending a bit more silver is worthwhile. Today, I, Ning Shuyi, shall thwart this romance and ensure they part ways. Leaning on his cane, Ning Shuyi exited the room, waiting at the entrance. Soon, Ning Hao, Fang Qingxue, and Han Zili arrived at the Poetry King's residence. The Poetry King's residence. Han Zili looked on from a distance, astonished, and quietly asked Ning Hao, "Brother Ning, is your family not running a bookshop? How come the business is so extensive, even involving such ventures?" The implications could be rather unfavorable. As the son of the richest man in Ning County, Han Zili certainly knew what the Poetry King's residence was. Wasn't he at the extravagant flower boat on the Yangjiang River in town? It was rumored to be thriving, catering to high society. Who would have thought it belonged to Ning Hao's family? The cost of education is substantial. My father works tirelessly for me, which is quite commendable. Ning Hao contemplated, realizing that Ning Shuyi, as a father, was indeed quite competent, albeit with a rather fiery temperament. Now it makes sense. Fear not, your senior will surely support you. Although Han Zili did not care much for the entertainment industry, the other 3 members of the 4 great heavenly kings adored it. They could be encouraged to patronize it more. If concerned about familial reprimands, he could simply say, "The Poetry King's residence is a venture of the Guan family's prodigy. You think we are indulging in entertainment. In fact, we are learning about the world. How delightful." Ning Hao's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the Han family's background. The richest family. There was no shortage of wealth. Himph. Ning Shuyi, upon seeing Ning Hao, Han Zili, and Fang Qingxue arrive at the doorstep, suddenly huffed. This was because Ning Hao's shoulder was nearly touching Fang Qingxue's. Did he think he could conceal such youthful antics from his discerning eyes? "Father, is there still pain?" Rest assured, the suspended mirror department's involvement in the pure young martial arts case will surely yield substantial compensation. The more severe the injury, the greater the recompense. Ning Hao stepped forward to support Ning Shuyi. He understood that Ning Shuyi's efforts to earn money were not easy, especially since he had suffered at the hands of the pure young martial arts due to Ning Hao. Thus, he would actively seek compensation to comfort Ning Shuyi. "Really?" Ning Shuyi felt somewhat tempted, instinctively asking, "Then will I recover swiftly? The Lord Lu of the suspended mirror department has a good relationship with me. Fret not." Ning Hao subtly gestured, "We must secure more. Even if I do not speak, Lord Lu will understand." Ning Hao smiled slightly. Being able to share some of the financial burden with his father gave him a sense of accomplishment. Ning Shuyi was filled with anticipation, but soon he recalled that he had come out to thwart the romance. "I nearly let this little rascal deceive me." "Who is he?" Ning Shuyi, with a stern expression, first inquired of Han Zili. Curious if he was some dubious acquaintance. After all, true scholars would be diligently studying in the academy at this hour, while those wandering the streets would likely be young rakes and ne'er-do-wells. Just as Ning Hao was about to introduce him, Han Zili stepped forward with a smile, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Ning. I am Han Zili, son of Han Zhengying. I came in haste and did not prepare any gifts. Please accept this small token of my regard." Han Zili produced a note for 500 taels of silver from his sleeve and pressed it into Ning Shuyi's hand. "This?" Ning Shuyi was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected windfall. "Who visits and hands over money outright?" "Oh, right, he is a patient. But how could this young man possess such wealth? Could it possibly be ill-gotten?" The name Han Zhengying sounded somewhat familiar to Ning Shuyi. Suddenly, he jolted with recognition and asked, "Are you perhaps the esteemed Han Zhengying of Yingyang?" "Indeed, that is my father," Han Zili affirmed with a nod. Ning Shuyi couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. His son Ning Hao had truly accomplished something remarkable, forming a connection with the son of the wealthiest man. He had even come to visit this ailing patient personally. Splendid, truly splendid. "Quickly, please come in," Young Master Han, Madam, do prepare for our guests, Ning Shui eagerly invited. His smile stretching from ear to ear. Apologies for intruding, uncle and aunt, Han Zili said with a fist salute. Han Zili's humility and courtesy endeared him even more to Ning Shui, truly a worthy son of a wealthy family. Was he not far more sensible than Ning Hao? This young lady must be young Master Han's. Ning Shui glanced at Fang Qingxue. Upon closer examination, she took his breath away. Which family has a daughter so stunningly beautiful? If she were to marry Ning Hao, would she not bless the Ning family with a handsome grandson? Fang Qingxue greeted Ning Shui with a bow. Greetings, uncle and aunt. My name is Fang Qingxue. And like Ning Hao and Han Zili, I'm a Confucian scholar from Shud Academy. Heard from Ning Hao that you had sustained an injury, which is why I accompanied my junior brother Han down the mountain to pay a visit. Ah, a Confucian scholar indeed. How delightful. Ning Shui had initially assumed she was merely a common girl from the county town, but now realizing she was a scholar from the academy, he felt it would be unwise to thwart their budding romance. Moreover, her beauty was evident. She certainly had the makings of a promising mother. And your father is? Ning Shui inquired, for the Ning family was of scholarly lineage and would require a high standard for a potential daughter-in-law. Minister of Personnel Fang Tongwei, Fang Qingxue replied, biting her lips slightly. What? Buzz Ning Shui was so astonished that his head spun, his cane clattering to the ground as he nearly lost his balance. Had Ning Hao not been quick to support him, he might have collapsed right there. Regaining his composure, he quickly said, I beg your pardon. Please come in. Oh dear, truly. This is an honor indeed. Ning Hao, why are you supporting me? Quickly take Miss Fang's hand. The threshold is high. What if she trips? Ning Shui exclaimed, exasperated by Ning Hao's apparent lack of awareness. Ning Hao was equally bewildered, torn between supporting Ning Shui and holding Fang Qingxue's hand. The threshold was so high. It would be better to just break it. Fang Qingxue found their flustered antics amusing and reassured them, It's quite all right. I will be careful, uncle. Good. Please come inside. Please come inside. The house is rather small. Young Lady Fang, young Master Han, I hope you won't mind. Leaning on his cane, Ning Shui limped ahead, casting furtive glances at Ning Hao. This is the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. If you do not seize this opportunity,